him that he couldn't handle. Not now, when he had all of his power back.
"We are going on a hunt without knowing our prey. It could end up being strong enough to gouge us,"
Airclaw cautioned. Ryun struggled with being cautious, but in the end there was nothing for them to do but use the stone and see. He sighed and made his way across the yard toward Jish. He really should get to know these people. He was their leader, after all. About an hour later, Ryun stood with Airclaw, Jish, and his 2 sub-commanders in the center of the town. The square was large and was paved with stone. It had been designed for this very purpose, with enough room around it for what was to come. The rest of the warriors were up on the walls. The wolves prowled among the buildings, and the non-combatants were all huddled up in the main residence, with a small group of warriors protecting them. Ryun pulled out a townstone from his spatial ring and looked at those around him. They were all ready. He looked at the prompt before his eyes and triggered the stone. The effect was immediate. Everything around him was filled with a bright light that lasted for just a second. He blinked, his eyes recovering immediately, and then he saw. The sky was split apart into 3 sections, the center of the split being right above the town, where the sun-moon should be but now wasn't. 1/3 of the sky was a clear blue, the second third was a field of gray clouds, and the last was filled with dark red and black clouds. The others recovered a moment after him, but by then Ryun had already jumped away and landed on the barn. From that point he could see beyond the walls, and he saw that their town was no longer in the same place it used to be. The entire town had been teleported somewhere else. The land around them was split the same way as the sky. The third, with blue skies, was a thick sea of trees, a forest that stretched as far into the distance to a mountain range that now seemed to surround everything. Beneath the gray skies was ground covered with snow, cliffs and cracks in the earth, hills and ice spiking out of the ground, all the way to the mountain range that was likewise covered in white. The third area was a desolate black landscape, steam shooting out of cracks in the earth, dust and smoke clouds, and in the distance, just in front of the mountain range, was an active volcano. Ryun glanced at his notifications and read through it. Your settlement has been teleported to the testing area, the Reign of 3 territories. Each area contains a fortress, and deep inside of it is an anchoring crystal. Recover all 3 crystals in order to pass the test. You will be given rewards based on your performance. There was no time frame reference, so he assumed that they could take as long as they wanted. But he doubted that it was going to be that easy. Just then he noticed something in the distance, shapes coming out of the area filled with the forest. He glanced around, trying to see if there were threats coming from the other areas, but there didn't seem to be any. The others had recovered fully, and he jumped down next to them. "We have monsters incoming," Ryun said as he made his notification visible to all. "How many?" Jish asked. 24, from what I could see," Ryun said, and then he took off. He jumped to the gate and looked at the shapes coming toward the town. They looked as if they were made out of bark, forms that walked on 2 legs and had 2 arms. They were tall and had branches sticking out of their body with green leaves growing on them. He filtered his settings, and their names appeared above them. Wood Elemental, C, Tier 1. Ryun frowned. They didn't seem very strong, not at all, actually. The others joined him and saw the threat for themselves.
"These can't be why the others disappeared,"
Jish said slowly. Ryun nodded. The monsters were weak, but then again the test wasn't to survive the monsters, but to find 3 crystals hidden in each of the 3 territories. "Send some of your warriors down to deal with them," Ryun said to the Cretan. Jish turned to his people on the walls and started giving out orders, while Ryun watched. He kept his eyes open, searching for any kind of a threat, ready to interfere, but there was nothing. As the warriors met with the monsters, nothing else came out to fight them. All 3 territories were calm. "We should gather and plan," Ryun said, surprising even himself. His first instinct had been to just go and find all 3 crystals by himself, but perhaps there was something that he wasn't seeing. He should at least hear what the others had to say. Chapter 53. Present. Ryun. Forest. Ryun stood on top of the walls of the town, looking over the fighting. The warriors were making short work of the monsters, a group of 12 molten elementals, that had come from the 3rd territory. It had been a day since they had arrived in this place, and since then the town had been attacked 3 times, every attack coming 6 hours after the last and from a different territory. All the monsters had been on the same level as the first wave, and were easy enough to deal with, even by the warriors. Ryun knew that this couldn't be the only danger, as this level of threat was not something that would prevent people from completing the scenario. Ryun had wanted to go out and search for the anchoring crystals, but the others had advised him to wait, and now they knew that the town would be attacked every 6 hours. It gave them at least some information so that they could make plans. Next to him stood Airclaw, and a bit behind him were Commander Jish and one of his sub-commanders, the human woman Enka. He could feel their anticipation, even some of their fear, and he understood some of it. As soon as the warriors down below killed all the monsters, Ryun turned around and looked at the 2 behind him. "Ready?" he asked. Jish glanced at his other sub-commander, Terser, and nodded in his direction before stepping next to Ryun. Together, the 4 of them jumped from the wall, and Ryun led them away toward the forest territory. They had spent yesterday coming up with a plan, and had agreed that the best time for him to go and search for the crystals was in between the attacks. He had decided on bringing some people with him, as he realized that Onrush was right. He hadn't really been doing much as their leader. He remembered leading a settlement, a group of people who had the same beliefs he had before, where they had all worked together in order to grow stronger. In the end, that time in his life had ended in blood and fire, and perhaps that was even why he was hesitating now. He had spent so much time alone that it was hard for him to think about other people, but he should at least try. In order to be a good leader, he needed to know what his people could do, and in his mind, the best way to see that was to observe them in real combat. Jish and Enka were 2 of the strongest warriors among his people, according to Onrush, at least. From what he could gather, Onrush herself was pretty strong, but he had seen her fight already, so there was no need to take her with them. Having her stay behind was better anyway, as she was leading the town more than he was. Ryun could have given everyone in the town enough essence crystals so that all of them could grow greatly in strength, but he did not believe in gifting power. Strength and power had to be earned. Jish and Enka were good starting points, and after he saw what they could do, he would decide just how to get them stronger. The Black Viper sect would be coming for them eventually, and even if he wasn't worried by the inevitable arrival of their people, he knew that eventually someone stronger was going to come. Perhaps even someone who was stronger than him. He felt something stir inside of him at the thought of a strong opponent, an emotion that he had forgotten. He hadn't had an even match in a long time, and the thought of it filled him with anticipation. He put those thoughts aside as they reached the forest. Ryun and Airclaw were in the lead, with the 2 warriors following close behind. They stepped between the trees and into the dim light. The branches and leaves above them obscured a lot of the light. The skies of the 3 territories hadn't changed since they arrived to this place, and the sky of the forest territory was still blue, the light coming from seemingly nowhere. It didn't seem all that strange to those around him, but for a person who had grown up on a planet with a set of natural laws, everything in the infinite realm was strange. They made their way with a slow, jogging pace. Ryun and Airclaw could move a lot faster, but the 2 coming with them couldn't. They were heading directly away from the settlement, and Ryun kept his senses alert for any sign of anything resembling a fortress. Eventually, they encountered more monsters, a group of wood elementals that seemed a bit taller than the ones that had attacked the town were waiting up ahead. They were probably intending to ambush them. Ryun didn't bother to alert the others, as he was certain that Airclaw had detected them, but Jish and Enka had no idea. He wanted to see how they would react. Ryun led them straight into the ambush. The elementals waited until Airclaw and Ryun moved past them, and then jumped out from among the large tree roots, heading straight for Enka and Jish. The two reacted immediately, Jish a moment before his subordinate. He pulled 2 swords from his hip, even as his second set of arms reached for the 2 short swords that were fastened across his lower back. His upper arms moved quickly, blocking the attack from the left side, even as his lower arms swiped at another elemental coming in from his right. Enka already had a spear in her hands, and before the elementals could reach her, she dashed away, using a class ability. Ryun was able to recognize when movements and actions were abilities, techniques, or skills. 3 elementals advanced on her, and Ryun felt a surge of chi that settled all around her in a pale green shimmer. A moment later, the green light moved and settled around the tip of her weapon. She dashed forward and stabbed her spear into the chest of a wood elemental, and Ryun saw black lines spread through its bark-like body. He was surprised at that. He hadn't known that poison chi could work on monsters like these. The monster wasn't down yet, however, and the other 2 joined it, pressing Enka back. Jish was moving around his opponents. His combat style was much different. His 4 arms allowed him a greater field of action, and his 4 swords moved constantly. He was dancing in a flurry of blades, cutting up chunks of the elementals with each swing, even as he evaded their attacks. Ryun didn't see him use any chi, so he knew that the Cretan was only fighting with his stats. Ryun saw the man look at him, perhaps wondering why he wasn't helping, but then more monsters came at him, and he had no time to do anything but fight. Ryun detected a wood elemental as it jumped toward his back with his skill Vibration Sense, and without even looking back, Ryun swung his arm and summoned Shadow Princess mid-swing, cleaving the elemental in 2.
"Did you just use me to cut wood?" Kagehimi's voice said inside his head.
Ryun grimaced as he heard it. He was still not used to having another voice inside of his head. It was a monster.
"A wood monster? I am not to be used for cutting up firewood."
Ryun sighed. "So you would have me not use you at all?"
"Of course not. Just be aware of my brilliance and use me against sufficiently worthy foes. I don't ask for much."
"Right," Ryun said, and banished her back to somewhere deep inside of himself. She had told him that her physical form rested inside of his soul, something he had no reason to doubt. He turned his attention back at the 2 fighting the monsters. Enka had managed to kill 3 of the elementals, and Jish another 4, leaving 3 of them alive. Both warriors had small cuts on their bodies, their battle robes soaking in the blood. Ryun adjusted his filters and saw that these elementals were all Tier 2. They were something called Forest Guardians, U. He watched as Jish activated some kind of class ability that made him spin, turning him into a tornado of blades, which cut into one of his opponents, sending wood chips flying in all directions. Ryun had seen enough to gauge their strength now, so there was no point in further delay. He glanced at Airclaw, who had remained at his side. Ryun had told the wolf his intentions before they set out, and so Ryun nodded at the wolf before turning back to the combat. With an inevitable step, he closed the distance, arriving next to a forest guardian attacking Enka. He backhanded the monster and wood splintered, the entire top half of its body exploding into a shower of wooden debris that scattered across the forest floor. Enka froze, startled by the display. Ryun glanced to Jish and saw Airclaw holding the last monster in one of his huge clawed hands. The wolf squeezed, and the monster's head exploded in his grasp. The 2 warriors were looking at them warily, breathing quickly and bleeding. The Cretan had yellow blood, but he was in better shape than Enka. He didn't know their exact levels, but he knew that they hadn't evolved their classes yet, and that they were in the Foundation realm on the path. Jish was mid-Foundation, and Enka early Foundation. But he could tell that their advancement had been poor. They hadn't prepared. They hadn't cycled. It was a waste. He pulled out 2 healing potions from his ring and gave 1 each. "That was bad," Ryun said, eliciting a look of hurt in both of their eyes. Ryun was surprised at just how expressive Jish's tiny black eyes were. He could read them fairly well. "Forgiveness, Lord," Jish said as he tried to catch his breath. "But we are not as high level as you." Ryun heard the defensiveness in the tone, but he didn't need that now. "It's not your fault. It is the fault of the ones who trained you, who made you advance on your path without strengthening your base. I don't know much about your classes and path, something I will need to change going forward, but at least there is something here for me to work with." The 2 looked at each other. "You intend to train us?" Enka asked, surprised. "Of course I do. I have taken up the role of your leader, and I don't need weak followers. I will show you how to advance properly. From now on, you should only accumulate essence. Don't spend any of it until I figure out the best way for making you stronger." The 2 had disbelieving looks on their faces. Ryun frowned. "You are surprised by this. Why?" "That isn't how sects usually work. If you prove that you are a valuable member of the sect, you are given enough essence to advance. You do get some training, but not from the leaders. The best and most valuable resources are given to those who have exceptional talent or have good connections with important members." Ryun snorted, and Airclaw growled,
"A pack is only as strong as its weakest member."
Ryun nodded in agreement. "Come, we still have a task ahead of us. We will speak more on your advancement when we get back." Chapter 54. Present. Ryun. Advancement. The deeper they got into the forest, the more monsters they encountered. At first, Ryun and Airclaw had allowed Jish and Enka to fight while the 2 of them stayed nearby in case they needed help. The 2 warriors had killed a couple dozen of monsters and had earned quite a bit of essence. But once they started seeing stronger Tier 2 monsters, the 2 started having problems, and Ryun and Airclaw were forced to interfere. From what Ryun gathered, their limit was monsters of that which were, by his estimate, equivalent of level 70. Beyond that, and they had trouble fighting them. It was to be expected, as the 2 weren't even level 60 yet, but people could utilize their levels better than most monsters. There were exceptions to everything, of course. They had already spent about 3 hours in the forest, and had yet to see any sign of their target. As they started encountering stronger monsters, Ryun pulled out a simple sword. He did not like standing still, not advancing. Usually he spent all his free time gathering essence from his surroundings, but Kagahimi's essence-gathering abilities didn't work here since there was no night. That frustrated him a bit, but he had more than one way of gathering essence, and the monsters around them had just become powerful enough to make them valuable to his advancement. A group of tree monsters called Protector Treants, barred their path, and Ryun met them. He closed the distance with his inevitable step, the distance before him disappearing as his ability activated and took him there in an instant. The treants looked like short trees, being a bit taller than Airclaw, who was himself about a head taller than Ryun. Their 2 arms were branch-like with sharpened tips, and their legs were made up of dozens of roots. As soon as he arrived next to them, he swung his sword at one of the monsters. Instead of the sword cutting through it, however, it got stuck about halfway through. The hole in the bark that was the monster's mouth howled with a creaking sound, and its hands shot at him. The sharpened tips hit his chest, and Ryun's eyes widened as they cut into his skin. He switched his breathing, settling into the form for his base technique, and the tranquil mantle settled around him, causing every one of his stats to boost up by 50% of their total. He pulled his sword out and cut the monster's hands off, then cut it again, his sword pushing through the tree-like body easily. Its death triggered his perk Regenerator, and the wounds healed quickly. He felt another of his perks take effect, Vampire, and a portion of the monster's stats was added to his own temporarily. He glanced at his stats and frowned. He had gotten more than 60 points of strength from killing the treant. Since his perk transferred 1/10 of the fallen enemy stats to him, that would put its strength at more than 600, which was more than he had without his tranquil mantle. It explained how it had managed to cut into him so deeply. His iron body made his skin nearly impenetrable, and when he had fought Fierre's warriors, the most that their weapons could do was nick him with shallow wounds that healed quickly. This monster, on the other hand, had gone almost as deep as Fierre himself had managed to go. He glanced around, seeing the other 7 treants hobbling over toward him slowly. They didn't seem all that fast, but they were strong. A hit from one of them could seriously injure Jish or Enka. He saw Airclaw jumping at one of the treants, launching himself from the ground with all 4 limbs. It felt like an ability, probably a variation on a leap. He smashed into one of the treants, his claws and jaws biting into it as it fell down. He wasn't worried about the wolf, but the other 2 had just reached the closest treant. With another inevitable step, Ryun closed the distance and blocked a branch-like hand from striking at Enka. She looked surprised at his action, which he understood as he hadn't really been helping them very much. Both of them had suffered injuries that he'd had them heal with healing potions. He pushed the treant back and then triggered his skill. He felt a sense of something inside of him, a ripple or an echo, as he reached for his perfect cut. His sword moved through the air almost casually and cut through the treant as if it weren't even there. The moment the sword passed through the monster, however, the blade shattered. Ryun frowned, looking at the handle in his palm. The sword had come from Earth. He had probably looted it from a corpse of an opponent that he didn't even remember. It hadn't been the best thing in his ring, but it was a solid blade. He shook his head and turned his attention to the other treants. Jish was dancing around one, cutting with his swords at it, but doing little damage. Thankfully, the treant was too slow to catch him. It looked like they had high endurance as well as strength. And he had failed to do what he had intended. He was still unable to use his skill at a lower power. He couldn't use a simple cut or any of the other forms that he had discovered. In a way, his evolved skill was a combination of them all. He was sure that he could cut something at a great distance the same way that he could with his spatial cut, but using it at full power took a lot from even him. He couldn't use it more than a few times in succession without exhausting himself. He realized that he had achieved something that a person of his power shouldn't have, that his body was not yet ready for the power. Perhaps he would manage it with more training. He glanced around and saw a treant coming straight at him. Enka was standing next to him and looked at the monster, her weapon held in both hands and pointed at it. Her spear was a poor weapon against these types of creatures, and he doubted that she had enough strength to damage it. "Do you know how to use weapons other than a spear?" Ryun asked. Enka glanced at him and answered, "Everyone in the Black Viper sect learns all the most common weapons before they choose a focus." Ryun nodded and pulled out 2 weapons from his ring. 2 great axes appeared in his hands, and he threw one at her. She was so surprised that she dropped her spear in order to catch the weapon, and then her eyes widened. "This—" she started as she looked at the weapon, but he interrupted her. "Here it comes. Be ready," Ryun said, and moved away, leaving the treant a clear path to Enka. She cursed and jumped back as it tried to swipe at her. Then she took the axe in both of her hands and swung from above her head. A bluish light enveloped the axe, and her chop struck the treant above its eyes, cutting deep into its bark-like body. Immediately ice spread out of the axe, freezing the body of the monster, widening the wound and reaching over its bark to cover its eyes. Enka pulled the weapon out, and the treant howled, its arms stabbing into its eyes to clear the ice. Enka attacked again, this time from the side, burying the axe's head deep into the treant. Her strength was still not enough to cut through it deeply, but she would be able to kill it now. That was one more thing that separated monsters from people, their gear. A low-level person could fight far above their level if they had better gear. Ryun left her to it and glanced behind him. "Jish!" he yelled and threw the other axe. The Cretan looked up just as the axe was about to hit him. He quickly dropped the weapons from his upper arms and caught it. The treant attacked him, and the commander managed to get the handle of the two-handed axe up in time to block. His lower arms stabbed at the monster, but did little. He jumped back, then looked at Ryun and at Enka behind him. He seemed to have realized that the weapon in his hands was special, so he swung with it, cutting into the treant at the point where its arm was growing out of its body. Immediately ice grew out of the gash, widening the wound and splintering the treant's arm. Seeing that the two could handle their foes, he turned away and walked to where Airclaw was fighting the majority of the treants. Both axes were rare weapons, and he had looted them from the corpse of a boss monster on Earth, one that had protected a high-level monster spawning point high in the mountains. One of the last ones on the planet, and an extremely high-level one at that. It had been a warrior Yeti, R, and it had been fairly powerful. It had wielded the two axes in one arm apiece, and had been extremely strong and fast. The ice powers of the axes had made Ryun's regeneration perk ineffective, as frozen-over wounds barely healed. He realized now that that monster had been more person-like than most monsters he encountered. In fact, he had encountered monsters that could even speak. It hadn't mattered to him back then, as they had just been in the way. Now, after meeting Airclaw, he knew that even monsters could be reasoned with. He wondered just what the difference was. He pulled out Kagehime and looked at her. "Worthy enough?" he asked her. She sighed inside of his head. "They are still wood." "Don't worry, I'll make it quick." He used Inevitable Step and reached a treant. With two lightning-fast attacks, he cut its arms off, Kagehime passing through the wood like it wasn't even there. Then he cut just above its roots and kicked it to the ground. Now immobile, the treant could just howl in its eerie, creaking voice. Ryun knelt next to it and stabbed his hand down, triggering his ability. Reeve pulled the essence out of the monster, and Ryun opened his mouth, devouring it all. It gave him just under 2,000 greater essence, which wasn't all that bad, seeing as he'd barely received 30 from killing them. He was much more powerful from them. His real strength came from his title rewards, his stats, and the strength of his cultivation. With them, he was much more powerful than even those close to his tiers of power. He looked around, searching for more monsters to harvest, but Airclaw had dealt with them all. It didn't matter much, as there was an entire forest filled with them. If he started harvesting these stronger monsters, he would quickly gather enough greater essence for advancement to the next realm, he knew, but his path was not one of blind advancement, but the careful building up of his base. He would cycle his essence several times before he moved to the next stage. The others gathered around him, looking at the dead monsters. A loot chest was sitting in the middle of the group. Ryun had learned that here in the Infinite Realm they didn't drop every time like they had on Earth, and yet he still doubted that there was anything of value for him there. He let Jish open it, and he found only some essence crystals inside. Ryun could see the Cretan looking at them longingly. "You want them?" Ryun asked. Jish looked up at Ryun, then glanced away. "I didn't contribute enough to the fight, Lord, and of course any loot is yours by right." Ryun sighed. He really didn't know how to deal with people. What was he supposed to say to that? Jish offered the 2 crystals to him, and Ryun took them, checking how much essence they held. Each had 100 greater essence. To a person of Jish's or Enka's level, that was enough to level up their class several times. Even Ryun could raise his level with that much. He could do it now, jump dozens of levels in an instant with the essence he had gathered, but his class wasn't his focus, and he didn't like wasting essence in it. He knew deep down that once he reached higher realms, the power his path would provide him was far greater than the instant rewards a class gave. But he did understand that there were benefits in raising one's level a bit. Both of them were so weak they had barely been able to kill the treants, which were only Tier 2s. However, it was impressive that they had managed to take down one each with their low levels and cultivation. Jish then offered the axe back to Ryun, Enka following a moment later. Again, he felt annoyed at them. He didn't like people acting in this way, nor did he even like people in general, and now he had to deal with them all. It was a pain, but he had agreed to lead them, and he didn't do things halfway. "What levels are you?" Ryun asked. Both of them looked surprised, then hesitant. Ryun knew that such questions were considered rude here, but he didn't care, not really. He glared at them until they answered. "I'm level 56, Lord," Jish answered. "And I'm level 52, Lord," Enka added after him. Ryun nodded. He already knew their cultivation levels from Onrush. He pushed their hands holding the axes back. "Keep the weapons. They are yours now." "But Lord," Jish exclaimed, "these weapons are treasures." Ryun nearly snorted. If they knew the kind of things he had in his storage, they would probably faint. "And now they are yours. I know that you have this idea in your head about what a leader, a master, needs to be. I am none of those things. I don't particularly care about any of you. The only reason why I agreed to be your leader was because I need to learn more about this world, because I need a safe place where I can grow my power. But I have given my word, and I will keep it. Here," he said, and offered them each an essence crystal. They looked surprised, but they took them. Ryun glanced at Airclaw, who was studying them silently. Somehow Ryun could tell what the wolf was thinking. Perhaps it had something to do with their contract, or perhaps they just thought alike. These 2 were too weak, and if they were going to continue on, they would soon become a burden, even more so than they already were. Ryun sighed. "Don't use those essence crystals yet." He looked around, then moved around the battlefield, storing the monsters' bodies in his second storage ring, the one that he'd gotten from Fier. There was a lot of room in that one. The monsters' bodies were very durable. Perhaps someone in the town could find a use for them. Once he was finished, he motioned for the 2 of them to stay put, while he had Airclaw follow him.
"What are you thinking, Two Legs?"
Airclaw asked once they were out of earshot. "Probably the same thing you are," Ryun said.
"They are weak,"
Airclaw agreed. "Yes, and I need them to be strong enough such that they can keep up with us."
"It would take a lot of essence to get them to our levels of power,"
Airclaw said. Ryun waved his hand. "If I wanted them to reach our level of power, I could have given them enough essence to make them both Lord Realm cultivators. No, I want them to earn their power. Their fighting so far has earned them some amount of that, and so I will help them along."
"What do you need from me?"
Airclaw asked. "Keep an eye out for any monsters headed our way. I don't want us to be disturbed," Ryun said. Airclaw nodded.
"A sign of a true alpha is taking care of his pack, making it stronger. I will do this for our pack."
Then he jumped away, heading into the forest. With that taken care of, Ryun returned to the 2, who stood hesitantly in the middle of the forest, looking around, probably searching for threats. "Now," Ryun said as he got close to them. He pulled out a blanket and seating cushions from Fierre's ring and sat down, motioning for the two to do the same. Once they did, he started talking. I have seen how you fight. You have some talent with your chosen weapons. You know how to move your bodies and lean on your strengths. You know how to utilize your abilities and techniques. At least that much your sect had taught you. But you are fairly weak compared to the monsters we now face. I need you to be stronger. Ryun paused. Speaking for longer periods of time was still not something that came easily to him. After a few beats, he continued. Tell me what classes you have, Ryun said. There was no question in his tone, and the two barely hesitated before answering. I'm a swordsman, Jish said. Spearwoman, Enka said. Both of those were uncommon classes, which didn't really surprise Ryun at all. From Onrush, he knew that classes and paths could be purchased here, but that the rarer they were, the more essence they cost, and people here didn't buy from the dealmaker, which did make sense. Why buy a class that had only a short description and gamble on how useful it could be, when you could buy something that had been tested and proven many times? From what Ryun had gathered from listening to Onrush and Kree, and the others in the town since he'd come to live there, only those with wealth and means got to buy better starting paths and classes. For the path, these two had to prove themselves to the sect, to become worthy of having it passed down to them. He didn't know how rare their path was, but if this sect was as powerful as Onrush seemed to think it was, then it was at least better than a common path. He thought a bit about what the best way to get them stronger would be. They had proven themselves enough against monsters in this forest that he felt like it wouldn't be too much of a handout to gift them essence for advancement. But the question was, what would be the best way to help them along without giving them power beyond what they had earned? He came to a decision and spoke again. All right, I want you to pull the essence from those crystals in and then put it into your path. How much do you need to advance your paths? Ryun asked. Both of them frowned. Our paths? Pardon, Lord, but with this essence, along with what we got for killing the few of the monsters, we could level up a lot. Ryun narrowed his eyes. They hadn't gotten much essence from the monster packs. They received essence based on their contribution to the fights, and more often than not Ryun or Airclaw had to interfere and help. Still, he knew that they had gotten quite a bit. Do you want to get stronger? Ryun asked. They glanced at each other, then back at him. Yes, they both answered. Good. Then you will follow my instructions, Ryun said. They hesitated, but eventually they did as he asked. Now tell me, how much more do you need to advance your cores? Ryun asked. Their faces turned up, hope and even greed filling their eyes. They told him. He pulled out a box filled with essence that he had cycled, and picked up enough crystals for their need, giving it to them. They greedily took it and looked at him expectantly. Pull it in until your core is full to the brim. Then cycle and drain it all, Ryun said. Their faces fell, a look of horror filling their faces. What? Enka asked. You didn't hear me? Ryun asked. I did, my lord, but why? It is such a waste, Enka complained. Jish hit her hand and her eyes widened. Forgiveness, Lord. Ryun sighed. You don't need to apologize for everything. Why do you think that is a waste? Why would we cycle if we could advance? Such essence is then useless for us, Enka said, and Jish looked at Ryun fearfully, but Ryun could see that even he wanted to know. Ryun gestured at the box, then pulled out several more from his ring. All of that essence is what I have cycled through. Their eyes opened wide at the display of wealth, but he could see that they didn't understand, so he explained. Advancement of the path is more than just filling your core and reaching a new realm. You think it is wasteful to cycle? I assure you it is not. Every time you do it, your core gets stronger, your chi gets denser. The more times you do it before you advance, the better the reward. Your techniques will get better. The perks you will be able to choose will get better. And if you do it enough times, you will even be able to upgrade the rarity of your path and receive improved techniques. Both of them blinked at that. Is that how you are so strong, Lord? Jish asked. Ryun nodded. A part of the reason, yes. Now do as I have said. They looked at each other hesitantly, but then they did as he asked. He had them do it 3 more times. The amount of essence that they needed was small, so he could spare some of his wealth on them. Once they were finished, he looked them both over. Can you feel the changes? Ryun asked.
Yes,
Enka yelled.
my core feels bigger, and my chi denser, as you've said, Lord.
Mine too, Jish agreed. When you advance, you will see that what you have done now will make you even stronger, Ryun told them. They glanced at the boxes filled with essence greedily, waiting for the next time. Ryun put his hand over the boxes and put them inside of his ring. They looked at him, startled. Now you will fill your cores on your own and advance when you have earned it. Their faces reflected their shock, the Cretan's equivalent being his beady eyes opening wide and his mandibles stretching to the side. But then Ryun pulled out just a few essence crystals. Now let us see what we can do about your classes. Having them evolve their class should make them strong enough for the rest of their mission, paired with the gear he planned on giving them. Ryun laughed out loud once he saw just how quickly their faces went from shock back to greed. Truly, this world was something else. Chapter 55. Present. Ryun. Good luck. Ryun devoured the essence from the treant at his feet. They had been traveling through the forest for almost a full day. He glanced up and saw Enka and Jish take care of the last 2 treants, while Airclaw stood nearby watching. He had given them enough essence that both of them had reached level 59, but he didn't want them to evolve their classes just yet. The quality of the choices for class evolution was dictated by their accomplishments, their fighting style, skill with weapons, and titles. There were many titles that could be obtained, some that didn't give any real reward other than essence. But while they didn't give greater bonuses, they did count toward the rarity of the perks and upgrades that a person could choose from. Ryun wanted them to get better class evolutions. He had given their cultivation a good base, and once they advanced on their own, they would see the benefits of cycling. Hopefully they would realize that fast advancement was only good in the short term, and perhaps they would share their new knowledge with the others. People in this world didn't seem to care to cycle, as everything was focused on advancement and power level. The greater one's realm, the more respected one was. He had enough wealth that he could have everyone in the town cycle several times through, especially since 1 essence crystal could be passed to those who hadn't used that essence before. It was a shame that once someone cycled essence, then gave it to someone else to cycle it through their core, they couldn't then use it again. The essence somehow remembered every person that had used it, even if it was mixed with other essence, and only the one that had never been used by a person would be absorbed from the crystal. But cycling would, perhaps, be too powerful of a tool, if that was possible. Still, he was not going to give everyone essence. He would help the few individuals who had proven themselves, allow them to cycle a bit, perhaps gain a few levels, but no more. He did not want them to become so dependent on him, nor was he some benevolent ruler with an ingrained need to help others. If they wanted to be strong, they would have to gain that strength on their own. Ryun was a monster. He knew that, and he accepted it. He knew that he could never be forgiven for what he had done, nor did he want that forgiveness. There was no one left who could forgive him, and Zachariah most certainly was not someone whose forgiveness he would welcome, nor who would offer it. Riun had learned the truth of the world and the people who lived in it deep underground, sleeping in his own filth, and he had done horrible things in response, things that he didn't even remember. Zachariah would never forgive him for the pain and horror that he had inflicted. He had accepted to lead these people, but he would not make the same mistake he had before. There was one thing that he remembered clearly, the town that he had led back then. The people who had followed him because they'd thought the same as he had. The people who were enslaved and murdered because others could not bear to look at something that they could not control. The first domino in his decision to rid the world of those who would keep others underneath their boots. He remembered the darkness, the hole, the blood and stench filling his nostrils. But then he did not remember the things that came after as clearly, but only as if through a fog. He remembered only the taste of blood, the coldness, the fields of bodies, cities burning, and then clarity. He did not know what he had forgotten. Something important, perhaps, along with the distant past and seemingly how to interact with people, but his reasons for what he had done were not among those things. He had still believed that what he had done was justice, was what they deserved. He still remembered the emotion, the hate that he felt, and he had seen no reason to stop. What he did know was that he no longer felt as normal people did. It did not mean that he couldn't care. He was just mostly indifferent. He felt emotion. He had gotten angry since then, had gotten sad, irritated even, but in most cases people had no longer been that important to him. Helping these two, even the entire town, was the same to him as killing a monster, just something that he could do. Spending more time with people, he remembered the reasons why he had stopped interacting with others on Earth long ago. They were self-centered, weak. They waited for others to give them power instead of taking it for themselves. They lamented their fate, their luck, cursed those who had more than them, coveted what was not theirs. It was all so tiring. If he hadn't agreed to lead, then he would have probably left a while ago, and he stayed not because of these people, but because of a monster. Airclaw had convinced him to stay, just by introducing something new into Riun's life, by making things interesting. Riun was bored and had been for years. Once he had closed the last monster-spawning point in the world, he had run out of challenges. The people who had survived had not been strong enough to threaten him. Except, at the end, Zachariah had showed him that he was wrong. Riun had been wrong about many things recently. Perhaps a part of why he wanted to stay was because he refused to be anything other than the best version of himself. He needed people, no matter how much he disliked them, and so at least he could make them strong enough not to be a burden. They looted the monsters and continued on, searching for the fortress. So far they had poor luck, but the forest was enormous, and they had only been looking for a day. Then Airclaw walked over to him and whispered, too softly for the other two to hear, but loud enough for Riun.
"There is a pack of monsters nearby,"
Airclaw said. They had been encountering only a few of them at a time, 3 or 4 at the most, but Riun needed more for what he had planned. "How many?" Airclaw's ear twitched.
"A dozen,"
he said. The wolf had learned a lot since he advanced, but the numbers were probably the most important thing that he had become familiar with. "Lead the way," Riun whispered back. They changed direction, heading straight for the monsters. Jish and Denka inquired about why they'd changed direction so suddenly, but neither Riun nor Airclaw answered. "Oh, I'm going to enjoy watching this," Kagahimi said inside his head. Riun didn't comment. Quickly they found them. It was a mixed group. Half were treants, the others wood elementals like the ones that had attacked the town. Only both monster types were Tier 2. It was perfect for what he had planned. He had asked both of his warriors what kind of titles they had, and thankfully they lacked at least one that they could easily acquire for themselves. Ryun turned, startling the two warriors walking behind him. Then he jumped forward, his body floating over the ground, making no sound. He grabbed Jish by his waist and jumped, getting high up into the trees. The Cretan was frozen as Ryun deposited him next to himself. He glanced back at Enka, who looked at them, confused. The monsters had noticed and were heading straight for her. "Lord, shouldn't we help her?" Jish asked. Ryun shook his head. Then, when he saw that Enka was looking at him, he pointed at the monsters and spoke. "Good luck." Enka looked back at the 13 monsters that were rushing at her, and she readied her axe. Aside from the weapons that he had gifted them, he had also given them new gear, better gear. She should be able to take care of the monsters, even though they were almost a tier higher than her. She could take them. Probably. Airclaw climbed up the tree and sat down next to Ryun, watching. "Lord, what—" Jish started, but Ryun raised a hand, silencing him. The fight had just started, and he wanted to see how his subordinate conducted herself. Chapter 56. Present. Rayla. Sisters. "She is late," Durgabor said as he stabbed his dagger into the tree, trying to pull the tough bark off. "Stop that," Rayla told him. The constant stabbing was annoying her. Durgabor stabbed the trunk again, forcing Rayla to turn and look at him. He grinned at her, but then saw her expression. Quickly he pulled his dagger out and sheathed it on his hip. "Sorry." Rayla turned back, looking at the path in front of them, waiting for her sister to come. Naira might not be the most responsible person around, but she had never missed an appointment, not with Rayla, and she was starting to worry. "Can't you do that twin thing of yours?" Durgabor asked. Rayla grimaced. "I can't reach her," she admitted, which was one of the reasons why she was worried. Rayla and her sister had a unique perk, a link that allowed them to talk no matter how far away from each other they were. Currently, she could feel that Naira was there, but she couldn't reach her. That by itself was no cause for concern, as there were many things that could interrupt their link. If one of them was in a dungeon while the other wasn't, they wouldn't be able to talk. If one of them was asleep, or if they were speaking with the deal-maker, the list went on. But Rayla just didn't think that Naira would be engaged in any of those activities. Naira knew that she had to check in and give Rayla her report, and she wouldn't miss the meeting no matter what, which meant that something had gone wrong with her mission. Naira had been supposed to go and pick up the stolen materials from the miners they had trained and equipped, then get them to Rayla so that she could use them to accomplish her mission. The two of them had been dispatched to the front line, tasked with slowing down the expansion. Rayla had been working on a settlement in a nearby territory, while Naira had been working in the territory that they were currently in. Durgabor pulled his dagger out of his sheath and started twisting it around his fingers. "She is just being an asshole, making us wait because we got the better job." He did have a point there. Her sister could be difficult when she didn't get what she perceived as her right, and she could be resentful, especially when Rayla was concerned. The difference in their strength was the most common issue for their fights, and their arguments had just gotten worse since Rayla had increased the level gap between them again and gained another perk. Rayla understood why she felt that way. The two of them were twins, identical in almost every way, but while both had been given the same opportunities and resources, Rayla was the one who had pulled ahead. Sometimes she felt bad for her twin when she saw how much she wanted to prove that she was just as good as she was. Rayla had tried to talk to Naira about it, told her that she would catch up soon, but every time she tried it only led to more arguments. Still, Rayla didn't think that her sister would actually stoop so low as to ignore orders. She had always been extremely dedicated to their service.
"Something is wrong," Rayla said. "Naira might be an asshole sometimes, but she wouldn't miss a meeting, not for anything."
Durgabor caught his dagger and looked at Rayla, then nodded. "Yeah, you're right." He sighed. Something happened. Rayla pushed off the tree she had been leaning on and raised her blue and gold winged helmet before putting it on her head. She pulled out her long spear from her storage ring and looked into the distance. The former miners' camp wasn't far away. They could get there in an hour if they paced themselves. "We should check their camp," Rayla said to her partner. "Right. You think they ran into trouble?" Durgabor asked. "The miners pose no threat, and there shouldn't be anyone strong enough to threaten Naira and her team in this territory," Rayla said. But she knew better than to dismiss anything. The Infinite Realm was not a kind place. It was filled with all manners of dangers and monsters. Only the strong thrived here. "Let's go," Rayla told him, and then they started running through the forest. They approached the camp slowly, taking care not to make any sound. Once they reached close enough, they hid and observed. The only living things in the camp were two men, a drake and a human. They sat next to a fire and spoke too softly for her to hear. The sun had not yet turned to the moon, but it would soon. Rayla looked around, searching for any signs of her sister or even the miners. Her skill power sense told her that the two were strong as Rayla herself was. Of course, levels, cultivation, and stats weren't everything, but they accounted for much. She worried that her sister had gotten herself in trouble. Durgabor placed his hand on hers and then gestured to the side. Rayla followed his gaze and saw her sister. She sighed in relief as she saw her. Naira and her team were chained with sealing manacles and tied to a tree. All three were in a sitting position and were slumped down unconscious. It explained why she couldn't reach her sister with their link. "How are we doing this?" Durgabor asked. Rayla glanced back to the two. Aside from her skill telling her that they were strong, the fact that they captured her sister's team alive told her more. From the fact that they managed to subdue and capture Naira and her team without any grievous injuries meant that they knew how to utilize their powers effectively. It also told her that they wanted them alive, which meant that the two were most likely wardens. "We need to set Naira and the others free," Rayla said. Her sister was the priority. They couldn't allow any information to get back to their superiors. "They didn't interrogate them yet," Durgabor said. He knew about the link, so he knew what Rayla and Naira could do with it. If Naira had been interrogated, or even awake after the fight, she would have told Rayla. She had to have been unconscious since they fought. "We can't let them try it," Rayla said. She wasn't worried about them torturing them. Such means didn't reveal any true information, and the three were trained. They wouldn't talk. But there were skills, abilities, and techniques that might allow one to take the information right out of their heads. She didn't know if these two had such powers, but even still, most of those abilities required the target to be awake. She didn't think they had managed to learn anything, not yet. "We killing them?" Durgabor asked as his hand tightened on his dagger. Rayla knew that they might be able to take the two if they caught them unaware and ended the fight quickly. They had killed stronger opponents before by working together, but if the two were in fact wardens, then killing them would bring more trouble than it was worth. From her briefings, she knew that they were to avoid the wardens for as long as possible and kill them only as a means of last resort in cases where they managed to learn the truth and obtain proof. Killing wardens would surely mean an increase in their patrols and forces being deployed in the frontier territories, which would impede their plans. And if the wardens found out who killed one of theirs, they would mobilize their entire force to hunt down the culprits.
"No, we can't afford to,"
Rayla whispered back. She pulled out 3 small vials filled with red liquid and offered them to Durgabor.
"I'll go and grab their attention. You go around and heal them, then free them and run. I'll follow once you are clear."
She was the strongest and the fastest one of them. She felt confident that she could escape the 2 men. Durgabor nodded. His form shimmered, and he turned nearly translucent, his entire presence vanishing as he walked away. Rayla looked at the 2 men sitting in the middle of the camp, and she pulled her spear out of her storage and stood up, walking out into the clearing. Chapter 57. Present. Rayla. Clash. Rayla walked slowly toward the 2 men, not bothering to hide her presence at all. Her behemoth bone spear was held in her right hand, her red and gold armor shining in the dimming light. The 2 noticed her as soon as she stepped out of her hiding place. "Halt!" the Drake yelled out as the 2 of them stood up. He pulled out a warden's badge and showed it to her. "I am a warden. Do not approach. Identify yourself and state your business." Rayla paused. The badge confirmed that the 2 were wardens. That complicated things, but it didn't change what she had to do. She needed to buy some time for Durgabor to get into position. The human looked at her intently, then glanced at the tree where Naira was tied. "A twin sister," he said as he recognized her appearance. The Drake just grunted and hefted his shield, not quite in a threatening manner, but clearly readying for a fight. "May I ask why my sister and her friends are tied up?" Rayla said, taking a step forward. She needed their eyes on her and not on them. The Drake raised his mace, while the man put his hand to the side and a long and curved sword appeared there. Immediately she could tell that the sword was an awakened object, and that made him even more dangerous. Such things were rare and highly sought after. Those who were weak would often be killed by those who coveted such objects. "Your sister," the Drake spoke, "refused to cooperate with us and engaged in hostile behavior. She will be questioned and transported to the nearest warden outpost for processing. You are welcome to come with us and speak on her behalf." Rayla sighed. Naira should have known better than to engage in combat with the wardens. Her first course of action should have been to run, but Rayla knew that her sister was impulsive and eager to be recognized. It was why she made stupid mistakes, and ironically was why she wasn't given more responsibility. "I'm afraid that I cannot let you take them. I apologize for any offense that they gave, but we are expected to return home. If you would release them to my custody, I promise that they won't be making any more trouble for you," Rayla told them. "And where exactly is your home?" the Drake asked. "We are from a small city up north, in Endless Dream territory," Rayla told them. The Endless Dream was an adventuring organization, one specializing in dungeon diving, and they had a territory nearby. It wouldn't be odd for a group of adventurers to be in the frontier territories. Finding an unknown dungeon could be very profitable. "So you are adventurers," the Drake's tone clearly stated that he didn't believe her. "Why was your sister dealing with escaped miners turned bandits then? We observed her group collect the goods that the bandits stole. Surely true adventurers wouldn't stoop so low as to steal." Rayla cursed her sister for her stupidity. She had been told to make sure that the collection of goods wasn't observed by anyone other than the miners themselves. "I'm sure that what you saw was just a misunderstanding," Rayla said as she saw a small distortion around Naira and her team. Durgabor's ability gave him camouflage, allowing him to take on the appearance of his surroundings, as well as muffling his presence, but he could still be seen if someone was perceptive enough.
"We will need to clear up this misunderstanding. If you would relinquish your weapon and join us at our fire, we can wait for your sister to wake up and then establish exactly what the truth is," the Drake said.
Rayla couldn't do that, of course, and she could tell that the two men knew it. She raised her spear and entered a fighting stance.
"I'm sorry, but we really don't have the time to wait."
The two men were ready for her, but still she advanced. She entered her basic breathing form and triggered her base technique, flow. The chi flowed through her body, making every one of her movements fluid, allowing her to chain moves smoothly. She activated her movement ability, Haze Burst, and she felt the air around her shimmer and her speed increase. She shot forward, activating her support ability in the process. Immolation burst over her body, blue flames surrounding her armor. She knew that she was at a disadvantage, fighting 1-on-2, and fighting people who had defeated her sister and her team. She didn't hold back at all. The Drake stepped forward and she activated her combat ability. Mirage Double's form shimmered into existence over her own, a warrior made out of blue light. The Double stabbed forward and the Drake raised his shield to block, but the Double's spear was just a mirage, and it passed through the shield harmlessly. Behind it came her real spear. She aimed the attack at the Drake's shoulder. But just before her spear connected, the human appeared next to the man, and his sword swiped upward, blocking her spear. She pivoted backward quickly, executing another haze burst to evade the human's counterattack. She was surprised that he had realized the danger, but if he had fought Naira, then perhaps he had already seen the ability. She saw a hole in the middle of his chest. His armor was parted there, as if he had been speared. Both Rayla and Naira had the same class, the Twin Flame Valkyrie, a legendary class that they had gotten for accomplishing a great feat prior to gaining access to Essence. They both followed the same path as well, that of the Lotus Dance. Their abilities and techniques were the same. The only difference was that they had different skills. Naira utilized a short spear along with a buckler, while Rayla fought with a single spear. Her sister had gone down a path of balance between offense and defense, while Rayla put more focus into offense alone. Their fighting styles differed some, but they had learned together, so they remained more alike than not. The biggest difference between the two of them were levels. Naira was level 80, while Rayla had reached level 90. Reaching that level had allowed her to gain a perk that made her class far deadlier than her twins. The most important perk that every person with a class that heavily relied on abilities searched for, or at least most, the True Classer perk, which halved all the cooldowns for her abilities. That meant that she could utilize them better, and with a shorter downtime. It was the perk that made a class that much more powerful. As soon as she finished her short retreat, she jumped forward again. Her immolation was draining her stamina for as long as it was active, but her build allowed for the extended use of her abilities. She hadn't always been able to fight as she could now. It had taken years of careful building up of her class until she had the right perks to make it truly shine. Her sister had, unfortunately, gone down a different path, one that she believed in, but she had not yet received everything that she needed in order to fully utilize her skills. The Drake activated an ability, and his form was now covered in violet plates of light, as if he had extra armor. His shield and his mace had been covered in the same manner, as if another, larger form of his weapon and shield had been superimposed on top of the real ones. The plates were translucent, but somehow appeared solid. She stabbed her spear at the human, getting in close so as to better utilize her immolation. Just standing near him would hinder him with heat. But as she got close, she felt a gentle breeze pick up, blowing around him and chilling the air. The ability wasn't providing him nearly as much trouble as immolation usually did to her other opponents, so she disabled it to conserve her stamina. His sword moved, and she whirled, her spear blocking the strike just as a small burst of air hit her in the face, making her blink. Her power sense told her that the drake had moved. She could not only tell how strong they were, but it allowed her to track their signatures while nearby. She opened her eyes even as she moved out of the way of his mace. It just nearly missed her, and she had no time to even adjust as the man stabbed his sword at her. She couldn't get her spear up in time to block, so she triggered her skill swipe. Her spear moved into an attack in front of her, swiping in a crescent arc, leaving a trace of a curved blue line in the air from the tip of her spear. The skill was intended for an attack, but she used it now defensively to block the sword coming at her. She danced to the side, forcing the human to turn with her and leaving the drake between them. She could tell that the two of them weren't used to fighting together. They probably became partners only recently, and that was something she could take advantage of. She moved back as she attacked it and deflected, always keeping the human between her and the drake. The human attacked her, his sword moving in sure, quick attacks. With every strike, his sword became fainter, looking like it was just a visible gust of wind. It was strange fighting it, but she knew that had to be the power of the awakened sword. It was harder to see, but it was still the same size, so she could adjust. Again, a gentle gust of wind hit her, and she realized that it wasn't an ability or technique, but rather a perk. The wind around the man was moving strangely. It wasn't much of a problem, but it was a nuisance. She could also tell that the man knew her fighting style, as he was adjusting to her attacks and attacking when she was vulnerable. She switched her breathing form, activating haste. The chi inside of her quickened, and with it her speed increased. She gained a 40% boost to her speed, and started blocking the man's sword with greater ease. She could tell that his strength and dexterity were closely matched with hers, but with haste she was now the quicker one. She triggered her mirage double and snapped her spear forward. He didn't bother with the mirage, but he was still confused by it, and her spear flashed through his defense and nicked his skin in between the armor on his arm. She drew blood and felt her perk 1,000 cuts activating, and the blood flowed just a bit more than such a cut usually would. Immediately after she cut him, his sword shot forward far faster than before, nearly taking her off guard. The attack would strike her side, and she couldn't block in time, so she had no other choice but to trigger her perk. Goddess of Speed triggered, and her dexterity doubled, and with her haste she suddenly moved far, far faster. Her spear flashed and blocked the attack, then she struck out. The man's eyes widened, and he tried to block, but he wasn't fast enough. His attack had allowed him to be quicker for 1 moment, but her perk allowed for 2. Her spear stabbed into his shoulder, drawing blood. With that, Goddess of Speed ended, and she was back to her regular speed. The drake had moved around, and as she attacked the human again, his shield blocked her. She pivoted, using swipe to attack the drake and get some more distance between them. A mirage double followed, but she didn't attack. Instead, she used the distraction to change her breathing form yet again. She entered her fruit technique, and falling petals triggered. The tip of her sword was flooded with chi, and she snapped it forward. The human had moved to stand next to the drake, and as her spear shot forward, the drake put his shield up and blocked the strike. As soon as her spear hit the shield, the technique triggered, and a wave of blue petals exploded over it, pushing forward beyond the shield and amongst the two men. The human's perk that made the wind move around him protected him from most, but many still touched him. The hundreds of petals, each imbued by the chi aspect of sharpness, hit them and cut. Dozens of cuts appeared on their armors, and dozens more on their exposed skin. Each cut was small, tiny even, but with 1,000 cuts, each wound bled more. The drake cursed and slammed his shield into the ground, and a dome of violet energy spread from it, pushing the petals away from him and the human. Then the drake's eyes narrowed on her. He bashed his shield forward, and a shockwave exploded out of it. Rayla had already moved, her haze burst shooting her to the side, but even still she was too slow. The shockwave hit her and sent her flying through the air, and she fell and rolled over the ground. Just as she got to her knees, the human leapt into the air, 2 white wings appearing on his back. He closed the distance quickly, his sword coming down on her. She put her spear up to block, but the sword met the bone of her spear, and a wave exploded out of his sword, pushing her down. Her block moved with the attack, and his sword cut into her shoulder. She winced, her eyes closing from the wind and dust that hit her in the face. Something hit her chest, and she was sent back to the ground. She rolled and got up again, her shoulder aching in agony. Without delay, she triggered another of her perks, Rapid Recovery, and the wound hissed as it started to heal. The human attacked again, his sword swiping at her. She stabbed back, abandoning defense as she used greater stab. The man changed his attack into a block, and Rayla used Haze Burst to move and get a bit more distance between them. She glanced at her opponents, seeing their armors covered in blood, but they were still standing. She hadn't done enough damage to really hinder them. The Drake walked over, his mace and shield ready, and the human adopted a stance with his sword raised above his head. She couldn't hold them for much longer, but she didn't dare look toward where her sister was to check Durgabor's progress, as she didn't want to alert them to anything. The two advanced, and she knew that she couldn't fight with them head-on again. But the decision was taken out of her hands as the human leapt again. He reached her and swung his sword. She put her spear up to block, but then watched in horror as the sword seemingly passed through her spear and then into her side. It passed through her without injuring her, and she tried to use Haze Burst but found herself unable. Her eyes widened as the Drake ran over, his mace raised to attack. Before he could, a small black ball hit the ground in front of her, and black smoke exploded out of it, covering the two wardens. Rayla saw Durgabor then, his twin daggers glowing with red light as he entered the smoke and stabbed. She heard more than saw his attacks, and then he turned around. Rayla got to her feet and glanced toward the tree, seeing that her sister and her team were no longer there. "Go," she said to Durgabor, and the two of them ran toward the forest, leaving coughing and disoriented wardens behind. She tried to use her abilities again, and found that she was unable. Her chi was likewise silent. She felt fear seep in, and she tried again. This time, her Haze Burst triggered, and she surged forward, catching up to Durgabor. They reached the river, and she saw her sister and her team waiting for them. "Sis, I can explain," Naira started, but Rayla cut her off. "Later." They didn't have the time. They needed to put as much room between them and the wardens in case they decided to follow. And she was too shaken from not being able to use her abilities. It had to be a silence ability, but those were rare. She looked at her screens, making sure that everything was all right. Name: Rayla Orn. Race: Human. Infinite Realm. Titles: Third Heritage. Was born to the rankers of the third iteration. Plus 5% to all stats. 500 greater essence. Great feat. Kill a Tier 1 monster without help from someone with essence before obtaining a class, path, or skill. Choose a legendary class, path, or skill. Gain a unique perk. Adventurer. Hunted more than 100 monsters. Plus 5 to all stats. 5 greater essence. Hero of Promise. Save more than 10 people with a single action. Plus 5 to all stats. 5 greater essence. One against many. Fight against more than 10 opponents alone and win. Plus 5 to all stats. 200 greater essence. Class Evolution 1. Evolved your class. Plus 5 to all stats. 5,000 essence. Perks. Twin Link. Unique perk. Your mind is linked with that of your twin, allowing you to speak to each other regardless of the distance. Valkyrie's Descent. Class perk. Once per combat, jump high into the air and then descend toward the targeted area and stab your weapon into the ground, releasing a shock wave around you. Strength of effect depends on strength stat. Fire resistance, class perk. Your body is resistant to fire. You gain 20% passive fire resistance and gain additional 1% fire resistance for every 15 points of endurance, currently 25.8%. Goddess of Speed, class perk. Once per combat, double your total dexterity for 2 strikes. Body of the Wolf, path perk. Your body utilizes your endurance more efficiently. Your stamina is counted as if your total endurance is doubled. All stamina-draining ability costs are reduced by half. Sharpness, aspect perk. When using techniques, your movements are sharper. Any weapon you hold has its edges sharpened. Gain a passive 10% piercing bonus to your attacks while any technique is active. 1,000 Cuts, class perk. Every injury you inflict that draws blood heals 20% slower and bleeds 10% more. Rapid Recovery, class perk. Once per combat, heal a non-lethal injury. Speed of recovery equals twice your vitality. True Classer, class perk. All base cooldowns for your abilities are halved. Class: Twin Flame Valkyrie, L. Level: 90. 0 of 770 Greater Essence. Combat ability: Mirage Double. Movement ability: Haze Burst. Support ability: Immolation. Cultivation: The Lotus Dance, C. Stage: Early Foundation, 17 of 500 Greater Essence. Aspect: Sharpness. Base Technique: Flow. Branch Technique: Haste. Fruit Technique: Falling Petals. Passive Skills: Combat Mastery, evolved to Spear Mastery, 4 of 10. Night Eyes, 5 of 10. Power Sense, 6 of 10. Active Skills: Stab, evolved to Greater Stab, 3 of 10. Swipe, 9 of 10. Throw, 7 of 10. Strength: 210. Dexterity, 310. Vitality, 91. Endurance, 91. Intelligence, 91. Wisdom, 92. Everything seemed to be in order, which made her relax a bit. She didn't like the feeling of not being able to use her powers, not one bit. She continued on, the others following behind her. They needed to reach safety, and she needed to talk to her sister and learn what exactly happened. Then she would need to report back. Their mission was too important, and the appearance of 2 wardens too big of a development for her to deal with alone. She was going to need to get back to the tower and speak with the commander, but for now they needed to get as far away as possible. She did not want to fight the 2 wardens again. Both sides had been holding back. Neither she nor they had been trying to kill, and she didn't want to escalate a fight with them to that level. She glanced back, wondering if they would follow after them. Chapter 58. Present. Ryun. Not the first. Ryun looked at the ruin in front of him. The stone walls were overgrown with vines. Trees and moss were growing out of the cracks. Collapsed sections were plenty, but still there was no masking the magnificence of the structure. The walls were only twice his height, worn and faded, broken, but they hid the glory within. The fortress inside of the walls was large, wide, and tall. It looked like a 4-sided pyramid with 7 levels, and each level was a large platform filled with plants of all kinds. Trees and flowers, all growing widely, creating a chaotic mess that looked quite beautiful. Airclaw, Enka, and Jish stood next to him, looking at the fortress. The bodies of the dead monsters filled the courtyard. The treants had gotten stronger the closer they got to the fortress, and it had taken them 3 days since he had Jish and Enka level and evolve their classes. Before that, he had forced both of them to fight packs of enemies by themselves, so that they got the one-against-many title. The amount of titles one had, as well as their rarity, were one part of what dictated the quality of choices they would have when they advanced or leveled. Both of them had upgraded their uncommon classes to rare ones. Jish had evolved his swordman class to blade dancer, and Enka her spearwoman class to dragoon. Both had gotten to pick new perks, and under his guidance had made their choices. He had given them both weapons to suit them better, replacing the axes he had given them initially. By now they knew how to fight the treants, and the axes weren't necessary for them to do damage. Jish had received 2 arming swords, as well as 2 short swords. None were as unique as the axes, and they only gave small bonuses to stats, but they were well-made weapons. Enka had received a yari, and, like the swords, it only increased her stats without providing an effect like the axes. Along with their new perks, they had also evolved their abilities, and had spent the last 3 days testing them out. A class evolution didn't provide anything in terms of raw stats, but it did provide a significant boost in power, especially since they had increased the rarity of their class. Their abilities were much more powerful now, and they could take down the Tier 2 treants if they worked together and were careful. It still wasn't easy for them, but at least they weren't useless now. Airclaw and Ryun, of course, had no issues. Ryun was starting to get bored. He had expected at least some kind of a challenge. Still, he was getting excited as they walked into the fortress, as he hoped that there was something strong enough inside to make him use his true power. He hadn't had the chance to do that in a long time. Not even Fier had done that, as once Ryun had gotten access to his full power, it became almost laughably easy to kill him. They entered the fortress and made their way through the corridors. Treants attacked them at every turn, but Ryun let Enka and Jish deal with them, while he and Airclaw stayed back. They advanced, climbing the inside of the pyramid, while finally they reached a large room. It was square, with a tall and open ceiling that showed the blue sky and let light into the room. And there, at the back of the room, on a massive throne, sat a monster. It, like all the monsters they had seen so far, was made out of bark, wood that was twisting into a shape of a massive monster. It somewhat resembled a wooden bear standing upright, gray in color, with antlers on its head, and 2 empty sockets from which emerald light shone. The monster looked at them as they entered the room, and then it used its clawed hands to push itself from its throne.
"So,"
the monster rumbled in a deep, growly voice,
"more chosen come to our broken lands in search of power. For all that the Dealmaker favors you, he still sends you to your deaths."
Ryun blinked. He hadn't expected the monster to be able to speak, but it wasn't the first time he had seen one like it. He glanced at Airclaw, seeing that his ears were perked up and his eyes locked onto the monster. Ryun could tell that it was strong, but not how strong. "We are here for the anchoring crystal. Give it to us, and we will leave you in peace," Ryun offered. Not that he had any problem killing the monster, but if he could spare himself the search, it would be a plus in his book. The monster laughed.
"Of course you came for the crystal. All others who came here did so for the same reason. None have ever left. I have been offered many things for the crystal by your kind, and never have I accepted. I am not like you, Chosen. My kind might have been shackled, our lives deemed unworthy for anything but to be fodder for your growth. I am forced to guard this place that had once been the heart of my kingdom, now only a broken piece of my world. My kind were not chosen like yours, but still I will spill your blood upon this floor for as long as the Cursed One sends you to me." At the very least, I can have some measure of revenge,
the monster finished with a growl. The monster glanced then at Airclaw, and the green fire in its eyes flared.
And you,
he growled at the wolf.
Better that you had spilled this one's blood than to have bound yourself to him. You betray all of us with your treason.
Ryun blinked at the monster's rant. He looked at Airclaw, but saw only confusion in his eyes. The wolf didn't know what this monster was saying, but Ryun remembered something. Its words were familiar to him. Many of the other intelligent monsters that he had encountered had spoken of similar things. And then things clicked into place for him, and he realized what it all meant. It was logical, in a way, but it didn't change things for him. He had killed his own kind, so he had no reason to stop killing monsters. But he did have pity for them, at least. Ryun summoned Kagehime and got ready. He didn't want to waste more time than necessary. "Give us the crystal or die." The monster turned its eyes back to Ryun.
You are not the first to try to kill me, and you will not be the last.
Ryun grew tired of its rants. He could barely tolerate other people, and he most certainly wasn't about to listen to this monster continue its speech. With the inevitable step, he closed the distance and swung his sword at the monster's neck, intending to decapitate it. The monster raised its hand, and green energy engulfed it, and it blocked the sword. Ryun blinked when he saw that Kagehime didn't even cut into the hand. The green energy had stopped the sword before it even struck. Then the monster moved, faster than Ryun would expect a being so large to be able to. Its other hand formed a fist and punched him in the chest, sending him flying back across the room. Ryun smashed into the wall, forming a crater and sending cracks spreading all over the wall. He fell from the hole he made down to his knees and coughed. Blood sprayed out of his mouth, splashing on the floor. Ryun blinked at it, the red soaking into the dirt and dust that covered the stone floor. He looked up at the monster, removing his filters. Leshy King, E. Information unknown. Ah, so that's why no one's managed to finish this scenario before. Chapter 59. Present. Ryun. Leshy. The pain in his chest was great. Ryun could tell that his ribs had been cracked, but already he felt the sensation of healing as his regenerator perk activated. As long as he was in combat, his healing would be increased by 150%, and with his high vitality, it meant that any injury would heal quickly. But he knew that the injury could have been much worse if he didn't have his true body perk. Untethered made his body refuse any influence that it was exerted to. Gravity held him less, and any impact that he suffered would lose its power quickly. The monster's attack had been so powerful that if his untethered body hadn't slowed down his flight through the air, he would have smashed through the wall and continued on, probably breaking every bone in his body. Leshy King, E. Information unknown. Ryun grimaced and stood up, glancing at the monster in front of him. Its name said that it was a Leshy, whatever that was, but it certainly was strong. The strongest opponent he had ever faced. He could feel a nearly forgotten sensation awaken deep inside of him. Fighting against someone who was as powerful as he, someone who could kill him. It had been so long since he had such a foe. The other rankers back on Earth had been nothing to him, even after they had used the same methods as he to gain strength. He dismissed Kagehime, her form turning to shadow and seeping into him. Then he looked up. "Airclaw, I need a few moments," Ryun said, wincing at the sharp pain in his chest. The wolf's eyes never left the monster, but he inclined his head as he heard Ryun's words. The wolf crouched and then launched himself at the monster. Ryun glanced at the two warriors, and Enka and Jish looked at him with wide eyes, worry and fear clear on their faces. It nearly made Ryun laugh. They felt fear when the only thing he felt was anticipation. "Get back. Don't interfere," Ryun told them. He pulled out a small vial filled with red liquid, a healing potion, and quickly drank it. He felt his injury healing even faster. Then he started taking his clothes off. The robes he wore these days were simple martial arts robes, with a sash at his waist. All black in color, they were well-made, sturdy, enchanted with repair and durability. It meant that they were useful for everyday wear. They were rarely damaged, and if they were, they would repair themselves in time. But for real combat, Ryun had something else. As he was taking off his clothes, Airclaw was fighting the monster. His strikes were fast, his claws hitting the monster all over, but no attack seemed to be able to penetrate the green glow around the monster. Ryun finished taking off his clothes and put them into his ring. Then he found his battle raiment of the Forgotten King, E, and equipped them. Aside from durability, the set was also enchanted with Equip, which allowed him to put it on directly from his storage. The new robes simply materialized over his body, without him needing to put them on the old-fashioned way. His new set of clothes looked similar to what he'd been wearing before, which was no coincidence, as his previous clothing had been fashioned to look like this set. But there were a few differences. His battle raiment looked like battle robes, but instead of being all black, they had dark red embroidery along the hems. Script in a language that neither Ryun nor anyone else could understand, aside from perhaps the monster that he had killed for it, was etched all along it. The raiment had been a reward from one of the last bosses on Earth, a monster that had protected one of the strongest monster-spawning portals. As soon as the raiment settled on him, he felt a surge of power. The set consisted of robes, pants, sash, cloth gauntlets, and knee-high combat boots. Altogether, they gave him plus 20 to all stats, as well as 20% damage reduction from all physical attacks. He pulled out 2 rings that gave him plus 20 to vitality and plus 20 to endurance and put them on. Ryun straightened and then summoned his sword again.
"That monster is strong,"
Kagehime told him, but he could feel her excitement. Ryun triggered her perk, Shadow's favorite, and his form started to blend into the shadows at the edges of the room. The center was illuminated by the ceiling window, but the sides were obscured in shadows. Kagehime herself changed, her form turning dark and losing focus as it turned into a dark shadow in the shape of a sword. That had usually happened when he used her in combat for extended periods. He had always assumed that it was her unique ability as an awakened weapon, but now he knew that it was just her natural form. His injury healed, Ryun prepared for the fight. He entered a breathing form, and Tranquil Mantle settled over him, a technique that boosted his stats. The mantle increased all of his stats by 39% of their total. He felt his power increase as his stats were boosted. Strength, 518, plus 20 plus 202 equals 740. Dexterity, 519, plus 20 plus 202 equals 741. Vitality, 615, plus 40 plus 239 equals 894. Endurance, 518, plus 40 plus 202 equals 760. Intelligence, 491, plus 20 plus 191 equals 702. Wisdom, 558, plus 20 plus 217 equals 795. He felt his skin grow tougher, his bones stronger, as his body of iron perk benefited from the extra endurance. His mind cleared, and his thoughts sped up as his quickened mind used the extra intelligence. The room around him seemed to slow down as his perception of time altered. His chi churned with power as his lake of chi fed the extra wisdom to his core. He moved, his feet pushing off the ground with no sound at all. His silent hunter perk allowed him to move through the air without disrupting it. Silently he ran around the room, his untethered making every step take him further, faster, as no force could truly exert much influence on him. In short intervals it meant that he could travel incredibly fast, although the longer he coasted on momentum alone, the faster he bled that momentum away. Not even his own force could exert its influence on him. In an instant he reached the other side, getting behind the monster. With Kagehime ready in his hand, he stepped forward. Inevitable Step took him across the room, just behind the monster. His arrival wasn't announced by any sound. There was no shift in the air, no vibrations of the ground. He unleashed his combat ability, and Bringer of Sorrow billowed out of him, hitting the monster with an attack on its emotions. He saw it pause in its attack on Airclaw, and Ryun lunged. Kagehime soared, cutting down at its back. The green energy around the monster surged, and it turned faster than Ryun had ever seen someone move. The monster raised its arm and met his sword. Kagehime met the green chi around the monster's forearm, and it parted, allowing her to reach its skin. Ryun's sword cut into the forearm, pushing a few centimeters inside. Green sap leaked from the wound, and the monster roared. Its other arm shot toward Ryun's head, but Airclaw jumped at the monster from behind, grabbing the arm and slowing it down. Ryun ripped Kagehime from the monster's bark and jumped back, evading the attack. Airclaw was carried with the arm forward, and then he lost his grip and flew off, hitting the ground and rolling a few times before jumping back to his feet. His jaws opened, and he growled at the Leshy. The monster didn't follow up immediately. Instead, it looked at its arm and the flowing sap there. Then its empty sockets turned and locked onto Ryun.
"I will make you suffer for this,"
the Leshy hissed. Ryun jumped forward, sending another blast of Bringer of Sorrow at the monster, but this time it didn't even flinch. He swung his sword, and the monster moved out of the way, then stomped on the ground, cracking it and sending a shockwave of rolling stone away from itself. Ryun jumped over it, untethered, allowing him to glide over the rolling stone. The shockwave hit him, but it simply sent him flying backward, his body moving with the shockwave instead of being blasted with it. Airclaw weathered through the shockwave, jumping at the monster from the side, his claws glowing with red light as he stabbed them into the Leshy's side. The red glow struck the green chi that the monster used like a shield and punched through, stabbing into its side. Airclaw ripped a chunk of bark from it, then ducked when its arm swiped at him. The monster turned and followed up with its other arm, hitting Airclaw. The wolf raised his arms to block, but was still blown across the room. Ryun felt that his movement ability's cooldown was ready, and he moved. Inevitable Step let him close the distance again in an instant, and he stabbed at the Leshy. The monster blocked, using the back of its hand to push his sword away. Then it stabbed at him with the claws of its other hand. Ryun danced to the side, evading. His stats were incredibly high now, but still the monster could keep up, and his and Airclaw's strikes were dealing little damage. They needed to do more. The next time the Leshy attacked, Ryun jumped into the air. He grabbed hold of the arm and allowed it to move him, his untethered letting him ride the momentum. He twisted in the air as he changed his breathing form, his chi surging through his body. As the monster realized that its attack hadn't connected like it had intended, Ryun was ready. The monster saw his attack coming, and it raised its other hand to block just as Ryun opened his mouth and silent breath shot out of it. A wave of silver chi washed over the monster's head even as it raised its other arm to shield itself. But then, the arm that it had brought up to shield its face shot out through his chi attack, and a fist smashed into Ryun's face, sending him flying back. His true body didn't manage to slow him down enough before he smashed into a wall. He dropped to the floor, disoriented, but with his high vitality and perk he was already healing the damage. He raised his hand to his cheek and felt split skin that was closing. If he hadn't had the boost from Tranquil Mantle, if his body wasn't reinforced by Body of Iron, and if he didn't have the damage reduction from his raiment, he would have probably lost his head from that. The monster was looking at its arm, and Ryun looked at it in surprise too. His attack hadn't done nearly as much damage as he had hoped it would. Its head had wisps of smoke rising from it, but it hadn't really been injured.
"No aspect?"
the monster asked, then looked at Ryun.
"Why would you not have an aspect?"
Ryun blinked, wondering if that was the reason why his attack hadn't done as much damage. He hadn't had any issues so far. His attacks had always injured his opponents, killed them even, and yet they seemed to have done nothing to this monster. It shook its head.
"Arrogance and ignorance. For all that you are strong, you deserve to die."
The monster's chi surged, and the green energy solidified itself on its body, becoming a green, translucent armor that covered its entire form. Ryun got up to his feet and looked at it. Something told him that he wouldn't be able to cut through that as easily as before. Chapter 60. Present. Ryun. Strong Hunter. Ryun looked at the monster in front of him. On the other side of the room, Airclaw had gotten to his feet. In a corner, the two warriors, Enka and Jish, looked at them with wide eyes. He could only imagine how this fight looked to them. All three of them were moving so fast that he wasn't sure that the two could even follow what was going on. The Leshy was strong, far stronger than Ryun had imagined, and his chi attack hadn't dealt any damage to it. The Leshy was probably in a tier of power above the one Ryun had reached. In terms of stats, it was about the same as Ryun with his boost, but he knew that that was misleading. It was probable that not all of its stats were as high. Its strength certainly was, and its dexterity was close. Its endurance, too, perhaps, but seeing as it wasn't healing from the injuries Ryun and Airclaw had inflicted, its vitality was low. That, or perhaps its kind, just didn't regenerate in the same way. Ryun's heart was beating slowly in his chest. These moments where he needed to find a way to overcome a monster, when his mind sharpened, and when he gained focus, were what he had lived for. This had been all he had ever wanted, just the freedom to fight and grow. It was almost as if he was whole again, as if he didn't have holes in his memory, as if there was no fog over his mind. It was just a feeling, as if the part of him that remembered everything was within reach. He loved this, the combat, the struggle. He needed it, wanted more of it. He couldn't believe that he had allowed himself to forget. He felt the need inside of him, the desire to prolong the fight until he was nearly broken, bloody and tired, standing over his opponent, barely alive himself. The monster moved, the chi around its fists expanding and forming into two large gauntlets, blunt fist weapons. It smashed them together, sending a shockwave out of the impact point. Ryun took a deep breath. He was in the shadows, and his form was blended in them. The monster could clearly see him, but it had to be difficult. Ryun focused on his breathing, his chi manipulator perk allowing him much more control over his chi. He funneled his chi in a pattern. His tranquil mantle was an evolved form of empower, an evolution that had improved his path. His path had been a rare one, but now it was of epic rarity. His mantle not only allowed him to boost his stats, but it also allowed him to move that bonus around. He could move up to 50% of the bonus from any stat to any other. He focused and started moving his power around. He reduced the bonus to his wisdom and intelligence and funneled it to his dexterity. Then he reduced the bonus to his vitality and endurance and transferred it to his strength. Strength, 518, plus 20, plus 202, plus 211 equals 951. Dexterity, 519, plus 20 plus 202 plus 211 equals 952. Vitality. 615 plus 40 plus 119 equals 774. Endurance. 518 plus 40 plus 101 equals 659. Intelligence. 491 plus 20 plus 95 equals 606. Wisdom. 558 plus 20 plus 108 equals 686. He felt his power change, and his hand tightened on his sword. "Any advice on how to take it down?" Ryun asked.
"Cut it down,"
Kagehime said. "Thanks for that. I didn't think of it," Ryun said.
"What did you expect? I'm a sword."
Ryun sighed and crouched, then shot forward. To those who were weaker, it would have looked like he just disappeared. His passage didn't disturb the air. There was no flashy thunderclap as he broke the sound barrier. There was no cracking of stone floors as he pushed off the ground. His perk made him silent, but all his strength remained. His chi burned through him, and he had enough reserves to go on for a while yet. He swung Kagehime's shadowy form at the monster, and it raised its hand to block. His sword struck the armor on its forearm and split the chi apart, cutting into the wood that was its skin and driving the monster's arm down, allowing the tip of Ryun's sword to stab into its shoulder. The monster was surprised by his greater strength, but Ryun didn't let it recover. He moved, and faster than it could follow, he ripped Kagehime out and then stabbed into its side, pushing her halfway through before the Leshy swiped at him with its hand and forced him to retreat. Airclaw jumped at its head, his feet wrapping around its torso as he grabbed the Leshy's antlers and pulled its head back, revealing its throat beneath the newly formed helmet. Somehow he and the wolf seemed to be extremely in tune with each other, perhaps because of their contract, or perhaps because they were similar in some sense. There was a sense of connection, as if they were kindred. Whatever it was, Airclaw gave Ryun an opening, and he took it. Ryun stabbed at its throat, but then the chi that was sheeting the monster in emerald armor changed, becoming more solid, its green color darkening as it turned to bark and grew. Kagehime smashed into a piece of chi bark that grew over its throat, and the monster was pushed back by Ryun's strength, but the bark held. The monster roared, a muffled sound that came from behind the dark green bark that now covered its entire body. Then roots exploded out of it, seeking to impale them. Ryun moved, Kagehime cutting down 3 of the roots, but he missed 2 others, and they impaled him in the hip and shoulder, lifting him up. Airclaw jumped from its back and over its head, evading the other roots as he flew through the air straight at Ryun. He collided with him, grabbing him and carrying him back, ripping the 2 roots out of his body. The 2 of them dropped to the ground and rolled. Ryun groaned and got up to his knees, Airclaw following a moment after. The monster was now covered in dark green bark, with dozens of sharp roots curling around it. Each one was as thick as Ryun's wrist, and faster than he was with his boosts. He wondered if this was what having a chi aspect meant. The monster's chi had changed into the solid bark. Ryun wondered what its aspect was. Nature? Wood? Bark? Could those things be aspects at all? He didn't know, and not knowing was costing him. Ryun glanced down, seeing his wounds already closing, although a bit slower than they had before, as he had lowered the bonus on his vitality. Still, it would take a lot more damage to truly injure him. His greatest advantage was his regenerative capability and his toughness. With it, he was a true monster on the battlefield. He could shrug off most any attack, and continue on as good as new just a few moments after. If he was fighting many opponents at once, his healing speed increased even more with his feast perk, where every kill gave him a burst of healing. His vampire perk allowed him to take 1/10 of his opponent's highest stat upon their death, too, and add it to his temporarily. If this boss had minions around it, he would have been able to push his power even higher. He had done so before, had reached almost double the amount of stats he had now, even if that power was only temporary. But it looked like they had frightened the monster at least. This looked like it was its trump card.
"This is a strong hunter,"
Airclaw said. Ryun agreed, but it would still be their prey. "Do you have any ability that can restrict its movements, disorient it for a moment at least?" Airclaw didn't move his eyes off their opponent, but he nodded.
"Yes, but I don't know if it will work on it."
"Try. I'll kill it," Ryun said. Airclaw disappeared as, using a movement ability or technique, the wolf shot out across the room. The monster twisted as it noticed him, and Airclaw started dancing around it, swiping at it with its red-sheathed claws. He was taking out chunks of the bark, but he wasn't touching the body beneath. Somehow the wolf had gotten stronger the longer the fight went on. At the start he had been far weaker, barely able to keep up with the monster, but now he was almost its equal. Ryun wondered if that had to do with his chi aspect, that of the hunt. Ryun pulled Kagehime back and focused on his skill. He felt it tremble inside of him. His head pulsed as he touched it and pulled it out. He was ready, and he watched for the opportunity to strike. Airclaw jumped back, evading one of the monster's arms as it smashed into the ground, the gauntlets breaking the floor. The roots from its body snapped forward to impale the wolf, but Airclaw dodged them. Ryun wondered how he was doing that. The wolf was slower than the monster, yet he seemed to be able to evade its attacks better than Ryun, who was faster, could. He didn't have the time to wonder as the Leshy roared back for another attack. But Airclaw didn't retreat this time. Instead, he raised his head, red chi shimmering around him, and then he howled, a piercing howl that hit the monster straight on. The power of the howl slipped past it and brushed past Ryun, and he felt its power nearly stop his heart. The monster froze, and Ryun struck. He raised his sword above his head and then cut down. Perfect cut activated, Kagehime falling before him. The air above the monster split open, and a thin, shadowy blade cut downward. The monster saw it coming straight for its head, and chi burst around it, its bark dissolving into a mist of green as it moved. The cut fell, and green sap spilled over the floor. The cut split it from shoulder to hip, cleaving a part of its torso along with its arm. The green embers in its glowing sockets glared at Ryun, and somehow Ryun could sense outrage as well as fear in them. The monster was injured, but it had been fast enough to avoid a lethal strike. Ryun felt the air leave his lungs as he finished the attack. Pain stabbed into his head, greater than the last time he had used the skill. Belatedly, he realized that it was because his stats were much higher now than the last time he had used the skill. He had achieved something beyond his level of power, something he was unprepared for. It was not a matter of stats, it was one of advancement. And while he had been strong enough to endure a few attacks before, now he didn't think that he could do more than one additional attack like that one. Airclaw was down on his knees, breathing quickly. The howl had to have taken a lot from him. The monster roared and charged, heading straight for Ryun. His eyes widened, but he didn't feel fear. This was what he enjoyed more than anything else. The struggle, the hunt. He smiled as it came at him and raised Kagehime high, ready to meet his foe. Chapter 61. Present. Ryun. I do not break my word. His head was hurting, but he wasn't physically tired, and so when the wounded monster came, Ryun didn't cower. It punched at him, its fist the size of Ryun's head, but Ryun raised his left hand and stopped the fist with his open palm. The monster was stopped cold, its power spent, its injury too great. It was done. It just didn't know it yet. Ryun felt his mouth twitch, and as he pushed the massive beast back, it pulled its fist back and swung again. Ryun let the strike hit his face, his head swinging around from the strike. Blood filled his mouth, but he wasn't hurt. The monster's chi was gone, spent in order for it to evade his skill, and it was far weaker than him now. He turned around, pushing its fist with his face. The glowing embers in its eye sockets flared, and Ryun felt it pull back. He reached out, grabbing its arm with his left and squeezing. The wood cracked beneath his fingers. The tranquil mantle still surged through him. His stats were too much for it now. It tried to escape, but Ryun didn't let it. He swung Kagehime and cut its other hand off at the elbow. It roared as it stumbled back, but Ryun advanced. The fear in its very being was unmistakable. It bent down and charged, trying to gouge him with its antlers. Ryun jumped, placed a hand on its head, and let the monster push him away. As it raised its head, Ryun was thrown behind its back. He landed and turned, stabbing his sword into its knee joint, then cutting out. He kicked it in the back, and the monster howled as it fell to one knee. Ryun danced to the side, Kagehime cutting into it as he moved. He came back to its front, looking at the two hollow sockets with glowing emerald fire within. The monster was covered in green sap, its blood. The glow in its eyes was dimming, and it was shaking. Ryun closed his eyes as he took a deep breath. He didn't know how he had forgotten this. The feeling of defeating an enemy that was strong, that posed a threat. The exhilaration of a good fight, of facing a worthy opponent. It had been years, not since New Dallas. Yes, he remembered. There had been strong people there, not individually, but together. A party, adventurers. Yes, he remembered now. He had killed them quickly, hadn't known then how to prolong the fight. He had gone for the kill, overwhelmed them. It had been so long, years, and since then, nothing. That had been the last time he had felt this way. He killed them all, an entire city, all because of a promise he had made, a word given. Ryun had never set out to kill everyone. He had just wanted to be left alone. He didn't remember why he wanted that. That part of his memory was obscured in a fog, but something made him leave everything, something that he had forgotten. He didn't know how important it had been, or if it even had been. Most of the other things he had forgotten were unimportant, memories of before the framework, faces of people that he had been close to, social manners, words, meaning. Perhaps those weren't even related. Perhaps he had just spent so much time alone that he had forgotten it all on his own. He didn't know, nor did it matter. He knew that he had left, secluded himself in the wilderness, telling them all to leave him alone. And they had refused. Still they had hunted him. Still they just couldn't let him be, because they feared that which was stronger than them, feared their own lack of control over him. He remembered fighting the ones they sent after him, and he remembered sending the survivors back to their leaders, giving them a warning, a promise. He remembered his words now. I claim these lands for my own. Deal with me as you would a sovereign nation. Do not violate my lands, and I will not violate yours. And still they didn't listen. Still they tried to kill him. Those memories were hazy to him, but he remembered the moment. That was when he made his decision, when he set his course. He came to their city and gave them a promise. Since you do not care to listen, I must teach you. You have until dawn, 3 days from now, to leave this city, to leave these lands. If you do not, I will kill every living thing in this city. This I promise. Some had listened, but most had not. And 3 days after, he had smashed through the city gates and started killing. That had been the moment when he had taken so much essence that he had become too powerful for anyone else to match. The moment he had felt truly powerful. The moment after which he started to feel bored. He had killed more since then, because even after that city they still couldn't learn. He realized that they never would, that they didn't deserve to live, that they were unworthy. He remembered why he killed them all, as that part of his memories had not been taken from him. He knew exactly why he had killed a world. Because they pushed others beneath them, because they stood on the shoulders of slaves, because they were corrupt and evil, because those who were oppressed cowered without ever even attempting to free themselves, because they would have never left him be alone, and because he wanted to live, because he hated everything. In the end, his will for life was stronger than theirs. Many had come to him, some even in peace, pleading for him to stop, appealing to his morality, offering deals, wealth, everything and anything that they could think of. But Ryun didn't care for any of that. Reaching such a level of power allowed him true freedom. Ryun did what he wanted when he wanted. He had saved people, not because he took pity on them, not because they could offer something to him, not because it was good, but just because he wanted to. And then he had killed those same people later when they stood in his way. Things like morality and good and evil did not matter to him. He hadn't killed others because he wanted to see them suffer. He did it because it had been kill or be killed. He punished them because they couldn't leave him alone, because their morality and arrogance demanded them to try and kill him in turn, because they wanted revenge for their families that Ryun had slaughtered, and he enjoyed growing his power far too much to allow himself to end. It was the same reason why he had agreed to lead a town filled with people whom he didn't care particularly about. It was because he wanted to, because he had met a young child, and she amused him. There was no need for anything else. He didn't do it because he was good, because he wanted to protect them. He had no altruistic reason. He didn't want redemption for what he had done. That word meant nothing to him. He only wanted to grow and fight stronger opponents, to be powerful enough that no one could ever tell him what to do. And they just happened to be able to offer something that he needed. He had taken the burden of protecting them, had given his word, and that alone was something that he would never betray. His words and his promises were his bonds, his oaths. Only his own will and whim guided him. And if someone disagreed, they'd better be strong enough to crush him beneath their power. Because he had bowed once, and he would never do so again. No one would ever tell him what to do. No one would ever bend him to their will. He opened his eyes, the memories fading, and he looked at the monster. It was afraid. It was beaten, dying. Ryun had enjoyed fighting with it, enjoyed besting it, and now its death would bring him even more power. He raised Kagehime, and the monster opened its mouth.
Mercy, please. I can give you secrets, power unlike anything you can even dream of,
it wheezed out. Ryun smiled sadly. It had been a good opponent, a strong adversary. But Ryun had given his word. I gave you 2 choices, the crystal or death. You made your choice, and I do not break my word. The monster opened its mouth to speak again, but Ryun was done listening, and he spoke before it could. Activating Reeve, his hand smashed into its chest, grabbing hold of its spirit, and he pulled. The ethereal form left its body, struggling to escape. And Ryun opened his mouth, inhaling. The form was sucked in, and essence filled him as the body fell to the ground. Ryun closed his eyes, feeling more essence inside of himself than he had ever gained from a single source, more than he had gained from several of them even. He realized just how much he had slowed his own advancement. He had done it unconsciously. On Earth, he had stopped because there hadn't been anything powerful enough left for him to kill. Here in the infinite realm, there had been only Fier, and once Ryun had regained his power, the man had turned out to be a disappointment. He had advanced, but he could have done so much more. He could have hunted monsters, could have taken so much more essence, could have advanced further. Instead, he had spent time on things that were inconsequential. A glowing golden chest appeared next to the throne, and a diamond-shaped crystal appeared on the throne seat, the anchor that they had been looking for.
That was a good hunt.
Ryun glanced up and saw Airclaw standing next to him.
Yes, it was,
Ryun said, feeling a spark of a fire that had long ago gone dormant burst back to life inside of him. This was just one of the territories. There were 2 more out there. And with luck, with it would come more monsters as powerful as this one. He couldn't wait. Chapter 62. Past. Zack. Safehold. Zachariah looked around his camp, which was more like a village now. It had grown in the last 8 months. They had found more survivors, and their numbers had increased. There were now almost 100 people living in Safehold. He still wasn't sure about the name, but after they had activated the town stone and defeated the monster invasion, he had been made a chief and had to pick a name. Their camp had become an outpost, and the pillar had become the outpost interface. It allowed them to access better shops, to buy different things, such as completely finished buildings. Since then, they had improved their living conditions a great deal. They had houses for everyone now, more like bungalows, small, but a vast improvement on what they used to have. They had also been able to purchase a well, better walls, and even a smithy. All of these things together had made their life in this new world at least somewhat bearable. Zack had somehow found himself in charge. It wasn't like he wanted to be. He just happened to be the one who'd used the town stone, which meant that only he could use the interface to build things, but anyone could donate essence to the interface for it to be used by the outpost chief, or rather, now leader. Once their numbers had reached 100, the option to turn the outpost into a town had unlocked, and once Zack used it, he gained a new title, that of leader. With the title came responsibility. The others started asking him for advice, and eventually it led to him being the one in charge. Linda had been a huge help to him in that regard, as she dealt with most of the day-to-day issues, leaving only the big things to him. Life was good, quiet. They had hunted down most of the monsters in their surroundings, as they needed the essence in order to build up the outpost. For that purpose, they had formed a group of people who went out and hunted monsters, and Zack even led them at times. He didn't enjoy hunting and killing monsters, but they had no choice. They needed to kill them in order to survive. Zack's eyes fell on a small house on the corner of the outpost. It was the same as every other house, but somehow it stood apart, Ryun's and Melody's home. The 2 of them were at odds with most of the others in the camp. The others felt like they didn't contribute as much as they could, that their constant hunting was unnecessary. In truth, most of their complaints were about Ryun and his refusal to stay in the camp and cycle along with the other cultivators. Cultivators could draw in the essence from their surroundings and then pass that essence to others, or just give it to Zack for him to use for the town. They were spending a lot of essence just on food, as many refused to eat monster meat. In fact, it even hurt some of them, those who hadn't raised their levels, and for children it was even worse. It poisoned them. There were only a few children in the town, and those that were present were all between 10 and 14 years old. The children couldn't access essence, but now they knew that they would be able to access it once they matured enough. One of the children had gained the ability to gain essence a few days after his 15th birthday, for example. They had a few cultivators in Safehold. Very few had survived the coming of the framework. A cultivating path was just too weak. Their advancement gave them too few stats for them to be able to match the monsters. From the stories the other survivors told, most had died quickly, and those who'd survived were lucky. They were more than happy to spend their days behind the walls and cycle, giving all of their essence to the community so that it could grow. In return, they got protection and food. It was a good deal. But Ryun, he didn't want to do that. Instead, he kept going out into the wilderness with Melody, hunting monsters. The others felt like he was risking himself needlessly when he could stay and generate essence for everybody. Zack had tried to convince him that there was no need for him to risk his life, not anymore. They had a few hunters who were around level 20 who could protect the town. Zack himself had reached level 30 and was strong enough to protect the town on his own. But Ryun didn't want to hear it, and it bred resentment between him and the others. It didn't help that Ryun looked at everyone who didn't go out and kill monsters as if they were leeches. He had even called them that once. Zack understood how Ryun felt, but he didn't agree. People shouldn't need to go out and hunt monsters just so that they could eat, even if they had just 10 years until the deadline the dealmaker gave them. They had to build a foundation first, to establish safe zones before they could worry about what would happen after the time runs out. Otherwise, the world would just descend into madness, people murdering each other in a bid to gain more power. Ryun and he had gotten into plenty of arguments about that, and he knew that he wouldn't convince his friend that he was wrong. So Zack just let him do as he wanted to. He wasn't hurting anyone, and he was bringing back a lot of materials that he and Melody had harvested from monsters and from the wilderness itself. The others still considered him selfish for not cycling for the rest of them, but at least there was peace, probably because Ryun and Melody weren't in town enough for any trouble to start. He shook his head. He needed to try and talk with Ryun again, and he told himself that he would once they returned from their last trip. Someone yelled out from the gates, and Zack turned around to look. A guard on the walls was waving at him, and Zack ran over. With his considerable stats, he reached the gate in several seconds. He was still not used to being so strong. He didn't know if he ever would be. "What is it?" he asked the person on watch. They rotated the people who had guard duty, and this time it was Marcus Jackson. The older man used to be a police officer, and he had been instrumental in keeping the peace in the outpost. Zack didn't know what he would do without the man. "Look! People!" he said excitedly, and Zack followed his hand. Out in the distance, walking through the forest, was indeed a group of people. Zack immediately felt relieved that there were more survivors, and that they had managed to find them. "Open the gates!" Zack yelled and jumped down to meet them. The group of some 10 people walked into their town, and Zack noticed that they were much different than survivors they had encountered before. All of them wore monster-looted gear and had weapons on them. They even had round badges on their chests with a symbol of Earth painted on it. "Hello to the town," the woman in the front said, looking at Jackson. "We are so glad that we have found more survivors. I am Gloria Hightower, and we are envoys of the United Government," she announced loudly, making sure that all people around them heard it. Immediately Zack heard his people exclaiming, whispering, some even bursting into tears. "The government! We're saved! Is it the army? Where are you from?" The woman just raised her hands and smiled gently. "We will answer all of your questions, I promise. A lot has changed, and you have done well to survive so far. My team has been traveling the world looking for survivors, and I must tell you that it's rare for us to find people who have managed to survive as well as you have. Now, I need to speak with the leader of your town. Is it you? She looked at Jackson. Zack didn't blame her for her assumption, as the man did fit the look of a leader. "No," Jackson said, and turned to look at Zack. "He is our leader." The woman looked at Zack and blinked, but her face cleared quickly.
"Oh, good. Is there somewhere quiet we can talk? We have much to discuss, and I'd ask if you could see to my people. We've had a long trip."
Zack looked at the woman. She was older-looking, with gray hair, but there was no weakness in her. She seemed to be the kind of a person who knew her strength and expected to be obeyed. But Zack had gotten good at telling how strong people were, and while strong, she wasn't as strong as he was. She was close, perhaps level 25 or slightly higher. "I'm sorry, but is there any way for you to prove that you are who you say you are? You can't just expect us to take you on your word." The woman looked taken aback, as if she hadn't expected to be asked such a question. Before she could answer, however, one of the men behind her rolled his eyes. "We got another one of those," he said, and the man next to him narrowed his eyes and took a step forward. "Hey, kid," the man said. "We've been traveling for months, fighting monsters, all to find people like you and save your asses. The least you can do is offer us something to drink. You got it?" Zack blinked as the man put a hand on his shoulder. Zack might not have wanted to lead, but he had taken responsibility for these people, and he was not about to let anyone bully him out of that responsibility. Zack reached out and grabbed the man's hand, pulling it off his shoulder and twisting. The man screamed and fell to his knees, but Zack didn't let the hand go. "I would appreciate it if you didn't put your hands on me again." The newcomers all tensed, but the woman raised her hands in the air and spoke quickly. "I apologize for his rudeness. We are all just tired from our trip. I don't have anything that would prove my claim without a doubt, but I am sure if we talk that we will be able to convince you. We have knowledge of the rest of the world, and if you're willing to hear us out, we will share everything that we know." Zack sighed and released the man's hand. "Of course. I'm sorry. We can talk, and your people are welcome to stay and rest." With that, Zack led the woman back to his house. A part of him wanted her words to be true, wanted there to be a new government, someone who would take over and establish order, rules, but he had to be sure before he risked his people. Chapter 63. Past. Zack. Government. "You are telling me that the entire world is like this?" Zack asked. "Unfortunately, yes," Gloria answered with a sigh. "We've been unable to get in contact with everyone, only those who managed to upgrade their towns into a city, but we've spoken with people from all over the world, enough such that we have a pretty clear picture." Zack glanced at Linda, who was sitting next to him. He could see that she was shaken by the news. Zack had always known that there was a good possibility that the entire world had been affected, but some had been hoping that there was safety out there. According to Gloria, once a town was upgraded to a city, one got access to a world map and could then send messages to other city leaders around the world. The maps also showed points of interest, such as dungeons, monster-spawning portals, and towns and outposts that were near the city where one looked at the map. That was how they'd found Safehold. They were apparently still on Earth, too. The geography of the planet was the same, although the framework had changed a few things. Antarctica was no longer under ice, and the Sahara was now a lush jungle. According to her, the valley near Safehold was right in the middle of Europe, although the climate had changed as well as the environment. The broad geography of the world was unchanged. The continents were the same, but the landscape had changed. Mountain ranges had moved. Some disappeared, others altered. Some rivers were no longer where they used to be, whereas others had gotten larger. What used to be farmland was now a lake or a forest. Almost all signs of civilization had been removed. Cities, roads, infrastructure, vehicles, boats, and all technology in general Nearly everything that had been made by man had been wiped from existence. Only a few things had remained, such as some buildings, older ones that were now just ruins. Some simple constructions, like the cabin that Zack and the others found, remained as well. People had been randomly moved all over the planet. Those who were close together had been moved into the same areas, but that wasn't always the case, as Zack already knew. They had a few people in town that had come from Japan, only all of them could understand one another, even though they spoke different languages, as the framework somehow allowed for that.
I am actually quite impressed that you managed to survive out here. This area had been inaccessible to us for a while, since it seemed to be populated by so many high-level monsters, Gloria said. Might I ask what your levels are?
Zack was surprised to hear that she considered this area high in level, but he realized that that could explain why they had managed to level up so fast. Since their levels had reached those of the monsters, however, they had been advancing extremely slowly. Most are around level 15. The hunters are all around level 20, and a few of us are around level 30. Gloria's eyes widened in shock.
Level 30? Really? We've been struggling to reach 20 for the past year. Although, she turned thoughtful, if you have managed to survive in this area with so many high-level monsters, I guess that is only natural.
This isn't the case elsewhere? Zack asked. He remembered his title, First to 10, which he had gotten for being the first person in the world to reach that level. He had hoped that there were other powerful people out there.
Not at all. Most people are struggling to level. The ones who are hunters like myself are at the top, with the elite teams being close to level 20. Hunting monsters is dangerous, and the death rate is high, so most people chose to stay in the safety of the towns. The majority is around level 5, some close to 10. Although that is changing ever since the new laws concerning cultivators.
What laws? Linda asked.
Well, since they aren't all that strong, and since their advancement requires so much more essence, they are required to contribute the essence that they can draw in. That essence is then used to support the towns and help advance others, Gloria answered.
Zack saw Linda give him a victorious look. They had argued about Ryun for months now. He could see how it would be logical, as most cultivators were weak. Ryun was the exception, however. He had managed to acquire enough essence to advance, in large part because the 4 of them had managed to kill powerful monsters and gain great rewards. But even with all of that luck, he was still weaker than Zack, who had invested almost the same amount of essence. It didn't make sense for him to still risk himself when he could help others advance. But Zack also knew that Ryun's techniques allowed him to bridge the gap somewhat, and he was very good at fighting monsters.
Is something wrong?
Gloria asked, noticing their exchange. No, we've been doing the same here. Most of our cultivators are cycling their essence and sharing with the town, Zack said.
Most?
Gloria raised an eyebrow.
One refuses to,
Linda said, and Zack closed his eyes as he sensed another one of her rants coming.
He insists on going out and hunting monsters, and he even wastes essence on advancing. It is irresponsible. He can't match a classer who has invested the same amount of essence, and he only risks dying. He should contribute to the town like everybody else.
We've been over this, Linda, Zack said. Ryun does contribute. He and Melody bring in more resources than any other hunting team, monster meat as well as gear.
Monster meat,
Linda spat.
Why should we eat that disgusting meat when we can just buy food from the shop? He should be giving essence, and at least now with this law he will have to.
Zack turned to look at her. The 2 of them had been together ever since the framework arrived, and Zack had noticed her attitude toward Ryun. He knew that they didn't really get along, but she had become only increasingly more hostile toward him as the time went on. Zack knew that he couldn't tell anyone else what to do, Ryun's life was his own, and in Zack's opinion at least, he was contributing enough to the town that Zack really couldn't force him to do anything else. The others in the town, unfortunately, agreed with Linda. Ryun and Melody weren't really a part of the community, and their refusal to get in line with the order that had emerged made them outcasts. "That isn't our law, Linda. Ryun can still do whatever he wants." Linda looked at him like she didn't understand.
"What do you mean? They are the government. They are here to rescue us."
"We don't know anything about them. We don't know if they even have any legitimacy. They could be just people like us who were lucky enough to survive and then make a town." Linda opened her mouth to speak, but Gloria interjected.
"He is right, of course," she said kindly. "We are not part of any old-world government, although we do have some high-ranking politicians who survived, and it is true that we don't expect you to just join with us. I was sent here to invite you to visit Haven, our city, and see for yourself. We would negotiate your joining our government, but I can already tell you that we would be very interested in you. With how high-leveled all of you are, we would love to have your power. We are sorely lacking people who are strong enough to travel across this new world, and if we are to reconnect with other larger cities, we will need people like you."
Zack saw that there wasn't really a question of whether they would join in Linda's eyes, but he had to think about everyone else. "I am interested in seeing what this united government of yours is like." Gloria smiled at him kindly, and Zack spoke again. "Now, you said that you have more knowledge about the world. Can you tell me more about what you learned about this framework?" Gloria nodded and started speaking. Zack knew that no matter what he decided in the end, he needed to learn far more about the world. Chapter 64. Past. Ryun. Haven. Ryun looked around the city of Haven. Next to him stood Melody, her hands leaning on the walls. It was built up around what used to be a ruin of some old fortress, but with the arrival of the framework, their city interface allowed them to repair it, as well as build new buildings. The city was large, with a population of around several 100,000, at least according to the people in charge. Ryun didn't stop to count, and more people were joining them all the time. He remembered coming back to their town and finding visitors from Haven. Zack told him all about what they had said and what they offered. Truthfully, Ryun had been relieved when he found out that there were survivors out there, and many of them. Haven had managed to establish communications with a few cities across the world, and with only them the world population was several million, but those numbers included only those who had created cities, as well as those who lived close to them. There was no telling how many lived in the wilderness, surviving on their own. Still, Ryun was impressed by the city. It had tall stone walls, residential building blocks, and a large group of guards, although their levels weren't anywhere near what those in Safehold had reached. With so many people, the essence they got from monsters had been split between them, and the area they were in was lower leveled than that around Safehold. Most of their guards were around level 10, their hunters between that and 20, with only a few exceptions over that number. Ryun could understand why they wanted Safehold to join them so desperately. They had been in the city for about a week now, and Ryun, Melody, Linda, and Zack had been engaging in negotiations. Linda was arguing for them to join this united government, but that was no surprise. She had wanted to be rescued since the start. Haven was safe. It had a structure, order, law. It was everything that they had lost from the old world. Zack wasn't as convinced, which surprised Ryun, but then his friend only wanted to do what was best for the people under his charge. The negotiations involved different offers. One was for everyone from Safehold to move to Haven and become their citizens. The other was for Safehold to remain where it was and become a member town. Both options came with different benefits. The united government was led by a council made up of some old-world politicians and people lucky enough to be strong enough to keep other people safe. It was something like a democracy in the manner that they represented their people and voted on laws and decisions. Although not really, and Ryun didn't know enough about types of governments to know what it was called. Nor was he really interested in knowing. If Safehold remained where it was, they would get a seat on the council, which apparently not every town that joined got. But Ryun understood that Haven wanted to secure strong people. The four of them had been debating for days now and had agreed that remaining somewhat independent was the best way to go for the town. They would get resources and help from Haven and other towns under the United Government umbrella, which would let them grow, but they would also need to provide for the government resources, essence, and strong fighters. Seeing Haven firsthand allayed some of Ryun's concerns. After hearing about their laws for the cultivators, he had been worried, but it didn't turn out to be nearly as bad as he had imagined. Everyone had to contribute, be they cultivators or classers. If a cultivator drew in essence but didn't share with others, they had to contribute in some other manner that was equal in value to the essence they drew in. Otherwise, they were just sitting there without doing anything to help others while they consumed resources provided by the government. Most of the cultivators were weak. None had even reached the mid-mortal realm, and so giving essence was the easiest way for them to contribute. Ryun did understand their belief that cultivators couldn't match classers. Their advancement was slower, a classer could level faster and see a power increase immediately, while a cultivator had to stay at the same level of power for longer. He didn't agree with their reasoning, not entirely, but he could see where it came from. Ryun himself was weaker than Zack and Melody, as far as raw stats were concerned, but his techniques were different than their abilities. His would last as long as he had chi, and could be used continuously or in rapid succession, while their abilities had cooldowns. There were some other benefits to being a cultivator, but the government had a somewhat warped perception of them, mostly due to the fact that only a few of them survived the arrival of the framework. Those who had picked cultivation paths at the start hadn't all managed to survive the monsters. It made them seem weaker than they were in actual fact. Still, Ryun did agree that people weren't owed anything for free. If they wanted safety and food without taking risks, then giving essence was a good way for them to pay for it. Ryun just thought that they all should be able to survive in this world on their own merit. But after seeing Haven, he realized that the vast majority of people wouldn't change with the world. It had been almost a year since the framework arrived, and these people had all fallen back to the familiar way of life. Only now there were monsters. It was to be expected, but he wasn't going to do that. He turned around to look at Mel. The two of them had become inseparable, and he was thankful for the framework for pushing the two of them together. He didn't know how he had functioned without her before. They were just in sync, two people who were just somehow connected. They were kindred spirits. Both loved hunting monsters, exploring this new world, and living by their own rules. Haven's government had offered them a place with their hunters, leading their own team. The offer was tempting, but while they did understand the government and their thinking, they didn't agree with everything they represented. At the core, Ryun and Melody believed that everyone should be able to stand on their own, not be protected by others. The two of them had decided not to accept their offer. They had stayed only because they wanted to make sure that Zack and Linda had gotten a good deal. But now there was no longer any need for them to remain. They had already talked about it even before the government arrived, about going off alone, exploring, and growing stronger. "Today is the day," Melody said. Ryun nodded his head. Zack was meeting with the council, telling them that they would join their government. And after, Ryun would tell him that they were leaving. He was a bit nervous about Zack's reaction, but he felt like Zack would understand. The world had changed, and they had all changed with it. This city, the government, all of it just reminded Ryun too much of the old world, and the feeling of being suffocated he had to suffer through for most of his life, of having his path decided by others. He didn't want that. He wanted to hunt monsters, to see what secrets and wonders this world held, to see how far he could advance, and Melody wanted the same. "Are you sure you want to come with me?" Ryun asked, but he smiled as he spoke. He already knew the answer. She returned his smile and pulled him close, kissing him on the lips for a long moment before pulling away. "I can't wait." They looked at the city, at the thousands of people walking in every direction. Soon they would leave them and go back to the forests, where it would be just the two of them alone. Chapter 65. Present. Zack. Aftermath. Zack grimaced as he put another piece of wood into the fire. His leg was still hurting, even though it had been an hour since the wound had healed over. Even with the healing potion, it had taken far longer than usual for it to close, and there seemed to be some kind of after-effect still lingering. Gris was worse off. He'd been stabbed in the side, although thankfully the dagger had missed his kidney. Zack glanced at the Drake. He was lying with his back leaned against a large rock, his armor resting next to him and his scaly chest exposed. The wound in his side was closed, his scales repaired, but he, like Zack, still felt the pain inside of his body. Whatever that rogue-like man had stabbed them with, it was powerful. Zack turned his eyes toward the forest, looking in the direction where their prisoners and their rescuers had run off to. "Are we going after them?" Zack asked. Neither one of them had been in the condition to pursue before, but now Zack thought that he could withstand running. Gris groaned and shook his head. "No point. They are long gone by now." Zack wanted to try, but he knew that they would be unlikely to catch up to them, not with their injuries. "What was that attack?" Zack asked. "Not poison. A chi attack, maybe, or an ability that applied an effect. I'm not sure. But it is fading, so it wasn't meant to kill us, just to make sure that we couldn't follow," Gris answered. "The woman, the second twin, she wasn't trying to kill us," Zack noted. The first of the sisters that he fought had tried to. She hadn't been as strong as Zack, however, and the only reason she'd managed to stab him through the chest was because he was trying to capture her, as well as learn what she could do. Her sister, however, was much stronger. "She was distracting us while her partner rescued their friends," Gris confirmed. Zack had realized that much, but he didn't understand why there were such different responses to a fight. One group had fought with the intent to kill them, and the second had gone out of their way not to. True, Zack and Gris had been fighting in the same manner, which was probably why the woman had managed to keep them distracted for so long. They had wanted her as a prisoner, not a corpse. "The second sister, she was in charge," Zack said after a long stretch of silence. "What makes you say that?" Gris asked. "The first one was in charge of a small team," Zack said, his mind putting the pieces together. He went over everything that both of them had said, building an image in his head. "They were sent to set the miners free, train them, equip them, and have them assault convoys, steal shipments. Then they would come and collect. When we interfered, the first woman jumped straight to killing us, eliminating any witnesses. Our arrival had exposed her operation, and she wanted to preserve it. Killing us was the only option for that to happen. The second woman came looking for the first. Yes, they were sisters, but my thinking is that the first group probably missed a meeting. She came, saw the situation, and decided on a course of action, rescuing the others but letting us live. This means the end of their operations here. She has to know that, so she was someone who could make such a decision. It is obvious that they did not want their people to remain in our custody. They didn't want them to talk. Gris nodded his head. Good hypothesis. I would disagree on a few points only. Zack raised an eyebrow and waited. You are right that the second woman was in charge. She was stronger, and you wouldn't put someone weaker in charge of someone strong. But the first woman, based on her actions and words, was rash. She decided to kill us even after she knew that we were wardens, and that is not something that anyone who wanted to keep their interests hidden would ever do. I suspect that she acted against orders. When the sister came for them, they didn't try to kill us, and they probably could have tried. With that rogue partner of hers, they could have struck and took us off guard. They didn't, which tells me that they are smart, much smarter than any ordinary criminals. How so? Zack asked. Wardens regularly clash with criminal elements, but there are different tiers of criminals. The lowest of the low are rarely smart enough to know what killing a warden actually means. All of our badges track our life signs. Once a warden dies, the Citadel knows immediately, and a team is sent to investigate. Smart criminals don't want that much heat and attention on their business. Wardens avenge their own, and the Citadel would not stop until every single one of those responsible was dead. Smart criminals know that they can't kill wardens. By letting us leave, they haven't yet crossed a line, and with the limited resources that wardens have, it is unlikely that there will be any large force sent here to go after them. So what do we do now? Zack asked. We don't know anything, and we have proof of even less. They could be a rival syndicate or a criminal organization smart enough to know how to lay low enough so as to not bring more eyes from the Citadel on them. Zack nodded. They didn't know much about who and what they were. Gris had made a hypothesis about who they could be, but that assumed a connection with the other incidents in other territories. Even then, it didn't mean that they were anything other than a criminal group. So we're going back? Zack asked. Gris nodded. We've finished the contract. The bandit problem is dealt with, and now, without the support of this group, there will be no issues in the future. We will go to the Adventurers Guild, give our report, and collect our payment. Afterward, we will go to the Citadel. The Citadel, Zack echoed absently. The seat of the Wardens, their headquarters. You've done well enough on your first mission. Usually the tasks we give to the beginners aren't nearly as hard as this one turned out to be, but then again we rarely get high-level recruits. With this, I believe that you have earned your badge. We will go to the Citadel, register you as a full warden, and replace your adventurer's badge with a warden's badge. Then I'll try and speak with some of the higher-ups, let them know my suspicions about the incidents. Who knows? They might even know more than we do. Zack looked at him in surprise. He hadn't expected to get a full membership so quickly. You really think that I'm ready to be on my own? Gris chuckled. In terms of strength, yes. But your circumstances mean that you still have some holes in your knowledge and understanding. So I have planned on sticking with you for a while. We wardens often work in teams. If you agree, we can register as partners at the Citadel. Zack smiled, feeling a bit relieved. The Drake was right. Zack didn't know much about Infinite Realm, and he still had much to learn. He glanced back at the woods, feeling disappointed in himself for letting them escape, but he knew that he couldn't dwell on that. His goal was something else, and he needed to start working as a warden if he was to have a chance to hear anything about his target. Chapter 66. Present. Rayla. Orders. Rayla stood at the edge of the cliff, looking at the valley stretching before her. After 2 months of travel, they had finally reached home, the forward base of their order. In the distance she could see the Black Tower, the base of the 5 orders and the first line of defense protecting the great empire from those beyond it. She had been dreading her return home, and she had spent the last 2 months trying to figure out what she would say. Not only had they failed in their mission, but they had even been captured. During their retreat, Rayla had her sister, Naira, tell her everything that happened. Every single thing she had said to the wardens, to the miners, every action that she took, everything. She needed to be sure that there was nothing there that could expose them. Thankfully, Naira hadn't told them anything that could reveal them, but the fact that she had tried to kill wardens and had gotten herself captured was a problem in itself. It revealed to the wardens that their identity was important enough to them that they were willing to kill to protect it. That alone could only bring more attention to the frontier territories. But now they were barely a day from their destination, and she would need to face her master. She did not look forward to that. She heard someone step next to her and turned to see Naira, her red hair pulled back into a braid at the back of her head. Rayla had refused to speak with her about anything other than the mission for the duration of their retreat. She was angry, and she didn't want to listen to her excuses. But finally reaching safe territory meant that she couldn't use her former excuse, that they didn't have the time to talk because they could be pursued. She felt the moment Naira decided to speak, and she sighed, resigning herself to a conversation she didn't want to have.
"I'm sorry, Ray,"
Naira said.
"You are always sorry, Naira,"
Rayla said. She remembered the time when the two of them had been inseparable. The connection between them had been so strong that they might as well have been the same person. There had been no secrets between them. They shared everything, even the occasional lover. But now all of that had changed. There was a chasm between them, and it had only been widening in the last few years. Ever since Rayla was promoted ahead of Naira, their relationship had suffered. She could tell that Naira was jealous, that she wanted to show to everyone that she was just as good as her twin, but in trying to do so she had made mistake after mistake, and this last one was the biggest. It would not be Naira who would face the consequences.
"I didn't think that it was going to be a problem. Enter could detect their power, and they didn't seem all that much stronger than us,"
Naira said. Rayla turned to look at her sister.
"Your problem is that you don't think, Naira. You shouldn't have been in that situation in the first place. My orders were clear. Only one of you was supposed to enter the bandit camp and recover the goods. The rest were supposed to monitor your surroundings and make sure that you weren't observed. You were supposed to patrol the territory and be aware of all new arrivals. You should have known about the wardens days before they walked into that camp. But of course you didn't, because you didn't follow orders."
Naira's green eyes narrowed in anger, and Rayla knew exactly what she was going to say, so she raised her hand and turned away.
"Don't bother with your excuses. I have heard them all already. You obviously don't understand the importance of our mission. Our order had been preparing for this for a century, and you've put it all in danger with your recklessness."
She walked off, leaving Naira behind. A day later, Rayla sat in front of a large wooden desk. On the wall behind the desk was a large painting, one taking up the entire wall and depicting the Great Massacre. It illustrated the battle in which the Rankers from the first and the second iteration had attacked the White Fortress, the seat of the third iteration Rankers' power. They had broken the agreement between them, and in one attack had wiped out half of the third iteration's most powerful warriors. Then they began their war, intent on wiping them all out. But they had underestimated the power that the remaining third iteration Rankers held. They hadn't spent the same amount of time in the Infinite Realm, but they had been advancing fast, faster than the first two iterations thought possible. It was why they had decided to kill them all, because they were afraid of the heights that the people from the third iteration could reach, and because they couldn't allow them to exist outside of their rules and laws. It was the history of the Great Empire, an event that was the catalyst for everything that happened after. But to Rayla it was more. She had heard stories from her mother, who had been there, stories of battles and death, stories of the crimes that the first and second iterations committed against them because they couldn't imagine having a rival. She kept her eyes on the painting, her back straight as she stood before the table. She hadn't been given leave to sit, which in itself told her just how much trouble she was in. Behind the table sat her master, the man who had trained her and who was her superior, Bela Rue, the Knight Commander of the Order of Warbringers. He was only second to the 5 Lord Commanders of the Orders themselves. He was not a man to be taken lightly. She had finished giving her report a few minutes ago, and had remained standing in the silence that followed, but the Knight Commander finally decided to speak.
So, not only did you fail in your mission, but you also attempted to kill wardens, bringing more attention to our operations on their frontiers.
She didn't respond. She knew the man well enough to know that he didn't want an answer.
We are in the final stages of our plans, the most critical moment. Any disruption now could spell disaster that could cost us everything. You do realize that, Knight Orn?
Yes, Commander, Rayla responded. The man shook his head and sighed.
You were supposed to be one of our best and brightest. You had been given a simple mission, and you have managed to endanger everything. The Order of Warbringers, more than any other, does not tolerate such mistakes, and we do not give second chances. To be at the tip of the spear of the great empire means that you cannot make such mistakes. What are the words of our order, Knight Orn?
Blood and justice, straight and true, Commander, Rayla said.
Do you even remember what that means? Your actions haven't been true in a while, and your sister... If you were anybody else, you would have been thrown out of the order by now. You realize that?
She didn't respond. Instead, she kept her face straight, even as her heart beat furiously. Finally, the Knight Commander stood and walked over to stand in front of her. He was dark-skinned, with gray hair and wide shoulders. He was old. He had been a child during the war, one of the few survivors of that time. He hadn't been old enough to fight, but he had seen it all. Some even said that he was as powerful as the rankers themselves, the ones who had achieved so much power that they no longer aged, those who had been the best of their old worlds and had thrived once they arrived to the infinite realm.
If your blunder is enough for the wardens to send more people to investigate, it will endanger more of our people in the enemy frontier territories. If they get lucky and stumble onto what we are doing, they can bring all of our plans tumbling down.
He shook his head and looked to the side, at a map of the known world. The infinite realm was, as its name suggested, apparently infinite. The great empire had done much exploring beyond their borders, and they had yet to see any sign that the world didn't stretch without end.
I can't kick you out. Your family is far too important for that, and we can't afford the people seeing weakness in one of the old families, not now. He sighed. Which leaves me only one choice. The honor of our order demands punishment.
He walked back behind his desk and sat down, then folded his arms over his chest and looked at her. He nodded and spoke.
I'm giving you another mission, he said.
Rayla blinked, surprised at his words.
I'm sending you to the front again. A simple mission, as an emissary.
Rayla felt a stab in her chest. Being sent on a mission as an emissary would tell everyone that she had screwed up. Her order was meant for war, not diplomatic missions.
There is a small sect that we have approached a while ago. They don't know who we are, of course, and they aren't all that important to our plans, but their territory could be useful as a staging ground.
They believe that we are a small mercenary guild attempting to grab some of the unclaimed territories. We've made a deal with them, and everything is agreed. You will not need to do anything but remain there as a sign of our agreement. They have set aside a small mansion for our use. You will occupy it and remain there until the return begins. We might use their territory, or we might not. Your mission will remain the same."
Rayla's heart dropped in her chest. This mission would mean that she wouldn't be a part of the return, that she would not be on the front lines or even anywhere near them. It was a punishment far crueler than just kicking her out of the order. If she was out, she could have joined the army, or at the very least her family's guard.
"And bring your sister with you. I don't want to have to deal with her either," Knight Commander Baylor Rue said. He pulled out a small bundle of paper and gave it to her. "Here is the list of your duties and orders. You are going north to the Black Viper sect. Their headquarters are in the city called Ven Uren. Report to our staff there and assume command."
Rayla took the papers and then saluted, but inside she couldn't help but feel helpless. She wanted to blame Naira for what happened, but she knew that the blame was ultimately that of the person in charge of the mission. She was the one who placed her sister in the situation where she could have screwed up, even though she knew what she was like. She had no choice now. She couldn't do anything other than follow orders. No matter what, she couldn't bring dishonor to her family. Chapter 67. Present. Ryun. Aspects. Ryun sat on top of the main residence in the town. Most people were asleep, even though the sky was still the same. There was no sun or the moon here, only the sky, which was split into 3 sections. It made him annoyed that there was no night. It meant that he couldn't use Kagehimi's ability to draw in more essence during the darkness. They had returned to town a day before, finding that they had managed to survive the waves of monsters that still attacked the town. The monsters had gotten a bit stronger, and it appeared that ever since they had killed the boss monster and retrieved the first anchoring crystal, the time between attacks had decreased. It was now every 4 hours. Ryun was sure that there was a monster spawning portal somewhere, but he didn't have the time nor desire to look for it. In any case, the constant stream of monsters was beneficial to the warriors that were defending. What Ryun was thinking about was the future, the 2 remaining crystals and their guardians. If the others were protected in the same manner, then that meant that there were 2 more monsters on the same tier of power as the Leshy had been. That fight had made him reconsider some things. He had planned on waiting before picking a chi aspect and his second cultivation path, but now that seemed arrogant. He had already nearly lost his life because of his arrogance, and while he still had trouble recognizing it, he knew that he needed to make an effort to minimize it. He did not want to die just because he thought he was more powerful than he really was. His new plan had been to find a good aspect in the shop and buy it, but once he tried, he was met with a small window informing him that the shop wasn't available. He had forgotten about that. Onrush had mentioned that the shop wouldn't be available while the scenario was active. It was why they had filled their storage with enough supplies to survive without the shop. That made things more complicated. It also made him consider leveling his class. He did currently have more than 50,000 greater essence, both from what he had taken from the Leshy and the monsters they fought on their way back. But he put that thought aside, as it would take him 10 levels to reach level 75 and gain another class perk, which might be a good bonus, but he was hesitant in increasing his power in that way. He knew how the instant gratification of a class could warp people's beliefs. A class did make one powerful, but he had chosen another path, one of future power over greater gains in the present. It was still an option, but he wanted to speak with Onrush first. He remembered her telling him that there were ways of harvesting chi aspects from the environment, and that there were path stones that could teach others a path. He wanted to ask her more about that. The problem was that by the time he decided on it, she had gone to sleep. The last time he had woken her up had been a tiring experience, so he decided to wait. Instead, he calmed his mind and started drawing in essence from his surroundings, pulling it into his core. He could have pulled so much more if it was night, but he had lived most of his life without his sword's ability, and he could survive a bit longer. Cycling had always been a highly meditative act for him. It allowed him to relax, to set aside his problems and concerns. But, like always, once his mind was empty, he became increasingly aware of the wall inside his head. It had been there for as long as he remembered, and he knew that behind it were his memories, that it was responsible for his loss. He wasn't an idiot. He knew that there was only one way that he could have forgotten things, only one being that could have placed that wall there: the deal-maker. Ryun knew that it was him because the being always reminded him that he owed a debt, one that Ryun didn't remember. He remembered making a deal before, but he had already paid that debt. This was something else. As his mind sharpened, the wall came into focus, and he thought that he heard something, a sound coming in from behind it. But, like always, he couldn't quite grasp it. He stopped trying and stopped drawing in essence. His vibration sense told him that Onrush was waking up, and he didn't want to waste any time. He jumped from the roof and entered the residence. She had moved in there before they triggered the townstone. He had seen the looks she got from the others, but he didn't really understand their meaning. He had no problems with her living in the building. He made his way to the second floor and the room that was across from the master bedroom. He knocked and waited. He already knew that she was awake, but it still took her a few minutes to open. He felt her movements through the room as she put on a robe and walked to the door, opening it.
"Ryun?"
she said sleepily, her eyes still half closed.
"Is there a problem?"
"No," Ryun answered. "I need advice and answers." Onrush sighed and nodded.
"Give me a minute,"
she said, and then closed the doors. Ryun waited, tracking her progress with his skill. A while later she exited the room, dressed in pants and a shirt with her hair pulled back. She looked at him and spoke.
"What is it?"
"I need more information concerning aspects and pathstones. I had intended on acquiring an aspect, but the fact that the shop is not available is an issue. And I seem to remember you saying that aspects could be harvested from the environment." Onrush didn't answer immediately. Instead, she started walking down the hall, motioning for Ryun to follow. They walked side by side, and he waited for her to say something. Finally, she glanced at him.
"It would be best if I showed you. We have some harvesting orbs in storage. Before that, I really should explain aspects a bit more in depth. Our last discussion was more of an overview."
Ryun tilted his head and waited.
"First," she started, "you should know that there are 3 main categories of aspects: elements, concepts, and laws. An aspect can be nearly anything, but the ones slotted in these 3 categories are the most basic. The vast majority of aspects are hybrids between several different categories, and most are evolved or combinations of the basic aspects. This is also much more important for people who are cultivators. Classers don't really have classifications for the aspects, as they don't rely on them that much. For the cultivators, their aspects shape their entire path. 2 people on the same path, but with different aspects, can achieve very different things with the same techniques." They left the residence and started walking through the courtyard, heading toward the storehouse. There was no one around. Ryun felt that most of the people were asleep.
Only the warriors guarding the walls were awake as Onrush continued with her explanation.
The aspects of the elements category are fire, air, water, earth, light, dark, blood, sand, and metal. The ones in the concepts category are death, life, dream, balance, chaos, and serenity. And finally, the laws are gravity, time, and space.
Ryun nodded, but already he was thinking about how gravity worked in a world that was apparently flat. It obviously existed because he could feel its pull, but the question was still interesting. He focused back on Onrush as she continued.
Elements are straightforward. Your chi adopts attributes of an element. Fire chi burns, earth chi strengthens, and so on. Concepts are a bit more difficult to master. A person with a life chi aspect would have their techniques have effects that could heal, and according to rumors, some could even bring people back from death. Laws are the most difficult. They require you to truly understand them in order to utilize them properly, but they are extremely powerful. I don't know much about them, since such knowledge is guarded fiercely among the sects.
The Black Viper sect utilizes poison chi. What would that be classified as? Ryun asked.
Poison chi is a combination of blood, earth, death, and chaos. The chi aspect that the sect utilizes comes from the Black Viper monsters, so it is very potent.
What do you mean, more potent? Ryun asked. Onrush grimaced.
I'll show you,
she said as they reached the storehouse. She nodded at the guards in front, and they moved out of the way immediately, bowing deeply and murmuring greetings for their lord under their breath. Onrush led him through the stacks of crates until they reached the far wall. There she opened a crate and pulled out a palm-sized clear orb. She did something and made a window visible next to her. Essence aspects available. Shadow aspect, Tier 1. Air aspect, Tier 1. Dust aspect, Tier 1. Ryun looked at it, confused, then back at Onrush. Didn't you say that you needed a ritual to harvest an aspect?
You do. This just tells you what is around you,
Onrush said.
And what does Tier 1 mean? Ryun asked. That is what I wanted to show you. It means that the sources of an aspect here are weak. Tier 1 means that the aspect would be extremely weak.
That matters?
Of course,
Onrush answered.
The higher the tier, the more powerful the aspect. A cultivator with a Tier 1 fire aspect would be much less powerful than one with a Tier 4 aspect. The techniques that the one with a higher tier used would be more powerful.
What about the aspects that you can buy in the shop?
They are all Tier 3, which is about the middle ground as far as aspect strength is concerned.
So I not only need to make a good choice, I need to also make sure to get a powerful source of the aspect. What is the highest tier? Ryun said.
The highest I have heard of is Tier 6, although how true that is I don't know. The highest I have seen is Tier 4. I have heard rumors that it is possible to increase the tier of an aspect after you adopt it, but I don't know how that is done or if it is even true.
Ryun nodded. Everyone in the Infinite Realm seemed to be completely paranoid in keeping the secrets of their power. How do you do the harvesting ritual? Ryun asked.
Well, you need to draw essence in. But instead of putting it inside your core, you need to put it into this orb.
Ryun frowned. He had never felt any difference in the essence he drew in. He wouldn't even know how to start. Do you know how to do this?
Yes,
Onrush answered.
There used to be a few others who could, but they died with fear.
Meaning Ryun killed them. At least there was one person left who could do it. So how do I find a source of high-tier aspect in the wild?
Well, good sources are places with a high essence concentration. Deep forests, deep oceans, volcanoes, and so on. High-leveled monsters can be good sources of aspects as well.
Ryun raised an eyebrow and then put his hand to the side. He reached into his ring and pulled out a body. The dead Leshy dropped to the ground, startling Onrush. "Can you see what this has?" Ryun asked. Onrush blinked, but then brought her orb close, touching it to the corpse. Immediately another aspect appeared on the list. Essence aspects available. Shadow aspect, Tier 1. Air aspect, Tier 1. Dust aspect, Tier 1. Wood aspect, Tier 4. Her mouth opened in surprise, and she turned to look at Ryun.
"This is a treasure. An aspect like this can be sold for a fortune."
Ryun nodded his head. He didn't know just how impressive that was, but he trusted her word. Still, its aspect didn't seem all that appealing to him, and he didn't have any other corpse of an opponent as powerful as that had been. What would happen if you drew in the essence of several aspects at the same time? Can you combine them? Onrush nodded her head, still looking at the corpse with shock in her eyes.
"Yes, you can combine aspects, but you won't know what you will get. Some aspects don't mesh well with others. You might end up with an unusual aspect that can cripple you. The more aspects you combine, too, the more complicated the result. It might mean an aspect that is extremely particular or one that is useless."
Ryun frowned, thinking about what the best course of action would be for him. He walked over to the crate and pulled out an orb. Immediately the window appeared in front of him, and he blinked at what he saw. Essence aspects available. Shadow aspect, Tier 1. Air aspect, Tier 1. Dust aspect, Tier 1. True Death aspect, Tier 5. Destruction aspect, Tier 4. Eternal Hunt aspect, Tier 5. He tilted his head, thinking. His core didn't have any of these aspects, yet the moment he touched the orb they appeared. He didn't know what that meant. Was it his past? Did he somehow kill so many that those aspects were draped around him? And the Eternal Hunt, was that because of Airclaw or something else? In any case, it was interesting, and something occurred to him. He summoned Kagehime and touched the orb to her.
"What are you doing?"
Kagehime's voice asked. "I want to see if I can extract your aspect," Ryun answered, and as he suspected, the new aspect appeared on the list. Hers was Shadow Aspect, Tier 4. Another high-tiered aspect. This gave Ryun options, but he wasn't sure if he wanted to just pick one of the ones that were available to him right now. Perhaps the next boss monster might have an even more interesting aspect, something that would go well with what he had right now, if he could combine them. "Onrush," Ryun called, and she turned around to look at him. "If you draw in an aspect, will it be depleted?"
"What? Oh, no, of course not. That is why sects look for high-tiered sources, as finding and possessing such places brings them great power. They can sell aspect orbs or invite people to come and take them in themselves, for a fee, of course."
Ryun nodded. "I want you to do one of those rituals. Fill one of those orbs."
"You want this wood aspect?"
she asked. "No." Ryun shook his head. "I want you to combine a few other aspects." Then he made his window visible. She blinked at the window, then looked at him.
2 Tier 5 aspects.
Ryun figured that it had something to do with the fact that he was a ranker. There had been no aspects that he was aware of on Earth, or perhaps there was something else at work. Perhaps rankers weren't supposed to get an aspect while on their own worlds. Perhaps what they did before they were transferred would translate into a reward of a sort. The aspects that he had could be something like that. The framework was a cruel thing. It dropped you in a terrible world, but it did give you the tools to survive and thrive. It always did things with a purpose. Ryun sat on the ground of the storehouse, Onrush sitting in front of him, her eyes closed. In one arm she held the empty orb, with the other she was touching Ryun and Kagehime. He was trying to keep his senses focused on what she was doing, but there seemed to be more happening than what he could see. He could tell that she was pulling in essence, but he couldn't see any difference to what he usually did. He couldn't discern between the different types. So he watched the orb and saw it slowly fill up with smoke-like substance. There were 4 different streams of color. There was a deep black, darker than any he had ever seen, a deep red that he assumed was destruction, a deep blue, and another black, only somehow less deep than the first one. The 2 black ones were death and shadow, and that meant that the deep blue was the eternal hunt. They slowly combined, the red disappearing into the black, and the blue becoming less pronounced. But as time went on, and the 4 aspects swirled around each other, they settled into a ball of black smoke streaked with deep blue that then disappeared into the darkness. Ryun wondered what the aspect from those 4 combined would be. Onrush sighed, opening her eyes slowly, and looking in front of her, reading something that he couldn't see. She nodded and spoke. "I've never seen or heard about any aspect like this." "What is it?" Ryun asked. She offered him the orb. He took it and looked at it. Aspect of the void, Tier 5. He knew intellectually what a void was, an absence of everything, nothingness, an end. It felt more like something that was closer to a law rather than a concept or an element, although he wasn't an expert. Still, he had been hoping for an aspect that would boost his destructive path, and one that he could use with the second utility path. This did seem like it would be a good choice. But the fact that he had no idea what it would do to him was an obstacle, although, on the other hand, he had never been one to follow along behind others. He noticed that Onrush had a strange expression on her face, and he spoke. "Something bothering you?" Ryun asked. "I don't know how this was the result," she said after a moment. "What do you mean?" "Death, destruction, and even shadow are common enough aspects. There are many sects that utilize them and their evolutions and combinations. But I never saw true death before. I expected something like annihilation, ruin, maybe, perhaps darkness, but not this. I have heard about the hunt aspect, but I've never heard about the eternal hunt. I don't even know how you can be a source of those aspects when your core doesn't have one. I guess it might be because you are a ranker. I mean, I don't know much about rankers, I've never even met one, but I think that the eternal hunt aspect is why we got this result." Ryun frowned. He didn't know where that aspect came from. He suspected Airclaw, but his aspect was only that of the hunt. But the more he thought about it, the more he suspected that the answer could be found behind the wall in his mind. In the end, he could do nothing about it, and the aspect in front of him looked promising. Now he only had to make the decision whether to take the aspect of the void or wait until he found something more powerful. Chapter 68. Present. Ryun. Void. "Are you going to use it?" Onrush's voice made Ryun look up from the orb in his hands. He tilted his head, thinking. "I don't know," he answered. The aspect that they had created was an unknown. He had no way of knowing how it would interact with his path and perks. He put the decision to the side for now. An aspect wasn't the only thing that he had hoped to speak with Onrush about. "You said that there are path stones that can teach one a path. Do we have any of those?" Ryun asked. Onrush blinked at his change of topic, but she answered immediately. "We do have some, yes. We keep them on hand for some of the lower-ranked children to use once they ascend." Ryun nodded. "What kind of paths do we have?" Onrush realized what he was thinking and shook her head.
I don't think that any of them would be suitable for you. They are not combat paths. They are for use by the servants and workers, common and uncommon paths.
Ryun knew that if he waited, he could buy a good path, as he had enough wealth to spend on it, but the more he thought about it, the more he realized that it didn't matter. His path had been rare when he had gotten it, and since then he had upgraded it with his cycling and evolution of his techniques. He didn't need a path as overpowered for his second one. He needed something that had good utility, that would help cover his weaknesses. He had spent quite a bit of time thinking about that. His combat style had always been one of overwhelming power. His techniques gave him a boost to his stats that put his already ridiculous stats far beyond what anyone near his power level had. He had destructive techniques, which, granted, hadn't been as effective, but obtaining an aspect would fix that. He was proficient with a sword, although perhaps a bit rusty from years of not having to bother with proper utilization of what he had learned. His class's combat ability was an AoE stun for people who were weaker, and at least a distraction against stronger opponents. What he lacked was mobility and defense. He had realized after the fight with the Leshy that with only the inevitable step and his stats as his means of moving quickly around, he wasn't as effective as he could be. Sure, compared to his opponents so far, he had been far faster. He could cover great distances thanks to his true body and his stats. In the future, however, he would encounter people who could do the same, and who had better movement abilities. His stats were high enough that he could move extremely fast, but he felt like he needed something more. "Show me anyway," Ryun said finally. She sighed and walked over to another smaller crate. Inside of it were 6 stones, arranged in groups of 3.
We have 1 common path and 2 uncommon. The common is the path of whistling wind. It is used by most of the cleaning staff. They have techniques that allow them to control wind streams, letting them quickly and easily remove dust from the rooms. The first uncommon path is the path of the unbreakable wall, which is used by our builders, as it allows them to create a wall of chi that they can use to help in the construction. The walls are fixed in space, so they can create platforms or brace beams when constructing buildings. The last uncommon path is the path of the Azure Mind. It is a simple path that has techniques that allow people to keep their wits sharper for longer, require less sleep, and remember everything more easily. Most of the support staff have that one, and a few of our architects as well.
None of the paths seemed like they would have what he was looking for, but then something occurred to him. Wait, what is your path and class? Onrush hesitated, and he remembered that people here didn't like to talk about these kinds of things, but she answered despite that.
I follow the path of the sword. It is a common path for many people, but it can be used to great effect. And my class is fighter, another of the more common classes. I didn't have much in the way of means to secure anything better. I am in the early Foundation realm and level 53, she added with a shrug. Ryun remembered seeing her fight when he had just arrived in this world. She had used a sword to great effect, but then he remembered her using a technique. Your aspect, it is poison, yes? She nodded. It is not the best for my path, but it works. It was my husband's idea. He'd wanted to get adopted into the Black Viper sect and managed to procure aspect orbs for us, although ours were not the same type of poison and are far weaker.
Ryun looked at her as if for the first time. He realized that she wasn't as old as he had first assumed. Having a class and a path slowed down aging somewhat, but she was young, maybe just over 30, and that meant that she'd had Kree when she was very young indeed. Onrush had been helping him a lot with the town, and he hadn't really even thanked her for it. He didn't know what her life had been like before, but he knew that it was hard. An idea on how to repay her occurred to him, but he put it in the back of his mind. He shook his head and turned back to the things that were of more importance at the moment. "Can you gather people who have these paths? I would like them to demonstrate what they can do." It took her less than an hour to do as he asked, and Ryun found himself in the area that the warriors used for training. It was mostly empty, aside from the few wolves and warriors standing to the side. In front of Ryun were 3 people, and each had one of the paths that they had the pathstones for. The first one to demonstrate their ability was a Damacy woman. She worked as part of the builder force, and she entered a breathing form and extended her hand. Brown-colored chi left her palms and formed into a translucent square plate in front of her face, one about the size of her head. She pulled her hands back, and the plate remained fixed in the air. Ryun approached and touched the plate. It was about a finger's width thick, and it was solid. He pushed on it gently, and it remained in place. He imagined that it could be useful in construction, but he saw no reason why it wouldn't be useful in combat. He didn't comment, however. "And what is your branch technique?" Ryun asked. The woman bent her arms in front of her as if she was carrying something, and chi formed over her arms like a brace. "It is this, Lord. It fixes my arms in this position. I can't move them, but it is useful for carrying things since I don't need to use much strength. The brace does most of the work." Ryun nodded. "And the fruit technique?" She changed her breathing form again, and chi started to flow out of her, forming into a person-shaped copy next to her, copying even her horns. It was featureless, but it was obvious that it was her. "It is this, Lord. It will mirror my movements," she said, and demonstrated by moving her arms up and down, and the copy did the same. "It takes a great deal of chi to create, and a bit to sustain it, but when there is a rush on work, it can let me carry twice as much materials for a short period of time." It was an impressive technique, one that he was certain could be used for combat. So he asked why it wasn't. "Why do you use this path for construction? Isn't it more suited for combat?" The 2 men next to her chuckled, and then, when he glanced at them, apologized immediately and bowed their heads. The woman looked embarrassed, and it was Onrush who came to her rescue. She stepped next to the woman and explained. "This path is somewhat a small joke among the warriors. It has all the techniques that a defensive combat path should have, but it is just too chi-dependent for it," Onrush said. "Its name, Unbreakable Wall, is considered somewhat ironic. The wall that she created is strong enough to allow a person to stand on it, even help in giving support to beams and such, but in combat any average cultivator could just punch through it. And the size of the plate is dependent on the amount of chi used to create it. The size you just saw is what most cultivators on this path use. It doesn't take all that much chi, but anything larger would take far more. It isn't suited for combat because to create a shield of chi would take too much, leaving the cultivator defenseless afterward. It is much the same with the other techniques. It was tried before, with different chi aspects even, and it didn't end well. Now most who use it take earth or metal aspects." Ryun nodded his head and looked at the next person. "And you?" The pale-skinned human nodded his head. Ryun believed that he was part of the residence staff, but he didn't pay too much attention to others to be certain. "Path of the Azure Mind, Lord. I don't have techniques that can be demonstrated, as all of them are internal." "Explain them to me," Ryun said. "Well, my first technique sharpens my mind. It makes me more aware of the smaller details. I can understand texts better, for example, and it is useful for detecting things that one might not be aware of otherwise. My branch technique expands on this, making me enter a state where I can disregard any distractions and focus completely on the task at hand. The fruit technique is another state, one in which I can ignore my body's physical needs for a time, tiredness, hunger, thirst, even pain.
It is dangerous since you can kill yourself by overdoing it, but it is useful when there are tight schedules. Most take aspects tied to balance or serenity since they have calming effects, but I have heard of people who use metal or earth aspects, as supposedly it can allow people to resist mental attacks. I believe that some classers like to use this path as a way of sharpening their class abilities, in particular combat classes that rely more on physical combat.
Ryun could see where this path could be useful. He just didn't think that it would be all that useful to him. He turned to the last person and motioned for them to demonstrate their path. The man put his hands in front of him, and chi left his body, mingling with the air around him and creating a weak wind. It swirled around him, stirring up dust before settling down. Lord, the base technique just creates a burst of wind, whereas the branch technique allows for manipulation of that wind. The fruit technique is a strengthening effect that allows the wind to carry heavier things. It only synergizes with air aspects. Ryun was again surprised by this. This path was likewise suitable for combat, in his opinion, yet these people used them for chores. Of course, there were probably paths that were far more suitable for combat than these three. He wondered if someone with powerful enough chi could use it to fly. That would fix Ryun's mobility issue. Ryun nodded at the three. "Thank you for demonstrating your paths," he said. Onrush had told him that people were afraid of him, and he realized that he could try and make himself a bit more approachable. He turned to look at Onrush and spoke. "I need to think," he said, and walked away in the direction of the gate on the other side of town. Airclaw was there, and he wanted to speak with the wolf. Ryun sat on top of the residence, Airclaw crouching across from him. In his hands, Ryun had two objects, the aspect stone and the path stone. "Should I use them?" Ryun asked. Airclaw shrugged. "Not much of an answer," Ryun said dryly. "I know I can get something better if I wait."
"You can always find something better,"
Airclaw said.
"The fight with the Leshy was close. It had the power to kill us. The next one might kill us. You can wait and die, or you can take that power in your hands and still die."
"Great advice," Ryun said, but he knew that Airclaw was right in a way. He could wait, and perhaps he could survive everything that this scenario could throw at him, or he could die because he was too weak, too arrogant. The path in his hand wasn't the best, he knew it. He didn't even know if it would be compatible with the void aspect, how it would change the path. He knew what Onrush had told him about it, but those things weren't really concerns to him. In this world where people didn't cycle, where they sought instant power, it wasn't surprising to him to find paths that couldn't achieve their full potential. But Ryun had never been the one to shy away from making decisions. He made them and then lived with them no matter what. Regret was for idiots too weak to know what they wanted. He took a deep breath and activated the path stone. "Congratulations, you've learned the path of the unbreakable wall." Ryun glanced at his stats and saw it added to his main screen. Cultivation. The path of the unbreakable wall, U. Stage. No stage. 0 of 500 greater essence. Aspect. Blank. Base technique. Blank. Branch technique. Blank. Fruit technique. Blank. There was no stage, just like when he had first learned his other path. He wondered if that meant that he would need to raise its power separately. He had assumed that it would be tied to his first path. The price was higher than what he'd needed for his first path in order to reach early mortal realm. He didn't feel like he had 2 cores, so it meant that his chi would be used for it. He wanted to put in the essence and see how it would change, but he put that aside for the moment. He glanced at the aspect orb in his hand and looked at it. Thankfully, he could still use it, so it seemed like it was compatible with both paths. He focused, and then crushed the orb in his hand. Immediately he followed Onrush's instructions and started taking in the essence. He felt it enter his body and then surge into his core. He felt the changes happening inside. The white color of his chi darkened to black, and his core became heavy in his stomach. To his inner sight, it had always swirled gently, but now the chi had stilled, and his core felt as if it was just a hole inside of him. There were more sensations, the heaviness, the emptiness, a lack of substance. But it wasn't like there was nothing. It still had a presence. He just couldn't understand what he was feeling. And then the sensations settled and the transformation was complete. He glanced at the new screens. Congratulations, you've achieved a chi aspect of the Void. Aspect perk available, Void Chi. Cultivation bonus, +2 to aspect tier. Void Chi, tier 7. Your chi aspect is more powerful. Void Chi damages any matter it comes in contact with, erasing it from existence. Enemy tier of power mitigates the effect. Amount of essence in matter mitigates the effect. Non-void chi mitigates the effect depending on tier and development. Void Chi, aspect perk. Your chi passively enhances your body with the essence of the void. Making any foreign essence in your body disintegrate, the speed of the effect depends on the power of the foreign essence. Gain +20% to strength and wisdom. The perk was incredibly powerful, but the next window showed him the evolutions of his techniques, and he studied it more closely as he was eager to find out how his techniques had evolved. Congratulations! Your Path of the Final End techniques have evolved. Tranquil Mantle evolved to Null Mantle. Silent Breath evolved to Breath of Destruction. Final End evolved to Darkest End. Null Mantle. Increase all stats by 48%, 40% of their total while technique is active. You can shift the bonuses from any stat to any other. Breath of Destruction. Send out a wave of chi from your mouth, dealing void energy damage equal to 6 times, 5 times, your wisdom. The wave marks anything that it touches, dealing 1/4 of the total damage over the next 4 seconds. Darkest End. Unleash a sphere of void energy all around you. The energy deals void damage equal to 8.4 times, 7 times, your wisdom. Anything marked by the attack takes 1/4 of the total damage over the next 4 seconds. His upgrades were incredible. All of his techniques had gotten stronger, but his mantle was the biggest upgrade in his opinion. He could now transfer all the bonus stats from any stat, not just half of the bonus. That would allow him to reach even greater heights. With that done, he glanced to his new path. He didn't feel like it was connected to a core, so he didn't know if cycling with it was even possible. In the end, he just put the required 500 greater essence in it and felt that essence settle into his core, answering his question. It was connected to his original core, but the essence didn't settle in the same manner. Instead of filling the core, it somehow settled around it. He didn't know what that meant, but he activated the advancement so that he could find out. Immediately, new notifications appeared in front of him. He unlocked all 3 techniques, and the path immediately reached the early Foundation Realm stage. He frowned, but once he saw the next window, it started to make sense. Path perk evolution available for Body of Iron. Titan's Body. Your skin is stone, your bones steel, your flesh dark wood. Your body hardens. -10% to dexterity, +20% to endurance, +20% to strength, +40% physical damage resistance. The strength of the effect depends on the endurance stat. Blood-soaked body. Your body attracts the blood of your enemies. Spilled blood will flow to your skin and seep in, healing you for 250% your vitality. -10% to endurance, +20% to dexterity, +20% to vitality. Blood nourishment. Your body now survives on the blood of other beings. Strength of healing effect depends on vitality stat. Void-touched body. Your body is touched by the void. Damaging effects of the void have less effect on you. Immobilizing effects are 50% less effective on you. All physical or chi attacks deal 80% of their total damage to you, plus 40% to endurance. He looked at the available options and couldn't help but smile. It made sense. The second path wasn't to advance one's core, but to improve on the decisions one made during their first advancements. Some people wouldn't have had the best options, but if they managed to survive and thrive based on their advancement, they would have gotten better choices the second time. He knew that he would get to evolve all of his old perks based on the stage he had gotten them in. The Titan's body was obviously an improvement on his original body, the body of iron. It was powerful and would be an incredible bonus to Ryun. The blood-soaked body was probably available because of his other perks and perhaps his actions in life. It was powerful as well, and would synergize well with his other perks, Feast and Vampire, making his regeneration even greater. But the last one was the one that was the most interesting to him. It was obviously a choice because of his aspect, and by the look of its power, it was a good idea that he had taken an aspect at the same time. He knew that he wouldn't have gotten anything like it if he didn't have a high-tiered aspect. There was no choice, really. If he was going to advance with the focus on the void aspect, he needed to make sure that he could survive using that power. Onrush had warned him that chi aspects could be damaging to the user as well. He picked the Void-Touched Body perk and felt a surge of energy spread through his body. He felt a cold that spread to every part of his body. And then it was done, and he looked at his new status. Cultivation. The Path of the Final End, E. Stage. Peak Lord, 0 of 30,000 Greater Essence. Aspect. Void. Base Technique. Null Mantle. Branch Technique. Breath of Destruction. Fruit Technique. Darkest End. Cultivation. The Path of the Unbreakable Wall, U. Stage. Early Foundation, 0 of 900 Greater Essence. Aspect. Void. Base Technique. Chi Wall. Branch Technique. Chi Skin. Fruit Technique. Avatar. Strength, 607. Dexterity, 519. Vitality, 659. Endurance, 635. Intelligence, 502. Wisdom, 673. He had gotten a solid boost to his stats as well as new abilities and effects. He tried to cycle with his second path, but found that he couldn't. The essence just came back out into his free supply. He couldn't even create a crystal. It didn't look like cycling was possible, but he still had his main path for that. He had enough essence to advance his second path a bit more, but he restrained himself for now. First, he wanted to test out his new techniques. He had some ideas on what he could do with them.
"Satisfied?"
Airclaw asked. Ryun raised his head and smiled at the wolf.
"Yes, I am."
"Come, let us go to the training yard so that I can try things out." Chapter 69. Present. Ryun. Sore. Ryun stood in the center of the training yard. Most of the town's people were still asleep, but there were a few nearby. They were attempting to hide their interest, but all were focused on him and what he was doing. In front of him, suspended in the air, was a small plate of chi, oriented vertically. The chi wall technique allowed him to create a small plate of chi that was fixed in space. It was about the size of his head, and he studied it closely. Like the one that the builder had created, it was thin, but his wasn't translucent. It was completely black, or at least it appeared to be black. In fact, it was just somehow empty. The light that came near it just stopped, as if it didn't exist. The technique itself had taken him only a minuscule amount of chi, too little for someone like him to even notice. He had only used the amount that the technique required in its most basic form. He reached out and touched it, feeling the solid surface, but also a deep coldness. His hand quickly lost its heat, and he pulled back. It wasn't damaging him, but perhaps it was just because of his new perk. He glanced at Airclaw, and then nodded with his head at the plate. Somehow, he and the wolf had a connection where they didn't really need to talk in order to communicate simple things. Airclaw reached out and placed his palm against the plate, and after a few seconds he pulled his hand back.
"Cold,"
the wolf said. Ryun tilted his head. The plate didn't damage him either, other than making him cold. He continued with his experimentation. He pulled his hand back and struck the plate lightly. He felt it shudder from the strike, but hold, barely. That wasn't encouraging, as he had barely used any strength. He struck it again, this time a bit harder, and the plate broke apart. A sound similar to glass shattering filled his ears, and then something strange happened. For just an instant, the air and light around the plate was pulled into the collapsing darkness. He would have probably missed it if not for his vibration sense skill. He hummed to himself as he moved on to the next stage in his experimentation. That technique was the reason why he had chosen this path. He wanted more mobility, and after seeing the technique, he had an idea about a different way to use it. He settled into the breathing form and sent chi down to his left foot. He raised the foot from the ground and formed a plate beneath it, parallel with the ground. As the plate snapped into existence, he leaned his foot on it and then climbed on top of it. Ryun kept a close eye on it, seeing if it could support his weight, but there didn't seem to be any issues. His true body perk probably helped, as with it his weight was somewhat conditional. He was standing on the plate a step up into the air, suspended above it. He experimented with its firmness, and it felt as if he was standing on the solid ground. He jumped lightly and landed back on the plate. He felt it vibrate, but not enough to break. The coldness was starting to get through his boots, but it wasn't really an issue, as it wasn't hurting him. He raised one leg and then stomped down hard. The plate cracked, and he fell through. He felt an instant where the released chi tried to attack him, but there wasn't any effect. He was resistant to the damaging effects of the void, of course, and the effect wasn't all that strong. He was convinced now that what he wanted to do was possible, so he continued to the next step. He focused on his chi, utilizing his chi manipulator perk to weave his chi differently than how his new technique required. Unlike class abilities, which couldn't be changed other than by evolving a class, and otherwise always had the same effect, techniques could be improved and changed. It was how he had evolved his techniques. He had learned that a technique could be improved in several different ways. It could become stronger based on the quality of a person's core and chi, or it could be slightly changed or altered by experimentation. Every path had a rarity, and that rarity reflected the power of the techniques that the path utilized. His path of the final end had started out as rare, and when he improved his techniques, it had changed into an epic one. Now he knew that paths could be passed on, they could be taught to others, or they could be stored in pathstones for others to learn more quickly. The pathstone had given Ryun the knowledge of the three techniques, putting him on the path of the unbreakable wall, which had uncommon level techniques. But the techniques themselves could be improved, and with them the rarity of the path. He pushed his chi out his palm, but this time he didn't stop. He put in more chi and shaped it to his liking, utilizing the knowledge of the technique he had gotten and expanding on it based on his own experience. The plate manifested again, but with the amount of chi he put in, he could feel that it was far stronger. He pushed it into a different shape, and instead of a plate, it turned into a cube, the width of about a single step. The technique settled in, and he stepped back. It would remain there, fixed in space, for as long as he provided it with a tiny amount of chi. It wasn't an issue for him at all, and he could dismiss it in an instant. It was at the height of his shoulders, and he took a step back, looking at it. It was strange. From some angles he couldn't see the edges of the cube, and the light interacted with it strangely. But while interesting, that wasn't a problem. He took a step closer and then jumped up on it. Putting both feet on the cube, he looked around. Airclaw was standing there, motionless, studying everything that Ryun was doing. Around the training yard he saw others doing the same, both the warriors and the builders. He spotted Onrush and Kree standing to the side, watching with interest. He didn't enjoy the audience, but they were in a hostile area, so he didn't have much choice. He stomped his leg onto the cube, and his lips quirked upward when the cube held. Then he bent his knees and jumped high into the air. With his untethered body he soared through the air, high above the town, and as soon as he felt his momentum wane and his body start to fall, he pushed his chi out. Another cube formed beneath his feet, far faster than the first one. His ability to manipulate chi was impressive. He had never met anyone who was as fast as he was. His legs bent as he caught himself on the new cube, and he straightened, putting both feet on it. He stood there, high in the sky, and looked around. The town beneath him was just a tiny spot on the ground, and the territory stretched around him. One section of the sky was covered with gray clouds, and he was standing above them, seeing only the cloud-covered peaks in the distance. The other was clear blue sky, and the last was filled with dark clouds and smoke. He could see the limits of this area. Beyond the mountains that surrounded this valley there was nothing, just a gray curtain that covered everything. He had already assumed that they were in some kind of a pocket dimension or something like that, and this seemed like it proved that theory. He shook his head and turned back to the matters at hand. He bent his legs and jumped forward, soaring through the air. He released the cube behind him, letting it collapse, and then he bent and put his leg forward, creating another cube and landing on it with both of them. He bent his legs then and immediately shot off in another direction. He used all the power of his stats, and the cube held. He was moving through the air faster, and he started experimenting some more. He created more cubes with different angles, shooting off up higher into the air, then reversing his direction in an instant and shooting toward the ground. He even created cubes with his hands, catching himself and halting his movements in an instant. His untethered body allowed him to quickly come to a stop, to absorb the impacts of creating the cubes just next to his body and move through the air with little resistance. Finally, he pushed off a cube and shot toward the ground head first. He was flying so fast that he almost slammed into the ground, but he put his palms in front of him and created another cube, catching himself on it and swinging around, bleeding all of his speed into the swing before releasing himself to fall gently down. He was satisfied with the result. With multiple cubes, he could pick up speed incredibly fast, and he could change his direction in an instant. He couldn't quite fly, but now he could walk, run, and jump through the air. Airclaw walked over to him.
"Impressive,"
he said simply. Ryun nodded his head. He could already imagine all the things that this one technique would allow him to do, both in the air and on the ground. But there were more things he wanted to test out. He turned around and noticed the people staring at him. He recognized their expressions as ones of shock. He didn't understand why they felt that way, nor did he particularly care. He pushed his chi out of his palm again, this time creating a wall. He made it about a hand's breadth thick and as tall as he was. Then he took a step back and smashed his fist into it as hard as he could. The wall held, but that came as no surprise. The original technique was inefficient, and his Lake of Chi perk made his chi more powerful and allowed him to use less chi to achieve more. With his chi manipulator, he had fine control over his power. He started striking at the wall, hitting it several times in quick succession. It held for a while, but then it crumbled and broke. Still, it could be a good defensive technique in some situations. While it did limit his vision, he still had his vibration sense, so he would always be able to tell what was going on beyond it. He still had 2 more techniques to test out, but he wanted to try a few more things with the chi wall, and so he turned to Airclaw. "Let's spar a bit. I want to try some things out." Nearly a day later, Ryun was back on top of the roof of the residence. Most of the people of the town had gone back to sleep, and Airclaw was dealing with the attack from one of the territories. It had been a productive day. He had done a lot of experimenting, and he was feeling good about the new techniques. They were simple, but he had managed to adapt them to his combat style. The only issue was with the avatar technique. The chi copy mirrored his movements exactly, so it wasn't as useful in battle as he had originally assumed it would be. Airclaw had easily avoided it just by watching Ryun's movements, always managing to stay out of the range of the copy. So it just kept fighting air. It might be useful in situations where he was surrounded, but otherwise it was a waste of chi. He had tried to adapt the technique, to change it so that he could control it, but he didn't have much success. But now that he had enough of a grasp of the new techniques, he wanted to advance. He had a feeling that advancement would trigger the evolution of his new techniques, and he had decided that the essence he would need to spend would be worth it in the end, even though he would much rather cycle with it. He only felt a bit disappointed that the second path didn't give him any stats with advancements, but new techniques and upgrades to his perks were more than enough for now. He placed 900 greater essence into his second path and triggered the advancement. New notifications came up, but he put them aside as he put another 1,500 greater essence into the path to bring it to the peak foundation realm. As soon as the second advancement was triggered, he looked at his notifications. "Congratulations! Your Path of the Unbreakable Wall techniques have evolved. Chi Wall evolved to Chi Shaping. Chi Skin evolved to Chi Sheath. Your Unbreakable Wall path is now rare." As he had assumed, his avatar technique hadn't evolved, but his path had gotten up a rarity. Of course, his adaptation of its basic techniques was far more advanced, enough to increase the rarity on their own. Besides, that alone didn't give it any greater power. He looked at the next window, looking through the techniques. Chi Shaping. Create a geometric shape made out of chi. The construct is fixed in space, and its durability is equal to 3.9 times, 3 times, your wisdom. Chi Sheath. Sheathe any body part with a layer of chi. Durability of effect is equal to 3.9 times, 3 times, your wisdom. The techniques weren't as impressive as the ones from his main path, but he had only just started experimenting with them. Lastly, he turned to the 2 remaining notifications, the upgrades for his perks. Path perk evolution available for Quickened Mind. Tinker's Mind. Your mind is quickened, able to think faster than ordinary humans. Able to alter perception of time for the user, plus 15% to intelligence. Strength of effect equal to 2 times your intelligence. Stalwart Mind. Your mind is reinforced, able to focus on any task with increased concentration. You are resistant to mind-altering effects. Plus 15 to intelligence. Effect equal to 2 times your intelligence. Mental Fortress. Your mind is able to retain any new knowledge perfectly. Allows for the creation of mental fortress where the user can store any newly formed memory or newly learned knowledge. Plus 15 to intelligence. The size of the mental fortress depends on intelligence stat. The choices weren't exactly jaw-dropping, but he hadn't really been focused on improving his intelligence or his mind's capability. Still, they were interesting, but the Stalwart Mind he discounted immediately. It gave resistance to mind-altering effects, But his indomitable title perk already did the same, and did it better by providing complete immunity to such effects from opponents who were of a lower tier of power than him. The mental fortress was interesting, but he had no need for it. It wasn't like he was a scholar, or someone who cared enough to remember everything. That left the tinker's mind, which was an upgrade on the perk he already had. It wasn't much, but the ability to alter the perception of time was useful. He could already do that somewhat, and this upgrade would only improve the effect. He picked it, and felt a pressure inside of his mind that built up before slowly dissipating. He shook his head and looked at the next upgrade. Path perk evolution available for Lake of Chi. Ocean of Chi. Your Chi is forged and more powerful than before. Increases core capacity by 20%, increases Chi density by 20%, plus 15% to wisdom stat, able to use less Chi to achieve more. Strength of effect depends on wisdom stat. Bottomless core. Your Chi is a bottomless well. Increase core capacity by 250%, reduce Chi replenishment rate by 90%, plus 20% to wisdom stat. Increases essence draw-in rate based on wisdom stat. Void forged core. Your core is forged by the essence of the void. Increase core capacity by 20%, increase Chi density by 40%, plus 20% to wisdom stat. Able to create a personal void space inside of your core. Size of void space dependent on wisdom stat. This next choice was much more interesting. The first option was a solid overall increase, an upgrade on his previous perk. The second was intriguing. He already had a large supply of Chi, and with it he doubted that he would ever run out of Chi in battle. But it did reduce his natural replenishment rate in return. It also allowed him to draw in more essence, which was one of the most important things for him, although with Kagehime he already had an increase in that department. The last one had solid increases as well, nothing special, but it also allowed him to create a personal void space, which he assumed meant spatial storage. He had noticed that his rings had a familiar feeling to them ever since he'd adopted the void aspect. It could mean that they were made by something similar to his aspect. Perhaps his new aspect wasn't as unique as he had thought. But he wasn't sure about the fact that he could have another storage, as he already had 2 rings, although having one that he couldn't lose and that others couldn't detect would be an advantage. He debated between the bottomless core and the void forged core for a while, but ultimately he picked the void forged core as it made his Chi denser, which made it more effective. With that done, he took a deep breath. He finally felt ready to continue and gather the remaining anchoring crystals. There was just one thing that he had to deal with. He focused on his skill, looking for the unique vibration signature, and then jumped off the roof, heading toward Onrush, who was on the other side of town. Chapter 70. Present. Onrush. Friend. Onrush stood in the middle of the training yard. Ryun had asked her to send the others away, which left the entire yard clear for the 2 of them. The only other person there was Ryun's contracted wolf, Airclaw. She had her sword in her hand, the golden hilt and the silver blade gleaming in the unnatural light of this place. The sword was her most prized possession, a long sword that gave her a boost of 10 to her strength and dexterity. It was the only thing she had left of her family. She stood with her weapon held in both hands before her in a defensive stance. Across from her stood Ryun, a simple long sword shorter in size than her own held in his right hand. He stood in a strange sideways stance, with his right hand pointing his weapon to the ground behind him. She could see that he was not comfortable using a stance. It wasn't like he didn't know how to at all, however. To her eyes it seemed more like he hadn't used one in a long time. She had never seen him fight with any finesse. Every battle she had observed him in, he fought with a savage efficiency, overwhelming his opponents. She wasn't sure why he had asked her to spar. When asked, he simply grunted and refused to answer. In truth, she was a bit scared, as she knew that she wasn't anywhere near being a match for him, but she couldn't refuse his request. She had heard what he had done for Jish and Enka, how he had given them essence so that they may evolve their class. Both of them were much stronger now. It was what sect leaders usually did for those who had their favor. She hadn't expected Ryun to do it, however, and she couldn't help but wonder if he planned on doing something similar for her. She tried to prevent herself from hoping, but all her life she had had to fight for scraps, and even then she had more luck than most. She had advanced enough that she was useful, that she could find a place in a sect. She also knew that Ryun was someone who could make all her dreams come true. "Begin," Ryun said, shaking her out of her thoughts. She took a deep breath and attacked, as he had requested. She opened with a simple stab, and he deflected. She was surprised that her sword didn't fly out of her hand, and she realized that he was holding back significantly. He was fighting at her level. She was so surprised by that she nearly missed his counterattack. She blocked and moved back. She didn't know why she somehow expected him to fight at his full strength, but she knew that he wasn't, like most people. She could never know what his intentions were, and she had no idea why he wanted to fight with her. She started attacking, growing bolder and bolder, until they started to dance. She saw that the more the fight went on, the more Ryun seemed to be utilizing actual martial arts rather than just brute strength. She was surprised by that, although after his actions the day before, perhaps she shouldn't have been. When he'd asked for the path stone for the path of the unbreakable wall, she'd thought that he had made a mistake. Not only was it an uncommon path, but it was weak as well, or at least she had thought that it was. By now she should have realized that most of what she and everyone else knew about cultivation did not apply to Ryun. Seeing him zipping around the sky, almost flying with his dark cubes, had made her realize just how far beyond her and anyone else she had ever met Ryun actually was. He had taken a path that all agreed to be useless for warriors and turned it into something that supplemented his other abilities. The way that he adapted and used power was incredible. It made her feel awe, and she knew that she was watching someone who would reach the realms far beyond what any ordinary person could even dream of. Long before meeting him, she had given up on advancing, had believed that the highest she would ever reach was where she was now. She had lost hope that she would ever rise beyond mediocrity. But here, now, she had an opportunity to watch and learn from someone who was great. With every swing of her sword she was taking in impressions. The way that Ryun responded, how he kept his power from overwhelming her. There were insights there for someone like her. She knew people who would pay fortunes just to see him fight, or to cross blades for a few moments. And here, she had it for free. They sparred for hours, even long after she was exhausted and could barely move. Ryun had never even suggested that they end, and she couldn't waste the opportunity. A spark reignited inside of her, the thing that had made her choose cultivation over being a classer, the desire to advance and better herself. It had been too long since she had felt this way, and she didn't want it to stop. But her body could no longer sustain her will, and as she swung her sword at Ryun, her legs gave out and she crashed to the ground. She tried to get up, but found that her limbs no longer listened to her. So she remained on the ground, breathing heavily. She felt hands grab her and turn her around, and then her mouth being pried open and a cold liquid spilling down her throat. Immediately she felt her tiredness disappear. She opened her eyes, only to see Ryun standing above her, looking down at her. He nodded to himself and spoke. "I guess that this is enough," he said, and then stood. She wanted to curse him. He didn't even look winded, and there were no marks on his body or clothes. Onrush, on the other hand, was covered in blood and sweat. Ryun might have held back, but he still made shallow cuts every time she had made a mistake, and she'd made plenty. She stood up, seeing that most of her cuts were no longer bleeding, but they weren't healed. He had to have given her a stamina potion, not a healing one. She got up to her feet, feeling her wounds burn, and then looked at Ryun. He had yet to tell her why he wanted to spar with her. She knew that it wasn't because he wanted to test himself. He could do that with his contracted partner. "Come," Ryun said, and turned around, walking away. She wanted to speak, ask him what he wanted, but she kept her mouth shut. She knew better than to annoy him. She still woke up drenched in sweat sometimes, remembering his fight with Fier and the warriors, and the aura that she had felt him unleash once she called him master. She knew that no matter how calm and collected he seemed, he could be set off, and she feared what he could do if he got truly angry. It was in part why she was continuing in the role of leading the town. It was better than allowing someone else to go directly to Ryun and annoy him. Everyone had been told that they should never refer to him as master, but that was the most common word used for those more powerful than oneself. Someone would eventually make a mistake and say the word in front of him, and Onrush wanted to delay that from occurring as long as possible, to get him to feel more responsible for the people in the town. Perhaps that way he wouldn't murder everyone when he got annoyed. She followed behind him and realized that he was leading her back to the residence. Immediately, all kinds of thoughts flashed through her head. She never knew what Ryun wanted, but the building itself held only bad memories. It had been Fier's home, and she couldn't help the idea that perhaps Ryun wanted the same thing from her. The only reason why she was willing to live there was because she had seen Fier die in front of her. It was a stupid thought, she knew. Ryun had never shown even the slightest interest in her. Oh, he had looked at her, undressed her even, but Onrush had never seen desire in his eyes, just an emotionless gaze. She shivered as she remembered him looking at her in the master bedroom. To him, she had been just a piece of flesh that could give him the answers that he wanted. He led her to the meeting room on the first floor, motioned her in, and then closed the doors. She started getting more and more nervous. She had interacted with him the most, but still, she couldn't help her fears. Maybe I could take a moment to clean up?" she said, gesturing to her clothes, which was stained with blood, dust, and sweat. "Sit," Ryun said. She did as he asked. There was no point in trying to argue with him, as he didn't care about things that normal people did, so she took a seat and Ryun sat across from her. He was staring at her, not saying anything. Onrush struggled to keep his gaze. It was so intense, and not in the manner she had ever encountered before. She had been in the presence of powerful people, had seen the intense looks in their eyes that said that they could kill her without breaking a sweat, that made it clear that she was to tread respectfully around them. But there was none of that from Ryun, no commanding gaze, no belief in his own superiority. There was only a coldness that made her seem insignificant, as if she was just an object that he was observing and could do with as he willed, and she knew he could. "I have realized that there is a debt between us," Ryun said. Onrush blinked. She had not expected him to say anything like that. "What?" Ryun tilted his head. "You have taken over managing this town and its people from me. I was the one that agreed to lead, but I have not done so." "Forgiveness." She bowed her head quickly. "I didn't mean to usurp your place." "You misunderstand. You have done me a favor. Dealing with others is bothersome and annoying. You and I had made a deal. I save your life and that of your daughter, and in return you answer my questions. You have fulfilled that bargain. We did not agree for you to lead in my stead. As such, I need to balance the scales. I live by simple rules. My words are my bonds, and I do not take aid for free. Oh, well, I didn't do it hoping for some reward. I didn't think that you wanted to be bothered by people constantly. You thought well. As such, I've decided to give you something in return for you continuing to lead this town in my stead. Onrush didn't dare speak. Hearing about the gifts that he had given to Jish and Enka, she could only hope to get something like that. An item like the ones that he had given to them would be enough to secure both her and Kree's futures. Ryun continued speaking. I will need something more in return, however. The boss monster protecting the anchoring crystal had been strong. Between me and Airclaw we managed to take it down, but it could have gone the other way. And the remaining two might be just as or even stronger. What does that have to do with me? Onrush asked. She had fought against the waves attacking the town. Even those monsters were incredibly strong. If they didn't have the numbers and the wolves, they would be having much more trouble. I need another person that I trust to fight by my side. You. Onrush blinked. You want me to fight monsters that are as powerful as you? You might as well kill me now. Not as you are now, obviously. I will help you advance, Ryun said. Her heart started beating fast. Advancement was something that every cultivator desired above all else, but life rarely allowed opportunities where one could dedicate all of their time to it, not unless one was a scion of a wealthy or powerful person. You want to help me advance? She echoed blankly. Ryun nodded. I have given it some thought, and I believe that this is the best solution. I will have a person I can rely on, as you have proven yourself to be willing to deal with me, and we will silence the talks and plans from the rest of the townspeople. What rumors and plans? Onrush asked. The ones that call you too weak to be in such a high position, and their plans to assassinate you, of course, Ryun said evenly. She stared at him for a long moment, barely comprehending what she was hearing. They are planning on assassinating me? Oh, you didn't know? How would I know that? She yelled suddenly, her fear turning to threats that she hadn't even considered. She had thought that the people in the town had mostly accepted her, had thought that her connection to Ryun would be enough to keep her and Kree safe. But she should have known better. It was how things were done in sects. If you weren't strong enough to keep a position, or you didn't have someone powerful standing behind you, you were just an obstacle. The others probably thought that Ryun wasn't particularly attached to her to care if they removed her, which she knew that he wasn't. They had to think that they could deal with him without her. They were fools that would have probably gotten all of them killed. Ah, Ryun said. I forget sometimes that you can't listen as I do. Well, I don't really listen. I feel the vibrations their words make in the air and understand what they are saying. It is all the same to me, really. She opened her mouth to ask if he had been spying on the people, but then remembered him telling her that his skill allowed him to know everything that was happening in the town. She had assumed that that meant only movements, but if he could hear everything that everyone in the town was saying, even when they thought that they were safe... She had always known that Ryun was terrifying, but she hadn't really understood to what extent. "Are you going to kill them?" she whispered. She wondered how many people had said stupid things about him where they thought that he couldn't hear them. She knew that Fier hadn't been very well liked, but some of the people in town weren't as happy with the situation as others. They just didn't have any other choice. Ryun tilted his head and frowned at her. Why would I kill them? They are not planning on killing me, just you. She sighed, almost smiling to herself. He had gotten better with conversation since he came to town, but he was still strange. Another sect leader would have killed anyone who spoke against them and their direct subordinates immediately, or at least punished them severely. So you want to help me advance so that I can deal with them myself? That is just a bonus. I need someone to fight by my side. I'm used to being alone, but there is too much that I don't know about this world. I cannot afford to enter a fight while believing something that isn't true. Having you close and able would aid me in more ways than one. Haven't you already helped Jish and Enka advance? Why just not use them? Onrush asked. Ryun's expression became resigned. I gave them a test, and they failed it spectacularly. I gave them advice, essence to advance. I taught them how to achieve great and true power, and still they did not understand. I watched them since we returned to the town, listening to their private talks. I told them that the secret to real power comes from patience, from cycling over and over again so that you may build your base up, and they saw the results of that themselves. But they had decided against using my methods. They put that knowledge off as something that they could do later, once they advanced further. With the amount of essence available here in this scenario, they hoped to gather enough to advance. They did not share what they have learned with others. Instead, they guard the knowledge selfishly. They dream of being Lord Realm cultivators, but don't understand that if they continue on this path, if they rush that advancement, they will become the same as Fier had been, a weak cultivator. That realm will be as far as they ever reach. They will never survive the monsters they will need to kill in order to advance further. They are a disappointment. They will suffice as warriors of this town, leading the others, but they will not rise higher in my eyes. Onrush couldn't believe what she had heard. Among the townspeople, Jish and Enka were considered among the more talented people here. They were young and would reach far. They were also the strongest among the warriors, especially now after Ryun had helped them along. But to hear him speak of them as if they were disappointments, it put things in perspective for her. The fact that Jish and Enka were keeping his lessons a secret didn't surprise her, as that is what cultivators did. Knowledge was power. She saw Ryun for who he really was, a true cultivator, one who did not pursue the easy and quick path to power. He didn't care about others, because to him they weren't important. They were all weak, people who didn't dedicate themselves to their paths in the same way that he did. He did not allow for others to stand in his way. And you think that I am better? Wait, was that in the training yard a test? Onrush asked. The corner of Ryun's mouth quirked up. I've been testing you from the moment I first saw you leave this town in the middle of the night with your daughter. I watched you run through the night into the wilderness and danger, struggling to survive. I followed you because that event was something new, interesting. I watched you fight against those sent after you, refusing to surrender. In our sparring session, you showed me the same thing, that refusal to bow. You knew that there was no way for you to win against me, knew that our fight was nothing but a pastime for me. Still, you didn't ask for us to stop, and you threw yourself into the spar until your body gave out. You are better than them. They don't have that which you do, drive and instinct. She was so confused that she had no idea how to feel, but the prospect of gaining strength was a dream. In return for your help in advancement, you want me to continue leading the town in your stead and for me to fight with you? Nothing else? She had to ask. She knew too many stories about powerful cultivators offering power to women who caught their fancy, but never fulfilling their promises. She had no desire to become just another story. "Yes," Ryun answered simply. Her heart threatened to jump out of her chest, but she nodded her head, accepting his offer. Ryun placed his hand to the side, and a crate filled with essence crystals appeared there. She couldn't help but gape at it. She had never seen that much wealth. "Fill your core, and then drain it." His words snapped her mind back to him, and she looked at him. She remembered him mentioning cycling, but now that she was seeing the essence in front of her, she couldn't help but think of the waste of wealth. "Are you sure you want me to do that? This is the essence that you have cycled, right?" "Yes, and it is," Ryun said. "I can understand you giving me essence to advance, but to cycle as well. With this, you could have everyone in the town advance several stages, level up even." "I have enough essence to raise many others, yes. But why would I do that for them? I have no need for them to be strong. I have seen none who have that which one needed to advance further. Should I give them power only for them to remain where I put them? For them to become leaders like your old master was to them? They do not deserve to be handed that power." "And I do?" she asked. Ryun didn't answer immediately. "Perhaps not even you, but I have the privilege of being able to do whatever I want to do, to make the decisions. And I want to do this. You will help me in turn, and you will repay me eventually." She shivered at the look in his eyes. She had no doubt that she would. Onrush glanced back at the essence in front of her. This was an opportunity that she could not refuse, a thing from stories, when a great monarch finds a lowly cultivator and, through an act of generosity, grants them essence to raise them to the power of the heavens. Without another moment's pause, she grabbed a crystal and pulled the essence in. Onrush didn't know for how long she cycled. She couldn't bring herself to count. It was so much wealth being used on someone like her, someone who had never been important. Not even the children of sect leaders had access to so much essence. Ryun was the one who kept count, who told her when it was enough and when she could advance to the next stage. She couldn't even bring herself to look at her notifications, lest all this turn out to be a dream. Finally, Ryun raised a hand, putting all the essence that she had cycled through back into his storage. It was useless to him or her now for advancement, but it could still be used as currency, at half value, of course, as only 3 people could cycle the same essence, and the 4th person that pulled it in wouldn't be able to cycle it out. But since it had been used twice, it could still be used twice more, although people rarely cycled. She wondered if Ryun knew that, but then he spoke, and her mind went back to the matter at hand. "Advance," he said. She looked at the window in front of her, trembling. She had never thought that she would have ever reached this far. She had resigned herself to being a Foundation Realm cultivator. She triggered the advancement and felt her core change. Power billowed through her, changing her and making her stronger. She glanced at the latest notification and gasped. "Congratulations, you have reached early Lord Realm stage on the Path of the Sword. Your Path of the Sword techniques have evolved. Imbue evolved to infuse. Enhance evolved to surge. Flurry evolved to bladestorm. Your Path of the Sword is now rare. Poison aspect Tier 3 evolved to Tier 4. She couldn't believe what she was seeing. Her techniques had changed. Ryun had told her that would happen if she cycled, but she hadn't really believed. And not only that, her path's rarity, her aspect, had all advanced. She glanced up to see Ryun next to her, reading her windows as well, as she had made them all visible per his request. "Good," he said. "Now we need to pick the best perks for you." She brought up her other notifications, seeing so many different things. Cultivation bonuses to her techniques, new perks. Ryun hadn't let her pick perks as soon as she advanced. He told her to wait until they were done. He said that the choices would change if her path's rarity changed. Looking at the choices, she could see that they were different, even better than they had been just a little while ago. She turned her eyes to them, but she was waiting on Ryun. She knew many things that he did not, but when it came to cultivation, she knew that he was far beyond her, a genius only seen once in several generations. She would let him pick for her. She turned and looked at him, seeing him reading her screens, something that was the most private thing a person had. In this moment, she would have done anything that he asked of her, as he had given her enough power to defend herself and her child. For that, she would always be in his debt, no matter what he said. She studied him as he stood next to her, close enough to touch. She had so many questions about him, but she had never had the courage to ask. "Ryun?" Onrush said softly. He glanced at her and tilted an eyebrow. "Yes?" "What do you want?" she asked. Ryun frowned. "What do you mean?" "I mean, what is your goal? What are you seeking in life? I know that you just stumbled into being a leader of a town, but what do you want to do? Do you want to build a sect? You must know that we will not be left alone by the Black Viper sect. They had sent people, resources, and a nephew of a sect head had died here. They will come at us, try to reclaim this territory, and kill everyone. I know that you are strong, but the Black Viper sect has monarchs as the sect heads, 5 of them." Ryun looked thoughtful, and she waited for the answer. "I've been alone for a long time," he started. "I am still adjusting to being around other people, to speaking. The one thing I have always wanted was to be left alone and in peace, to be free to make whatever decision I wanted, even when I don't know what I want. To cultivate, to grow in power, perhaps. Yet somehow that power was why I was never allowed to be in peace. Others feared it and wanted to stop me from growing it. Now, I guess I still want the same thing. Be free to make my own choices. What I want above all else is to pursue true skill. I had forgotten about that dream, as I had no need to improve my knowledge on Earth. It had been a long time since I practiced martial arts, since I took the time to train in the use of my techniques and abilities. I want to remember that, to begin my path again. Still, I have given my word that I would protect this town, and so I will. If the Black Viper sect chooses to oppose me, I will deal with them the same way I have dealt with all the others who have stood in my way in the past." "They are not like Fier, Ryun," Onrush said. "Not even like the Monarch Realm monster that you killed. They are powerful, old. I have heard rumors that one of the sect heads is close to breaking into the heavenly realm. I do not know if you alone would be able to stop them." "I will not know until I try. But let me assure you of one thing, Onrush. I have faced worse odds before, and I have prevailed. The framework rewarded me for my survival. It is why I am so strong. And if you stay by my side, promise to be my friend, I will make you just as strong as I." Onrush heard his words and recognized that to him the word friend was almost unfamiliar, that it was not something that he often said. She didn't know how to respond. In a sect, he would have been her master and she his student. That was, in a way, what they were, except that they followed different paths. Too, he hated the word master and instead wanted her to be his friend. She met his gaze and nodded her head. She was still afraid of him, had seen the callousness in his actions, the disregard for others. But she knew that he wouldn't hurt her, not unless she betrayed him. She could tell that he had very few people whom he called friends, but then she was no different. She took a deep breath. She could be what he was asking her to be. At the moment, she couldn't help but wonder what would have happened to her had she not met and accepted his offer. Would she have been brought back to Fier as a slave, or perhaps dead in the stomach of a beast along with Cree? She shook her head. It didn't matter. Her life had made a turn. She was fortunate, and she wasn't going to waste the opportunity fate gave her. Ryun had told her that he thought that she had what it took to advance further. Even being a lord had been a dream, and now, when she looked into Ryun's eyes, she knew that it was only the beginning. Chapter 71. Present. Onrush. Lord Realm. Onrush jumped to the side, using her dash ability just as a large white bear tried to smash her with its paw. She evaded the attack, and the wickedly long and sharp claws stabbed into the frozen ground, raking it. Onrush raised her new sword, her breathing form already sending her chi into her weapon, and infuse, filling it with poison chi. She sliced at the bear's side, cutting a long gash in its thick hide and letting blood flow, as well as filling the wound with poison. It roared and turned at her faster than she expected. Immediately she used her perk and triggered one of her anchors. Without the need to switch her breathing form, her body was filled with her branch technique, Surge, and she moved out of the way of the attacking bear. The monster had 3 tiers of power, and just a day before, this fight would have been the hardest she had ever fought. Now it almost seemed easy. She could kill it quickly, but she was still getting used to her new power, and Ryun had insisted that she take the time to train as much as possible. She danced around the monster, making shallow wounds and filling it with poison. It would swipe at her, and she did her best to evade, but she was not yet used to her new stats, and a few of its swipes managed to connect with her new armor. The claws raked over the bark-like armor, doing no damage, and she would dance away. Essence and advancement hadn't been the only gifts that Ryun had given her. He had also gifted her a set of armor that he had gotten as a reward from the boss that had protected the first anchoring crystal. The set was amazing, a true treasure, something that she couldn't have hoped to ever obtain before, the armor of the Leshy King, E. Not only was it a full set of armor that covered her entire body, but it also provided a substantial bonus. It was enchanted with repair, durability, and equip, and it gave her an increase of +15 to all her stats, along with a passive bonus that reduced any effectiveness of acid damage being used against her by 20%. It looked like it was made out of dark green bark, and it consisted of a chest piece, leggings, greaves, boots, gauntlets, and an antlered helmet. The second item Ryun gave her was even more impressive, a legendary ring that likewise had come from the monster. The Ring of the Enduring Forest, L, gave her an incredible boost of 50 to her endurance, but more importantly, it had a small core inside of it that she could fill with chi and then use. That was an incredible boon, especially considering the path perk that Ryun had her pick. She hadn't been certain about his advice, but he had explained his reasoning well, and she found no fault in it. Her techniques didn't require a lot of chi, and her combat style relied on fighting with a weapon more than chaining techniques. Ryun had, in a single day, managed to give her path a form and shape her new perks around her techniques. In one sentence, he was capable of giving advice that profoundly changed the way she viewed her power. She knew that he didn't understand just how insightful and world-shattering his words were. To him, everything was just obvious, but to a person like Onrush, who had only the most basic education and training, 1 hour of discussing the principles and reasons behind picking perks with him was worth more than all of her other training combined. Everything that Ryun did was with the goal of advancing in mind. He had grasped the style of Onrush's cultivation and class, her abilities and techniques, and her combat training, and had advised her in the best possible way. Once she had thought that Fier was talented, but now she could see that he had been nothing compared to someone like Ryun. Fier had the best training and advisors that the Black Viper sect could provide, and yet now she understood just how little he had done with those resources. Fier had his advancement handed to him in much the same way that she had been gifted it, but the difference was that she had spent most of her life struggling, and Ryun did not care to keep his knowledge a secret. Instead, he shared and mentored her in the best way for her to proceed. Onrush kept slicing the monster, carving long wounds in its flesh, until finally its body gave out and it fell to the ground, succumbing to the poison. She looked around, seeing Airclaw dispatching another of the bears, and Ryun stabbing his hand into another fallen beast and pulling something out. She shivered at the sight. She had seen him do that against Fier, she remembered, as he pulled a glowing and twisting form from its corpse and devoured it. Another bear jumped at her, and she used dash to evade the attack. She moved back quickly and stabbed her sword in its side while it was off balance. With her infuse active, her sword delivered poison chi into the bear's body. It roared, and she pulled her sword out, dancing to the side as it attacked again. She waited for its next attack, and then triggered her Fighter's Strike perk and used her fruit technique, activating her second anchor. The chi that she had already prepared billowed out of her, and Blade Storm came into being around her. 4 hovering blades made out of poison chi snapped forward, following her movement. With the Fighter's Strike activated, her next attack dealt double damage, and her blades spun around her, cutting the bear's head into ribbons. The bear fell to the ground, and she glanced around, seeing that there were no more threats. She walked over to Ryun, who was retrieving the loot from the spawned chest. Ryun glanced at her and then spoke. "You are still not using your stats to their fullest potential. Leveraging your stats is one of the most important things about combat. You need to get comfortable with pulling out your full strength at a moment's notice." "I know. It's just hard for me to adjust. Just yesterday I would have had no chance fighting a monster like this," Onrush said. "You are also not yet as comfortable in switching from your abilities to your techniques. For a cultivator, a class is supposed to be a way to support a path. You are on the path of the sword. Your techniques are not destructive, not suited to control of the battlefield, nor to stealth. You are a fighter, most suited for one-on-one combat. Your techniques are designed to supplement your martial arts. You need to start relying more on your combat skills for that." Onrush nodded at his words. She understood what he was saying, but she had never been the best martial artist. She had been trained in the sect she had been born into by the trainer of the warriors. He hadn't been the best, nor had he really cared much for her. Onrush didn't blame him, as he had been in charge of training the children of the sect and shaping them in their first few years after they gained a path. He'd had a class of dozens, and there had been no way for him to pay extra attention to anyone. She knew the basics, but she was aware of her failings and was intent on working on them. She had the sword mastery skill, albeit at a low level, but she wasn't used to tracking the lines in her vision during combat. She knew that doing so could be dangerous, as relying on a mastery skill could lead to overconfidence and death. It was a balance. She glanced at the sword in her hands, the last gift that Ryun had given her. The Sword of Greater Insight, R, was not as impressive as his other gifts, but it was valuable nevertheless. It was a quality sword, and it gave her a 50% increase to her skill leveling speed. Already she had gained an additional level in sword mastery just from one day of killing monsters. "Come," Ryun broke in, interrupting her thoughts. "There is another pack of monsters over that hill." The second territory was a landscape covered in snow and ice. There were no trees, or any other vegetation, for that matter, only the cold and the snow. The land was a combination of hills, canyons, cliffs, and frozen lakes. It was filled with monsters, from massive white bears to spider nests and ice elementals. Ryun had decided that instead of heading in a straight line looking for the fortress where the next anchoring crystal was supposed to be, they should hunt as many of the monsters as they could, both to provide her some training, but also because, according to him, it was time for him to stop playing games and start advancing for real. She wasn't sure why he thought that he hadn't been advancing for real, but she had no reason to refuse. It was rare for her to be able to hunt so many monsters, and she couldn't remember when she had last collected so much essence. At this rate, she could advance again soon, and yet now she knew that doing so immediately would be a mistake. She had decided to follow Ryun's example and cycle prior to advancing. That meant that she would need a lot of essence, but at the rate that Ryun was finding monsters, she didn't think that that would pose a problem. As they ran over the snowy ground, she took the opportunity to look at her screens. Name: Onrush Kesh. Race: Human. Infinite Realm. Titles: Adventurer, One Against Many, Beaten but Not Broken, Lord, Class Evolution 1. Essence: 213, Greater. Perks: Hardened Body, Path Perk. Your body is hardened. You gain a 5% resistance to physical damage and are resistant to disease, poisons, and toxins. Strength of effect depends on endurance stat. Quick Steps, Class Perk. You gain a 10% bonus speed when in combat. Fighter's Heart, Class Perk. Once per combat, ignore pain until the end of combat. Fighter's Strike, Class Perk. Once per combat, your next attack deals double damage. Poison, Aspect Perk. When using infusing techniques, your attacks inflict poison damage. Poison chi courses through your body, making you immune to poison from all sources weaker than you. Amount of poison damage depends on wisdom stat. Enduring Mind, Path Perk. Your mind is sturdy. You take 20% less mental damage, and mind-manipulating effects are less effective against you. Strength of effect depends on intelligence stat. Bottomless Core, Path Perk. Your chi is a bottomless well. Increase core capacity by 250%. Reduce chi replenishment rate by 90%. Plus 20% to wisdom stat. Increases essence draw-in rate based on wisdom stat. Chi Anchor, Path Perk. You are able to prepare your techniques in advance and trigger them at a moment's notice, unleashing them without the need to change your breathing form. Techniques can be anchored to 3 points in your body, and each anchor lasts 1 day. Each anchor must be set up prior to combat. Fighter's Stamina, Class Perk. Minus 20% stamina requirements for class abilities. Class: Duelist, U. Level: 60, 0 of 120 greater essence. Combat ability: Crescent. Movement ability: Dash. Support ability: Deflect. Cultivation: The Path of the Sword, R. Stage: Early Lord, 0 of 900 greater essence. Aspect: Poison. Base technique: Infuse. Branch technique: Surge. Fruit technique: Blade Storm. Passive skills: Combat Mastery evolved to Sword Mastery, 2 of 10. Danger Sense, 3 of 10. Echo Sense, 2 of 10. Active Skills: Swipe, 4 of 10. Strength: 203 plus 15 equals 218. Dexterity: 157 plus 15 equals 172. Vitality: 114 plus 15 equals 129. Endurance: 124 plus 15 plus 50 equals 189. Intelligence: 109 plus 15 equals 124. Wisdom: 126 plus 15 equals 141. She still couldn't quite believe what she was reading. Ryun had made it clear to her that if she was to become a powerful cultivator, she needed to be completely familiar with every single part of her build. She knew that the perks she had obtained prior to meeting Ryun weren't the most powerful. They were the standard perks that most warriors got, and she had never known that the choice could be improved. Ryun had picked her newly earned perks based both on what she already had and the way she would be fighting. The first perk he had her pick was the Enduring Mind, and although the other choices weren't all that good, she wouldn't have picked it. But he said that having at least some defense against mind attacks was important. One needed to be ready for everything. The second choice was the one she had the most issues with, the Bottomless Core. She hadn't been comfortable with losing her chi regeneration, but Ryun had told her that she didn't need it. Her techniques weren't chi-intensive, nor did she rely on them much in the first place. She fought with her sword, using techniques only to supplement her fighting style. She had to admit, too, that with the cycling she had a great deal more chi. She had been fighting for the entire day, and she was yet to even spend a third of her chi supply. With the ring he gave her, she even had a backup. But Ryun hadn't had her choose that perk because of the increased core capacity. He had told her that the increased essence draw was the real reason for why that perk was good for her. If she was going to keep following in his footsteps, she would need as much essence as she could get her hands on. The chi anchor she understood. With her fighting style, she might not have the time to switch between breathing forms in order to activate her techniques quickly, as she didn't have perks that helped her utilize her chi faster. The last perk, Fighter's Stamina, was a class perk, a basic one that simply let her conserve more stamina in a fight. She understood the philosophy behind Ryun's choices for her, but she needed to train in order to bring all of those different aspects together. He had also told her that once she reached Peak Lord realm, her second path would allow her to upgrade her perks, which was going to benefit her greatly, if she ever managed to reach such a height. Ryun slowed as they reached the top of the hill. Down near a frozen lake was a pack of monsters. He glanced at her and then summoned his sword, then jumped forward, a black cube appearing beneath his feet. He used it to push himself toward the monsters, falling on them from the air, and Onrush and Airclaw followed swiftly behind him. Chapter 72. Present. Ryun. Cold. The last of the spiders died as he used Reeve to pull its essence out. The monsters were an incredible source of essence for someone like him, who had an ability that allowed him to harvest it. He was gathering it faster than he ever had before, and he had already accumulated enough to cycle through his core 2 more times. But he would not have enough to advance before facing the next boss. Already he was having trouble locating new monster packs. Ryun knelt next to the corpse of the spider and put it in one of his 2 spatial rings. He didn't like to waste anything, and their bodies could be valuable. He glanced to the side and saw Onrush cleaning the monster's blood from her sword. She had been improving steadily over the last 3 days of their hunt, and she was now at least adequately using her power. By his count, she should have accumulated enough essence to cycle through her core twice from the rewards she'd received. He had been giving her all the crystals that were in the loot chests, since his way of getting essence gave him much more, and Airclaw apparently didn't advance in the same manner as he once had. From his few talks with the wolf, Ryun had learned that Airclaw's advancement was now tied to Ryun's. When Ryun advanced, so would the wolf, but he didn't know for how long that would remain true. For all that they knew, once Ryun reached a sufficiently high realm, Airclaw's manner of advancement would change again. Ryun could see it in Onrush's eyes, the shock at how fast she was accumulating essence. He knew that people rarely advanced so fast. Hunting monsters was dangerous. It took preparation, equipment, a team, but she had the equipment that Ryun had given her, and with him and Airclaw she had a safety net. They were taking care of most of the monsters, leaving her to fight the others one-on-one. He was giving her potions after every fight as well, making sure that she wasn't too tired or too injured to continue. The few days they had spent hunting had made a dent even in his supplies, and she had already mentioned that he was spending a fortune worth of potions on her alone. But then Ryun literally had an entire world's worth of treasures in his storage ring. He had seen some of the things that they had in the town, and he knew that there were resources that were of a better quality than what Ryun himself had, but what he did have was still powerful. He might be spending a fortune, but material wealth didn't matter to him. He wanted to advance. All he had was in the service of that goal. The three of them gathered and set off. He was scanning the surroundings, but he wasn't finding any more monster packs, so he changed their course and headed deeper into the frozen territory, toward the mountain and the fortress nestled in its side. They had noticed its existence when they'd come close enough to see the mountain proper. The fortress was a large structure made out of ice, sculpted from the mountain itself. They made good time and reached the gate in just a few hours. Ryun kept his attention on his skill, both versions of it, but felt nothing from his vibration sense that would indicate that there was movement inside. Still, he was sensing something. A slow disturbance, one that he believed to be breathing. He glanced at Airclaw. "Do you sense anything inside?" Ryun asked. Airclaw tilted his head, his ears twitching, but then he shook his head. "Nothing." Ryun knew that the wolf was a good tracker, and that he had exceptional hearing. He probably couldn't hear the breathing, but at least he confirmed that there were no other monsters inside. Ryun wondered why that was, considering that the last fortress was filled with monsters. They had already discussed their plans for when they encountered the boss, so Ryun felt no need to stop. He walked through the frozen arch and entered a small courtyard. From there he followed his senses and entered a large doorway leading into the mountain. The three of them made their way up, climbing stone stairs covered with frost. Eventually they reached the top and entered what looked to be a throne room similar to the one in the forest territory. On a throne made out of blue ice sat a monster of a type that Ryun was familiar with. It was a yeti, only this one was larger than the one Ryun had faced on Earth. Seeing it, he began to get excited, as the last yeti he had fought had been strong. He removed his filters and looked at the monster. Yeti King, E. Information unknown. Again he couldn't see its tier of power. That had only rarely happened to him, and still he didn't know the reason why. But he also knew that tier of power didn't matter as much as people thought, or at least it didn't matter to him. Ryun had one advantage over most other people, his stats, which he'd gained because of the unique titles he gained over his life on Earth. The first titles gave him an incredible boost in terms of percentage bonus on his base stats, but the greatest boon were his stronger titles, those that combined gave him more than 300 stat points. Ryun was aware now that there were few who could match him in his raw stats. He would always be above those who were on the same level and stage as him, as far as they were concerned. In truth, he was likely to be stronger than many who were on the stages above him. Onrush was a perfect example of that. She was now in the Lord realm, but her stats were far beneath his, and that was only because of his titles. He assumed that there were people like him out there in the infinite realm, rankers from other iterations who still lived, those who had titles similar to he, and who'd had the time to advance in this new world. He didn't think that he was unique, or that he was the strongest here. He had learned the lesson about assuming such things. The monster before him should be stronger than him on paper, and perhaps even in reality. A cultivator's power didn't come from stats, of course. The difference in stats between a Lord and Foundation Realm cultivators wasn't that high. It was their perks that were their greatest assets, and he didn't know what the focus of the perks in the Monarch Realm was. He had seen the last boss do some interesting things with its chi, and he believed that one of the perks, at least, had to give another boost to the cultivator's chi or aspect. It was the not knowing that could get him killed, and no one in the town knew anything about the monarch realm. Ryun and the others stood at the entrance of the throne room, looking at the boss. The Yeti didn't move from his spot on the throne, but Ryun felt its breathing change. It was looking back at them. It was waiting. Finally, Ryun took a step forward and walked to the middle of the room. He kept his eyes on the monster the entire time, and once he stopped, the monster finally moved. It stood up and took a step forward. It was even more impressive when standing. It was wide and bulky, with white fur covering all of its body. It was wearing armor that appeared to be made out of ice, the same color as the throne behind it. It was thick, yet somehow it allowed the monster to move without issues. It didn't have any weapons that Ryun could see, but he got a sense from it that was familiar, and he recognized it as a spatial storage. His void aspect had made him more in tune with objects that were touched by similar effects. He was still not sure if the spatial storage was tied to the void or if it was just something similar. In his mind, a void was an absence of things, not a hole in space and time. The monster was the first to speak. "Welcome, Chosen." The Yeti bowed its head and then raised it, looking straight at Ryun. "You are the ones who defeated the Leshy, I assume?" Ryun tilted his head. The tone of the Yeti's voice didn't hold any hostility, unlike the Leshy. "Yes," he answered. The Yeti nodded his head. "At last. Perhaps I can be released from this hell as well." Ryun understood what it meant. After the fight with the Leshy, he had remembered something that he had known before while on Earth. He wasn't sure if the memory had been removed from him like the others, or if he had simply forgotten, but he had believed that monsters that the framework brought hadn't been just mindless creations. He had encountered monsters that could speak, that could reason. He had a theory long ago. He remembered discussing it with someone, but he couldn't remember who clearly. It didn't matter now, but he was certain that all the monsters on Earth, as well as those here in the infinite realm, had been taken from other worlds, other universes. The monsters that could speak usually called Ryun Chosen, and that made him believe that while some worlds had been given the system and allowed the path to grow, others had been shackled by the system and turned into monsters for the Chosen to hunt. He already knew that while monsters could level and advance, the rules were different for them. Airclaw was the perfect example. He couldn't advance past a certain point without Ryun. This Yeti was of a greater level and advancement than Airclaw, however, even though it was not a contracted beast. There were still many things that Ryun didn't know. "I gave the Leshy a choice, to give me the anchoring crystal or to die. I offer you the same choice." The Yeti smiled. "If only. I am bound by rules, and surrender is not one of the options. But perhaps you are strong enough to kill me and grant me release." Ryun was surprised at its tone. It didn't seem hostile at all, but then again, the last Yeti he fought hadn't been hostile either. "You don't seem like you want to fight us," Ryun said. "What I want is immaterial. Only what the framework wants matters. My people were deemed unworthy, and for this we are bound to the will of the three who created all." Ryun frowned. He could sympathize with him not being able to make his own choices. But in the end, it didn't matter much to him. What he cared about was advancing, getting a good fight, learning something new, and gaining a new insight into his own power. "Well then, I guess we shouldn't delay any longer." Ryun pulled out Kagehime and rolled his shoulders in anticipation. The Yeti summoned 2 large axes, similar in make to the ones Ryun had obtained before, except these were far more ornamental and were releasing wisps of mist from their sharp metallic edges. The Yeti readied his weapons. "Come, Chosen, grant me release from this hell." Chapter 73. Present. Ryun. Yeti. The Yeti attacked, using some variation of a leap ability. He jumped forward, closing the distance. Ryun's eyes widened at his speed, and he raised Kakehime to block, except that the attack coming for his head never reached him. It had been a feint, and the Yeti changed his attack, too abruptly for it to be just physical prowess. The Yeti swiped his 2 axes to the sides, releasing 2 blasts of cold wind. Both Onrush and Airclaw were caught off guard and sent flying back. Ryun didn't have the time to worry about them. Instead, he stabbed forward, hoping to catch the Yeti as he recovered from his own attack. His stab was intercepted, the Yeti moving fast to bring one of his axes close to block. Ryun had seen the movement, and again the Yeti's momentum seemed to change in an instant. He suspected a technique or an ability with low cooldown. Ryun knew that he wouldn't have been able to bring his arm back so fast. Ryun stepped to the side, and his breathing settled into a form. Null mantle settled around him, wisps of black mist rising from his skin. His stats skyrocketed as the bonus was applied, and he moved, Kakehime snapping forward in a flurry of attacks. The Yeti blocked them all with ease, his movements fluid and sure. From the exchanges of blows, Ryun could estimate the height of the Yeti's stats, and he could tell that the Yeti was about as strong as the Leshy had been. But nothing about the Yeti felt the same. The Leshy had been a powerful opponent, but he had resembled most monsters that Ryun had fought. He'd had a power that was wild and unfocused. If the Leshy had been fighting more like a monster, the Yeti was the complete opposite. Every movement was measured, every block and attack precise. The Yeti wasn't just using his abilities and techniques. He knew an art, a fighting style. Ryun was barely able to keep up as the Yeti started to pressure him. The strange style of fighting had taken him off guard. It had been a long time since Ryun had fought against an opponent that was skilled in fighting, and memories were resurfacing inside of his mind. His perk Tinker's Mind activated, and time seemed to slow down, or rather his mind sped up. He had the time to see every attack coming, to see the skill demonstrated by his opponent, and his own skill was returning to him with every blow. It was as if he was trying to use a muscle that had atrophied, but with each strike it got better. The last time he had to fight with martial arts had been long ago, too long perhaps. His sword mastery skill allowed him to learn the basics, to know the shortest paths to achieve his goal. But it did not instill in him a knowledge of a martial art, as that had to be learned. Fighting just with the sword mastery skill provided him with knowledge of how to use a sword, but it was not in any style. It was brutal and efficient, but it lacked the tools that a style provided. Feints, stances, combat techniques, none were included in the skill. But he remembered a teacher, a man who taught him how to fight more effectively. He had learned a fighting art long ago, he just hadn't needed to use it often. He remembered training with the old man, and he remembered his name, but thinking of him brought only feelings of guilt. The man had died along with everyone else who had lived in Ryun's town. He didn't like to think of them, but he had noticed many holes in his memory when he thought on that time. Most of his holes were focused around then, but he still remembered enough to know what had happened. His town had been attacked, and he captured, tortured. His people had been killed. He managed to escape and kill his captors, but it was too late. There didn't seem to be much that he could have forgotten regardless. His failure had pushed him to isolation, but the government found him and tried to capture him again, trying to convict him of the crimes of killing his captors. He had tried to tell them what had happened, but they didn't care. and he was not about to let himself be dragged into their courts to stand and listen to their justice. He left again to find a new home, just wanting to be left alone. Yet they always pursued, threatened by his power, and he realized that they would never let him go. So he'd taught them a lesson. He killed a city, and again they didn't learn. And so he escalated again, and every time they refused to learn. All he wanted was to be alone, and yet they never let him. Not until they reached the point where neither of them could stop. In the beginning, when he realized that he had missing memories, he had been confused. There didn't seem to be anything that could be worthy of him asking the deal-maker to be removed. He remembered killing his captors, most of them at least, and nothing of his memories around that time suggested that something important had happened. It was a mystery. But then again, the purpose of losing memories was so that he couldn't remember, and for all he knew, there was something important he had forgotten. But there was never any clue as to what it was, and he didn't have any such issues in his life after that event. Now, as he was fighting, he was remembering his training. He remembered sparring with someone, but he couldn't see their face. Inside of his head was a hole filled with a fog, and as his mind tried to remember, the wall in his head trembled, and pain assaulted him. That was the first time that had happened, that he could remember an event, but not the person in it. In his memory, he was fighting against someone, but he couldn't remember anything at all about them. They were gone from his memories like a mass of fog, their appearance sealed behind the wall in his mind. The wall that kept his memories away shook, and a noise filled his head, making him miss a step, and the Yeti took advantage. His axe lashed out, and somehow Ryun managed to bring his sword up in time. He blocked, but the Yeti pivoted and swung his other hand. The axe was coming at him from the side, and Ryun wouldn't be able to block in time. But then Airclaw was there, his claws glowing with a red light. He attacked the Yeti, and the monster switched his attack into a block, his axe stopping mid-swing instantly and turning around to deal with Airclaw. Ryun used inevitable step to get some distance between himself and them. Once safe, he shook his head. He knew that he couldn't allow himself any distraction, but the more he tried to fight with the knowledge in his head, the more it was hurting him. He waited a beat, watching as Onrush joined Airclaw and the two battled with the Yeti. Onrush's stats were far lower than those of the Yeti, as were those of Airclaw, but Ryun knew that Airclaw had a perk that allowed him to gain bonus stats the longer he was in combat. He didn't know what limit there was on it, but already, after just a couple of seconds of fighting the Yeti, Airclaw was close to matching his opponent. The three of them had a plan about how they would fight another boss, and Ryun recognized that the two of them were attempting to set it up. He let them fight and focused inward. He took a deep breath, the pain in his mind receding, and the wall calming as he tried to move his mind away from trying to remember. He focused on the task at hand. He moved chi around his body, shifting the null mantle's bonuses around, putting everything in his strength and dexterity. Both of his stats skyrocketed over 1,200 points, and he raised his sword above his hand. He focused, preparing his skill, while Airclaw and Onrush kept the Yeti occupied. Then Onrush activated her fruit technique, and swords made out of chi appeared around her before surging forward as she attacked. Her blade storm swirled around her, and the blades struck at the Yeti. The monster's hands quickly blocked many of the attacks, but Ryun could see that if nothing changed, some would get through its attempts to parry. Just one nick would introduce Onrush's poison chi and weaken their opponent. But the Yeti didn't allow that to happen. Suddenly it was as if a blizzard manifested around him, freezing the chi swords, flying around and then shattering them into pieces. The Yeti leaped back, using his leap ability to get to the other side of the room. But Airclaw was waiting, and as soon as the Yeti jumped back, he followed. Airclaw surged over the floor on all four legs, reaching the Yeti's landing spot even before him. The Yeti's eyes widened as he saw Airclaw, and his axes started to glow, but Airclaw was faster. He opened his mouth and howled, and a wave of red chi snapped out of the wolf and hit the Yeti just as he landed on the ground. Ryun saw the Yeti stagger backward, lose his footing, and he snapped down with Kagehime. Perfect Cut activated, and a crescent blade of black appeared above the Yeti, cutting down toward its head. But just before it hit, a blast of cold exploded out of the monster, filling the room with snow and shards of ice. Ryun blinked, covering his eyes from the onslaught, his line of sight obscured. He felt a sharp pain in his mind as the after-effect of using the skill caught up with him, but it was not as bad as it had been the last time. During the fight with the Leshy, he had used it after he had been somewhat tired, but it still hurt, and he didn't want to have to use it again. He knew that he could, but he was also aware that it would hurt him too much to do it so quickly. He heard a crack, then the sound of shattering ice. As soon as the blast moved past him, he looked over, seeing nothing but a blast zone in the middle of the room. Where the Yeti had stood was now a pillar of ice that had been split in half from the top down, the two pieces lying on the floor with debris and ice shards shattered all around it. Airclaw was lying on the ground on the other side of the room, several shards of ice impaling him. Ryun saw him recover a health potion from his spatial ring. Ryun had given him one of his rings since he didn't need both of them, and start to pull ice shards out of his body with one hand, even as he lifted the bottle to drink with the other. Onrush was where she had been. The blast hadn't reached neither her nor Ryun. Ryun looked, but he saw no sign of the Yeti, and so unless he'd turned into a pillar of ice, he was still alive. He looked around, searching, until his vibration sense found the Yeti for him, as he heard his breathing. Ryun turned around to look at the frozen throne behind him. The Yeti stood there, a long cut splitting his breastplate and blood spilling from it, but too little for the cut to have been deep. The Yeti had a shocked expression on his face. "That skill. I have seen people who had achieved such power before. To think that I would meet my end at the hand of someone like this." The Yeti shook his head, his expression turning up in a smile. "You are not yet out of the Lord realm, but have achieved that much? I did not think that I would have been granted a glimpse of someone like you long before you reached your true power." Ryun frowned. The Yeti had some incredible defensive techniques or abilities if it had managed to survive his skill. He wasn't really one to talk and give his opponent the time to recover, but the Yeti didn't seem like the other monsters he fought. He wasn't displaying any kind of animosity toward them, and from his words, Ryun could tell that it was expecting to die at their hands. That intrigued him enough to speak. "What do you mean?" Ryun said. "The level of power you are on now is nothing compared to what is to come. I have seen monsters with real power before I was shackled here to serve as a guardian, and through them I can see the future laid down before you. You are like them, those who had abandoned all just so that they could truly reach that height, those who have embraced the framework completely. Your main path is cultivation, yes?" the Yeti asked. Ryun frowned but nodded his head. "My power is not the same as yours, but there are similarities, and I have seen those who have come before you to challenge me. For you, the path of the class is simple and straightforward, the easiest of the three. The path of the skill requires true inspiration and deep understanding of yourself and the world, of the nature of things. But it is cultivation that is the hardest of the three, simply because it can be a trap.
Few who take it early survive long enough to gain enough power to protect themselves, and of those who do, fewer still take the time to build up their power, to cultivate and slowly garner strength. The patience and wealth required for it are great, but so are the rewards. I am saddened that I will not live long enough to see what you become."
"You don't seem like you want to fight. Why not just give me the crystal?" Ryun asked.
"Ah, if only it were so easy. The framework has deemed us unworthy of its greatest gifts, but it still has uses for us. We are shackled by it, and as long as I fulfill my duty, others of my kind might earn the right to try again."
The Yeti shook his head and then raised his axes up in a combat stance, and Ryun did the same. But Ryun didn't really care much for the Yeti's reasoning and his history, only that he could give him a good fight. Still, as Airclaw recovered and moved around the room to flank the Yeti, and Onrush was doing the same on the other side, Ryun nodded his head. He had always known that the framework had rules, even for monsters, and there was nothing that he could do about it. He raised Kagehime up and got ready. His body was drained somewhat from his use of perfect cut, but he was still fit enough to continue the fight. He kept his bonuses on his strength and dexterity, deciding that strength and speed would be more beneficial. As if a signal announced the return of combat, all four of them moved. Ryun used Inevitable Step to close the distance and stab at the Yeti just as Airclaw jumped from the side, his claws reaching forward. Onrush, using her dash, came in only a step behind them. The Yeti turned Kagehime away with the head of his axe and swiped his other at Airclaw, sending a blast of cold air to swat him out of the air and send him to the ground. He moved suddenly with great speed, matching Ryun's. With every movement of the Yeti's arms, concussive blasts exploded around them as his movements broke the sound barrier. Onrush was affected by it the most and was forced to retreat. Ryun's own movements were just as fast, but his passage through the air did nothing to disrupt it. His untethered body, along with his silent hunter perk, allowed him to move without creating such effects. Ryun and the Yeti fought, their weapons meeting in an elaborate dance. Ryun flashed his Bringer of Sorrow ability, but the Yeti wasn't affected. Ryun knew that it wasn't nearly as strong against powerful foes as it was against those who were weaker than him. He prepared to switch his breathing technique, and then, as the Yeti attacked, Ryun evaded instead of blocking, allowing the Yeti's axe to pass through empty air. The sudden move made the Yeti overextend just a bit, and Ryun pounced. He opened his mouth and cycled his chi in a pattern. The breath of destruction exploded out of him, a plume of black and dark blue chi. The Yeti pulled his axes back, crossing them in front of his body, and ice started to grow out of them, but Ryun's attack was fast. His breath splashed over the Yeti, and a crackling sound filled the air. Ryun kept his attack going, watching as his attack was met with ice. He was sure that his initial burst had caught the Yeti unaware, but now more and more ice was growing in front of him, even as he was destroying it. He couldn't see his opponent, but he kept his attack for a few more moments before he stopped. As he closed his mouth, the breath stopped, leaving a mangled wall of ice that had gaping holes in it. Cracks were spreading all over it, and black and blue chi crackled over it, filling those cracks and eating away at the wall. The breath of destruction had an overtime damaging component, and the wall crumbled and fell apart as the sparks of void chi dissipated. Ryun switched his breathing back to his null mantle. The techniques that provided passive bonuses persisted for a little while after he switched from the breathing form required for it. Once they had persisted for only a few moments. Now, as he had advanced, the bonus would last for several seconds after he used a different technique, allowing him to chain several techniques without losing his stat bonus. As the wall fell, the Yeti was revealed. He hadn't escaped unscathed. His axes had holes in their sides, his armor was half eaten away, and the flesh beneath was damaged as well. On his chest was a wound painted in black and dark blue cracks. His fur was gone, and a fist-sized hole in his skin was visible along with more cracks spreading from it.
"That is a powerful aspect,"
the Yeti spoke.
"I see. But perhaps I can show you something, teach you a lesson that will help you on your way."
Ryun frowned, and then several things happened all at once. Airclaw appeared behind the Yeti, his claw swiping at the Yeti's leg, but then he was blown back across the room. The Yeti exploded forward, his body moving far faster than before, catching Ryun off guard. As he came, so too came a coldness that seeped into Ryun's bones, and he felt his physical stats drop, slowing him down. Ryun blocked, but the strike sent him flying back, his untethered letting him bleed the momentum quickly, and his void-touched body perk dampened the attack by 20%, but still he felt the bone in his hand crack. He caught himself and landed on his feet, looking at the Yeti, who now had white mist rising from his body and a wave of visible cold surrounding him.
"That hurt,"
came a voice, Kagehimi's for the first time in the fight. She had been suspiciously quiet during it, but Ryun had felt a sense of enjoyment from her. He knew that she preferred to be used against opponents that utilized weapons. Ryun pulled half of the bonuses from his strength and dexterity and put them in vitality to speed up the healing of his arm. Then he pulled another chunk from his strength and put it into endurance. The Yeti had surpassed him in stats somehow, and the aura around him was sapping his physical stats. He already realized that he would need to rely on his techniques to kill his opponent, a plan already forming in his mind. He was smiling, he realized. The Yeti was a strong opponent, stronger than the Leshy, and far more skilled, and Ryun enjoyed fighting powerful opponents above all else. Ryun kept his eyes on the Yeti. His stats had to have increased, but it was the chi around him that was worrying Ryun. It reminded him of the feeling he got from the Leshy when its chi had turned into bark and roots exploded out of it. This one seemed to have different kinds of effects. The Yeti didn't seem to be in a rush to continue, so Ryun waited, looking for an opening. Airclaw was behind the Leshy, trying to get closer, only to slow and stop as he got in range of what appeared to be a sphere of coldness surrounding the Yeti. Ryun could see a circle of ice forming on the ground with the Yeti as its source. Onrush was staying back, realizing that she was outmatched.
"This is the main perk granted by the next realm," the Yeti said. "The realm of Monarch's perk allows for the manifestation of a cultivator's aspect. My power is what that perk is based on."
Ryun narrowed his eyes. The Leshy had some kind of a nature aspect, and his chi had turned into an armor of bark and roots. This one appeared to be an area of effect that brought great cold.
"My aspect is absolute cold, and there are many ways that one can manifest their aspect, some more useful than others. Be sure that you pick the right perk for your manifestation,"
the Yeti said, and then he jumped forward. Ryun raised his hand to block, but barely managed to in time. Again he was sent flying back, but this time the Yeti followed. Not only was the manifestation of the Yeti's aspect sapping at his strength and dexterity, it was also just extremely cold. He grimaced as he switched his breathing, then twisted in the air and formed a black cube with chi shaping on his right leg. He halted his flight, surprising the Yeti, who was coming after him. Ryun pushed himself forward, flying straight at the onrushing Yeti, Kagehimi extended in front of him. The Yeti managed to twist out of the way, but Ryun opened a gash on his cheek. The two of them flew off in different directions, But Ryun twisted in the air again, his untethered making him able to move easily without being hindered by forces that tried to exert themselves on his body. He crafted another cube and pushed himself off of it, flying back toward the Yeti's back. As soon as he entered the range of its manifestation again, the Yeti twisted around, its axe swiping at him and forcing him to block. Ryun caught the attack on Kagehime and was thrown to the side. Twisting again, he created another chi cube and stopped his flight, then pushed off gently and created another cube below, allowing him to right himself and stand on it about a meter off the ground. He looked at the Yeti, seeing it prepared to meet him, but he didn't attack again, not immediately. Ryun focused on his null mantle and pulled all of his bonuses and placed them into his wisdom. As he pushed his wisdom higher, he felt the wall in his mind tremble, but he didn't have the time to worry about that. He prepared his breathing, and then, when he was ready, he nodded his head. Airclaw saw the signal, and he jumped into the aura of the Yeti's manifestation. Ryun had kept track of the wolf with his senses, and he had known what the wolf intended. As soon as the wolf entered the aura, the Yeti turned to look at him, even as Airclaw was forced to his knees by the cold. Ryun still had much higher stats than the wolf, and it looked like his ability to get stronger didn't affect his endurance, only strength and dexterity. But still, Airclaw managed to use his power, and he howled, causing a red wave to hit the Yeti. Ryun was moving even before the wave hit. With an inevitable step, he closed the distance and reached the Yeti a moment after the wave staggered him. The Yeti was somehow still aware of what was happening, however, and without turning to look at Ryun, his hand moved and a cold blast of wind formed around his axe. But this time Ryun was ready. His chi was prepared, and with an exhale he unleashed his technique. The darkest end exploded out of him, a spherical wave of void chi that destroyed everything it touched. Its power increased by him putting all of his bonus stats into wisdom, pushing it just close enough to 2,000. The ground beneath his feet simply disappeared, opening a hole in the floor. And then the wave struck the Yeti. Its attack was swallowed by Ryun's chi, and then its axe dissolved, followed by his hand. The Yeti moved back, his other hand reaching up to block even as he moved. The blast spread over him before dissipating about 2 meters away from Ryun. The Yeti had managed to move and catch the blast as it was losing its power, but he had still been hit hard. Ryun formed a cube beneath his feet to prevent himself from falling to the floor beneath them and through the hole that he had created in the ground. As he did so, he felt the wall in his head shake, and a crack appeared in it. He grimaced. He was breathing heavily. He had pushed a lot of chi into that attack, and now his head felt like it would split open. He lost his grip on the null mantle, and his stats returned to normal, and the pain in his head disappeared. He shook himself and realized that there was more to what had been done to him than he'd realized. He looked at the wall in his mind and saw a crack spreading through its center, but it didn't seem to be coming down, so he turned to his opponent. The Yeti was lying on the ground, wisps of void chi eating away at him. He had holes in his body. His left arm was missing all the way up to the shoulder, his leg was gone below the knee, and a part of his stomach was missing, his armor having been completely devoured, leaving only blackened flesh. Ryun didn't see any blood leaking, but the wounds didn't seem cauterized, just filled with black and dark blue chi. And then Ryun's chi dissipated, the lingering damage stopping, and blood started flowing through the holes. The Yeti groaned and shuddered. Ryun jumped forward, landing next to him. His aura was gone, and the Yeti had been defeated. He was dying. Somehow Ryun didn't feel as good as he had when he had killed the Leshy. "This was a good fight," Kagehime said in his mind, and Ryun agreed.
"Good hunt. This one is ready for its end."
But Ryun startled then as he heard a growling voice fill his head.
"Who are you?"
Ryun asked. He had gotten used to having Kagehime in his head, but hearing another voice there made him look around. He knew that telepathic abilities existed, but this voice didn't seem like it came from outside his mind. But as soon as he turned his attention to it, Ryun felt the presence startle and retreat. Ryun could tell that the voice came from the crack in the wall inside his head. "I heard that," she said slowly. Ryun frowned, but then the Yeti spoke, bringing Ryun's attention to him.
"And so, it is time for my end,"
the Yeti said, and then started coughing. Ryun knelt down and looked it in the eyes. "That was a good fight," Ryun said. His inner thoughts were firing in 100 different directions, but he needed to give the Yeti something. Ryun knew that there was no other way for this to end but for the death of one of them. But the Yeti, unlike the Leshy, hadn't seemed to bear him any real animosity, even though it had been forced to fight. It had given Ryun a good battle, and it had made him remember fighting with skill. Above all else, it had been respectful, and Ryun believed that the Yeti deserved respect in return.
"Yes,"
the Yeti whispered.
"It was good.
He coughed.
Have faced many powerful opponents before, and none have managed to give me release. For this, I thank you."
Ryun could see the life leaving him, and so he raised his hand and struck down, using Reeve. He pulled and gathered the dying Yeti's essence, seeing the life leave his eyes. After he was finished, he stood and saw Airclaw and Onrush standing nearby. A golden chest appeared next to the throne, and another anchoring crystal alongside it. Ryun turned his attention inward, to the wall in his mind, but he felt nothing. His memories were still sealed, and whatever the voice had been was gone now. He knew that he needed answers, but for now there were other concerns. He would look deeper inside of himself later. For now there was loot. He walked over in the direction of the chest, Onrush and Airclaw following behind. Interlude. Present. 3 monsters. Wandering Drake. Once the world had been a finite place. You could, if you were to set your mind to it, explore it in its entirety. You could spend an entire life exploring new sights, only to be disappointed when you reached the end and found that there was nothing new to see, nothing new to discover. This had been Zenker's greatest fear, for exploration had been his calling since he had been a young man. It was only when he'd grown older, when he realized that achieving his dream was possible, that he would live long enough to see everything, that there would be nothing else left to see became his greatest fear. Until the framework arrived to his world, Doris, and shattered his tiny understanding of everything. But it also brought with it hope, a chance to travel to a new world, one that was called infinite. It sparked something inside of him, a desire unlike anything he had ever felt before, and as Doris collapsed into chaos and war, Zenker put his all into a single goal: to survive, to become one of the rankers who would get the chance to live in a new world. He fought, he struggled, he grew. He found that he was suited more to this new world than he had ever been to the last one. And he thrived, all for a chance to see his dream, a world where he would never run out of new things to see. And when the last moment of his old world came, Zenker was among the chosen. He arrived to the infinite realm and found everything that he had ever wanted. A world where he could wander, never fearing that he would find himself in a familiar place. And so, in the 1,000 years since he arrived, Zenker had done nothing but explore, far beyond the territories of the kingdoms and sects, organizations and guilds, beyond even the empire of the exiles, so far that he had not seen another person in a long while. There he found sights unlike any he could have ever imagined, and with them monsters more powerful than anyone could have imagined. Zenker stood on the top of a sand dune, the scorching sun burning on his scales, but the drake did not care. His bright red scales glowed in the light, drawing the eyes of all the monsters who called the desert their home. He waited, watching them coming, his mouth open wide as he laughed. The first monster was 100 times larger than him, and he looked it. Scorching bloodworm, U, Tier 9. A common monster for these parts. Zenker raised his left arm, his claws extended to the sky, and then lowered his hand in the direction of the charging worm. Perfect slash, my claws as blades. The worm split in half, as did the monsters behind it. Their limbs, bodies, heads, all fell apart, their blood and guts spilling onto the sand. The horde around them didn't stop, though, and Zenker rejoiced as he clapped his hands and bent his knees. Perfect sprint, my way barred by none. A moment, and then he was among them, insects with carapaces of gold and jade, larger than a house, worms like rivers, lizards with blades for tails. Zenker moved between them, and with perfect evade, as leaf on the wind, nothing touched him. A bladed limb slashed at his head, and he swayed, evading. A worm opened its maw, smashing down, devouring him whole. Perfect strike, my fists as sky itself. He punched a hole through its body, evaporating everything. The monsters outside in the way of his strike were gone, the sand blown away. The sky was rent apart, a line of darkness spreading far into the distance. Zenker jumped out of the body covered in filth and gore. He didn't care. He loved this, finding new monsters, new sights, the exploration of the unknown, with no hope of ever seeing it all. Before him rose a temple, a pyramid, majestic in every single way, as tall as a mountain, golden and shimmering in the scorching sun, and also filled with monsters. He looked into the distance, his eyes seeing everything with his perfect sight. My eyes see all, in the distance. More monsters were leaving the temple, heading his way. Zenker grinned and walked toward the horde. He sprinted at them, reaching their lines in an instant. His claws rent a monster in half, even as he kicked another. With perfect unarmed mastery, my art, wandering style, he unleashed on them, his stats skyrocketing. Every strike was a kill, every movement true. Monsters swiped at him, hitting his scales, and their attacks doing nothing. The monsters died, and Zenker sat on top of a mountain made out of their corpses. The sand was soaked in blood, a red patch in the ocean of gold. He looked at a window in front of his eyes, and his face split into a wide grin. Congratulations, you have finished your skill quest. Beyond understanding, perfect trained body. Allow 10,000 different types of monsters to strike your body. Perfect trained body evolved to perfect trained body, my scales as thorns. New title available, Beyond Understanding 7, plus 250 to all stats, 100,000 greater essence. Finally! Zenker laughed out loud, his body covered in blood and dead monsters lying beneath him. He looked at the rest of his windows. Name: Zenker Brokentail. Race: Drake, Doris, Iteration 2. Class: blank. Level: blank. Combat ability: blank. Movement ability: blank. Support ability: blank. Cultivation: blank. Stage: blank. Aspect: blank. Base technique: blank. Branch technique: blank. Fruit technique: blank. Passive skills: perfect unarmed mastery, my art wandering style. Perfect sight, My eyes see all. Perfect trained body. My scales as thorns. Perfect weakness sense. Perfect memory. Enhanced hearing. Evolved to echolocation. Active skills. Perfect slash. My claws as blades. Perfect sprint. My way barred by none. Perfect evade. As leaf on the wind. Perfect strike. My fists as heavens. Perfect swipe. Perfect aim. Strength. 4388. Dexterity. 4473. Vitality. 4338. Endurance. 4470. Intelligence. 4131. Wisdom. 4005. Zenker dismissed the framework's interface as he saw another monster leave the temple. A massive creature, one the size of a giant, was walking toward him. It had 8 legs, like a spider, a body like that of a drake, and the head of a wolf. In its hands it held a long axe which glowed with power. Guardian of the Forsaken Sands, R.E., Tier 14. Zenker bared his teeth at the monster. "A challenge!" he bellowed, and then jumped off his mountain of corpses and charged. Golden Phoenix. "We cannot allow this insult to pass unanswered," a black-feathered Karura of the 5th iteration said. Awirin looked at him, feeling sad for his people. They were Karura, yet their kind could not take to the sky. Their feeble wings hung from their hands, useless. At times she even wondered why they even allowed them into the sect. The other sect leaders were looking at her, worried. Awirin turned her head and met his eyes, the wings on her back spreading, quieting the room. She leaned forward, putting her hands on the armrests of her grand throne. Looking around her throne room, the jade pillars and the golden floor, the mosaics on the ceiling, the floating lanterns high above their heads, she was reminded that her throne room was designed for one purpose only, to instill the right amount of awe, the right amount of fear. But most of all, it was meant to illustrate just how majestic the elder sitting on the throne was. This time the throne room was filled with only Karura, as was proper. Her sect did not accept outsiders to their race. She did not need their filth sullying her great sect. There were Karura of all kinds standing before her, from every iteration, save for the 3rd. This meant that all 3 types of Karura were represented. There were the grounded ones, as was the insolent idiot before her whose kind could not fly. There were the gliders, who, like the grounded ones, had wings that grew out of their arms, but who could actually take to the sky. And then there were the soaring ones, as she was, whose wings grew out of their backs. Out of the 3, her kind were the best flyers, the fastest and the strongest, and it was only proper for them to rule. But Awirin did not rule because of which kind she was. She ruled because she was the strongest. "Did you think that I would allow anyone to insult my sect, honored Girin?" Awirin asked the black-feathered Karura. She saw his beady eyes blink, his beak open and then close. Awirin waited patiently for him to speak. "Apologies, greatest of elders. I did not mean to give offense. I just wanted to—" Awirin raised her hand, silencing him, the brilliant golden feathers granted to her by her true body sparkling in the light provided by the glowing lanterns. The others were moving away from the poor fool, already knowing what was coming. "Elder, Awirin looked beyond the man. "This is your fault for not instructing the newest sect leader properly." Girin, the latest Karura to join the ranks of the sect leaders, looked around, noticing that everyone had moved away from him. But she saw no understanding in his eyes. "What? Awirin's true body burst apart as she transformed into her evolved form. Golden fire filled the room as she became the Golden Phoenix. Girin realized at last what was coming, but he could do nothing. Awirin opened her beak, and the brilliant golden fire burned the man to ash in an instant. She screeched, releasing her chi to batter at her sect leaders and sect heads. Then, after a moment, she pulled it back and released her evolved form.
"Now,"
Awirin continued, as if nothing had happened,
"the matter of the Zhenxuan attack on our village. I believe that a force of 2,000 sect warriors, accompanied by 50 Lord Realm Masters and 20 monarchs, is appropriate."
The sect leaders and heads nodded their heads up and down. Awirin's eyes narrowed, and she opened her beak to speak again.
"How many did the Dragonheart send when we raided their farming village?"
5,000 warriors, greatest of elders, 100 Lord Realm Masters, and 50 Monarch Realm Masters, accompanied by 1 Immortal Realm Master,"
her oldest sect head answered.
"Really?"
Awirin asked.
"An Immortal Realm Master for 1 village?" "Yes, greatest of elders,"
the sect head answered. Awirin waved her head.
"Then do as they had done. We cannot appear weak, even for a matter as small as this one." "It will be so, greatest of elders." "Leave me, and have someone clean up all that ash,"
Awirin said. Then she stood and beat her wings once, leaving through the corridor in the ceiling above her throne room. She flew through until she reached her bedroom and landed near her sleeping perch. She looked around the room, seeing her golden form illuminated in the mirrors that were placed on every wall.
"Ah,"
she sighed as she saw her beautiful form. She truly was magnificent. She cast her eyes to her windows, basking in her own power. Name: Awirin Goldenfeather. Race: Karura. Egos, Iteration 1. Class: Eversky Warden, L. Level: 180. Combat Ability: Maelstrom Crescent. Movement Ability: Clear Sky Dive. Support Ability: Wind Shield. Cultivation: The Path of the Magnificent Flame, M. Stage: Early Evolved Realm. Aspect: Soul Fire. Base Technique: Soul Burning Touch. Branch Technique: Field of Ever-Burning Fire. Fruit Technique: Dawn of Soul Flame. Passive Skills: Perfect Trained Body. My Feathers, Golden Beauty. Combat Mastery evolved to Lance Mastery. Active Skills: Perfect Aim. Strike evolved to Greater Strike, evolved to Titan's Strike. Evade evolved to Sky Evasion. Strength 2129. Dexterity 3031. Vitality 2155. Endurance 2304. Intelligence 2185. Wisdom 3016. She sighed. It had been so long since she advanced that she had almost forgotten what it felt like. But the only thing that mattered to her was for everyone to see the magnificence of her flames. She watched in the mirror as the golden fire danced over her feathers. One day she would burn so brightly that she would consume every soul in the world. She was, after all, on the path of the magnificent flame. It was only proper for everyone to be granted the privilege of gazing upon her brilliant form before they died. Horror and Murder. He moved silently across the roof, his target a long way down below. The woman had no idea that he was above her, as most of his targets didn't. It surprised him at times how few people bothered with skills, abilities, or techniques that boosted their senses. He could never imagine walking through a city like this one without at least one. But the fact that so few people had them only made his task easier. He walked and watched patiently. Sooner or later he would get a chance. The streets of Emeros were filled with people, even so deep into the night cycle. It was a city that never slept, a perfect place for him to work. And then the woman made a turn, going down a dark alley. Velor smiled, his fangs showing through his lips. He jumped from the roof and landed gently on the ground behind the woman. There was no sound to be heard, thanks to his silent hunter perk. He walked, following her. She wore a cloak around her, the hood pulled up. But he knew what was behind it, the form-fitting dress that made her look like a goddess. He had watched her for weeks, followed her from the brothel where she worked to her home every night. He knew her, knew everything about her. Then his leg struck something and sound filled the alley. The woman turned sharply, a small knife in her hands. Velor jumped forward, his paw clasping over her mouth as the other grabbed her knife and twisted. The knife fell to the ground, and Velor picked the woman up. His stats were far greater than hers, and he jumped up the walls until he landed on a roof. The woman was struggling, her weak hands trying to hit him, trying to scratch him. It wouldn't have mattered, even if she was a drake. Not even with claws would she be able to scratch him, let alone with her weak human claws. He hit her in the throat, using just enough strength not to kill her immediately, but enough to make her unable to scream. She looked around frantically, her eyes bulging with terror. He smiled, taking it in. The moments before he started were the best. The fear. He took a deep breath, taking it in. I've waited weeks for this chance, Velor said, pulling out a curved knife. Her eyes locked onto his weapon, and her face turned pale. Her eyes rose to meet his, and she moved beyond fear into terror.
"You,"
she managed to croak out.
"You are him, the night horror."
Velor smiled at the name the wardens had given him and leaned down.
"Oh, yes. Don't worry, it will not hurt
much." He stabbed his knife into her and got to work. A while later he sat on his haunches, looking at his work. The open stomach, the organs arranged just so, the head between the legs and the arms nowhere to be seen. Oh, he was going to enjoy seeing them try to add some meaning to this one. He finally turned to his notifications, looking them over. Dark Heart Dagger activated. You drain 5% of your target's highest stat and add it to your own base stats permanently. +3 to dexterity. Little by little, that was his motto. Why hunt powerful monsters or people when you could go slowly and grow by killing the weak? His dagger, coupled with his ability, made it almost too easy. Perhaps the only downside was the pile of bodies that he dropped everywhere he went, but truly it was a drop in the bucket. More people died of disease than to him. He moved to the next notification, seeing that the essence he gained was enough to push him to the next level. He grinned and put it in, leveling up. Then he looked at his windows. Name: Current, Velor Highmane. Race: Revzer, Great Plain, Iteration 5. Class: Devourer, E. Level: 144. Combat ability: Devour Flesh. Movement ability: Devourer's Step. Support ability: Greater Shapeshift. Cultivation: The Path of the Horrifying Visage, E. Stage: Mid-Lord. Aspect: Flesh. Base Technique: Horrifying Presence. Branch Technique: Field of Horrors. Fruit Technique: Phantom Army. Passive Skills: Perfect Danger Sense. Combat Mastery evolved to Dagger Mastery. Active Skills: Cut evolved to Greater Cut, evolved to Spatial Cut. Stealth evolved to Greater Stealth, evolved to Shadow Stealth. Perfect Imitation. Strength 657, Dexterity 644, Vitality 615, Endurance 355, Intelligence 424, Wisdom 816. No, he wasn't going to be caught. He glanced to the side, looking over the city and the mountain in the distance. Even at night, the citadel of the wardens gleamed with light. Velor smiled at the bulwark of law, the power of the wardens. No, they weren't going to catch him. He turned around and used shadow stealth, the shadows engulfing him and allowing him to disappear. He wasn't going to get caught. Chapter 74. Present. Ryun. Chi Control. Ryun sat on top of the residence in the middle of the town, cycling. He had just finished doing another rotation through his core, the last one for this stage. He didn't remember the last time he had reached the point of advancing to the next stage so quickly. It had happened in the distant past, but not since he reached the Lord Realm. Unfortunately, he now didn't have enough essence to advance to the next realm, but he did have enough for advancing his second path. He was just trying to figure out if it would be better to save the essence so that he could reach the next realm in his main path sooner. But in the end, Airclaw's advice from before they fought the second boss monster came to him. The Yeti had been powerful, and Ryun couldn't afford to hoard essence. He needed power now, or he risked not doing everything to guarantee his survival. There was just one boss left, and Ryun would rather not die to it. The raids on the town had intensified, and monsters from every territory were coming now every hour. Ryun could understand why no one had managed to complete this scenario. Even if they had people powerful enough to defeat the bosses, just surviving the waves would have been difficult. The town had managed it mostly because of Airclaw's wolves, but they had started to suffer losses since the last change in attack intervals. It wasn't surprising to Ryun. The warriors of the town were weak, their stats low, and they couldn't stay awake for as long as Ryun could. They had a rotation established, but with 1 hour between attacks, they'd been fighting with less sleep. Onrush had asked him to hurry and go kill the last boss, but he couldn't do that. Preparing for a fight properly was the only way to survive it. He had made the mistake of rushing into danger far too often. And then there was the fact that he heard a voice inside of his head, one that seemingly came from behind the wall that kept his memories from him. Something was hiding behind that wall, and Ryun had been trying to see through it. But no matter what he tried, he heard nothing. There was a crack in it now, but nothing was coming out. Ryun didn't like having something like that inside of his head, especially not when he couldn't do anything about it, and when it could interfere with his fight. That could lead to death. But he also had no choice. The shop was closed to him, so he couldn't go and ask the dealmaker what it was about, though he was sure he knew. So he put it aside, for now. Kagehime had told him that she hadn't detected anything dangerous from the voice, and he decided to trust her. Instead, he dealt with Onrush by giving her reign over the defense of the town, letting her help them if she was so worried. As far as he was concerned, fighting at such disadvantage would be good for them, might push them to get stronger. She was powerful enough to do it alone now, however, and he had accomplished what he'd set out to do by bringing her to fight the last boss. Aside from having her help, he had wanted her to see what a powerful monster looked like, to fight against it. Fighting against Ryun wasn't the same. She knew that he wasn't going to kill her. However, it looked to Ryun that only Airclaw and he could match the Monarch Realm monsters. So he had decided to go only with him next time, but not before he decided what to do with his remaining essence. "Any advice?" Ryun asked his sword. Kagehime didn't answer immediately, but when she did, she echoed Airclaw's words. "If you defeat the next boss, you will get enough essence to advance anyway. Keeping that little essence for later will do you no good." Ryun nodded his head, agreeing with her. Then he took his essence and put it into his second path, raising it from Peak Foundation to Early Lord. A moment later, he received a new notification. He moved through them until he came to the one that was important. Path perk evolution available for Chi Manipulator, Weaver of Destruction. Chi Controller, 1,000 Threads of Destruction. Your Chi control is nearly perfect. You are able to finely manipulate your Chi and use up to 3 techniques at the same time. Control depends on your wisdom stat. Gain plus 20% to wisdom. You weave 1,000 threads of Chi, each thread filled with power. As you weave, you ensnare all those who would stand in your way. Speed of thought. The speed of your Chi channeling is increased by 150%. Gain plus 50% to your Chi conduit's capacity and plus 10% to wisdom. Void manipulation. Your manipulation of Chi is enhanced by the power of your aspect, allowing you to put in more power in your techniques. Gain plus 100% to your Chi conduit's capacity, minus 50% to Chi speed, and plus 20% to wisdom. Ryun looked at his choices, unsurprised. The first option was an upgrade of his previous one, and clearly the most powerful, as proved by the addition of an extra title after the perk name. It also granted him a small insight. He had felt it twice before, for 2 perks. Reading the words now, he could feel something inside of him seeking to click into place. He had learned that perks that had such additions were more evolved than usual ones, although not necessarily more powerful. And it wasn't a coincidence that this one was much better than his other choices. His Chi manipulation and control was one of his greatest strengths. The other 2 were interesting, but not enough. He had no need of them. His Chi channeling speed was already high from practice, as were his Chi conduit's capacity from his cycling. He had spent a long time cycling essence from the air, pulling it in through his conduits and strengthening them. Perhaps, to an ordinary cultivator who rarely cycled, the other 2 options might seem tempting, but not to him. The very reason why he received the first choice as an option was because he had spent his life improving on his control and cycling his Chi. His choice was clear. As soon as he had selected the first, he felt the words of the perk settle into him, and a glimmer of insight, a breakthrough in his understanding of his cultivation, appeared in his head. He emptied his mind and meditated on it, trying to discern what it was that the insight was trying to tell him. And then it clicked. He opened his eyes and smiled as he stood up. Immediately he started pulling his Chi out, settling into a breathing form. He activated his null mantle, and then he switched his breathing to Chi shaping, but not in his typical manner. Instead of stopping one breathing form and activating another, he melded them together, allowing him to use both techniques at the same time, and then he added a third. His Chi moved through his body, enforcing him with null mantle. Another part of it moved to his palm and formed a cube, and one more followed the technique of Chi sheath, covering his arm in void Chi and creating a bracer of Chi. Ryun looked at the result, now understanding far more than he had before. He released his breathing, and the 3 techniques collapsed. He could do so much more now than he had been able to before. The new perk was an incredible boon. So far, his incredible control allowed him to chain his techniques incredibly fast, but now there was no need. He could use several at the same time. He jumped off the roof and headed to the training yard. He needed to practice a bit with his new power. After that, the next boss awaited. Chapter 75. Present. Ryun. Shall I fall? Ryun ran through the last territory. Dust, smoke, and rivers of lava surrounded him and Airclaw. The 2 had left the town only a few hours ago, and already Ryun could see the fortress rising in the distance. Without others to protect, without the need to go slowly, the 2 of them had smashed through the ranks of monsters coming their way. The molten elementals, were tough, made out of rocks with molten lines and cores, but they were nothing to him. Ryun crashed into one, his hands sheathed in void chi, his chi sheath taking the shape of gauntlets. His right hand grasped its head, and Ryun could see the rocky skin of the monster cracking just by coming in contact with void chi. He squeezed, shattering the elemental's head. His momentum carried him forward, so he raised his leg and crafted a void cube with his chi shaping to slow himself down. He stopped and then pushed off. He turned and kicked off with a leg sheathed with void chi in the form of high boots. Ryun's leg smashed through the back of the decapitated elemental, pulverizing most of its body, but leaving its core still intact. Ryun stepped forward next to the fallen elemental and used Reeve to smash the core and take its essence. Airclaw dispatched another of the elementals, and Ryun charged into the rest. In a few seconds they had cleared another group and continued on toward the fortress. Ryun was becoming more and more aware as to just how in tune the two of them were, which had to have something to do with their contract. They didn't even need to talk in order to coordinate when fighting. It was extremely useful. They ran into two more monster groups and killed them all easily. Then, finally, they reached the fortress, a castle set in the side of an active volcano. Rivers of lava flowed around it and even into a moat that surrounded the walls. Ryun created a cube above the lava and jumped up a short distance before he created another one and then jumped to the wall from that one. He didn't dismiss the cubes until Airclaw used them to jump up to his position. Ryun's senses didn't tell him much. There was too much rumbling and moving lava all around him to be able to discern if any of the sources was the boss, so they just followed the corridors of the fortress that led deeper into it. Eventually they reached the boss chamber, a vast chamber of rock and dripping lava, with pools of it scattered all around. One side of the chamber was missing a wall, and instead opened into the hollow of the volcano. Like those before, this boss sat on his throne. He had the shape of a man made out of rocks, with cracks in the skin that shone with orange light and moved like rivers of lava outside. Something about the boss gave Ryun pause. He remembered the feelings he got from the other two bosses. The Leshy had been powerful, but wild and without control. The Yeti had been all about control and about skill. But this boss, something about him made Ryun's hair stand on end. There was the sense of power, not that much greater than he felt from the Yeti, but there was a wildness and control all in one. Ryun glanced at its name. Molten King, E. Information unknown. Ryun narrowed his eyes at the boss, meeting the gaze of his orange, swirling eyes. Ryun and Airclaw started moving, each on the opposite side of the other, taking the curved path toward the boss. The Molten King, E, stood up, pulling up a massive sword that had been leaned on his throne. "Two are fallen, and only I remain. Shall I fall this day and die? Or will I live to see another try?" Ryun blinked at its manner of speech. The voice was nearly monotone, but there was a weight to it. "I gave the other two an option," Ryun started. "Give me the anchoring crystal, and you may live." The king shook his head and walked forward until he reached the center of the room. "Your request I cannot fulfill. To do so would spell an end of that which I care for dearly. Bound am I, as the other two were, forever to serve, and never to freedom see again." Ryun nodded his head. He knew as much already, after hearing the bosses speak with him. The framework ruled them, and they couldn't disobey, or at least to do so would harm others, to his understanding. "Then I can only promise you a quick death," Ryun said. The king nodded his molten head. "As I can to you. All that I am I will give. and the stronger will live to see another day. In you I see power rarely witnessed. I have stood beside those such as you before, who rose to fly high above the clouds in the sky, wearing skin they were not born in, or to burrow deep beneath the waves where no one ever ventured. To die to such a one is not a dishonor, but we shall see whether your present self matches the withered old me." Ryun tilted his head. All of the bosses had spoken of some things that Ryun didn't quite understand. He figured that they couldn't speak as plainly as they wanted, and so instead spoke in a confusing manner, although this boss did seem to have a confusing manner of speech in general. Ryun summoned Kagehime and got ready.
"Oh, his sword is so pretty."
"It looks like a slab of rock," Ryun replied.
"Yes,"
Kagehime nearly purred in his head.
"Do you see all the cracks, all the pieces of it missing, the roughness? What has it seen? What powerful foes has it defeated?"
Ryun reevaluated the sword and its bearer. Kagehime was right. The king's sword looked worn, as if it had been through thousands of battles. That made the boss even more dangerous in Ryun's mind. He took a deep breath, reminding himself to be careful. The boss seemed content to sit in the middle of the room. Airclaw and Ryun were on either side of him, both ready to attack, yet it didn't seem concerned. Ryun entered a breathing form, and his null mantle settled around him. His stats rose, and he moved the bonus points from intelligence and vitality to dexterity and strength, leaving endurance and wisdom alone. His last battle had taught him a few things. He looked at the boss, trying to see if it would act, and when he saw that it wouldn't, he decided that it was time. Inevitable Step brought him in front of the boss, and he stabbed with Kagehime. On the other side, Airclaw appeared, his claws shining with red chi. Both of them attacked at the same time. The boss stood, unmoving. And then, just as Ryun's sword and Airclaw's claws were about to connect, it moved with a burst of speed. His massive sword came up and blocked Ryun's, and lava flowed out of his right hand, forming a shield that hardened and blocked Airclaw's attack. The boss then stomped, and the floor melted even as it rippled out of the boss, forcing both Ryun and Airclaw to retreat. The wolf leapt back, and Ryun shaped a cube beneath his legs and jumped into the air, creating another high above the boss. He knelt on the cube looking down on the boss, who had taken a stance, his shield on one hand and his massive sword in the other. He glanced down at his chi-sheeted boots. The void chi had protected his leg from the lava. But if he hadn't had the chi sheath technique activated, he would have at least lost a few toes. Ryun could tell that this boss was strong, and he couldn't help but smile. Chapter 76. Present. Ryun. It yearns. Ryun watched from his spot on his void cube near the ceiling of the chamber. The boss didn't seem concerned. The king remained in the center of the room. In one hand he held a double-edged sword that was as long as he was tall. The sword was chipped, dark, looking as if it had been roughly carved out of a piece of rock and then used through 1,000 battles. The shield on the king's other hand grew out of his stone-like skin. On the outside it was hardened, but inside Ryun could see flowing rivers of melted stone. From high up, Ryun saw as Airclaw jumped forward, his claws covered in red chi. The boss turned to face the wolf, and Ryun leapt from his cube. He flew through the air, heading toward the boss's back as he raised his shield to block Airclaw's attack. But as Ryun got closer, a flow of molten rock fell onto the floor from out of the boss's back, and then grew into a wall faster than Ryun thought possible. Ryun put his left hand in front of himself and made a cube, grabbing hold of it and swinging to the side, flying feet first to the side. Another cube formed out of his leg, and he bent his knee as he caught himself on it and bled all of his speed. A moment later he launched himself forward, flanking the boss and bypassing his wall. Airclaw rained attacks on the boss, his claws ripping chunks out of its shield, but the king swung his sword, forcing Airclaw back. The boss's swing continued as the king turned to face Ryun. Kagehime was blocked by the massive sword, and Ryun thrown to the side. The power of the boss surprised Ryun. His strength was incredible, enough to send Ryun flying across the room. His true body bled the momentum quickly, but he still slammed into the wall of the chamber, rocking it and making a crater. Ryun fell out of the hole, his head spinning for a moment before his vitality and regenerator perk healed the damage. He raised his head and looked at the boss, seeing Airclaw dancing around him and ripping chunks of rock from the Molten King. The boss was strong, tough, but he didn't seem to be all that fast. Ryun got back to his feet and started moving his chi, preparing for a technique. Ryun saw Airclaw jump back, then his chi surge as the wolf roared, and a wave of red chi smashed into the boss, staggering him. Ryun was already moving. Inevitable step brought him next to the boss, and he opened his mouth, unleashing breath of destruction. The king's body rippled a moment before Ryun unleashed his technique, but then a plume of dark chi left his mouth, hitting the boss and releasing a cloud of dust, obscuring Ryun's vision. For a moment he thought that he heard something at the edge of his hearing, or perhaps inside of his head. A song, filled with sorrow and pain. It was harrowing, yet beautiful, and then it was gone, and Ryun put it out of his mind. He held the technique for a few seconds before closing his mouth, then raised Kagehime high and swung at where his senses told him the enemy was. His sword arced down, and then encountered something and stopped. Ryun blinked as the cloud of dust around the king dissipated. He saw Kagehime stuck halfway through a semi-molten surface, and then he took everything in. There was an egg-shaped object where the king should be, and Ryun realized that it had to be some kind of defensive technique. It looked like a barely moving egg made out of melt. The center of it was cracked, the surface completely hardened and yet nearly shattered. Ryun figured that the effect of his chi on that of the king had to have sapped its heat, turning it into rock that it then tried to disintegrate. But the king's chi was strong as well, and Ryun knew that the effect of his chi depended on the strength of the chi that opposed it, and the boss was strong. A moment later the surface of the egg rippled again, and Ryun's eyes widened. He jumped back, barely fast enough as spikes expanded all around it. One of them caught Ryun in the shoulder, scoring a shallow cut. He grimaced as he landed across the room. His inevitable step had still been on cooldown, or he would have been able to evade completely. But seeing that the king was still inside his protective shell, Ryun put Kagehime on his right hip, bending his knees and taking a stance. He focused his mind, reaching for the skill glowing deep inside of him. He grabbed hold of it and then pulled. He felt resistance from it, as if it didn't want to be pulled, but he didn't care. He swung his sword and activated Perfect Cut. A line cut across the king's shell, splitting it in half, and Ryun dropped to his knees as a sharp pain pierced his head. The wall in his head shook from the pain. "What the hell is wrong with this skill?" Ryun asked. "That didn't feel good for me either," Kagehime answered. Ryun hadn't raised his stats specifically because he didn't want to feel the adverse effects of using the skill as intensely as he had before, but somehow the skill was getting worse. He forced himself to raise his head and look across the room. He saw the cut shell of the king, the top side on the floor next to the other. But there was no king. He looked around, searching, and then one of the lava pools next to him moved. The pool rippled and then grew, and the boss formed, rising up and stepping forward out of it. Ryun blinked, but before he could react, the boss attacked, his sword cutting down at Ryun. His eyes widened and he raised his hand. He created a void wall in the path of the sword and jumped back. The king's sword smashed into the void wall and slowed, allowing Ryun enough time to get out of the way. The sword continued down until it struck the floor, cracking it and sending a shock wave expanding from the impact point. Ryun used Inevitable Step to get away and join Airclaw on the other side of the room. The moment he executed his ability and arrived at his destination, he fell to one knee. The pain in his head had lessened and was nearly gone, but he was still disoriented. Airclaw glanced at him, then crouched, the chi on his claws spreading over his body. A moment later he launched himself at the boss, who was calmly walking in their direction. Ryun shook his head and stood, shaking off the discomfort and the disorientation. He felt something else, the presence in his head that had spoken before. He was certain that it hadn't been the source of the skill malfunctioning, but it was there now, present. "Kagehime," Ryun started, but didn't continue, as he didn't know if this other presence could hear their conversations. "I know," she said. "Whatever it is watching the boss." Ryun glanced at Airclaw fighting the king, trying to use his superior speed to harry it. Ryun tried to focus on the wall. "Are you there?" he asked. There was nothing for a long moment, and then Ryun felt something reach out through the crack, tenderly. "It sings," a whispering and rumbling deep voice said. It was almost growling, but there was something about it that was familiar to Ryun. The voice continued. "I hear it. It calls to us. It wants us to chase it, to find it, to give it a release. It yearns, sings of our promise." Ryun blinked at the whispers. He focused to speak again, but the presence had already pulled back behind the wall. He wanted to figure out what it was, what it meant, but he couldn't do it now, even if the voice only seemed to come out when he was in combat. He shook his head and remade his chi sheath armor, the gauntlets and the high-knee boots, as they had collapsed when he used his skill. Then, using his null mantle, he moved his stats around, pulling all of it into his wisdom stat. The wall trembled as he did so, but it didn't seem like it would break. He started moving his chi, adding to his breathing form and preparing his technique. Then he looked at the boss and jumped forward. The boss somehow sensed him coming, and without looking, the king swung his sword back. Ryun ducked beneath it and then stabbed his sword forward. Kagehime nicked the boss's hip, but the hard surface of his body was barely damaged. Then the boss's body melted, and a spike formed out of his thigh, heading straight for Ryun's head. He brought back Kagehime fast enough and blocked, twisting and taking a step back from the boss. Then Airclaw jumped back and raised his arm, then swiped down. 4 large claws made out of chi flew out of his hand and crossed the room, then ripped into the boss. The king raised his shield, but Airclaw's attack cut into it, ripping into its arm and shoulder. And Ryun saw his chance. He stepped closer and activated his fruit technique. Darkest End billowed out of him, the technique sending a sphere of void chi all around him. The wave hit the boss, and Ryun saw its molten skin turn hard, brittle. Its sword shattered, and its arm cracked as it was rapidly cooled by the loss of heat, then hit with the disintegration aspect of the void. But Ryun saw the boss do something then. His eyes flashed, and the still molten parts of it heated up. It was as if he was trying to fight the void. The ground beneath the boss melted, and molten rock flowed up into the boss, repairing what Ryun's technique had damaged. And then the darkest end was beyond it, dissipating in the distance. Ryun stood on one of his void cubes, the ground beneath him just a spherical crater that was now slowly being filled with lava from the pools. Ryun looked at the boss as its body repaired itself, nearly in disbelief. He didn't have the time to look, however, as the boss jumped forward across the crater, his movement shattering the ground he stood on before. Ryun raised Kagehime, impaling the king, but he didn't seem to care. He slammed into Ryun, pulling him with himself as they flew across the room. A moment later they were across the room, and the boss slammed Ryun into the wall. He felt the breath leave his lungs, and then the boss started pummeling him with his fists. Airclaw jumped forward, trying to help, but the boss stomped and turned the ground around them to lava, then raised a shell of melted rock around them to keep Airclaw out. Ryun grabbed hold of Kagehime, trying to pull her out, but the parts of the king's body around it hardened, keeping the blade inside. Ryun blocked with his hands, as much as he could. He created a void chi wall in front of himself to buy time, but the boss just smashed through it. With every strike, the molten fists burned him, his clothes, his skin. He was bleeding. He couldn't push the boss away. He tried to breathe, to prepare his technique, but he couldn't concentrate. He activated Bringer of Sorrow, but the boss wasn't even affected. Then Ryun activated the ability from his perk. The Reaper's aura flew out of him, and Ryun hoped that Airclaw was far enough away because he couldn't control it. The boss attack paused as he winced in pain, and Ryun took advantage. He pulled on his chi and opened his mouth. Breath of destruction hit the boss in the head, point blank. The king's hand clasped over Ryun's mouth, the other around his throat, cutting off his technique. Ryun glared at the boss. Its face was cracked and half of it disintegrated. Holes and cracks were glowing with purple chi as Ryun's power eroded it further, but its molten skin was flowing back in, healing it back up. It was alive. Somehow, the look in its eyes didn't seem victorious, only sad. Ryun knew that he had failed, that he hadn't been strong enough. And then, the presence inside of his head surged forward again. He felt tendrils flow through the cracks.
It sings of death. Let me give it what it wants. It wants to end. This is what I am meant to do.
Horrified, Ryun saw his hands move out of their own accord. No, not of their own accord, guided by something else. He saw notifications in front of his face glitch out, then flash. Eternal Hunter. Ryun couldn't read anything, but he felt his stats surge higher. The boss's eyes flickered, the flowing of its skin slowed, and the eroding of its face started overcoming the healing. Then Ryun's hand, still coated in the void chi, punched the boss in the chest, and it flew back as if shot from a cannon, shattering the wall around them. Ryun moved, guided by something inside. His chi moved through his body, shaping another technique, and Ryun smashed all of his will against the thing in his head. He felt it try to fight, but it wasn't strong enough, and a moment later Ryun had back control over his body as the thing flew back behind its wall. The technique collapsed, and Ryun took a deep breath, then looked at his arms, making sure that they were moving when he wanted them to. Only then did he raise his head to look at the boss. It was across the room, stuck in a crater inside a wall. He felt his stats go back down, and notifications flashing, but he pushed them aside, focusing on the boss.
I didn't think that it could do that,
Kagehime said. Neither did I, Ryun replied. He picked Kagehime up from the floor and looked at the boss as it pulled itself out of the wall. Nearby he saw Airclaw on the ground, unconscious. Ryun's Reaper's aura had to have knocked him out. He had avoided using it when in the presence of others, as on full blast it was incredibly formidable, and now he was alone. The boss had a crater in the center of its chest, its face was half eroded, and it didn't have its weapon. It was hurt, and Ryun only hoped that it was enough for him to defeat it. He gripped Kagehime tightly and jumped forward. Chapter 77. Present. Ryun. Wall. Ryun kept his eyes on his opponent, and the Molten King did the same in return. Both of them were injured. Both of them were weakened. Ryun could see the cracks in the king's stone skin. Places which had used to heal in an instant were only slowly closing now. Something that the presence inside of Ryun did had caused that. Ryun's wounds had likewise healed, thanks to his perk. He knew that he couldn't let the boss heal up. He needed to press the advantage. "Ready?" Ryun asked. "Always," Kagehime said, and her form became less pronounced in his hand, turning into a shadow. It was a useful ability, especially in the dark or in areas such as these where light was dim and everything was filled with shadows. Ryun's own form was slightly muted, blended into the shadows thanks to his bond perk, Shadow's Favorite. It wasn't enough on its own to give him an advantage against this opponent, as Ryun was certain that the boss had some kind of sensory power, but he needed everything he could use now. Ryun bent his knees and pushed off the ground. He made a cube and jumped higher, then ran across the cavern, keeping in the air. The boss's eyes were following him, but he didn't move from his position. Ryun got to a position above the boss, creating cubes in a circle around him, and he started picking up speed, pushing out of cubes and flying above him so fast that he became just a blur. Ryun saw the king's eyes narrow in confusion, saw the orange glowing eyes snapping from side to side as he tried to follow. Ryun added to his breathing form, preparing another technique. He saw the king lose patience, his arms moving, and Ryun knew that it was time. He jumped through the air, then created a tilted cube, trying to conserve as much speed as possible as he pushed off. Like always, there were no flashy shock waves as he flew faster than sound. His perks muted all those effects, and he knew that he wouldn't be able to conserve his momentum for long. His true body was always on. He could somewhat increase its effects if he focused, but he couldn't mute them. So he prepared. As he flew toward the king from high above, he saw the boss's eyes widen, and Ryun pulled his sword back, then activated the fruit technique of his second path. It was a strange technique, one that had some limited usability in certain situations. It created a chi duplicate of itself, one that mirrored his every move. It was not something that could be used in a fight unless the situation was just right. The technique might not allow for the user to control the double or make it act in a different way than the user, but Ryun could form it wherever he wanted it to be, facing whatever direction he wanted to. As he was flying toward his enemy, his Tinker's Mind perk activated, allowing him more time. It altered his perception of time, making it seem like it slowed down for him. And Ryun used all of his skill to activate his technique. Avatar flew out of him, almost a third of his chi spent to create the double. Ryun had it appear next to him, but turned it around by 180 degrees, making it face the direction opposite of Ryun. That made the copy of its sword on the opposite side, and as Ryun and his avatar reached the enemy, he swung. Kagehime cut through the air, coming at the king from his front, and Ryun's avatar did so from the back. The king was too late to respond. Ryun saw the floor and his skin beginning to melt, to flow and engulf him in a shell of lava, but Ryun's attack was too fast. Kagehime struck, the blade sinking into the king's left shoulder and cutting through the tough skin, and simultaneously the Avatar's blade struck the other shoulder from the back and cut into it just a bit before the blade shattered. Ryun's other hand formed a cube in front of his face just above the floor. He leaned on it, slowing down and twisting. If he didn't have his true body, he would have smashed into it, or into the floor, and killed himself at the speed he was going. But his body bled off the momentum, gravity lessened its pull on him, and he dropped to the ground almost gently. The Avatar attempted to mirror his movements, but it could not use his techniques, and so it broke itself against the floor. He didn't pause. His body was burning, but he knew that he couldn't let his opponent have a chance to react. He stabbed Kagehime forward, and the rising shell of molten rock caught it, allowing the king to step back in time. Ryun growled and pushed forward, kicking the still-forming shell and shattering it with his chi-sheathed foot. Molten rock clung to his leg, and while his void chi protected most of it, some pieces landed on unarmored areas and burned through his robe, melting his skin. But he didn't care. He pushed through the collapsing wall of molten rock and followed the king. One of his arms had been cut off, the one that Kagehime had struck, and his other shoulder was hissing, covered in void chi that was eating into its skin. The boss didn't move its remaining arm, telling Ryun that his avatar had managed to disable the limb, if not cut it off. Ryun swung, and a spike flew out of the king's chest. He twisted, the spike stabbing into his left shoulder as he failed to move out of the way fast enough, but Ryun fought through the pain. He stabbed his sword forward, aiming for the king's throat. Kagehime cut into the king's stone skin, and Ryun saw his eyes flicker. The spike prevented Ryun from going all the way through, but he cut to the side, opening a wound that bled molten material. He slammed Kagehime down, then, cutting the spike and freeing himself. The king staggered back, and Ryun pressed his advantage. The king stomped, and the ground turned molten, but Ryun crafted a void cube and used it to jump forward. He stabbed, pushing Kagehime into the king's chest, and then falling on top of the boss, taking both the king and himself to the ground. He hit the spike still embedded in his shoulder on the way down, and agony spread through him, but he clenched his teeth and endured. His grip slipped from his sword, and Ryun managed to push himself up to sit on top of the boss's body and to look down upon him. He saw the light in his eyes dimming, and Ryun knew that he had won. The king had a smile on his face, as if dying was the greatest thing that could have happened to him. Perhaps it was. Ryun raised his hand and activated his ability. Reeve struck down, and Ryun pulled, taking the dying boss's essence. As it filled him, he closed his eyes, feeling several of his perks activating. He grabbed hold of the spike in his shoulder and pulled it out, allowing his feast perk to heal him. He got up and braced himself on the boss's body as he grabbed hold of Kagehime and then pulled her out. "I was going to say something about using me to smash rocks, but I enjoyed that fight, so I will refrain," Kagehime said. Ryun chuckled, but he was too tired to answer. He dismissed Kagehime back into himself and then sat down on the ground. He pulled out a healing potion from his storage and drank it all, then kept still as his body healed. He glanced around and saw the anchoring crystal on the throne along with a large chest next to it. He didn't head that way immediately, since he was still healing. Airclaw seemed safe where he was lying unconscious, and Ryun didn't feel strong enough to go there just yet, so he turned to his notifications. He had received a few after the fight, but he pulled out ones from when the presence in his head took control. The one that flashed before his eyes was corrupted, and he couldn't see anything about it, aside from 2 words, Eternal Hunter. He narrowed his eyes at that, but he continued looking. There was one more notification, and he looked at it. Perk reintegration initiated. Eternal Hunter. Reaper. Error. Required conditions not found. Reintegration cancelled. His eyes narrowed at that. He checked his perk list and saw no changes, but the wording of the notification nagged at him. It said reintegration, which suggested something that had once been a part of him, not something he'd acquired at that exact moment. He frowned. It implied that he used to have that perk, but he didn't remember it. And that provided another clue to his forgotten memories. It had to do with that perk. But Ryun couldn't figure out how he could have lost it or how he had forgotten about it. He was certain that it was the deal-maker who had put the wall in his head, and he was fairly sure that it was because Ryun had asked for it. But he didn't know why he would want to forget such a tiny piece of his memories as well as a perk. In the great scheme of things, he hadn't forgotten much, a couple of years, perhaps, but it wasn't like he remembered nothing in that period. It was just some scenes, some moments, hours, sometimes days. Other memories were there, but foggy. Didn't make any sense. Something had happened, but Ryun couldn't figure out what had been bad enough that he thought he needed to forget it. He still remembered having friends, living in a town, being happy. He remembered being attacked and them dying. Sure, his memories were a bit foggy on the event, but he remembered losing them and the pain he had felt at that. If the pain of losing people he cared for, as if they were his family, wasn't enough to be erased, then he didn't know what else it could be. He remembered being sad for a long while after, but that was another part of his memories that was foggy. He wasn't sure if that was because he lost the memories or if he was just so sad that he hadn't been paying attention to things. His body was almost finished healing enough that he could move around without discomfort, and so he pushed the thoughts of the perk and the presence inside his head aside. He planned to go and speak with the deal-maker once he got out of this pocket realm and got back the access to the shop. He stood up and walked over to the throne, then picked up the last crystal. Immediately, he received a new notification. Congratulations for defeating all 3 bosses in the Reign of 3 Territories scenario. Bring all 3 anchoring crystals to your town and activate them in the spot where you wish to create your town interface. Rewards given based on your performance: Guardians of the 3 Territories, town upgrade. Shrine of the Tundra, town upgrade. Bountiful Soil, town upgrade. Walls of the Molten King, town upgrade. 50,000 times greater essence. Title: Limit Break. Ryun blinked. He didn't know what the town upgrades meant, and he probably wouldn't know until he created the town interface, but the title was what interested him the most. He moved to his title screens and found it, taking a look. Limit Break. Defeat the 3 rulers in the Reign of 3 Territories scenario while on a lower tier of power. Plus 40 to strength, endurance, vitality. Plus 5% to all stats, 10,000 greater essence. He smiled as he saw the rewards. With that essence reward added to what he got from the previous reward, he had 60,000 greater essence. If he added that to what he got from the boss, he had enough not only to advance, but to cycle at least once, depending on what the requirements for the stage after the next one were. But it was the stat rewards that were the greatest boon. Plus 40 to 3 stats was incredible, and it looked like he'd gotten the 3 stats that were the main stats of the bosses: strength for the Yeti, endurance for the Leshy, and vitality for the Molten King. The percentage bonus was the greatest reward, however. It was small, and once added to his already existing percentage bonuses, it didn't do much, but it was something that would make him even more powerful in the future. The stats in the framework-led world were calculated strangely. Everything that he got from his class and cultivation added up to what he had when the framework arrived, and that counted as his base stats. All of his percentage boosts from titles was counted based on those stats, his base ones, which were nowhere near his real stats. The achievement rewarded stats added on top of that, but they weren't affected by the percentages. Together, all those numbers added up to his total stats. And they were Ryun's greatest strength. Even without the percentage applying on his total stats, he was still a monster. His titles made him have stats as high as someone who was at least a realm above him, if not more. He knew enough to be thankful for that. He glanced at the chest, opening it and looking inside. The reward from the Yeti had been 2 axes, similar to what Ryun already had, but of much better quality. This chest, however, held something else entirely. It was a small rack that held 4 different colored bottles. Ryun looked at them, then put them in his storage to look over later before turning and walking over to the still unconscious form of Airclaw. He knelt next to him and roused him. The wolf woke in an instant. One moment he was down, and in the next he was up, his claws glowing. He took in the surroundings quickly and then relaxed.
"You won?"
Airclaw asked.
"I did."
The wolf just nodded.
"Now what?"
"Now we head back to town and then get out of this place." Chapter 78. Present. Ryun. Monarch. Ryun and Airclaw arrived back in town only a few hours after the defeat of the final boss. Both of them had been injured, and even with healing potions they were still somewhat sore, so they didn't push it. Ryun's clothing was in tatters, his battle raiments of a forgotten king filled with holes, but thankfully they had the repair function, which meant that they would eventually mend themselves together. As they neared the town, Ryun noticed people waiting for them, and as they approached, they started cheering and clapping. Ryun allowed them a few moments, and then raised his hand, and they calmed down. "The bosses are defeated, and soon we will return back to the Infinite Realm," Ryun said. He wasn't all that good at giving speeches, but he felt that saying something was warranted. The people seemed to be expecting more, but when Ryun didn't say anything, they started looking at him in confusion. Thankfully, Onrush came to his rescue. "Everyone has done well," she said as she moved to stand next to Ryun. "After we've officially made the town, I will conduct a review and allocate extra rewards based on your contribution to the scenario." Ryun blinked at that, but didn't contradict her. At hearing her words, everyone looked much more appreciative. She then sent them all away with a simple, "Back to your work." Everyone started dispersing, although Jish and his 2 subordinates lingered for a few moments until Onrush narrowed her eyes at them. Ryun saw that they wanted to stay, but Onrush was stronger than them now, and as far as this world was concerned, strength meant rank in most cases. Airclaw walked away as well, inclining his head to Onrush before heading in the direction of his wolves. Onrush waited until he was gone before turning and speaking. "Can we talk? Privately?" she asked. Ryun tilted his head and then nodded. She led him into the town and then to the main residence. Once they got to the meeting room, she closed the door and looked at him. "We need to have a talk," she said slowly, "before you activate the town interface." "About what?" Ryun asked. "About what you want to do. You say that you will protect this town, these people, but I don't know how much you are really invested in all of this." Ryun's expression darkened. "I do not break my promises." "I didn't mean that. I know that you probably believe everything you've said, but you haven't been very involved in the running of this town. And you don't need to be. There are plenty of powerful rulers who let others manage for them, but is that what you are planning on doing?" "I didn't need to do anything. You took care of everything." "I did so because I didn't want anyone to do something stupid around you and get us all killed. But is that what you want for the future? Do you want me to be the one in charge of dealing with day-to-day business?" Ryun tilted his head. He hadn't really thought much about it, which was to her point. Still, he didn't want to be burdened with actual ruling. He could keep his word and protect the town while leaving everything else to others. In part, the reason why he'd raised her to Lord Realm was so that she wouldn't need to worry about others in the town not respecting her. She might not have heard what others had been saying about her, but Ryun did. "Yes," he said finally. "I would like for you to be my second in command, for you to deal with everything. I do not have the patience nor the desire to actually lead others." "I am willing to do this, but it will not be the same as it has been so far," Onrush told him. "I am not qualified to make the big decisions, so I will take care of the details and make sure that the town grows properly, but I will need things from you. I will need you to decide on the broad strokes, what you want this town and territory to become in the future. And I will need resources, essence, to incentivize the people. We will need to set up a system for essence donation for the town budget, buying items, setting up food productions. I can take care of most of these things, but I will still need you to be a leader." Ryun looked at her, seeing her rigid stance, her determination. She wanted this as much as Ryun did not. He nodded his head. "Agreed. You will be in charge, and I will be available for consultations on anything you believe is important enough to warrant my opinion. As far as the big picture, I do not have one, aside from getting stronger." "You will need to decide on something. There is a limit as to how strong you will be able to get in this territory, and if you are going to uphold your promise of keeping these people safe, you will need a plan." Ryun blinked. She was right. He hadn't thought about that. That made things more complicated, which meant that he would need to make the town strong enough to survive without him. He did not plan on being stuck here forever. Growing stronger meant fighting more powerful monsters, and that meant going beyond this territory. "I will think on it," Ryun said. Onrush gave him a long look and then nodded her head. Finally, he felt her body relax, and she sighed loudly. "When are you planning on activating the interface?" Ryun shrugged. "In a few hours. I want to take care of some things first." Onrush gave him a long look. "People in town have all received rewards. I assume that you have as well?" Ryun tilted his head. He hadn't realized that everyone had received rewards. "I did. What did the people get?" Onrush narrowed her eyes when she saw that he didn't answer what he got, but she spoke a moment later. "Most got essence, the amount depending on their contribution. The people who stayed inside the walls and took care of facilities, food, and water got between 50 and 100 greater essence each. Warriors got between 150 and 500 greater essence, and everyone got a title." Ryun raised an eyebrow. "Really? What title?" "The title is called Pillar of Community, and it gave them an extra 200 greater essence and +3 to all stats," Onrush said. Ryun's face fell in disappointment. That was nothing special. Onrush noticed his look and spoke. "That title is huge. Most of these people had very few titles, some even had none. It might not seem so great to you, but for other people the essence and that title together are worth everything. They could level or advance in their cultivation, and many of our warriors will get out of this scenario much stronger." "If you say so," Ryun said. He could see why it would be good for people who were weak, but it wasn't impressive to him. "I didn't get that title," Onrush added. "I got something else." "Oh?" Ryun asked with a tilt of his head. "I received a title called First Pillar. Apparently my contribution was greater than anybody else's, aside from yours, of course. I got a 5% bonus to all my stats and 5,000 greater essence." "Congratulations," Ryun told her. At least someone had gotten something useful, and the essence would allow her to cycle more for her next advancement. She narrowed her eyes at him. "That isn't strange to you at all, is it?" What?
The bonus that gave a percentage. I suspected that you had some powerful titles, most rankers do, but the titles that give percentage bonuses were the rarest and the most powerful.
Ah. Well, yes, I do have titles that give such bonuses. Onrush looked unsure for a moment, but then she seemed to find her nerve.
How many, if you don't mind me asking?
Ryun wasn't really keeping it a secret, although he didn't want to properly show her his titles. He didn't think that she would react well to some of them. With the title I received as a reward for this scenario, I now have 3 such titles. Onrush blinked at him and then shook her head. She didn't speak for a long moment, and then she turned around.
Find me when you decide on activating the interface. I'll go and organize the people. We should prepare for expansion.
Ryun watched her go. Hearing her mention the expansion reminded him that the people of this town were still living in temporary buildings. They were waiting to finish the scenario in order to build permanent ones. Even this building that Ryun was in was temporary, although it was almost a mansion. The previous leader had been wasteful. Ryun shook his head and turned his attention elsewhere. He walked over to the table in the center of the room and jumped on top of it, then sat down with his legs crossed. It wasn't the most perfect spot for what he intended, but it was good enough. First, he took out the rack with 4 bottles filled with different liquids and looked at them. Vial of light. Shaking the bottle lightly makes it emit a pale light to illuminate darkness, can shine light for 6 hours before needing recharging. Placing the vial in direct sunlight for 6 hours will recharge it. Vial of shadow. Opening the cork will allow darkness to escape, engulfing an area of 10 meters around the bottle in complete darkness for 15 minutes. Can be used 3 times before needing to be recharged. Will be recharged by being exposed to complete darkness for 3 days. Core Purifying Elixir. Consuming the elixir will strip a cultivator's core of its aspect at a price of lowering the cultivator's core capacity by 10%. Core Reinforcement Elixir. Consuming the elixir will add 10% more capacity to the cultivator's core as well as 10% more chi density. The elixir loses effectiveness based on how many elixirs of the same type have been previously consumed. Ryun was impressed by all 4 items. Each was extremely useful. The vial of shadow was particularly interesting to him, since he didn't need to see in darkness to be able to feel his opponents. It could come in handy. And he could see a use for the others as well. He put them back in his storage, only now placing them inside of the small space in his core, the space that he'd received thanks to his Void-Forged Core perk. The space wasn't all that large, just about the size of a small cabinet, but it was enough for a few of his more important items. Finally, he turned to his cultivation. He took a deep breath and put enough essence in to fill his core, and then triggered the advancement. He felt his core burn as essence was being converted into chi. His core constricted, then expanded, not quite reaching the same size, but he could feel his chi getting stronger. Then the burnings spread through his chi conduits, burning everything, and then the burnings stopped. For a moment he felt the wall in his head shake, but then it stilled. Ryun frowned, focusing on it, making sure that the presence didn't leave and try to take control again. But when nothing happened, Ryun turned aside and looked at the changes. His entire chi system was reforged. Immediately he looked at his notifications. Congratulations, you have reached the early monarch realm stage on the path of the final end. Reward, Aspect Manifestation perk. You have stepped into the realm of the monarchs, and as such you now have a greater control over your aspect. You may choose in which way that control manifests. Ryun looked through the other notifications. He'd received a stat increase of 30 to all stats, which was substantial, and had also received a new title, Monarch, and with it a bonus of 10 to all stats and 1,000 greater essence. The title reward was underwhelming, but he had expected it once Onrush told him of her own title. He wasn't the first to achieve the monarch realm in this world, just one of many. Finally, he turned to the rest of his notifications. Cultivation bonus plus 20%. Gain plus 40% effectiveness to all of your chi-related effects. He looked at his techniques, and, as expected, saw that all of his current effects were now increased by an additional 40% of their base value. His cycling had so far only increased by 10% per realm, but it added up. This was the first time that it had given him 20% bonus. He glanced at his last window. Path perk available, Aspect Manifestation. Void Cloak. By manifesting a chi aspect in the shape of a cloak, the cultivator is able to completely erase their own signature and make themselves immune to most sensory powers. The cloak also provides limited protection from both physical and power attacks. It holds all the aspects of the void. The strength of the void effects depends on the chi cultivation of the cultivator, aspect tier, and advancement. Looking at a cultivator engulfed in the void cloak is the same as looking into nothingness, an empty void in space. Void Orb. By manifesting a chi aspect in the shape of an orb, the cultivator compresses his chi into a destructive or defensive tool. The void orb orbits the cultivator and can move anywhere in a 5-meter range of the cultivator, and is controlled by the cultivator's thoughts. It holds all aspects of the void. The strength of the void effects depends on the chi cultivation of the cultivator, aspect tier, and advancement. Looking at the orb would be the same as looking into nothingness, an empty void in space. Void Aura. By manifesting your chi aspect in the form of an aura, the cultivator creates a field around themselves filled with void chi in a radius dependent on the cultivator's chi output. Activating the aura at a 3-meter radius around the cultivator takes 15% of total chi supply, plus 5% every second after. Increasing the range by 1 meter requires an additional 10% of total chi supply. Increasing the intensity of the effect costs 5% of total chi supply for every 10% in effect increase. Using void chi techniques will cost 10% less chi while the aura is active. Everything inside the field will suffer the eroding effects of the void. Strength of effect and costs are adjusted depending on the chi cultivation of the cultivator, chi density, and advancement. Ryun looked at his choices with a hungry look in his eyes. He remembered what the 3 bosses had shown him. The Leshy had created some kind of bark armor that could move on its own. The Molten King's was more subtle, but Ryun believed his aspect manifestation to be the way he could heal and change his body, or maybe the shell he could create. But the Yeti had the one that had impressed Ryun the most, the aura of absolute cold. It had sapped Ryun's strength, and it had been powerful enough to damage him. Immediately he was drawn to the choice that allowed him to do the same thing, but he pulled back and looked at the choices again. The cloak would synergize incredibly well with his existing perks. He was already nearly undetectable. He made no sound, and he could move through the air without making any noise. With the cloak, he would have something like true stealth. Void Orb was interesting as well. It would be a purely combat option, which would let him catch his opponents off guard. In the end, though, he didn't necessarily need it, not with his techniques, and if he managed to evolve Avatar a bit more, he would have something even better. Void Aura was the option that made the most sense, and so he picked it. Immediately he smiled as he checked the perk. His cycling had paid off again, as all the costs were adjusted. Aspect Manifestation, Void Aura. By manifesting your chi aspect in the form of an aura, the cultivator creates a field around themselves filled with void chi in a radius depending on the cultivator's chi output. Activating the aura at a 3-meter radius around the cultivator takes 12%, 15% of total chi supply, plus 4%, 5% every second after. Increasing the range by 1 meter requires an additional 6.4%, 8% of total chi supply. Increasing the intensity of the effect costs 4%, 5% of total chi supply for every 10% in effect increase. Using void chi techniques will cost 14%, 10% less chi while the aura is active. Everything inside the field will suffer the eroding effects of the void. Strength of effect and costs are adjusted depending on the chi cultivation of the cultivator, chi density, and advancement. With the smile still on his face, he glanced at his new screens. Name: Ryun Noct. Race: Human. Earth. Iteration 7. Titles: First Kill, Adventurer, Hero of Promise, Transcended. First Body of Iron, Beaten but Not Broken. First Quickened Mind, Cannibal, One Against Many. First Lake of Chi, First Lord, First Chi Manipulator. Class Evolution 1. One Against Horde, First True Body, Hated Foe. One-Man Army, Butcher of Humanity. True Understanding 1. Limit Break, Monarch. Essence, Greater, 84,050 Greater Essence. Cultivation, The Path of the Final End, E. Stage, Early Monarch, 0 of 60,000 Greater Essence. Aspect, Void. Base Technique, Null Mantle. Branch Technique, Breath of Destruction. Fruit Technique, Darkest End. Strength, 645. Dexterity, 574. Vitality, 714. Endurance, 618. Intelligence, 563. Wisdom, 723. Perks. Void Touched Body, Path Perk. Your body is touched by the void. Damaging effects of the void have less effect on you. Immobilizing effects are 50% less effective on you, and all physical or chi attacks deal 80% of their total damage to you, plus 40% to endurance. Tinker's Mind, Path Perk. Your mind is quickened, able to think faster than ordinary humans, able to alter perception of time for the user, plus 15% to intelligence, strength of effect equal to 2 times your intelligence. Void Forged Core, Path Perk. Your core is forged by the essence of the void. Increased core capacity by 20%, increased chi density by 40%, plus 20% to wisdom stat. Able to create a personal void space inside of your core. Size of void space dependent on wisdom stat. Feast, Class Perk. Killing enemies heals you. Strength of effect depends on vitality stat. Vampire, Class Perk. Killing enemies adds 1/10 of their highest stat to your own temporarily. Strength of effect depends on level. Regenerator, Class Perk. Heal rapidly when in combat. Strength of effect depends on vitality stat. Silent Hunter, Class Perk. Your movements don't disrupt the air around you, making you nearly silent. Strength of effect depends on dexterity stat. Chi Controller, 1,000 Threads of Destruction, Path Perk. Your chi control is nearly perfect. You are able to finely manipulate your chi and use up to 3 techniques at the same time. Control depends on wisdom stat. Gain plus 20% to wisdom. You weave 1,000 threads of chi, each thread filled with power. As you weave, you ensnare all those who would stand in your way. True Body, Untethered, Path Perk. Your body has been reforged into your true self, adopting attributes to reflect your path. Your path is that of the ultimate end of all things, and as such no force can truly exert influence on you. Any power attempting to exert influence over you does so at a reduced effect. You walk alone, untethered from the natural laws of the universe, bringing the end to those in your way. Indomitable, Title Perk. You are immune to all mind-altering effects from opponents that are on a lower tier of power than you. Reaper's Aura, Title Perk. You can no longer be scanned by any abilities, techniques, or skills from people who are on the same or lower tier of power than you. You may manifest the Reaper's Aura, filling all within your presence with dread. Great Hunter, Contract Perk. Any person whose blood you have drawn is marked by your power. The mark allows you to track them no matter the distance between you. Shadow's favorite, Bond perk. When standing in shadows, your form blends in the surrounding. Strength of effect depends on the depth of the bond with the awakened object and the darkness of shadow. Void Chi, aspect perk. Your chi passively enhances your body with the essence of the void. Making any foreign essence in your body disintegrate, the speed of the effect depends on the power of the foreign essence. Gain plus 20% to strength and wisdom. Aspect manifestation, void aura, path perk. Manifest your chi in the form of an aura around you, dealing void damage equal to 0.4 times, 0.1 times your wisdom per second. Anything marked by the void chi takes an additional 1/4 of the total damage dealt over the next 4 seconds. He debated using some of his remaining essence on his second path, but he decided to put that aside for a moment. He needed to get the town out of the scenario, and he was sure that he would need essence to purchase things after he activated the interface. He would need to upgrade the town, but would also gain access to the better shops, and he wanted to have some essence in his bank for that. With a sigh, he stood up and went to find Onrush, and to finally be done with the creation of this town. Chapter 79. Present. Ryun. Debt. Ryun stood in the center of the town, Onrush by his side. The rest of the town's people were surrounding them, but all of them were a dozen steps away. Ryun had never really gotten to know the people. He knew a few, Jish and Enka, Kree, but the others were just faces to him. He had already forgotten the names of the leaders of the town, those who Onrush had introduced to him. They were unimportant, and he hadn't really allowed himself to think what he was going to do after this point. Now he looked around at them more closely. There were 93 people here. They had lost a few people in the monster attacks, and there were several dozen wolves as well. Airclaw stood among them, with a few of the warriors standing with wolves. As Ryun had planned, some of them had gotten closer. Ryun knew that once he activated the interface, things would change. He would be their leader in more than just name. The entire town looked empty now. The temporary buildings had been taken down, the tents packed up. There were only 2 large barns, one for storage and one that had been used as a dormitory, and of course the main residence. The rest was just empty ground, dirt, and in a few places cobbled stone. The town was maybe 200 meters across, longer than it was wide, but not by much. The walls were simple, not made to last, but only to be used for the purpose of the scenario. Onrush had told him that the Black Viper sect hadn't known what the scenario for claiming of the territory was, and that the fact that no one had managed to do it for a long time made them want to prepare more. It was why they took so much time to build up the defenses. The moment Ryun created an official town, they would start buying buildings and expanding. Fier, their former master, had been given essence to pay for the bare minimum, essence that Ryun had taken from him when he killed him, something that Onrush and the others didn't know completely. They had some used essence in storage, too, and from what Onrush had told him just recently, they could use essence that was already cycled for purchasing things in the shop, but its value was lowered every time it was cycled. Ryun hadn't been aware of that, as it hadn't been possible on Earth. Still, Ryun had a lot of cycled essence, and he had been trying to figure out what to do with it. Fully raising others didn't appeal to him, a few who had proven themselves to him aside from Onrush, but the others would need to be content with scraps. It was the way of the sects, as Onrush told him. The strong give the weak small amounts of essence to let them advance when they think that they had earned it. Ryun had no problem with such a system. Raising everyone equally would require a level of trust that Ryun didn't feel toward these people. His essence would be useful in the shop, if nothing else, and he had quite a lot of both essence and items that he could sell. Seeing the nervousness and anticipation of the people around him, he decided to proceed. He glanced at Onrush, seeing her blue eyes shining out of her dark green face. Somehow, Ryun had gotten used to the difference in this world, to the different races. Onrush considered herself a human, and to her it was Ryun who was different. It didn't matter much, he'd concluded, as such small differences were little relative to the entirely different races. He nodded his head in her direction and then pulled out the 3 anchoring crystals from his storage. The very center of the town was where most people chose to put their interfaces, for several reasons, but the main one was that everyone should be able to access it and use some of the more basic functions, while only Ryun and those he authorized could use the more expansive functions. The 3 crystals had clicked together, making a 3-sided star, and Ryun focused on it. Do you wish to create the town interface here? Y/N. Ryun pressed the button, and then the ground split, and a large obelisk made out of black marble grew out of it, covered with glowing symbols that Ryun didn't understand. Then the interface flashed, and the sky split into 3 parts, then disappeared and was replaced with the single blue sky with the sun shining from above. Notifications and windows appeared in front of Ryun, and he focused on them. Congratulations, you've just claimed the Twilight Woods territory. Since you have no other affiliations, you are granted the full ownership rights over the new territory. Rewards: Twilight Woods Den, Town Upgrade. Title: Ruler. Ryun blinked at the notification and then read the accompanying information. This seemed different than what he knew about the townstones on Earth, but then again this was not his old world. He glanced at the title screen to see what his new title gave him. Ruler. Become the sole ruler of a territory. +5 to all stats. 5,000 greater essence. Small mansion unlocked. Town upgrade. It wasn't anything impressive, but that was only compared to his other titles. Ryun put it aside and started reading the other notifications. He got one that asked him if he wanted to change the name of the territory, which Ryun dismissed, as the Twilight Woods seemed appropriate enough. The next 2, however, asked him to name the town and choose a crest for the territory. Neither could he dismiss. He turned to Onrush. Any idea of a town name and crest? Ryun asked. The original plan was for it to be named Woodwall. That was what the sect decided, Onrush answered. Ryun tilted his head. That wasn't bad, but he didn't want to name his town after what the previous owners wanted. Any ideas? He asked Kagehime. How about Sharp Point? She answered. Ryun blinked. That is the stupidest thing I have ever heard. Well, what were you expecting when you decided to ask a sword to help you name a town? That is your stupid meatbag custom. Why did you have to bring me into it? Ryun sighed. He really shouldn't have expected anything better. He looked around and then had an idea. He started putting the name in, then made the window visible to Onrush. She looked at it and then nodded. With her agreement, he confirmed the name. Congratulations. The town of Wolf's Grove is now the capital of this territory. Losing this town and its interface will mean losing the territory. After that, he had to assemble a crest from what looked like stars. He drew a wolf's head and then picked the color to be green. With that done, he was presented with the town interface. His name was placed as the ruler, and he had slots to assign leaders of different rank and access. He put Onrush as his second and gave her access to everything. He didn't put anyone else, as he decided it was better for her to do it, since she knew the people better. Then he moved over to the construction sections and saw a lot of options for building. In the corner he could see his essence, what he had available currently, and then added to that the worth of the essence that he had in his storage, which he had already cycled. It was a lot of essence. With both sources together, it combined for nearly 1,000,000 points of currency. Then he looked at what buildings he could build. He had some basic options available, but there were many unique and advanced options available as well, although all were extremely expensive, even for him. He could even see the options that were unavailable, and he could see the requirements for them. Some needed a greater town population, others needed other buildings built first, some needed titles, which was probably why he could build a few. The small mansion reward from his title let him pick from several choices of mansions, but he needed to buy it, while his other town upgrades seemed to be free. But seeing all the people around them waiting, he decided to start with the essentials first. He went into the residential section and started browsing, and Onrush could see the window as well now since she had access. Quickly they realized that they had no idea what they were looking at, and didn't know what the best building was for them to choose, so Onrush offered that they get some help. She looked around and then called one of the people waiting. A short, older-looking human with gray hair and a freckled face walked over. Ryun recognized him from the meeting Onrush gathered for him when he decided to lead these people, but he couldn't remember his name. "Monarch? Lady?" The man bowed before them. Ryun had learned that the alternative to calling their superiors master was to call them by their cultivation stage, and he had allowed that to be used. It seemed that his advancement had been noticed. "Jen, we need help in deciding which buildings to buy," Onrush said, reminding Ryun of the man's name. "Of course, that is why I was brought along," Jen said. "If you give me access, I will be able to make the selection properly. I need to assess what is available to us. The selection might be small, since we are not affiliated with the sect anymore and do not benefit from their advancement." Ryun went back and added the man to the list of leaders, then gave him access to the catalog of buildings and map, but didn't allow him the ability to buy. He planned on putting in some of his extra cycled essence inside to be used by the town, but he didn't want anyone but Onrush to be able to use it. The man blinked as the window became visible to him, and then his eyes widened. "Oh, this is more than I expected," the man said. "In what way?" Ryun asked. The man met Ryun's eyes, then immediately dropped them. "Apologies, Monarch, but I did not expect to see much available. True, many of the basic building types are still locked, but I see many unique buildings. And these—" The man pointed to several buildings that were available for immediate construction, the rewards from the scenario. "These are treasures that any sect would want to have." Ryun glanced at the buildings the man indicated. He had assumed that they were powerful and useful himself after he'd read what each one did. "First, the residential section, and then we will decide on the rest." "Of course, Monarch." Jen bowed, and then he started looking through the buildings. He asked some questions, mostly about the future of the town and expansion, what their plans were, and so on. Onrush answered all the questions based on what they had agreed beforehand. Ryun still didn't know what he really wanted, but so far he wanted the town protected and able to grow. In the end, they decided to fill an entire section of the town with family houses, since most of the people sent here were, in fact, families. Each house would be 2 stories high and would support 2 families. That meant that the end of the town that was near one of 3 gates was the residential district. Ryun was having some difficulty orienting himself. Since this world didn't really have any compass points, the sun was always in the center of the sky, but these people had their own way of telling directions. Apparently, at night, the symbols of the territory were always oriented in the same way, so the top of the crest was always pointing north, and the stars that were at the tip of the 4 points were glowing slightly brighter. Ryun didn't know yet, since he hadn't seen night in this territory, but he had been told by Onrush about what would happen. That meant that the residential area was in the southern part of the town. Then, after they chose the building types, deciding on simple square buildings with flat roofs, they purchased them. The buildings weren't at all expensive, even with furniture, costing barely 2,000 greater essence for enough room so that everyone had a home. As soon as they had purchased them, the southern end of the town was filled with a glowing light, and a few moments later buildings started to appear, as if the light coming from the sky was building them, which might as well be the truth. In a few minutes the construction was done, and the people cheered. Onrush looked around and clapped her hands, quieting them before then sending them off to pick their homes. She placed a woman in charge of settling everything, and had Jish and his warriors enforce it. Quickly, the mass of people walked away, and Ryun, Onrush, and Jen returned to work. They upgraded their simply built storage building and dormitory, making it taller, before building 2 more to be used as storage as well. The new buildings were constructed out of gray stone, like the houses, and were 3 stories high, giving them plenty of room for storage. Next, they built a warrior compound, along with an upgraded training area and a larger hall that could be used for various purposes, from meetings to joint meals. Ryun saw that Airclaw and his wolves were still around, and so he turned toward the Twilight Woods den building that he had gotten as a reward. He knew that the reason he'd received it was because of Airclaw, and so he decided to place it immediately. The town interface map was currently showing an aerial view of the town, but he expanded it. From what he learned as a ruler of the territory, he could build anywhere in it, and as the map zoomed out, he was surprised to see just how massive the territory was. It encompassed much of the forest in its center, then parts of the mountain range in the east, a lake in the south, and a river that was passing through the north toward the west end of the territory. He would need to go and scout it all out soon, but for now he had other things to worry about. He narrowed the view to just the town and the hill it was built on, along with a bit of the forest. He put the den in the tree line, close to the town, but still separate, although he didn't know for how long it would remain so, since he did plan on expanding. Light fell down from the sky outside of the town, and he called Airclaw to him and explained. The wolf nodded, and then took his wolves toward the light. The description of the den told him that it would house as many as 200 animals, and it seemed to provide some kind of bonuses to the wolves' reproduction rates. It would mean that the pack could expand, and if everything went as Ryun and Airclaw planned, the town would come to rely on the wolves a lot more. Then he had Jen finish setting up the inside of the town. They built an inn and a few specialty buildings, like a slaughterhouse, a tannery, and a smithy, since they already had people to operate them, before reaching the last section of the town. "You must. The people need to see you as their ruler. Your presence needs to be always present," Onrush insisted, and Ryun grimaced. Jen seemed to be unsure if he should even speak. Ryun glanced back at the interface, seeing the choices for a mansion. He had tried to argue that what Fier had built was sufficient, but apparently he was an idiot. He didn't know when exactly Onrush had gotten the courage to act in such a way with him, but he was liking it. He didn't enjoy growling at all. Finally, he sighed. "Fine. Pick the smallest one," he told her. He saw her opening her mouth to speak, but he gave her a cold look, and she thought better of it. She and Jen looked around and then picked one, a mansion to be his home, the center of his rule. He didn't need it. He needed to sleep for only a short while every few weeks, and he could just as well do it in a tree, but he did understand that Onrush knew more about this than him, so he deferred to her. The light came down, and a building was constructed. Ryun could see it from the square, and in fact the streets that Jen had built all seemed to lead to it. It was larger than the previous residence, a white building that had 2 sets of stairs, leading to a platform where large double doors led inside. It was surrounded by natural rocks that made it look like it was built on top of them, and it stretched upward to 4 stories, with 2 towers on 2 of its widest ends. It wasn't beautiful to Ryun, but he didn't really have any taste for such things, so he didn't know. It just looked like a castle. He sighed, then turned around to look at the last thing left, the remainder of his specialty buildings. The first one he picked was the bountiful soil, the simplest and maybe most useful choice. It turned an area of the ground into arable land, with a bonus of 50% to crop growth. Ryun knew that if they were to survive here independently, they would need to be able to produce their own food. Buying everything from the shops wouldn't be sustainable in the long run, not if they wanted to advance as well. He looked at the map and found a clear area in the south near the lake. He used it, and the light came down from the sky in the distance. Then he turned to the walls of the Molten King. The amount of walls that he could build coincided with the size of the current walls, which he didn't think was accidental, but the walls gave a massive increase in defense compared to the simple walls they had now. They were taller at 3 meters and thicker at 2.5 at the base and 1.5 up on the top. They also had battlements and 3 towers aside from the 3 gates. The walls also had a 20% resistance to fire-based attacks, which Ryun thought was a good thing, not that he knew much about breaching walls. The ones that he had encountered were easily countered by him simply jumping over them. He placed the walls, and a blinding light surrounded the town. A bit later, the tall black walls of obsidian appeared.
"Those are incredible,"
Onrush said.
"More than many strong towns or even cities have in the Black Viper sect."
Ryun nodded. They did look powerful, and he would test them later to see just how powerful they truly were. But for now he turned toward the 3rd upgrade, the Shrine of the Tundra. Onrush read the description and gasped, and Jen had the same reaction. Ryun had already known that out of all the buildings he had gotten, this was the most powerful.
"This can't be what I think it is,"
Onrush said, turning to look at Ryun. "It is," Ryun said. The shrine was a small building which would transform the surrounding area into a piece of the territory that had been under the rule of the Yeti. But it would also change the essence in the area around it to cold. From what he read, it would have 4 distinct tiers of the aspect, starting from Tier 4 and going all the way up to Tier 6. From what Onrush had told him, the source of an aspect could be a sect's most powerful possession, something that they could sell to other cultivators or through auction, and Ryun intended to make use of it. He looked at the map and then found a spot high up in the mountains, and he placed the building. He glanced in that direction and was satisfied when he saw that the light wasn't visible from the town, but rather obscured by the mountains.
"Why place it there?"
Onrush asked. "I don't want anyone to know we have it," Ryun said before looking at both Onrush and Jen. They both swallowed and bowed their heads, his look making it clear that he wouldn't be pleased if word got out. Content that they understood, he turned to the last reward. It wasn't really a building, but a set of what looked like 3 statues. He placed them around the square at the same distance from one another. The light came, and 3 statues, or rather 3 golems standing on pedestals, appeared. One seemed to be made out of ice, with a cold mist surrounding it. The second was made out of tree bark, and the last of molten rock. They looked the same, like a tall and wide man, but they had no features other than that general shape. Their hands were closed into fists, and their eyes were merely blank surfaces. Ryun walked over to one and looked at it. Ice Golem, C, Tier 2. It seemed strong. "Come," he said, and the ice golem stepped from its pedestal. It stopped near him and waited. Ryun glanced at Onrush and then back at the golem. "It will follow your commands as well. We'll need to make sure to give it some orders to protect the town and things like that so that we don't need to move it every time we want it to do something." We need to be very careful in our wording. Golems follow orders to the letter, Onrush added. Ryun nodded, then he ordered the golem back in its spot and looked back at Onrush and Jen. "Can you take care of the rest? Have the people settled and organized?" Ryun asked. There wasn't anything else for them to build that they needed. "Of course," Onrush said. "Good. I'm going to take a short trip." "What? A trip?" Onrush asked, her eyes narrowing. "I want to explore the entirety of my territory, then check out the shrine," Ryun said. "I'll be back in a day or two." Onrush looked like she wanted to protest, but then sighed. "All right, I'll take care of things." Ryun nodded and then smiled. "Good." With that, he turned and jumped high into the air. He then crafted a cube and flew further over the walls. He landed near the forest and walked into the wolves' den. The dens were hollowed in the earth, and some below trees among the roots. Airclaw was standing among his wolves, growling at them as Ryun walked over. "I'm going for a little trip to see the territory. You want to come?" Ryun asked. Airclaw glanced at his wolves, then back to Ryun and shook his head.
"No. I need to settle the pack and work with them and the people in the town."
Ryun inclined his head, and without another word he left, jumping into the forest and then climbing to the top above them. He jumped from the treetop and into the air, then created a cube and stood on it. He looked around, seeing only forest and the town behind him. He took a deep breath and decided that he needed to do something, and that there was no need to push it any further. He started jumping through the air, creating cubes and getting some distance, heading for the mountains. He could tell that his mode of movement looked strange. He was basically running or leaping on air, but he was fast, faster than he had ever been before. He reached the mountains in an instant. He didn't head toward the shrine immediately, but instead found a quiet place and sat down. He took a deep breath, then found the shop and the button that led to the deal-maker. A moment later he found himself sitting in complete darkness. Only a table and a shrouded being were visible to him. Ryun looked at the deal-maker, trying to compose his thoughts. "I see that you have advanced again. Good for you," the deal-maker said. Ryun debated the best way to proceed, but then he realized that there was no point. The deal-maker knew everything, and it had always responded well to directness. "I want to know about the wall in my head, my memories, and the presence that is behind that wall." The deal-maker tilted his head. "You should know by now that knowledge is not provided for free." Ryun grimaced, but then spoke. "What do you want for that knowledge?" The deal-maker's hood obscured everything inside, but still Ryun could feel a gaze upon his face, and then the feeling disappeared. "Ah, you are always so ready to make deals. But you need not fret, as there is not really much for me to tell you, and it will soon no longer matter." "What do you mean?" Ryun asked. "The wall in your head was put there because you asked for it to be put there. I agreed because it was the only way to deal with it without killing you. It was all because of an error that is the fault of the framework itself, and it was only a measure to contain the error for a time when you were strong enough to gain back control. You are close now, and soon the wall will disappear on its own," the deal-maker said. Ryun just stared at the deal-maker. Of all the reasons why the wall was put into place, an error in the framework was not one of the things he had even considered. It just wasn't something that he had even considered possible. The framework always seemed like an all-powerful system. To learn that it was not. "What about the presence, the entity behind the wall? Is it the error?" Ryun asked. "No, the entity is not really anything. It is just a part of you. When the error presented itself, you felt the perk changing and getting out of control. You asked me for help, which I agreed to. For a price, of course, and I was forced to suppress a piece of you and put it behind a wall until you were strong enough to control it. What you call a presence is nothing but a leftover from long ago, an echo that you will soon be strong enough to completely suppress, the dealmaker answered. It is a perk, isn't it? Ryun asked. It is, and one you were never meant to have in the first place. It was an unfortunate event. You encountered something that was a remnant of a time long since past, an experiment that was thought to be destroyed. It managed to slip into this version of the framework, and you gained a perk that had certain peculiarities. Sadly, the only way to remove it would have been to kill you, and while it might have been easier to do so, there was really no need. And when it became corrupted, well, you asked, and I put it behind a wall, separating it from you until you were strong enough to make it function properly. Ryun blinked. The dealmaker had rarely been so forthright, especially with information. Aside from the things he told him about the nature of the perk, he had indicated something that Ryun couldn't dismiss, that this wasn't the first version of the framework, and that just nearly blew Ryun's mind. He knew that the monsters had been forced to fight by the framework, but he had always assumed that they were just from the worlds that hadn't been chosen as iterations. Now he suspected that they might have been survivors from the past. Did that mean that there used to be a completely different multiverse out there? Or had something entirely different, like the Infinite Realm, existed? Was the Infinite Realm just another place to test out the framework, or were they in the final version? He wanted to ask more, but he wasn't sure if it was a slip on the dealmaker's part, or if he wanted Ryun to know for some reason. In the end, he didn't want to risk it, so he stayed away from that topic. "And what about my memories?" Ryun asked. He knew now that the main reason why he was bad at socializing and at recognizing nonverbal cues from others was because he had spent a long time alone, because the arrival of the framework had been a traumatic event even for him, and because of the things he had done. All of that had changed him, but the more time he spent with others, the more he remembered. The truth was that he doubted that he would ever again be truly normal. His life had changed him, and he really didn't care too much about such things. They were unimportant to him, and he doubted that getting his memories back would change that, but still he did want to know. The perk was unique, and it was bonded to you in a peculiar way. In order to be able to suppress it, I was forced to seal the memories that interacted with that perk as well, the dealmaker said. Ryun scratched at his cheek, thinking. A perk that had something to do with his memories. He couldn't imagine what it could be, but now he didn't even need to worry. If what the dealmaker said was true, then he would get access to everything again soon. He realized that the weakening in the wall, it shaking and cracking, was probably because he had been getting stronger. Seemingly, he had been too weak to handle the corrupted perk before. That suited Ryun just fine. Seeing as the dealmaker was in a giving mood, he asked one more thing. "And what is the payment I owe you?" The dealmaker tapped his gloved fingers on the table. "You agreed to do me a favor, one action at a time of my choosing." Ryun didn't know what possible thing he could do for a being that was in charge of the entire framework, but it didn't seem like a bad price. He looked at the dealmaker, debating asking when he wanted to call the payment due, but decided against it. The dealmaker would call it in when it wanted, and not before. It wouldn't care about Ryun's feelings on the matter. "Thank you for answering my questions," Ryun said, and then bowed his head. The dealmaker was one being that he believed was truly above all else. It deserved Ryun's respect. "It is of no concern," the dealmaker said. "Now, Do you wish to make another deal? To purchase something special?" Ryun nearly chuckled, but managed to contain himself. Instead, he shook his head. "Not now. Perhaps another time." With that, he left the deal-maker's dimension. He opened his eyes and found himself in the real world. He stood and took a deep breath. The air was cold, and he was far up on the mountainside. The woods stretched all around him. A territory. His territory. It still wasn't setting in. Ryun shook his head and turned around, jumping into the air again. Cubes formed beneath his feet, and he leapt from cube to cube, covering an enormous distance in an instant. Finally, he reached his destination. High up in the mountains, near two peaks, was a plateau, and it was covered with snow. At the edge of the plateau was a tall shrine. It was simple, just 4 pillars with a domed roof on top. Ryun dropped down from his cube, the gravity pulling him down, and then, as he neared the ground, he slowed until he landed gently on the snow. He walked forward, even as he pulled an object from his storage. With the clear globe in his hand, he started walking. The aspects that the globe showed him were Tier 2 air and Tier 2 cold, but then, as he got closer to the shrine, the cold one changed into Tier 3 and then 4 as he got even closer. Ryun could feel the temperature drop. It was so cold that he felt his clothes freeze and even his hair. It was an interesting feeling for him, since he wasn't actually being hurt. Then, as he stepped even closer, the cold aspect became Tier 5. Now Ryun could feel his skin getting so cold that it might even hurt him eventually. A Tier 5 cold aspect was supposed to be incredibly valuable, but Ryun wondered who would be strong enough to stand in this cold and harvest it. Onrush hadn't been all that quick when she had harvested the aspects for him. Then Ryun took another step and entered the shrine proper. The aspect that the globe showed him changed again, this time showing him Tier 6 absolute cold. Ryun immediately felt pain tingling his skin. His limbs were being sapped of their strength, and he knew that he couldn't survive in this place for long. He doubted that many would be able to stand in this place and harvest such an aspect. Onrush could, perhaps, if she advanced a bit further. Looking at the aspect, Ryun wondered if he should use his elixir and change his own. His had been Tier 5 when he'd taken it in, and had advanced to Tier 7 because of his cultivation. He wondered if this one would advance even further. In the end, he decided that there was no point. His aspect would advance with him, and Void seemed incredibly powerful for an aspect. It even did something similar to what the Absolute Cold did. And Ryun knew that there were things that he hadn't yet discovered about his aspect. Another idea was forming inside of his head. He looked at the aspect listed on a window in front of the globe, and he smiled. He would need to push her a bit, but perhaps he could make something more of her if she let him. He put the globe back in his storage and then turned around. He left the shrine and then walked over to the edge of the plateau. His territory stretched before him, and it was time for him to see everything that it had to offer. He jumped off the cliff and started to fall. Chapter 80. Past. Ryun. True Death. Ryun raised his hand in an attempt to block the attack coming at his head. Unfortunately, it was a feint, and his opponent dropped low and his legs swiped Ryun's. A moment later, Ryun's face hit the mat. "Crap," he said as he slowly got to his feet. "You still don't pay attention, not as much as you are capable," Jonas Reyes, Ryun's teacher, said. Ryun sighed as he looked at the older man. Jonas was in his late 30s, tall and fit, with black hair and brown eyes. He was wearing a kimono just like Ryun was, and they were in their town's training room. It was a small structure, not much larger than a certain cabin. Jonas was a cultivator, same as Ryun, one of the very few that Ryun had encountered out here in the wild. Ryun and Melody met him and his group while they were hunting in the mountains of what used to be Eastern Europe. Ryun didn't know how the area had used to be, but now it was filled with mountain ranges and forests. Jonas and his group had been the same as many in this new world, brought together by the necessity of the framework's arrival, just like how Ryun and his friends had survived, so too had they. When Mel and Ryun encountered them, their small settlement had been under attack by a wolf pack. The two of them had stepped in and helped, and after fighting the monsters off, they were invited by the group to stay, in part because Ryun and Mel were stronger than them, but also because they were just good people. Their small village hadn't been formed with the help of the framework, with a town stone, but was just a settlement that they themselves had built. Out of some 30 people, only 5 others were cultivators. Most of the rest who had chosen the same path had died, and none were beyond mid-mortal realm. Ryun had grown tired of being told that cultivators were weak, but he had heard enough stories and seen enough evidence to know that more classers survived than cultivators. Still, the small village had been far away in the mountains, several months' worth of travel from where Ryun and Mel came from. They were isolated, away from the government, and so Ryun and Melody decided to stay and help them. The people seemed eager to help in their hunts, unlike their previous community, and Ryun quickly came to like them. They spent the next few months with them, and they found that the surrounding area was filled with monsters to hunt, and that they had most everything that they needed. Then they decided to make the village their permanent home. Already the people had put them in a leadership position, and Ryun and Melody had a town stone that they'd looted on one of their hunts. Melody used it and became chief of their little settlement, and they started improving it. Now, nearly a year after they'd left Haven, and almost 2 years since the framework had arrived, Ryun was content. His life was simple, but he was doing what he loved to do. He hunted monsters, and he got to spend time with Melody. Also, he was getting his ass handed to him daily by Jonas. "I know," Ryun said in response to Jonas's comment about him not paying attention. Jonas was a mid-mortal realm cultivator on the path of the falling leaf. He was weaker than Ryun as far as their stats and cultivation were concerned. But it wasn't so simple, as Jonas had spent the entirety of his life studying martial arts from a very young age. He studied a wide variety of martial arts, picking and choosing the best parts of every art to improve himself, and he was very good. With the arrival of the framework and the monsters that it brought, Jonas had used all of his previous experience to adapt his knowledge to fight the monsters. He had been very successful. He had survived. Ryun had started learning from him everything from combat with weapons like swords and knives to hand-to-hand combat. And even though Ryun had more stats, it was rare for him to defeat his teacher. If they were using their techniques, it was another story, but they rarely did. What Jonas was teaching him was how to fight, a martial art to supplement his techniques. And Ryun had gotten very good at it, if not quite at the level his teacher was. "Another round?" Jonas asked. Ryun shook his head. "I can't. I'm going hunting with Mel soon." Jonas nodded and then bowed to him. Ryun returned the bow and they walked off the mat. "Where are you going?" Jonas asked. "Past the Black Ridge," Ryun answered. He didn't know the real name of the ridge, if it even had one, but they had all been simply calling it the Black Ridge, after the dark color of the mountains. "That is far," Jonas said as they disrobed and started putting on their regular clothes. "The monsters here are no longer giving us enough essence," Ryun said. Melody had reached level 36, and Ryun had managed to cycle through his core 6 times. The last time he had done so, he felt like the return hadn't been as much as it had been the last time, so he decided to finally advance to the next realm, but he needed more essence for that. "I know that telling you to be careful is useless, but remember what we worked on. A sword should be an extension of your body, Jonas said. I will remember, and thank you for teaching me. I don't say it enough, but your teachings have made me much stronger, Ryun told him. He hadn't advanced in a while, but with what Jonas had taught him, he had still been able to improve. Just knowing how to move, how to evade or roll, had been enough to save his life 12 times. Without you and Mel, we wouldn't have survived. It is the least I can do, Jonas told him. Ryun smiled, but didn't answer. He wasn't very comfortable with people thanking him or even being around them in general, but he did like the people that he lived with. They were his friends. He excused himself and left the training building and walked into the small settlement. Their little village consisted of 12 or so buildings made out of simple wood. Those were the cheapest ones that they could buy through their town interface. "Hey, Ryun!" a loud voice called, and Ryun turned around to see an old and a short woman in her 60s. She smiled at him as he stopped and waited for her to catch up. "Miss Riva, how can I help you today?" Ryun asked of the kindly woman. She was the one who in reality ran everything around the town, organizing food preparation, making sure that the other hunters were well supplied for their trips, and so on. "Well, Melody told me that you planned an extended trip, so I made sure to pack you something special," she said as she extended a small backpack, pushing it into Ryun's hands. "Miss Riva, that isn't necessary. Mel and I know how to survive on what we hunt," Ryun said. "Of course you know, but that doesn't mean that you have to. Take it, or I will get mad." She glared at him with mock anger, and Ryun sighed, taking the backpack. "Thank you," Ryun said. He had learned that trying to refuse her was harder than fighting boss monsters. The old woman grinned and then slapped his shoulder. "Be careful out there. We still need you around here." Ryun inclined his head and then waved, walking away. It felt good to have a community that supported him, his decisions. They knew that hunting was dangerous, but they also knew that Mel and Ryun were good at it, and everyone else in the village hunted as well, even Miss Riva. Everyone pulled their weight, and everyone was capable of defending the village if monsters did attack. Ryun walked on the simple cobbled street, people greeting him as he passed and him waving back. Finally he reached his home and peeked in. Mel was standing in the center of the living room, 2 backpacks prepared and ready, along with their weapons. She turned around, hearing him come in. "You finished?" she asked with a smile on her face. "I am. And look, Miss Riva put together something for us," Ryun answered. She shook her head and stepped closer, taking it in her arms. "So we ready to go then?" "We are," Ryun said as he pulled her in for a kiss. Ryun jumped to the side, evading a large snake snapping forward at him. As its head moved past him, he twisted his body and swiped upward with his sword, cutting the snake's head off. The body fell to the ground, twitching and lashing out for a few moments before it settled. A little way over, Melody stabbed her spear into another snake from above, pinning it to the ground through its head. It twitched and then died, and Ryun finally allowed himself to relax. There were 6 dead snakes around them, every one of them level 32 or higher. A chest appeared in the middle of the dead bodies, and Ryun approached it. "What is it?" Mel asked as he opened it. Inside the chest was a simple bracer that gave a boost to agility. It was an item best suited for Mel, so he gave it to her. As she was putting it on, she looked at him. "Is it enough?" she asked. They had spent the last week and a half hunting monsters on their way to the top of the Black Ridge, and Ryun had accumulated a lot of essence. He pulled up his screens, looked through his notifications, and then at his essence. He smiled. He finally had enough to advance. "It is," Ryun said, and immediately dropped down to the ground, crossing his legs. "You are doing it here?" she asked. "No reason not to," Ryun said. Mel just shook her head, but didn't comment. Ryun put his essence into his core, filling it up, and then triggered the advancement. A warm sort of feeling came over him, spreading from his core outward. And then it was over. He blinked and saw that he had new notifications. Congratulations, you have reached the early Foundation Realm stage on the path of the final end. Rewards. New path perk available. New title. Transcendent. He blinked at the notification and then felt his heartbeats speed up. He had heard from both Zack and Melody about their perks, and he had been disappointed when he hadn't gotten anything when he advanced. But now he had been granted a choice. He didn't look at it closely as he first turned to look at his new title. Transcendent. First cultivator in the world to reach the Foundation stage. Plus 10% to all stats. 100,000 essence.
Holy shit, Ryun whispered. What is it?
Mel asked. Ryun couldn't speak, so instead he just made his window visible and showed it to her. It was an incredible title. But the thing that made him lose his words was the fact that he was the first cultivator in the world to advance so far. He hadn't expected it. He had been advancing slowly, cycling before pushing forward. Yet the title didn't lie. It just served to illustrate just how big of a disadvantage cultivators had in this new world. He turned back to his perk, taking a look at his 3 choices. Path perk available. Body improvement. Body of a giant. Your body grows. Your physical strength increases. Strength of effect depends on strength stat. Body of iron. Your skin is harder to pierce, your bones harder to break, your flesh harder to part. Strength of effect depends on endurance stat. Body of the river. Your body's movements become more fluid, your reaction speed increases. Strength of effect depends on dexterity stat. Ryun looked at his choices and then consulted Mel on what would be the best pick for him. He was tempted by Body of a Giant simply because he couldn't deny not wanting to be taller. But in the end he decided on the Body of Iron. The reality was that he was behind the classers, and he was weaker than most monsters. He needed more survivability. As soon as he picked the perk, he felt his body change, even though there were no physical alterations. He could just feel that he was tougher. And then he saw another new title. First Body of Iron. First cultivator in the world to gain an improved body, plus 20 endurance, 10,000 essence. He couldn't help but feel content. He had gotten even more stats, and finally he felt like he was catching up to the others. Then he noticed another notification, one of the ones he'd received as soon as he advanced. Cultivation bonus, plus 10%. Gain plus 10% effectiveness to all of your chi-related effects. He blinked at that and then checked his techniques. He saw that all of their effects had increased. He realized that he hadn't been wasting his time by cultivating so much. That alone made him feel better for all the time he'd spent at the same stage. Finally, he stood up and looked at Mel. Let's find more monsters. I want to see how much stronger I am now. After 2 weeks of traveling and fighting monsters, the 2 of them finally reached the other side of the ridge. Monsters had all increased in power substantially, going from levels in the low 30s to the high 30s, but they didn't have many issues. Ryun had given Melody some of the essence that he cycled, so she leveled up another 2 levels and was now level 38. The rest of his cycled essence he kept in the small storage ring. Once they got back home, he would distribute some to the rest of the people and use what was left to upgrade their town as well as equip themselves more effectively. With his new perk, stats, and cultivation bonus, he was much stronger. The effects of his perk alone were incredible. It was like he carried armor all the time. Monsters that managed to strike at him did much less damage, and his skin was stronger, his bones tougher. It was incredible. Eventually, however, they did slow down somewhat after they started encountering more powerful monsters, but they hadn't planned on stopping until one day they realized something. The monsters have thinned out a lot, Melody commented one morning after they only encountered a few monsters the day before. "I've noticed," Ryun added as they walked through the forest, still coming down the mountain's side. "You think we might find people?" Mel asked. Ryun shrugged. So far, the only areas where they'd encountered less monsters had been near places that people had established towns. But Ryun didn't really know if he wanted to find more people. Sure, finding more survivors was always good, but he had found that interacting with strangers was always draining. Inevitably, they would want information about the rest of the world, and once they realized that there were safe havens, they would ask for help getting there. It wasn't that Ryun wanted to leave them alone, but he wasn't like Zack, who felt like it was his responsibility to save everyone. Ryun wanted to hunt monsters with Mel. That was all that he cared about. They continued walking for several hours without encountering another monster until they stumbled upon a cave. Ryun paused in front of the entrance. He could feel something inside. He just didn't know what it was or how to even classify the feeling. It was the first time he had felt anything like it. Melody stopped next to him, and from her posture, Ryun could tell that she had felt the same thing. Whatever it was, it made him hesitate. It was as if he was feeling something beyond himself, something grave and terrible, but there was also a sense of greatness and many more things that he couldn't comprehend. "What is that?" Melody whispered. "I don't know," Ryun said slowly, "but I want to find out." "I don't know how smart that is," she told him. "It could just be a monster," Ryun said. "If it is a monster, one that gives off that kind of a feeling, then I don't think we should fight it," Mel cautioned. Ryun thought about it. He knew that the two of them were a good team, and he believed in their ability to prevail against strong monsters. Going in might not be smart, but things that held great rewards in this world rarely were. And while Ryun had managed to advance, he knew that he still had a long way to go before he could be strong enough to be able to survive in this world easily. "I think that we should go," Ryun whispered back, carefully. "I'm not necessarily against it, but if it turns out to be something we can't handle, we are running away. Of course." The two of them took their backpacks off and stashed them in front of the cave, then readied their weapons and checked their gear. Ryun had 2 rings that gave him bonus stats. His gear was all animal hides, drops from monsters which did give him some defensive stats. Melody wore light armor that they had purchased from the shop with Essence. It had cost them a lot, but Ryun knew that it was worth it. It gave her a bonus to speed, which was the basis of her build. Ryun gripped his sword tightly and stepped forward, Melody walking next to him with her spear held ready. They entered into the cave's opening, looking into the darkness. There was no sound to be heard, and the light was dim, but the opening let enough light in for them to see, and Ryun could see even more light in the distance. He didn't know if the cave was just a tunnel or if there were cracks in the ceiling that let the light in, but so far they didn't need any light. The cave's corridor led slightly upward and then twisted gently to the side. After a couple of minutes of walking, the light from behind them was no longer seen, but a pale light shone from ahead. The two walked slowly, taking great care to move silently and checking their surroundings constantly. Finally, they reached the end and stepped into a large cavern. The top of the chamber had a hole that let light in, illuminating the center of the cavern. Rocks and hollowed-out areas filled with darkness surrounded the cavern. Ryun could see nothing around them, but looking at the shadows made him shiver. Slowly they moved forward into the center of the room and looked around. The strange feeling had only intensified. "I don't see anything," Ryun whispered. "Me neither, but something is here," Melody cautioned. The cavern was silent, eerily so, as if sound itself was scared to exist here. And then the silence was broken by a soft and melodic voice.
All paths are destined to meet ours, yet fate has toyed with us now, dangling before us hope. Does it not, my dear Reaper?
Ryun stiffened. The voice seemed to be coming from everywhere around them. And then another voice joined in, answering in a deep, rumbling tone that was almost a growl.
It does, my scythe. We wither and fade, and here too come. But what worth do they have? The others all screamed.
Ryun felt the voice pierce deep into his bones. Like the first one, this one, too, seemed to come from everywhere at once. Ryun was frozen, and Melody next to him was the same.
Will they go easily like the others?
The melodic voice asked.
No, thrash, flee,
the growling voice answered. Ryun wanted to take the voice up on its advice, but he couldn't make himself move. Something was moving out of the shadow, and then a being stepped out of that shadow. Its skin was all white, as if it were made of marble, as were its horns. Its hair tied in a braid, accentuating a female form. On its face was a blank mask, with only holes for its eyes which were glowing blue. In its hands it held a scythe that was as tall as it was. Ryun glanced above it and saw the little tag telling him what he was looking at. Eternal Huntress, Scythe, E.T. Information unknown.
Fuck,
Ryun whispered. He had no idea what they had stumbled upon, but he had never before encountered a monster like it. It could talk, and he hadn't ever even imagined that something like that was possible. He raised his sword, the shock finally making him move. Melody did the same, the tip of her spear rising to point at the monster. Ryun swallowed hard. "You can talk?" he asked, thinking that perhaps they didn't need to fight. If the monsters were intelligent, perhaps they could get out of this.
We are part of all, one of the aspects of reality itself,
the melodic voice of the scythe answered.
And all things
are ours to take,
the other voice finished in a growl. Then a piece of shadow next to the scythe moved, and a four-legged monster became discernible. Ryun couldn't tell what it was, only that it was as tall as the first monster, and that its head was wolf-like. It, too, had a mask on top of its head, with red eyes glowing through. The rest of its body was darker than even the shadows around it, as if it was a hole of nothingness. Ryun looked at the new monster, seeing its tag. Eternal Hunter, Reaper, E.T. Information unknown. "We're sorry," Ryun started quickly. "We didn't mean to trespass."
"It matters not," the scythe said. "All things that draw breath
meet us,"
the Reaper finished, and then it tilted its large head.
Or do they? We are becoming weaker with every passing moment.
"We were never meant for this place," the scythe said. "They gave us breath, created us, and then sought to end us, to return us to oblivion."
"But we tricked them,"
the Reaper said excitedly. Ryun blinked. The two seemed to have forgotten that Ryun and Melody were there, and he took a step back. Melody saw and followed.
"Trick them we did, my dear Reaper, but now we fade, and without us our purpose ends as well," the scythe lamented.
What to do,
the Reaper wailed.
"There are two others before us, two who belong here," the scythe said, its eyes fixing back on the intruders. Ryun and Melody froze as the monster's attention turned back to them.
"But they are weak, like the others,"
the Reaper yelled. We wither. There is no time left, the scythe argued, her voice filled with sorrow.
We must test them, see if they understand,
the reaper growled. And so we shall, my dear reaper, the scythe replied.
One last chase,
the reaper called, and then it jumped off the rock and into the light. It was a massive monster, a wolf the size of a horse. The scythe jumped a moment later, joining it. Ryun understood that there would be no running away now, and he didn't think that trying would serve to do anything but get them killed faster. I'll take the wolf, Ryun whispered. Right, Mel said, agreeing. Her spear would be a much better match against the large scythe that the other monster was using.
They stay,
the reaper yelled. Eternal rest calls for you, the scythe sang to them. But will you answer its call this time? And then, before Ryun or Melody could react, the monsters attacked. Ryun jumped to the side as the reaper surged forward, his sword coming up as he tried to score a hit on its side. His sword met the body and bounced off. The reaper turned, its jaws snapping at him, and Ryun jumped back, settling into his breathing form. His base technique, Empower, filled him, and he felt his stats surge upward, and with his new cultivation bonus, the effect was stronger than it used to be. He moved out of the way of the reaper's following strike and snapped forward with his sword, forcing it to move back. On the other side of the cavern, he saw Melody dancing with the other monster. Its scythe twirled around it, snapping out in wide and powerful strikes. But Ryun didn't have much time to worry about Mel, as the wolf jumped at him again, and he was forced to get out of the way.
You fight the inevitable. Why?
The reaper asked.
All things should accept their end.
Because this isn't my end, Ryun answered hotly.
It is not you who decides,
the reaper replied, and then swiped at him with his claws, faster than Ryun could respond to. He managed to put his sword in front and blocked, but the monster was far stronger than him. Its claws bit into his shoulder, piercing even his strengthened skin, and threw him across the room. He struck a stone wall and fell to the ground, his arm non-responsive and agony spreading from the wound. He rolled to his back, tried to move, but a moment later the monster was there, its paw pressing down on his chest.
See, you are no match for me,
the reaper said. A moment later, Mel fell down next to him, and the other monster appeared above her, the scythe in her hands pressed against Mel's throat. None ever are, my dear reaper, the scythe said. Ryun looked at the monster above him. It was so much stronger than him, it wasn't even fair. He just knew that it could have snuffed him out in an instant. He looked at it, at the blank wooden mask and the glowing eyes staring down at him. And then he saw. Its body was flaking, falling apart. The shadows had obscured the reality. It was thin, bone and flesh, and he remembered what the two spoke about. It was dying, it was weakening, and still it could play with him as if he were a child. He glanced next to him and saw that the other monster looked the same. Its marble white skin had cracks in it, pieces falling out. Both monsters were dying. And yet they were much stronger than either of them. Ryun and Mel were going to die. He knew it. The monsters knew it. He had decided to live his life this way, to go out and hunt. He had always known that it could end this way. He extended his right hand, and finding Mel's, he looked at her and she turned, meeting his eyes. He smiled as he squeezed her hand. Then they both turned to look at their own monster. He took a deep breath and waited for it to kill him, to end him. But the monsters didn't move. They just watched them.
Do you see?
The reaper said after a while, glancing at the scythe.
They understand.
They do. All things have an end, and they do not wail against it. the scythe replied.
"But they are still weak."
"They are young. We are old as everything. Older than everything, perhaps."
"But is this the time for our end?"
"We wither regardless. Better that what we are remains," the scythe said.
"I do not know if I can do this,"
the reaper said, its voice barely a whisper.
"Neither do I, my dear reaper," the scythe told him.
Ryun was incredibly confused, but he didn't dare say anything. He didn't know what the two monsters were talking about, but so far they seemed to be debating letting them go.
"All things have an end. Why not us as well?"
the reaper added, and then it turned to the scythe. Leaning its head into the scythe's hand, she patted him on his head. A moment later, something happened. Both monsters started to glow, their forms coming apart until they were just glowing forms of energy, the scythe white and the reaper black. And then the two forms surged down into Ryun and Melody. The black energy entered his chest, and Ryun felt something get inside of him. He felt a massive pressure as a presence that was so far beyond anything that he could even comprehend threatened to crush him. And then a voice spoke in his head.
"I go to the eternal rest. All that I am dies a true death. I welcome the oblivion, knowing that my purpose remains with you."
The voice of the reaper echoed in Ryun's head.
"Hunt well."
And then it faded away. Ryun felt something, a finality to the event. The reaper was gone, dead. Ryun blinked and sat up. His arm was healed, and notifications were flashing in the corner of his eye. But he ignored them and turned to look at Mel. She was in the same state as he was, her eyes wide open in shock.
"What the hell was that?"
she asked, and her voice echoed in his head. Ryun grimaced at the intensity, and then he looked at her with his eyes wide as well.
"What?"
she asked, thankfully this time just out loud. "I heard you in my head," Ryun said. Melody frowned and then looked at him closely. Ryun took the time to gather himself, and he realized that he could actually feel Mel there next to him, as if she was a part of him. Quickly he turned to his notifications and looked at them. Incompatible presence detected. Eternal hunters, twin aspects of true death. Integrating. Error. Compensating. Eternal hunters, twin aspects of true death, essence integrated. Unique perk gained. Eternal hunter, reaper. Ryun blinked at the notification, barely comprehending what he was reading. Immediately he moved on, looking at the new perk. Eternal hunter, reaper, unique perk. You hold the essence of twin aspects of true death. You are one part of two and are inescapably linked with your other half. Your mind is linked with that of your other half, allowing you to speak to each other regardless of the distance. You may sense your other half regardless of distance. You gain the ability to sense death. You gain the presence of the eternal hunter aura. When active, you gain death mark. Anything with a soul killed by you has its soul completely destroyed and returned to oblivion. Nearby enemies suffer minus 25% to all regenerative effects and minus 25% to total stats. Half of the drained stats are granted to you, and the other half to the scythe. Ryun gaped at the perk. It was incredibly powerful. He was still struggling to process what had happened when Melody gasped and then made her perk screen visible to him. Eternal Huntress, Scythe, unique perk. You hold the essence of twin aspects of true death. You are one part of two and are inescapably linked with your other half. Your mind is linked with that of your other half, allowing you to speak to each other regardless of the distance. You may sense your other half regardless of distance. You gain the ability to sense death. You gain the presence of the eternal huntress aura. When active, you gain Death Mark. Anything with a soul killed by you has its soul completely destroyed and returned to oblivion. Nearby enemies have plus 25% to all power requirements, and they suffer minus 25% to their speed. Half of the drained speed is granted to you, and the other half to the Reaper. The two of them spent the next few minutes just staring at their screens, until finally they decided to move. They were still in monster territory, and just because they somehow managed to survive it didn't mean that they could let their guard down. They looked around the cave. There was no chest with drops, but Ryun didn't even know if the two were really monsters. In any case, they hadn't killed them. Something else had happened, and neither Ryun nor Melody knew what exactly transpired. They found a small, hollowed-out room in the cavern, and there they found a book. Because of the framework, they could easily understand it. It was a journal of some kind, written by hand. They didn't spend a lot of time reading, but instead they put it in their storage and then left. The place no longer had the same feeling it did before, but it was a reminder of just how close to death they came. "That was—" Ryun started, but he couldn't finish. "Stupid," Melody said. "We should have left the cave alone." Ryun sighed, nodding his head. They had survived, but only on a whim of their opponents. He had seen their state, knew that they were dying. He realized that they had passed something on to them, an aspect of true death. He didn't know what the two had been, but somehow he did understand. They were more than monsters. They had been an aspect of nature, of reality. They had been death. Stories about a personification of death flashed through his mind, and Ryun theorized that they'd had to have been something like that. He didn't know why they passed on their power to them, but he was thankful. Their power had made him even more powerful. The two of them gathered the things they stashed outside of the cavern and headed away from the cave. They needed to rest, but they weren't about to make camp near the cave. As they walked, the sun slowly dipped, but Ryun's mind was still consumed with the two monsters. Chapter 81. Present. Zack. Emeros. Zack looked up at the night sky as he and Gris passed from one territory to another. He watched carefully, trying to see the change. It happened in an instant. One moment the stars surrounding the moon were in the shape of a shield, and a moment later they changed into that of a crown made out of blue stars. He was still not used to the odd sky, to the moon that doubled as a sun and the stars that showed what territory one was in, but he could admit that it was a way to easily tell one's location. Gris and Zack led their mounts down the mountain pass and into the valley. The tough animals looked like a cross between a horse and a bull. They were wide and muscular, tall and strong enough to carry a drake with full armor on, which Zack thought impressive. Their heads were wider than horses, but just as long, and they had impressive tusks growing out of their mouths. The two of them had been riding them for the past 2 months, ever since they reached the core of civilization, as Gris explained it, and Zack had to agree. He really had no idea about the size of this world, or rather its settled area. When they had departed from the frontier territories, it had taken them almost 3 months to get to what Gris called a border territory, which was to say, a territory that was on the outskirts of the core. The city that was their destination was large as any of the major pre-framework cities on Earth. Filled with all kinds of people, different races, occupations, it was diverse in a way that Zack had never really seen before. Yet that city had been just a simple border city. From there they had taken a portal gate to one of the cities in the core, and that was when Zack realized the sheer size of this world, the amount of people. The portal gate had cost quite a bit of essence, 2,000 greater essence for the two of them, which was a big chunk of Zack's part of the reward for the contract they had completed. Zack had asked Gris if it was worth it for them to use the portal instead of just going on foot, and in response the Drake had just laughed. That was when he found out that the portal gate had allowed them to cross almost 10,000 kilometers in an instant. The trip on foot would have taken them around a year with good mounts. Zack had agreed that 2,000 greater essence was a fair price for that trip. But then they had arrived in the core, and Zack saw a real city for the first time. Mountain Home, a city built along a long mountain range and extending deep inside it, was beyond anything that he had ever imagined. Gris didn't know how many people lived there, but from what Zack could see, he estimated tens of millions. That led into more lessons from Gris about the size of the explored territories of the Infinite Realm, about the population of the core, the different factions, and more. There were many more people in the Infinite Realm than there had been on Earth during its height. It was strange for Zack to imagine, as he knew that only 10,000 rankers came to the Infinite Realm from every race, and with 9 races that allowed for the maximum of 90,000 people per iteration, but Gris had explained. Reproduction was impossible on the old worlds after the framework arrived, which Zack was already aware of, but the Infinite Realm had no such restriction, and birth rates inevitably skyrocketed when the rankers arrived to the new world, and different races had different birth rates. Some, like the Screen, exploded with hundreds of thousands being born in the first year, whereas others, like the Cthulhu, barely cracked a few thousand new births. There were potions in the shop that could speed the process up, however, and by the time the second iteration arrived, the numbers of the first arrivals had already tripled, even with all the deaths that came with them trying to survive in the wild new world. With 10 years between the first 3 iterations, the numbers kept growing, the new iterations arriving in the area that was made safe by those who had arrived before them. The next set of iterations arrived 500 years after the first set of 3, again with 10 years between them. Zack's iteration was the 7th one, and it had been 500 years since the 6th iteration arrived. 1,040 years since the first iteration arrived. The world population had reached truly insane heights, almost too high for Zack to wrap his mind around, but it was undeniable. The Infinite Realm might be a cruel and brutal place, but life couldn't be so easily stopped. The framework provided help, too, assuming that you had the essence to pay for it. On their trip, he saw most of the races that lived in the Infinite Realm, save for 2, the Cthulhu and the Screen. From Gris's lessons, he learned that Cthulhu were somewhat feared by the others, mostly because of their appearance. And they didn't have great numbers. Their reproduction rate was low, and not as many of them managed to become rankers on their old worlds and reach the Infinite Realm. They had more of a presence in the larger cities near the core. But the Screen were far more interesting. According to Gris, they were a race of insectoids that usually kept to themselves. They had hives instead of cities, and each hive was independent, meaning that they even warred against one another constantly. While they had an incredible reproduction rate, the average Screen was generally far weaker than average warriors from other races. They preferred to attack in numbers, sacrificing many of their people to achieve a goal, instead of relying on people that were more powerful. The other interesting thing about them seemed to be that they lacked something, and that because of that they generally had simple classes and paths. But while the majority of their people were like that, they did have a few champions, people that were incredibly powerful. The reason why Gris focused on the Screen was because Zack was likely to encounter them, since a hive held territory next to that where the Citadel resided. While Zack was thinking of all the new things he had learned and about the reality of the Infinite Realm, their mounts came around a bend, and the view forward was no longer obscured by mountains. Instead, Zack could see straight down into a vast valley, the moonlight covering everything with a pale light, but it was the bright lights filling the valley that showed him its real size. Zack could do nothing but gape for a long minute. Gris let him just look for a while before he spoke.
"The city of Emeros, capital of the Elder's kingdom. It is an impressive sight," the Drake said.
Zack looked at the sea of tiny lights filling the valley. A city that stretched as far as he could see, like any modern one on Earth looked at from a distance. It was the same, except somehow even more impressive. And further away in the distance he saw white walls illuminated by light at their base. Behind them grew a castle, and from the center a tall tower, the citadel of the Wardens, the headquarters of the group that safeguarded the laws between the many different factions in this world.
"Ah,"
Gris sighed.
"It's been a while since I returned home."
"You called this the Elder's Kingdom?" Zack asked a moment later. Gris nodded.
"We don't hold actually important territory. We do have some small territories under our rule, but they are mostly our training grounds and support territories. We have deals with most factions that allow us to work in their territories, however. Here we have a deal with the Elder. We use his territory as our headquarters, and in return we police and protect their territory."
"Doesn't that clash with our neutrality?" Zack asked.
"Not really, as the Elder's kingdom is neutral itself. They don't involve themselves in conflicts with other factions. It makes this territory a trading hub, as well as a place where everyone can negotiate fairly. Emeros is also known as the City of Embassies. Every important faction has a representative here,"
Gris answered. Zack nodded his head. It did make sense. He knew just how brutal the Infinite Realm was from Gris's lessons, and even from his own experiences. Having embassies in rival territories wouldn't work, as there were no agreed-upon laws regarding diplomatic immunity, no large governing body that could oversee everything. The Wardens were the closest thing, and there was no way for them to enforce something like that, not in a world where there were monsters capable of destroying entire armies by themselves. It was only the fact that these powerful individuals kept one another in check that allowed for some semblance of order between the various factions. "This Elder, who is he?"
"This kingdom's ruler, the Elder King. He is a high ranker from the second iteration, one of the most powerful beings in the world," Gris said.
"What is his focus?"
"He is primarily a classer, but you will learn soon enough about the nuances of that," Gris told him.
Zack looked at him, confused. "What do you mean?" Gris glanced at him, his lips pulling up to show a row of sharp teeth in a smile.
"I didn't tell you before, mostly because I am not an expert, but once we reach the Citadel and you are accepted as a warden, you will be given a lot of resources. Part of that is knowledge of how to best focus your powers and advance. Most people in these parts are classers, but that usually means that they are using their essence primarily to increase their levels, but they are still putting some into their other focuses, as you have done. But your focus can be in different degrees. For example, I am a classer with an 80-20 split. I put most of my essence in my class, and the rest into my cultivation path, using skills to complete my build. The Citadel has a lot of knowledge of various classes, how to best build them, how to focus your stats, how to get specific perks. No one is going to force you to use that knowledge, of course. What you do with your own essence is your business, but I would urge you to make use of what the Citadel offers."
Zack wasn't really surprised. Even on Earth they'd had something similar. People who had advanced further would write down their experiences, letting those who came after have a better understanding of what they could expect. "Do you follow any of those guides?" Zack asked him.
"I do. My build is well documented, one that many wardens make use of. Of course, I have added my own spin to it, as almost every warden does. My titles are not the same as everybody else's, and I don't have the same skills, Gris said.
Zack didn't comment. Instead, he grew thoughtful as their mounts led them down the mountainside. It was true that he didn't have a clear goal in how he built his power, which he realized now was a mistake on his part. But for so long, he'd only had one goal, to catch up to the monster that had killed so many people, Zack's family included. But now, for the first time in a long time, he had an opportunity to take a slower path, to build up his power properly. He knew the moment when he realized just how massive this world was, how many people there were, that he would not find Ryun easily. This world had little in the way of centralized government, no means of spreading information quickly. He was still glad he'd decided to join the Wardens, even though he had acted rashly. Arriving to a new world was disorienting, and Zack always functioned better when there was a structure around him that he could rely on. Once they got down from the mountain, Gris led them toward the city, and not up the path that led to the citadel in the distance. Zack frowned and spoke up. "Are we not going to the citadel?" Gris shook his head. "It's late. We won't get there until morning. Better that we get some rest in the city and head out tomorrow. Also, there are a few more things that I want to speak with you about before we go there." Zack had no reason to complain, and Gris did know better than him. The Drake led them to the massive city gates, and Zack had to twist his head up to see the top of the walls from the base. The walls were enormous, at least 4 stories high, and made out of gray stone that was somehow smooth. The gate they approached was open, and Zack was even surprised to see that there was traffic entering the gate in the form of carriages and wagons pulled by many different kinds of animals. The guards at the gate were wearing gray plate armor, and each had a shield fastened on their back and a long sword on their hip. Gris led Zack past all the people waiting to gain entry and headed straight for one of the guards. "Hey," the guard called after he noticed them. "Back of the line." In response, Gris just pulled out his warden badge and showed it to the man. The guard glanced at it, then sighed before waving for them to wait. He turned around, walking out to the small guard station built into the wall under the gate. He entered and came out a few moments later holding a small wand-like object in his hand. Once he walked back toward them, he gestured to Gris. "Let me see." Gris extended his hand down from his mount, and the man touched the badge with his wand. It glowed white, and the guard nodded, waving them through without another word. Zack waited until they were a bit further away before he spoke. "I assume that is in order to check if it was real or not?" "Yes. Impersonators are rare because the punishment is high, but it does happen occasionally. Anyway, your badge will only be checked when you take a contract, return it, or you enter one of the big cities," Gris said, and Zack noticed that he had tied his badge on his belt so that it hung loosely and was clearly visible. They lapsed into silence again, and Gris led them through the streets of the city, clearly having his destination in mind. Zack kept his eyes on the new sights. Seeing so many people was not only shocking, but it also brought with it many memories. The lamp-posts illuminating the streets were tall and sculpted as if they were a piece of art, growing out of the paved street and twisting upward until an umbrella-like head hung at the top, casting pale light down. It wasn't firelight, and from what Zack could see, it appeared like the umbrella was made out of some kind of a gem. The city didn't seem to be in any way slowed by the fact that it was night, but Zack knew that with greater stats came the ability to stay awake for longer, so it did make sense. The buildings were spread out, each sitting by itself on a patch of land, with small yards in front, each meticulously kept. Some had gardens, strange flowers arranged in strange patterns, while others had statues or colored pavement. Most of the buildings around them were shops, and most catered to fabrics from what Zack could see. Gris had them turn a corner and go down a smaller street with less people walking about. They continued on for what seemed close to an hour, which allowed Zack to get a better feel for the city. There was a heaviness around it, and an age. He could tell that everything around him was old, in a way that very few things on post-framework Earth had been. But for all that age, everything was well kept. He saw no littering, no equivalent of graffiti, and everything seemed to be orderly and clean. Finally, Gris led them to a section of the city where there were many residential buildings, and among them, nestled in a backyard corner, was their destination. It was a 3-story building that looked like it was made out of white bricks. Attached to the side was a stable, which was where Gris headed. A Drake child was sitting on a chair below the roof of the stable and snoring. Gris dismounted and Zack followed his lead, and then the Drake walked over to the child and coughed loudly. The child's eyes snapped open, and he looked around himself quickly.
"Sorry, sir. I'll get—" "Huh? Uncle Gris!"
The child's face went from embarrassed and scared to joyful in an instant, and he jumped up into Gris's embrace.
"Sleeping on the job, I see."
Gris laughed as he hugged his nephew and then let him down. The kid's eyes widened.
"Please don't tell Mom, Uncle Gris. She's going to kill me. She already warned me once."
Gris, still laughing, said,
"Take care of our mounts, and I'll think about it."
The kid looked around and saw Zack for the first time, then bowed his head sheepishly and moved to grab the reins of Gris's mount.
"Zack, this is my nephew, Tellus, my sister's son."
Zack smiled and shook the kid's hand.
"It is a pleasure to meet you, Tellus."
He couldn't help but be reminded of his own family, his daughter. He had lost everything on Earth, and sometimes just remembering hurt too much. He shook his head and pushed his thoughts aside. The young Drake took the mounts into the stable, and Gris led Zack into what he now knew was an inn. They stepped through the wooden doors, and Zack was immediately assaulted by a variety of smells. For a moment it was as if he had been transported to a place he hadn't thought about for a long time. Scents of freshly baked goods mingled with rich aromas that he couldn't recognize. His ears were assaulted by clinking of glasses, scratching of plates, and all of it was framed by a jumble of conversations all building upon one another in a loud crescendo. Zack looked around, seeing a large room filled with tables and chairs, along with people of all kinds sitting and talking, laughing, eating, and drinking. He saw a minotaur in a corner exclaiming loudly as they brought their massive mug against the table, spilling its contents all around. In another corner, a Korora spread their wings and knocked a glass out of the hands of a Demacy sitting at the next table. The demon-looking man stood up and shouted, pointing his finger at the Korora, who screeched back. And then a tall, red-scaled Drake woman, wearing an apron, walked out of a doorway that seemed to be leading to the kitchen. She saw the brewing fight and grabbed hold of an empty wooden mug on the bar next to her. She pulled her hand back and then threw the mug at the Demacy, the spinning wood smashing into the man's head and making him sit back down on his chair. "No fighting, or I swear by the deal-maker I'll make you all regret it. Understood?" The Drake woman's voice thundered, making even Zack wince at its intensity. The room quieted, and the subdued answers echoed around the room. Gris exploded into laughter and then started walking toward the woman.
"You never change, do you, Barris?"
The woman saw him, and her face changed from a thundering scowl to an expression of joy. She walked up, and the two embraced. "I didn't know that you were coming back. Weren't you supposed to be gone for another year?" she asked.
"Something came up,"
Gris said with a smile on his face. Then he turned to Zack and gestured for him to come closer.
"This is Zack, my new partner. Zack, this is my sister, Barris."
Zack bowed his head respectfully, but the woman just laughed and pulled him into a hug. "Any friend of Grissy is like family. He doesn't have many friends, so we need to be extra inviting to those he does have so that they don't run away," she added in a conspiratorial whisper.
"If you stopped hugging them, maybe they wouldn't be running away,"
Gris broke in. Barris chuckled and then opened her hands wide. "Welcome to the Red Scale Inn. Any friend of Grissy is more than welcome." Zack couldn't help but smile at the woman's enthusiasm. He looked around and saw that the customers had returned to their prior level of revelry, and he couldn't help but feel the warm atmosphere, the inviting nature of the hostess, the people around him. It had been a long time since he had felt like this, and he allowed himself to feel it fully, leaving his thoughts of the past aside. Chapter 82. Present. Zack. High Ranker. Zack woke with the dawn, his eyes open and staring at the ceiling. Consciousness always came like that for him, an instant transition. He had trained himself for it. Being alert was the only way to survive the framework. His head turned, and he found himself in a small room, in a comfortable bed, the light of day shining through the open window, and the quiet chatter of the city outside was filling the air. He was tense, his hand ready to pull his sword from storage and fight, but there was no danger around him. He remembered last night, sitting in the warm room of the inn, drinking with Griss as people around him did the same. It was strange. He hadn't been in such an atmosphere in years. The people in the inn had no worries. They were just living their lives, like how it used to be on Earth, before the framework had changed things. Zack had seen this on their trip. The frontier had been more what he had been expecting, people fighting monsters, but the further they went from the frontier and back to the core, the more he saw the change. This was the only world that most of these people had ever known. They were not striving to survive, were not lamenting what they had lost. The infinite realm was their home, and it reminded Zack too much of his own. Oh, it was different, incredibly so. The different races, the lack of technology, the desire for everyone to get stronger. The culture was vastly different, but it was still, in some way at least, civilized, except for the fact that the framework controlled everything. He had seen many things since he had arrived in this world, things that Earth's version of the framework didn't have. Half of it all he didn't understand, but he knew that he needed to learn it. Last night had been something that he had needed. Being relaxed, hearing the many voices in the background, speaking in tones that were not tainted with worry, had been pleasant. Zack had forgotten what it felt like. Neither he nor Griss had spent a lot of time drinking before retiring to their rooms, having agreed to leave for the Citadel in the morning. Zack stood, found his clothes on the chair next to the bed, and slowly dressed before walking over to the window and looking out. The sun was directly above them, as it always was in this world. By its brightness he estimated that it was still early morning. He looked around, seeing people walking up and down the street in front of the inn. The city seemed quieter than it had been last night, perhaps a short respite before it woke again. Even for people who didn't need to sleep as much, it was necessary from time to time. He took a deep breath and walked out of the room, heading up the hallway and then down the stairs to the common room. The tables were mostly empty, he saw, and everything was surprisingly clean. He wondered how that was possible, as the sheer amount of spilled drinks last night would have taken ages to clean. But then again, this was a world where everyone had power. His arrival was noticed by Griss's sister, Beris, who was putting down chairs from their place on top of the tables. She smiled at him and gestured to one table that already had its chairs lowered. "Good morning. Take a seat. I'll have breakfast ready soon," she said. Zack greeted her in turn and then walked by the free table, joining her to help put the rest of the chairs down. She raised an eyebrow covered with bony ridges, but didn't comment. Once they were finished, Zack took a seat at a table, and she walked into the kitchen. Soon enough, sounds of cooking reached his ears, as well as scents that made his stomach growl. The entrance to the inn opened, and Griss walked in. He saw Zack and walked over, taking a seat across from him. "Morning," Griss said. "You got up early," Zack commented. The Drake nodded his head. "I sent a message ahead to the Citadel that we are coming today." Zack tilted his head. The two of them had stopped occasionally at adventurers' guilds for Gris to send messages and read the responses, so he knew that the Drake was in touch with his fellow wardens.
Oh?
Gris met his eyes.
I should explain. As I said last night, there are some things we should talk about.
Zack gestured with his hand. Of course.
Well, you are now a trainee serving under me. I have informed the Citadel of this, of course, but for you to become a full warden, well, that is a bit more complicated. First, most of our recruits are young, and we are the ones who raise them up, help them advance, and teach them. You are not, but while cases such as yours are not common, they do happen. There is something that you must do before you are allowed into our ranks.
What? Zack asked.
There is a test of sorts. People like you, whose loyalties we cannot be certain of, need to pass it. Now, because you are a ranker of the 7th iteration, there is little for you to be worried about, as you couldn't be involved with any other faction. Still, you being a ranker brings other problems. You don't know this world, the politics, the laws, the nuances. I have sent in recommendations that we be put together so that I may teach you, but, well, someone higher up wants to speak with you before they sign off on anything.
Who, and for what purpose? Zack inquired, though it didn't really bother him as much as it seemed to bother Gris.
Well, the why is probably because you are a ranker, and because I informed them where I found you. That has never happened before, and no ranker that has just arrived has been as strong as you. They will want to know everything about how something like that happened.
Zack nodded as he started to understand.
Ah, so they want to know my story.
Gris nodded.
I haven't shared anything but the bare minimum with the Citadel, just that you are a ranker from the 7th iteration and that you didn't appear in the arrival area with the others.
Zack nearly smiled at Gris's tone. People in this world were extremely secretive when it came to their power, and he could see that Gris felt like telling his superiors even that was a breach of privacy, but it didn't really matter to Zack. "It's fine, Gris," he said, and saw the Drake relax immediately.
"So, who is it that wants to speak with me?"
The Drake's expression changed immediately, and Zack was surprised to see fear in his eyes.
"Warden Commander Yrel Ansi, the leader of the Wardens," Gris said.
Zack blinked. He hadn't thought that his situation warranted such attention. But before he could ask anything else, Beres came out of the kitchen with 2 plates filled with steaming food. After breakfast, the two of them left the inn, mounted their Hilasi mounts, and started for the Citadel. As they walked, Zack looked at the city around him. Seeing it in daylight was much more impressive. The buildings were all extremely well built. Stone of different colors had been crafted together, and fabrics draped over them to make them seem even more rich and vibrant. They walked down a street that had curtains stretched between the buildings, but pulled on either side so that people could walk through. Awnings and canopies stretched from one side of the street to the other, creating shade beneath them. Most of the territories they had walked through had a mild climate. He had only rarely seen one where there were even rain clouds, and only one with the snow, but he was told that climates changed from territory to territory, and that they were constants. Another little quirk of this world that Zack wasn't used to. It took them an hour to leave the city, and once they did, Zack could see a massive construction undertaking just outside the walls. Gris noticed him looking with interest, so he explained.
"The city expansion. It happens every 10 or so years, as the city's population is always growing,"
Gris told him. Zack was already impressed by the size of the city they had just left, and Gris told him last night that there were almost 80 million people living there or in the near vicinity of the city. As they went up the road leading to the Citadel, He noticed that there were far fewer travelers heading the same way or coming from their destination. But seeing how they were mostly alone and had some privacy, Zack decided to ask Gris a few questions. "So, what is your leader like?" Zack asked. Gris looked startled by the question and didn't answer immediately. "I do not have personal experience with her. I have met her only twice, once when I got my warden's badge at the ceremony, and later when I was part of a group that took down one of the top bounties. Both meetings were short affairs, but everyone knows about Urel Ansi, the bulwark of the deep." "Not me," Zack replied. Gris's mouth turned into a smile for a split moment, and then he shook his head. "No, not you, I guess." He took a deep breath and then continued. "She is a high ranker, one of the very few." "A high ranker?" Zack inquired. "Anyone not born in the infinite realm is a ranker. That title usually carries with it a certain weight, a strength, but rankers who have just arrived aren't as strong as the people who have lived in the infinite realm for longer. They are respected regardless because they were strong enough to survive the old world and come here, and they have a drive that not many of those born here have. For that reason alone, they usually gain strength rapidly. So, any ranker who had lived for a time in the infinite realm is always powerful. Those who survive, at least." "What do you mean?" "Rankers are used to throwing themselves into danger, used to hunting monsters and gaining strength. It is all that most of them know how to do. So they do the same here," Gris answered. Zack understood what he meant. He himself felt the same way. He wanted to grow stronger, and he had chosen to do that with the wardens. "But a high ranker is something different," Gris continued. "A high ranker is a person who stands at the top of the power scale in the entire infinite realm. People whose names are known across the world, who hold incredible power. Most who ranked among them are from the first or the second iteration, although there are some from others. The numbers change constantly, of course. These are not gentle people. There are around 100 people who are considered high rankers in the infinite realm. But even among the high rankers, there are tiers. The head of the Adventurers Guild, the Axe Lord, Vengi's Darkhoof, who is said to be able to cleave a mountain with a single swipe of his weapon. The champion of the Triumphant Hive, Turklak, the Horde itself, whose power allows him to control others' screen as if they were an extension of his body. The head of the Miners' Guild, Gemheart the Unbroken, who digs deep down beneath the ground, caring only for his metals and not for the things above. They say that he fights monster horrors that live deep beneath the ground, which has no end. The head of the Golden Sky sect, a Wirren Goldenfeather, the Golden Phoenix, is said to be able to inflict wounds that cannot ever be healed. Gris paused and turned in his saddle. These alone are monsters, people far beyond anyone else. Zack felt a shiver come through him. The way he described them was exactly how the people of Earth had described Ryun, as a monster who could not be stopped. "But," Gris continued, "even among such monsters, there are those who are more, beyond even the other high rankers. People like the Grey Horde, queen of the Triumphant Hive, who could sneeze and level mountains. People like Zenker Brokentail, the Wandering Drake, who alone battled the armies of the first and second iteration and slaughtered them all. And it is among these titans that the leader of the Wardens belongs. The bulwark of the deep, Warden Commander Urel Ansi, is... When you stand before her, it is like you are standing before a mountain that fills the sky. Unmovable, unbreakable, unimaginable. I've stood before 3 high rankers in my life, and I have never been the focus of their attention,
But simply seeing them is understanding just how weak you truly are. To them, you are nothing. They could end you with less effort than it would take for them to blink."
Gris stopped, winded, unsettled. Zack hadn't realized just how powerful some people in this world were, but if they were even half as terrifying as what Gris described, then they were to be feared. And now Zack was going to be standing in front of one. They continued the rest of the way in silence. As they approached the citadel, Zack could see just how impressive it was. It seemed as if it was carved out of the top of the mountain. Its walls were made out of white stone that was smooth as if it was sculpted out of a single piece. The gate was white wood, with black metal braces over it, and the guards wore white armor. Each held a large tower shield and a mace in their hands, similar to Gris's. As they approached, their eyes followed them, and Gris showed them his badge and told them their purpose. The guards didn't react, other than one of them giving a sharp nod, and they were let through. Inside was a large courtyard, framed by buildings on all sides. People in armor walked around, while others stood and talked quietly. Their arrival wasn't acknowledged, but Zack could tell that everyone had noticed. He could tell that all of the people here were strong, at least as strong as he was. Gris led the way, heading straight for the massive complex in front of them that looked like a pyramid that had its top cut off and a tower built in its middle. Before they reached it, however, they were intercepted by a man who looked like a hybrid between a cat and a person, a Ravzor. The being was a male, judging from the mane of hair surrounding the feline head, and walked on two muscular legs without any footwear. "Warden Gris," the Ravzor greeted them.
"Warden Fion,"
the Drake greeted in turn.
"I've been sent to escort you to the Warden Commander. She is currently in a meeting, but it should be finished quickly," Warden Fion said, and then he turned to look at Zack. "You must be Zachariah, the ranker that Warden Gris has told us about." The man's tone implied that he was curious, but didn't seem to have any disbelief in it. It seemed that they trusted Gris's word enough for that, which bode well for the organization as far as Zack was concerned. He inclined his head. "I am. It's a pleasure to make your acquaintance, Warden Fion." The Ravzor's lip quirked upward, and he returned the gesture. "If you'll follow me, please,"
he said, and turned around, Gris and Zack following after him. He led them into the main complex and then to a large lift. Zack couldn't tell how the lift worked, but he could hear grinding of metal below as the lift started. It wasn't nearly as fast as elevators on Earth had been, but it was fast enough. They rode in silence until they reached their destination, and Zack could tell that they had gotten far up, probably to the top of the tower itself. They stepped out of the lift and turned right, heading through a large hallway which then opened up into a large waiting room with benches and all. There were 4 warden guards standing in every corner of the room, but what pulled Zack's eyes was the open space to his right. The entire wall was missing, and he could see right out of the tower, the world stretching before him. But he felt no wind, no current of air, which was unlikely. As he looked closer, he saw strange markings at the edges of the opening going all the way around. Before he could answer, the doors at the other end of the chamber opened, and a being stepped out. Zack blinked as he saw the massive thing. It was red in color, twice as wide as Zack himself, and probably 2 heads taller. It looked like an insect, almost exactly like what a horned beetle would look like if it could walk upright. It had 2 arms and walked on 2 legs. The horn stretched above its head, and it had a round, shell-like cover on its back. Its eyes were beady and black, and they turned to look in Zack's direction for only a second, before it passed him by and stepped through the opening in the wall. The wings on its back opened up, and it flew away, disappearing in nearly an instant.
"First time seeing a screen?" Warden Fion asked, snapping him out of his thoughts.
Yes, Zack said simply, as he had no other words.
That was Hebby's, one of 5 champions of the Blue Forest Hive. Their territory borders ours.
I've heard, Zack said. He had been shocked by the screen. He could feel the bug person's power. It was greater than his. He shook his head as a minotaur wearing a brown robe peeked out of the room at the end.
"Warden Griss," she called. "The Warden Commander wishes to speak with you first. Alone."
Griss glanced at Fionn, who gave him a sympathetic look.
"Go. I'll look after your trainee."
The Drake nodded at Zack and then walked away. He entered, and the doors closed. With nothing better to do, Zack turned to the opening in the wall. He approached and looked through. He could see the city in the distance, and the entire territory stretching far into the distance, a plain with roads leading in every direction. He was standing just next to the edge, and still he didn't feel any air currents. Frowning, he put his hand through. As it passed the opening, he felt a tiny bit of resistance, and then a powerful wind hitting his hand, but not the rest of him. He blinked at that as he pulled his hand back and turned his attention to the strange markings that seemed to be engraved into the stone itself. They were glowing faintly with a gray light. Warden Fionn walked up next to him and spoke.
"An essence formation," he said. "It keeps the wind from entering the tower."
"Essence formation?" Zack asked, confused. Fionn nodded his head.
"Only cultivators can make them, and only a very few. No one, aside from the formation masters, knows how to do it. The sects guard their knowledge closely and brutally, even for their own people. We've had to pay a fortune to hire masters to work on the tower."
Zack could feel something in his own chi respond to the power in the engravings, or the formation, rather, but he had no idea what the sensation meant. He had seen arrays before, but they weren't anything like this. This looked almost artistic, while the markings on the arrays were more structured. He turned toward the warden, ready to ask a question, when the doors opened again, and the Minotaur peeked their head through.
"Warden Fionn, we are ready for you."
Fionn put his massive hand on Zack's shoulder and nodded with his head toward the doors.
"Come."
Zack took a deep breath and started walking. Chapter 83. Present. Zack. One side of the truth. Zack walked through the double doors, following the tall Minotaur. He had seen their kind before, but always from far away, and this was the first time he had been close to one. He remembered what Griss told him about other races, how to differentiate between different iterations and their sexes. Leading him through a long hallway was most definitely female, a Minotaurus. He could tell by the way her fur was short and smooth, and by the way her horns grew pointed toward the ground. According to Griss, that was the main way to tell males and females of the Minotaur race apart. She was taller than Zack by at least a full head. Her fur was brown and horns black and white. She looked almost exactly like what every myth or legend on Earth described a Minotaur, tall and wide, muscular and intimidating, except that there was more to her than that. She had large glasses that were clearly designed for her kind to wear, as well as a loose robe that came down to just above her ankles. Her manner of dress blunted the image in Zack's head, making her look somewhat bookish instead. She didn't speak to him, and Zack didn't engage. Admittedly, he was nervous. Meeting someone who was a true ruler of this new world hadn't been what he had imagined when he'd decided to join the Wardens. Not immediately, at least. He had always intended to find someone in charge and warn them about Ryun, but this world was not anything like what he had imagined. The other iterations hadn't arrived at the same time as his had, and they'd had a long time to live in this world. More than 1,000 years had passed since the first iteration had arrived. This was a world that had monsters of its own. Zack had spent a lot of time since he arrived listening, learning about the way this world functioned. It was not at all a peaceful place. It was a world familiar with death, with the most powerful being in charge. Just by looking at the laws of most factions, he could tell that it was designed for the strong to walk over the weak. Not everywhere, of course, as some factions had checks in place, but still it was a brutal world. Zack had always believed in the law, as without it there was only anarchy, and so, while he didn't exactly like most of the laws Gris had taught him, he knew that without them, things would be even worse. In Zack's opinion, law was the most basic principle upon which all else must be built. There could be no civilization without it. Law was the only thing that he had left. It made him feel safe. If he knew the rules, he could adapt and chart a path for himself forward. Walking blindly on his own had never been his strong suit, but he hadn't learned all that there was about the laws of this world, not even half. He would reserve his judgment until he knew more. The Minotaurus paused as they reached a door at the end of the hallway and opened them. "Warden Commander Ansi is waiting for you inside," she told him and gestured for him to continue on. Zack took a deep breath and walked through. He found himself in an office-sized room. It was without windows, and the walls were bare white stone covered in markings. The only light source were 2 lamps with round gems on top of them, one in each corner. They shone a white light that filled the room, but wasn't so bright as to make him squint. There was no covering on the floor, only the white stone, and deeper in was a pair of chairs before a wide wooden desk. Gris stood next to one of the chairs, standing sideways with his head turned to look at him. Zack saw that he was uncomfortable, his back straight and stiff. Finally, Zack allowed himself to look at the other person in the room. The moment his eyes met hers, he felt everything around him shift. It was as if a physical force had smashed into him, nearly sending him to his knees. But Zack had stood before someone like her before, even though her presence was so vastly different. When he was in Ryun's presence, it was like he was standing before a wild animal who knew that it could kill him, but could just as easily not bother with him. It had always been such with Ryun after he gained power. He could slaughter a city and then let another go, simply on a whim. When one looked at him, one saw it in his eyes, the disregard for life. To him, all others were insignificant. If he hadn't spent years trying to fight Ryun and failing, he would have dropped to his knees the moment his eyes met those of the woman sitting behind the desk. As Zack slowly walked forward, he realized that it wasn't even her intent. She wasn't actively trying to suppress him. It was just the way the air was around her. He remembered Gris's words when he described her, and he knew them to be true. Before him stood a woman who was a mountain, unmovable and unshakable. The power around her was far more intense than anything he had ever felt from Ryun, and for a moment his heart sank. He had hoped that she was not a monster, but looking in her eyes, his hope died. There was nothing of Ryun's disregard for other life in her pale blue eyes, but only a cold and unbreakable will. He saw before him a monster of the law, cruel and without mercy. He knew that she would enforce the law no matter what, and that she would die before breaking. But only the law that she herself made. Even the air around her seemed to be stifled by the weight of her convictions. The woman herself was not an incredible beauty. She was a Demacy, one of the demon-looking people. Her face was angular and hard, and it had a pink blush to her skin tone. Her black hair was cropped short. Black horns rose from her brow, the bone streaked with rings, curling up and to the side before coming down like those of a ram. She wore white plate armor with the insignia of the tower on her breast, and her cloak was pulled over the right side of her chair, lying on the back side of her armrest. Her gauntlets had been removed, and sitting on the desk next to her while her elbows were on the table with her fingers clasped. Her eyes watched him over her clasped hands, waiting. Zack reached her desk and paused. Gris hadn't told him anything about what the proper procedure was for greeting someone like her. He didn't even know if such things were common in this world. In the end, he decided to bow. He bent at his waist, held the position for a moment, and then rose before speaking. "Warden Commander," he greeted. She studied him for a long moment before answering. "So," she started, her voice deep, "you would be the ranker who Warden Gris told me so much about." "I am," Zack said simply. "A ranker who arrived far from where all other rankers have, who then met a warden, helped catch a criminal, and gained his trust, then decided to join the wardens himself." She lowered her hands, and her clawed fingers started to tap the table. "A person claiming to have arrived only days before meeting with a warden, and far too powerful for his claim of being a ranker to be true. I would have dismissed such claims as blatant lies, were they not so idiotic. Warden Gris informs me that he saw your screens himself, your titles and your place of birth, but such things can be faked." She stared at him hard. "Yet the mystery of the 7th iteration remains. It is true that none from Earth have arrived, but what you claim has never happened before. No one has ever arrived at any place other than the arrival zone, and this is all without mentioning your strength, or your claim that only 2 human rankers were left at the end of your world. I would verify your claim for myself before we speak of other matters." Zack had known that his claims were somewhat outlandish based on the history of the framework, and he had no reason to refuse her desire to confirm his story. "Of course," Zack said. "Should I show you my screens?" The woman looked at him for a long moment before speaking. "All of them." He saw Gris shift uncomfortably, but Zack wasn't bothered. He knew that most tried to keep such knowledge a secret in this world, and he could understand why. If someone knew all of Zack's powers, they could plan much better should they want to kill him, and he knew that combat was one of the bedrocks of this civilization in every faction, be it against monsters or other people. However, it was not like this woman would need such an advantage if she wanted to kill him. Zack pulled up his screens and then made all of them visible. The Warden Commander looked at them closely, her eyes lingering on his titles before narrowing and continuing down. She waved her hand, and Zack closed his windows as she met his eyes. "Those were not faked," she said. "Which only begs the question of how you became so strong. No ranker has ever reached such heights before they came to the Infinite Realm. The most powerful rankers barely managed to reach into the low 50s in their class by the time they came here. Cultivators rarely reach into the Foundation realm, and few of their number even survive to become rankers, as their path is much harder for gaining strength in the beginning. Only a handful of cultivators have ever reached the mid-Foundation realm before coming here. You are far too strong for a recently arrived ranker in all 3 ways of power. You represent something new, something that has never happened before. This interests me, and I wish to know the fate of Earth's 7th iteration. Tell me how that came to be." Zack shifted, remembering. He couldn't tell her the truth, so he needed to find something that would seem plausible enough. Before he could even try to say anything, however, she spoke again.
I should inform you that you will not be able to lie to me. You see, this room has an essence formation built inside the very walls," she said, gesturing at the walls filled with engravings. "No lie may be spoken inside of this room, and should you choose not to answer my questions, I will kill you on the spot rather than risk you being someone able to hide criminal titles, even from me. The formation, on the other hand, will work no matter how powerful you are."
Zack's blood chilled, the old fear coming back. He had made a promise to make Ryun pay for what he had done, and his greatest fear had always been the thought of failure. He didn't know if telling this woman everything was a smart thing to do. She was law, he saw that, but he also saw that the law in this place was a brutal thing. From Gris he learned that what they considered criminal titles weren't really illegal, not everywhere at least, but in the areas where the wardens held influence they were. Based on their severity, the punishment for such things ranged from banishment to death. The rules changed from faction to faction, except for the very few that he knew were enforced across the core of civilization. Murder was perfectly legal in some sects, he had learned, but wardens didn't have much influence there. In most other factions, sanctioned duels to the death existed. Everyone warred among themselves constantly, and in war the rules were even less defined. As long as a proper war was declared, a faction could wipe another one out without anyone batting an eye. It had taken Zack a while to understand that he wouldn't find the kinds of laws he was used to in this place, not that those laws ever worked even back on Earth. Once everyone had access to powers beyond ordinary people, the laws the government on Earth tried to cling to were never going to be able to survive the new reality. That had been theirs and Zack's failure, that they hadn't adapted fast enough. Now he didn't even know how to start, to speak of events that were so painful to this stranger. But he knew that he needed allies in this world, and the person before him was probably his best bet to see justice done. He didn't know what this formation recognized as a lie, but there had to be a way around it. The warden commander chuckled and then spoke. "Tell a lie," she told him. Zack blinked, turning to glance at Gris, who had been awfully quiet. He glanced back, nearly asking for her to clarify, but the look in her eyes let him know all he needed to. He opened his mouth. "The sky is—" But his mouth froze, the word refusing to come out. He had planned on saying that the sky was red, but he just couldn't. He tried to think of something else, thinking about what the criteria for a lie was. Would it detect a lie that he considered to be the truth, he wondered. He nearly spoke the words, but then stopped again. There was one thing that he could say, and depending on how the formation worked, it might mean learning a cruel truth about himself. Instead, he decided to tell her his story. "My strength comes as a consequence of the fate of my world," Zack began slowly. "When the framework arrived, everything was thrown into chaos, and everyone was forced to fight to survive. Billions died in the first few months. As has been the case on every old world of every iteration so far. None had rancors as powerful as you. There are only a few ways for someone to gain such power, and the manner of how you achieved your power will tell me a great deal about who you are as a person. I will not allow someone without morals to become one of my wardens." Zack nearly snorted. Hearing her speak about morals when most of their laws and rules would be called barbaric back on Earth was amusing. Restraining himself, he took a deep breath and continued speaking. "As time passed, the survivors came together, and we managed to create a semblance of government, an organization that brought order and sought to unify and help the people that survived, Zack said. The warden commander kept her eyes on him as he paused to gather himself. We started finding more and more survivors, expanding safe zones as we cleared monsters. But not everyone wanted to join the government, and we didn't press them to, even though we knew that we could help them. Zack hesitated. Warlords rose up, each seeking to establish themselves as rulers of their own kingdoms. They attacked the innocents, and I led the efforts against them. But then, some people in the government took advantage of those who were weaker. There had been much of that in the beginning, but we had been working on it, fixing things. In the end, a corrupt government official made a mistake of going after the wrong person. That triggered a chain of events that led to the collapse of everything. The corrupt official killed some people, and this person retaliated, killing both the guilty and the innocents. None were spared his wrath. The government wanted him caught and punished, while he wanted to be left alone. I made a mistake, and more people died as a result of it. The innocents, children, everyone butchered in the most brutal way imaginable. He went on a rampage, killing everything and everyone in his way. We sent people after him, entire armies even, but he just kept growing stronger with every battle. By the end, he was too powerful to be stopped, and as the government collapsed, people died. Some at his hands, others to monsters as they no longer had the protection of the government. In a couple of years, the world population had dropped, and by the end, there were only a handful of us left. We tried to stop him at the end. Only I and he were left standing as our world ended. The woman had kept quiet as he spoke, and now her eyes narrowed. "You are avoiding something, but we will come back to that. You say that the entire world was unable to stop this one person? This is unlikely, but you believe it to be the truth. Growing more powerful after every battle is a given. Gaining essence for every death would make him strong, but not strong enough to fight off an entire world." "We don't know exactly what he was doing," Zack admitted. "He was growing stronger, faster than what essence rewards from those fights would account for. Killing another person would give essence, the same as if one killed a monster, but it was a tiny amount, even though it increased with a person's power." He continued to speak. "We suspect that he had a power that allowed him to take more essence than just the small reward from the people he killed." The woman grimaced, but then nodded. "There are such powers, though people who have them rarely survive long before crossing someone too powerful for them to handle, or they get consumed by their power. How powerful had this person been by the end?" Zack closed his eyes, remembering the rancor list. He had spent hours at night just staring at the name at the top. By the end, he had powerful skills, one of them a Tier 3. He had been level 65, and he had been in the mid-lord realm. He saw her eyes widen, and he heard Gris gasp. Zack hadn't told him exactly how powerful Ryun had been. "That shouldn't be possible," the warden commander said, glancing at Gris. "None of the most powerful rankers that had reached the infinite realm came anywhere close to that much power. Even if he spent his essence foolishly just to advance, he would not have been able to reach such levels on the old world." Zack sighed. "He killed a world. Countless people died by his hand. He is a monster, and he hadn't only spent his essence to advance. I am certain of it. Even before he snapped, he cycled his essence." The woman didn't answer, but he could see what she was thinking. Then her eyes focused on him. "You knew him before then?" "I did. Zack told her sadly. "He used to be my best friend. We were as close as brothers before the framework arrived. And then he embraced it, and I sought order." The warden commander didn't comment. "Tell me how you gained enough power to close the gap between you," she ordered him. Zack closed his eyes. He knew that the moment had come. He couldn't lie. He didn't have the time to figure out a way to fool the formation in the room. But just as refusal to answer would see him dead, there was a chance that the truth would as well. In the end, he had no choice. "I didn't want to do it," Zack said weakly, his shoulders slumping. "We saw him growing stronger with every person he killed, and we knew that we couldn't stop him. But we knew that he was our responsibility. We didn't want him to be unleashed on people in this new world." He paused. The memories were painful and were hard to even remember. He had given an oath in return for sacrifice. They all did. "We knew that we couldn't close the gap, not by hunting monsters. Although by then there were few of them left, he had closed every spawning point. At the end, there were few of us left. In the last city standing, its population, the last people still living in the world, few of us were warriors. Some of us leveled, of course we did, but most of those left were not warriors. He had killed most of our strongest. All of us were on the ranker list, but most of the list was left unfilled. There were barely 3,000 of us remaining. The ones left were older, those who had taken non-combat classes or paths, those who by some miracle managed to survive the monsters and the monster both. We were all tired. We had been at war for years. We had seen too much death. We came to hate the framework as much as we did the monster that murdered our loved ones. The others talked. A decision was made. Zack swallowed as he remembered the hall filled with people. It had been the weakest of them that had come to the idea, the craftsmen. They did not want the life under the framework. They had lived to see all that they loved and held dear be torn down. They had survived where their loved ones had not. They had no hope that the infinite realm would be better, not while the monster still lived and would come with them. We cursed him. I cursed him for the way he was taking power from those he killed, even though we didn't know exactly what he was doing, Zack said, his head bowed and his eyes looking at the floor. I was against it, but his was the only way we knew to get so powerful. The others decided that they wanted revenge for their loved ones, even if they found it after death. And who was I to deny them what they wanted? Zack put his hand forward and pulled on his storage ring. A moment later, a dagger appeared in his hand. He turned his eyes up, his face contorted in a grimace of pain. He couldn't cry. He hadn't since that day in the small room when person after person walked in to sit next to him and to tell him the names of their loved ones, to ask him to promise that he would see the monster dead before they let him push the dagger in their heart. He saw the warden commander look at the dagger, then her eyes widen, and next to him he heard Griss's sharp intake of air. Great dagger of essence siphoning. Any living thing killed with this dagger will have 10% of all the essence they had ever used in life for advancement, along with all of their unassigned essence transferred to the holder. They gave their lives so that we could give them their revenge. You, the warden commander started, but then paused. You have no criminal title. They allowed you to kill them, didn't they? Zack nodded, remembering the people coming into his small room. We knew that we could never catch up to him, not really. So we decided to get 6 of us as strong as possible. They sacrificed themselves to give us essence. And we leveled, then asked the dealmaker to make us a skill that could contain our foe's power.
The ceiling slash,
she said. Yes. We had a plan. 5 to distract it, to die, so that I could land the killing blow. I failed.
And so that is why you've decided to join my wardens. You intend to find this man and have your revenge,
she said, her eyes cold. Zack looked at her quick dismissal of his greatest burden. To hear her, it didn't matter that Zack had killed thousands in order to take their essence. They had given their lives willingly, and in her eyes there was no crime there. He understood her in that moment, the cold law that she practiced. She wasn't righteous. She was merely the enforcer of the rules of this world. A person who worked between the people and the monsters that were just like Ryun. Her law was there to enable people to grow strong, to curtail the worst, but never to prevent the strong to rise. Brutal and cruel, just like this wretched world.
I can see it in your eyes, she said. Understanding. Gris told me that the crimes you hate this person for do not matter in the infinite realm.
Zack took a deep breath. I know, but there are many laws in this world. He will break them, and I will hear about it.
And what if he doesn't?
She asked.
Or if he gets powerful enough that he gets to make the laws?
Zack's hand tightened on the dagger. He doesn't deserve to live. He has spilled too much innocent blood. The woman sighed, but her face didn't change. It was still hard and unbending.
All the high rankers in the world, all those who lead, have done such things in the old worlds, myself included. It is the least that the framework demands from those who wish to wield power. My wardens exist to limit the destruction that the factions of the infinite realm can unleash on one another. We are mediators and enforcers of the different laws. Most of the factions have their own people that enforce their laws, and we are called to them only when they need people who are more experienced, or when they need the manpower, or when someone breaks a law in a faction that isn't their own. We are lawmen for hire, and not even every faction allows us in their territories. My wardens are not a tool for revenge. If that is what you are looking for, you will not find it here. With that said, do you still want to join my wardens?
Zack glared at the woman. She was only a tyrant, a person with power who got to make decisions. Exactly what Zack had always tried to avoid becoming on Earth. But even if the wardens were not what he expected, he still needed something. He needed to belong, to have rules. It was the way he was built. Even if the laws changed, if they were not as just as he knew they should be, the wardens were his best chance of fulfilling his oath as well as helping people. He believed that power brought responsibility with it. Yes, I do, Zack answered. She looked at him for a long minute.
The wardens can make you strong. But if you join, you will become the instrument of the law in all of its different forms. It will never be you who judges people, who decides the sentence. Only the law made by others. You will obey the laws of every territory. If your enemy breaks no laws, you will not go after them. This is my law. With every word he felt as if something was hammered into his chest, and then the last word smashed into him. A weight that brought him to his knees, the air rushing out of his lungs. It was as if a mountain had fallen on top of his shoulders, a mountain that instilled in him her belief in the law. He could feel her conviction.
and she truly believed that if someone had enough power to make the rules, then they also had the right. The weight around him spoke of an absolute devotion to law above all else. In that moment, he realized that this woman was in some small part the same as he was, someone who craved the rules, so much so that she had decided to form an organization that enforced those rules across different factions. And then the weight was gone. Zack stayed on his knees for a long minute, getting his breathing under control. He had never felt anything like that before, not even from Ryun. Finally, he stood up and looked at the woman who sat behind her desk, gazing at him calmly. He understood what she meant by what she had said. Her law would not allow him or the wardens to touch Ryun unless he broke a law harsh enough to warrant such a response. But what she had just shown him meant that if he did want to punish Ryun, he just needed to become strong enough to make his own laws, or to be powerful enough that he could disregard them. "I understand," Zack said. The warden commander, Urel Ansi, nodded her head. "Then I welcome you to the wardens." Chapter 84. Present. Rayla. Slave. Rayla Orn looked at the city in the distance. It was nestled at the base of a mountain, and even from the distance she could see some buildings built on the plateaus in the mountainside. It wasn't the biggest one she had ever seen, not by a long shot, but it was large enough to hold at least 10,000 people. Her small group was being led to it by the Black Viper sect's warriors, who had waited for them at the edge of this territory. The escort was unnecessary, of course, but Rayla knew that sects had peculiar customs, and she was not at all familiar with those of this sect. She still didn't know all the details of her new assignment, and wouldn't until they arrived and she could take command. She glanced around, seeing her sister Naira sitting on top of her mount and looking at the city in the distance. The two of them had barely spoken in the last few months. Next to her was Durgabor, who had been assigned to them as well, which was no surprise. He might have been in the order, but he was in the service of her family, there only to protect the two of them. If he hadn't been ordered to go with them, he would have just left the order and come on his own. Naira was the reason why they were being punished, sent away from the order and to this backwater. Her sister had always had trouble accepting blame, and though Rayla knew that it was partly her fault for not reining her in, there was nothing that she could do now. This was their punishment for failure, and she knew if they weren't who they were, the punishment would have been much worse. Rayla and Naira were children of two of the great empire's most powerful high-rankers. Her family held much influence in the empire, and just their name was enough to open doors. Sometimes she wondered if the Orn name was a curse. Rayla and Naira were the 31st and 2nd born to their parents, and it had been a long time since their parents last had children. Most of her siblings were all far older and far stronger than she and Naira, and they didn't really have anything in common with them. Their parents had rarely spent time with them, even when they had been young. The two of them had been raised by servants and caretakers. She didn't resent them that. Their parents were busy people, and they had provided them with nearly everything that they could wish. Some families would raise their children's power quickly, but the Orn family did things differently. They were trained, prepared since the moment they could walk. Their leveling had been carefully planned, but they were the ones that earned their levels. Yes, they had resources to call upon, but they hadn't been given essence to advance. Her parents believed that power given was not power at all. She knew that they were disappointed in them, as was clear from the last message sent from their estate, just a simple message informing her that they were expected to fulfill their duties without making noise. Not that Rayla would have ever tried to use her family name to get out of an assignment, but Naira had suggested it. Finally, they reached the city, Van Oren, the seat of the Black Viper sect. As they headed through the streets, she looked around, studying the people in the city. The architecture was a classical sect design, as was the layout. Wide streets with low buildings of at most 2 floors, wooden construction with tiled triangular roofs. The road was cobbled stone, the buildings painted in dark greens and black, the colors of the Black Viper sect. The area they were passing through was residential, and she saw people from the sect walking around, some stopping to look at them as they passed. Most of them were Demaci and human, with a few Cretan tossed in. The Cretan surprised her a bit. From what she knew of sects and their usual composition, those of their kind rarely joined them. The people were dressed in simple clothes, black or green robes with little variety. They could see that most of the clothes were made in the same manner, suggesting that they didn't have much resources for variety. The sect wasn't poor, but from what she could see, neither was it rich. It would explain why they agreed to make a deal with an unknown faction. The sect didn't know that Rayla's people were from the Great Empire. They believed them to be a small mercenary guild that was attempting to grab a territory beyond the frontier and were paying the sect to use their territory as a resting and gathering post. Few would allow another group to bring their people into their main territory, but she figured that the deal was just too good. The Great Empire could pay well when it wanted to. They left the residential area behind and entered a wealthier district. All around her were walls, shielding smaller estates from sight. Their escort led them through the streets until they reached a wall and a gate near the base of the mountain. 2 guards stood in front of the gate, both Ravzer, wearing simple armor with no identifiable markings. Seeing them approach, they came to attention, looking at the Black Viper warriors, and then toward Rayla and the others. They had probably been expecting someone from the Great Empire to arrive. They saluted, and their escorts excused themselves, leaving them with their own people. If they had been anywhere else, she would have been insulted by their manners, but she knew from her studies that the sects worked differently. They operated based on a strange system of honor, obligation, and appearance. Their hosts would send for someone to take them to the sect leaders later, choosing to meet them in their seat of power. The 2 guards opened the gate, one of them rushing ahead to announce their arrival. As they entered the estate, they were met with a cut-grass lawn flanking an ornamental paved pathway. Garden flowers were arranged in circular formations in the middle of the lawn, and flowers grew on the walls that surrounded the estate. The building in front of them was nice-looking, a wooden mansion that had only a single floor. As they walked closer, she looked around and then up at the mountain that loomed over them. Some way up the mountain's side, she saw a large mansion, rising up behind walls with towers at the corners built on a large plateau. The sect leader's home. It was perfectly positioned to watch over the city, and they could see inside the estate assigned to them easily. She grimaced at that, but she knew that sects weren't known for their trusting nature. "Welcome to Van Oren, my lady," a voice said, and she turned to see an older man, human, looking at her. "I am Emissary Ento Eist, at your service." "Thank you, Emissary," Rayla returned. "I am Rayla Orn. I have orders to take over this operation." Ento's eyes flickered at her name, but then he bowed. "Of course. We have been expecting someone to come and take over for a while now. We'd almost thought that we had been forgotten by our superiors." Rayla grimaced. She knew that this operation was a low-priority one. She gestured at the 2 behind her. "This is my sister, Naira, and our attendant, Durgabor." Having Durgabor pose as a simple attendant even to their own people would allow him to do his work with less risk. "I will need to be brought up to speed on everything regarding this mission. I've been given only broad strokes regarding our plans here." If the man was surprised at that, he didn't comment, but instead inclined his head at Naira, ignoring Durgabor. "Of course, Lady Orn.
I believe that we will have some time before the sect leaders call on us. It is already close to night, and I don't expect them to call until tomorrow morning."
Rayla tilted her head. "I know only a bit about sect operations. Is that unusual?"
The man shrugged. "It is somewhat disrespectful. They are making sure that we understand that they don't need us, although the truth might not agree. Still, it is no great insult, and I believe that they have other concerns on their mind."
"Anything that we should be worried about?" Rayla asked as the man gestured for them to come inside the building.
"One of their expeditions has failed to report in. I believe that they will reinforce their supply caravan in case something has gone wrong,"
the man answered. Rayla nodded. She knew that the wild was dangerous. Their trip had been filled with monster attacks, enough of them that Rayla had even gotten enough essence to level twice. They entered the building, and the man led them to their rooms to settle in. The invitation for them to visit with one of the sect leaders came at dawn, and was really more of a demand. But Rayla had already expected that, as, from what she had learned, sect leaders were often arrogant. Rayla had decided on bringing Ento and Durgabor along to the meeting, leaving Naira in charge of their estate. She knew that her sister saw that as a slight, but Rayla couldn't risk her acting impulsive with the sect leaders. Naira had always thought that their family name made them more important than others. As they were climbing the mountain on their way to the compound that held the inner family of the sect, Rayla reflected on what she learned the night before. The Black Viper sect was insignificant, a weak sect that held only 3 territories and were trying to claim 1 more, a sect that was settled far away from the core of the claimed territories, as they called their gathering of different factions. The factions weren't united at all, not like the Great Empire was. They warred amongst one another constantly, but they were powerful for it. Rayla knew that the claimed territories outnumbered the Great Empire by a large margin. They held more territory and had more high rankers, but their division was a weakness that the Great Empire intended to exploit. In service of that goal, they had been preparing for many years, infiltrating other factions, sowing discord, and fostering animosity between their most powerful. The Black Viper sect wasn't important. They had been approached because they were isolated and desperate. Most of their members came from another sect, one of the middling-level sects in the claimed territories. Their sect head had been a member of a branch family of the Onyx Fang sect. When he had split from his family and gone to the frontier, intending to create a new sect and gain power on his own, things hadn't gone according to plan. The frontier was wild, and claiming territories not at all easy. The information that Emissary Ento managed to secure so far told a story of a sect on the decline, and the deal that they had made with the Great Empire bought them time. The sect allowed them to cross their territory and use it as a resting spot, and in return the 5 orders were sending people through here often, and the Black Viper sect didn't ask questions. They had to suspect that their cover of being a mercenary guild was false, but with the payments that they were getting, she suspected that it didn't matter to them all that much. The Great Empire was supplying them with weapons and armor of high quality. She was actually really interested in reading about the sects and their ways of surviving. Such organizations didn't exist in the Great Empire, as there weren't many cultivators left in the empire. The exodus had been hard, and the weakest perished on the way. Cultivation was not a quick way to power. Most, therefore, used the cultivation paths only as a supplement for their class. They reached their destination and were escorted inside. Immediately, she saw the massive mansion, several floors and buildings around the estate connecting to one another. Ponds filled with colorful fish flanked the pathways they walked as they were led into one of the main buildings. They passed through a corridor and exited out into a garden grown around a crystal-clear pond in the shadow of a tall tree. Rayla was surprised to see so much nature in the city. The cities of the Empire were rarely so colorful, built out of dark stone and always made for utility. There was no comfort in the Empire. They hadn't had the luxury of it for a long time. Their escorts left them in the garden, telling them that their master would see them shortly. Ento had informed her that they would be forced to wait, so she had been expecting it. She didn't see the point of such games, but she could play along. As they were left alone, she took the opportunity to look around. The garden was large, but it was mostly covered in shade. The tree stretched high above them, surrounded by buildings and rooftops, covering the pond with its shadow. The tree's leaves were a strange pink color, and tiny flower buds of deep blue could be seen just beginning to bloom. She had never seen a tree like it before, but then there were many strange things in the infinite realm. She walked around, looking at the strange flowers around the edges of the garden. The pond itself was crystal clear, and she could see the white stones placed at its bottom as if there was no water at all. As she walked around the tree trunk, she stopped, seeing a person kneeling on the grass with their back turned to her. She hadn't noticed them before, as they were obscured by the tree. She didn't want to intrude, but before she could move back, the person spoke.
"Ah, a new visitor. I wonder who it could be,"
came a woman's voice, and then she stood up, turning around. Rayla nearly gasped, but she managed to contain herself. The woman was Demacy. Her horns were white and curving back, framing her midnight black hair. But the reason why Rayla was shocked was because the woman's face was a mangled mess. Her eyes were gone, leaving behind only empty sockets. The burns covered the entirety of her upper face, trailed down her right side, mangling her cheek, and then that side of the neck, disappearing beneath her robes. Rayla had never seen such injuries before. In fact, she believed them to be impossible. With healing potions, or even just a high enough vitality, any injury could be healed given time. Then she saw the black slave collar around the woman's neck. She studied the slave for a long moment. She could feel power from her, incredible power, but there was also something wrong, something broken. Rayla was certain that the woman was a cultivator, but she couldn't feel any chi emanating from her.
"So,"
the woman drawled,
"who are you?"
Rayla remembered that the woman had asked a question. She grimaced. Ento had told her some about how to act with a sect leader, but he hadn't told her how to act with a slave. She hadn't even known that sects held slaves. They were a common occurrence in the great empire. Convicts were usually collared for the duration of their sentence, and there were those who sold themselves into such service for a period of time. But she knew that such practices were not common in the factions of the claimed territories, and especially not in the sects. The sect politics were something completely foreign and insane to her. For all she knew, the slave was someone important. In the end, she fell back to Ento's advice to be respectful to anyone they met in the main estate. Only those who were trusted and high up in the sect were allowed there. Rayla bowed as Ento taught her, even though the woman couldn't see.
"I apologize for interrupting you."
She paused as she tried to remember the right way to call her.
"Honored sister, I am Rayla Orn, a visitor to your city." "Oh, what is this? It's been a long time since anyone showed me such respect. I guess you are not from around here, then,"
the woman said, and then laughed. Rayla paused, wondering if she had made a blunder. But then the woman calmed and inclined her head.
"I suppose respect deserves respect. I am Anatolian Farsola, ruler of the empty sky, at your service."
The woman then exploded into laughter, as if what she had said was incredibly amusing. Rayla frowned. It seemed like the woman wasn't all there in the head. The names sounded familiar to her, probably from the files Ento had her go over last night, but that's all she could recall. Rayla shook her head and spoke again.
As I've said, I didn't mean to interrupt. I am here to speak with your sect leaders.
The woman snorted.
No sect leaders of mine. And you didn't interrupt me. I do take a cycling pose from time to time, but it is not as if it matters any more. You interrupted nothing.
Rayla didn't know how to respond to that, or what it even meant. The woman seemed powerful to her senses, but she was getting a strange sensation from her skill. Her power sense was telling her that the woman before her was incredibly powerful, far more than Rayla herself was, but somehow also not. She had never felt anything like that before. Perhaps her skill level was just too low for her to be able to tell. She felt someone approach and turned to see Ento coming over and a sect warrior standing next to Durgabor on the other side of the garden.
It looks like my meeting is about to start, Rayla said.
The woman tilted her head and smiled.
Go away, then. Don't want to keep the trash waiting.
Rayla didn't really know how to react, so she just walked away. Ento met her, then frowned at the slave.
Do you know who that is? Rayla asked.
Ento shook his head.
I've never seen someone colored here, nor did I hear anything about slaves.
Rayla frowned.
She said that her name is Anatolian Farsola, ruler of the empty sky. Does that mean anything to you?
No, it does not, lady, Ento said. Rayla was still sure that she had heard the name before. She kept repeating it in her head, trying to remember where she heard it. She glanced back, seeing the woman's face still turned in her direction, as if she was following her with those empty sockets. And then Rayla remembered where she heard the name. She froze and felt the blood leave her face. "My lady, what is wrong?" Ento asked. But Rayla couldn't respond. She looked at the woman and saw the woman's lips curve upward. A moment later, the crippled woman turned and walked away, but Rayla couldn't do anything but stare at her back. She remembered the stories she heard from her siblings when she was young, the records she read in her family vault, records of their enemies, the high rankers of the first and the second iteration. Ento didn't know. He might know the histories, but he didn't know the details. Her parents did know. They had been there when the ruler of the empty sky struck the first blow against the White Fortress, when she led the armies of the first and the second iterations against them, when they, in one blow, killed half of the third iteration's strongest warriors. The woman walked out of sight, but Rayla still gazed in the direction she walked off. A high ranker, collared and crippled? It couldn't be true. Yet what reason did a slave have to claim such a name? She couldn't have known that it would hold any meaning to Rayla. And how would even someone like her come to be in this place? She could be wrong. She could be misremembering the name. "My lady?" Ento called again, and she forced herself to look at him. She calmed herself and took a deep breath. She was probably wrong, and even if she wasn't, there was nothing that she could do. She nodded at Ento and started walking. She had to put it out of her mind. Meeting with the sect leaders rattled would not be a good first impression. The sect warrior led them to the other side of the garden and then into the house. Rayla put the slave out of her mind and focused on the task ahead. No matter what, she still had her mission. Chapter 85. Present. Rayla. Sect Head. They were led into a large room, the walls covered with elaborate tapestries depicting various monsters. Along the walls stood 6 warriors, 3 on each side, spears in their hands with the ends on the floor. The warriors didn't react to them being led into the room, but Rayla was under no illusion about their attention. Her skill told her that they were weaker than she was, but not by much. At the end of the room was a slightly raised floor, just 2 steps. On it was a pillow with a man sitting with his legs crossed. Another man stood a step behind him and to the left. The sitting man was one of 4 sect leaders, and was actually the sect head. He was Yerv Jivan, he who ruled the entire sect. Rayla had been told that he rarely entertained visitors, and that he spent most of his time training and cultivating. They hadn't expected to meet with him exactly, but his appearance was unmistakable. He was a Damasi, like most of this sect were. His tail was curled around him and split in 2 sections, making it seem like he had 2 tails. His horns were black and rose upward, bending only slightly backward. His eyes were a deep emerald with no pupil, just the iris. That told her that he was in the peak monarch realm. The great empire didn't have many cultivators, and only few of them had any kind of real power. But they had a few that were in the monarch realm, so she did know what his eyes meant. With the so-called ruler's eyes, there was a variety of things that could be done, depending on the cultivator's choices of perks, and she wondered what the man's focus was. One thing was certain: the man was incredibly powerful, far more than she. Rayla and Durgabor followed Ento's lead as they walked inside. They stopped 4 steps away and bowed at the waist, holding the pose for a full 3 seconds before straightening. The man didn't react, and Ento spoke.
"We greet you, sect head Jivan. With me are Rayla Orn, ambassador for our guild, and her attendant."
Ento didn't say Durgabor's name, as he wasn't important enough to introduce.
"So," the sect head spoke, "you've finally decided to send someone important enough. It had always been our intention, honored Master Jivan. Outside circumstances prevented our guild from showing proper respect to your sect. We apologize for that," Ento said, bowing his head. He was lying, of course. The Black Viper sect was not relevant enough to their plans for anyone truly stronger to be sent. Rayla herself was just a knight in the order, and this position a punishment. But while the man might suspect that they weren't exactly being truthful, she had been assured that the Black Viper sect had no idea of what was really happening. "You seem a bit weak to be an ambassador,"
Jivan commented as he met Rayla's eyes. Rayla bowed her head.
"This one apologizes for her inadequacy. I've received this assignment because of familial connections."
Ento had advised her on the best way to proceed. It was inevitable that the sect head felt slighted because of Rayla's strength. She wasn't weak, but she wasn't exactly in the top tier of power, and wasn't equal to the man in front of her. But still, just saying outright that she'd received an assignment because of familial connection felt incredibly wrong to her. She would have been looked down on in the great empire if she relied on her name, but Ento assured her that it would not be the case here. Sects valued family and such connections above all else. She didn't understand it, but she didn't need to. The sect head's eyes narrowed, and then he nodded. Rayla noted the satisfied look in his eyes.
"I welcome you to Ven Oren,"
Jivan said.
"You are free to walk around the city."
"Thank you for your hospitality, honored master," Rayla said. The tedious manner in which people in the sect spoke was annoying, but she knew better than to act rashly. The sect head waved his hand, as if to say that it was no big thing.
"Now, on to other matters. I have been intending to speak with Emissary Ento before you arrived,
as I wish to alter the terms of our agreement."
Rayla blinked. She hadn't expected anything like this. The agreement was incredibly generous, buying the sect's silence as well as passage through their territories.
"In what manner, honored master?" Rayla asked.
The sect head leaned forward.
"I believe that your guild's compensation is insufficient for what our sect is providing you. I believe that a 20% increase in your shipments would serve to bridge the gap."
Rayla was taken aback for a moment. She had expected a lot of things, but not this. She knew that the Black Viper sect had troubles and that they were on the decline. Ento's reports contained an overview on the sect's resources and their dealings. Most of the weapons that the Great Empire delivered to them, they were trading to the sects in the outskirts of the core. It was one of the reasons why the Great Empire always paid in goods, as the Black Viper sect selling it on its own didn't bring any scrutiny on them. Even if they used a front, making a believable one took a lot of work. But an already established faction had history and connections that couldn't be easily faked. She looked into the man's eyes and saw the truth there. He knew that their story was fake, and he wanted more to keep quiet. She forced herself to keep her face straight as she answered. "I will need to send messages to our headquarters, honored master. As soon as they respond, I will be able to discuss a renegotiation of our agreement." That should buy her some time to speak with Ento and learn what kind of a risk the sect posed if they did speak with someone. Ento had assured her that they didn't know about the Great Empire, but believed them to be a criminal group that operated from beyond the claimed territories, which posed its own problems. Sects generally didn't allow wardens into their territories, but they were known to call on them in some situations. And that would be disastrous. After the blunder that had sent her to this place, she was sure that the wardens were investigating the frontier territories where the Great Empire had operations, and adding another point for them to investigate would just increase the risk of discovery. The sect head nodded at Rayla's answer, but she saw in his eyes the knowledge. He was certain that his request would be fulfilled, and he was right to feel that, as they couldn't afford not to keep the Black Viper sect happy. An hour later, Rayla was sitting in their small mansion, an embassy of sorts. She was inside an office room with Ento, Durgabor, and Naira. The meeting with the sect head hadn't lasted long, having been more of an introduction, but his request to change their agreement had been unexpected. "I can have a runner ready to go by nightfall, my lady," Ento said. The way that the Great Empire kept contact with their operators near the claimed territories was via runners, messengers who went back and forth to deliver reports. There were other means, but those could draw unwanted attention. "Good. I have something to add to the report, so let me know when they are ready to depart," Rayla said. She hadn't shared her suspicion about the slave with anyone yet, and she wasn't sure if she should. It seemed like something that was impossible, a high ranker collared and enslaved. She could have made a mistake, she could be misremembering the name, or 100 different things. But it was still something worth reporting back to the tower. Ento glanced at her inquisitively, but she didn't want to get into it, so she changed the subject. "So, can you tell us more about what our duties here are?" Rayla asked. She hadn't had the chance to go over exactly what she was supposed to be doing here, aside from being a visible representative of their guild. Ento coughed uncomfortably, and then spoke. "The duties of the head of this operation are to observe and report back the activities of the Black Viper sect, as well as to make sure that our relationship with them remains cordial." Rayla waited for him to continue, but then she realized that he was done. A beat later, Naira started laughing. "Ha! We are glorified guards, then." Rayla glared at her twin sister, but Naira just shook her head and walked out of the office. Rayla nearly stood up to go after her, but she managed to contain herself and then turned back to look at Ento.
"Well, if that is our duty, that is what we are going to do,"
Rayla said, but inwardly she was feeling exactly like Naira. She knew that this was punishment, but she had hoped that there was at least a semblance of a real operation here.
"Ento, I remember you mentioning that one of the sect's expeditions hadn't reported in. Do we know anything more about that?"
Ento nodded his head.
"Right, yes. One of their expeditions was supposed to try and claim a territory not far from here. Although the lack of communication had been expected, it isn't really an issue."
"Oh?" Rayla asked.
"The territory they are attempting to claim is said to have an extremely hard claiming scenario. Many have tried in the past, and none have managed it. The expedition that was sent had been gathered by the members of the sect that had fallen out of favor, and while they had been given enough supplies to be able to achieve their goal, I believe that they hadn't exactly expected them to succeed."
"Really?" Rayla asked. "But why waste the resources, then? Aren't they having trouble already?"
"The head of this expedition is the nephew of the sect head. He fell into disfavor and was sent with the expedition as a punishment."
"You are telling me that they sent the sect head's nephew along with people who weren't in favor, knowing that they would die?"
Rayla asked slowly.
No, it isn't like that. They had given them enough supplies so that they could accomplish their task. The sects operate strangely compared to our ways, but it was more like they had given the expedition a chance. They could go and attempt to claim the territory, and if they succeeded, they would have gained the sect's favor. If not, then the problem was taken care of."
Rayla could only shake her head at that. "Is this something that we should investigate further?"
"Not really. The caravan left for the territory, and they'll send word after they find out what happened," Ento told her.
"Very well, then. That will be all, Ento," she told him. The man bowed his head and then left the room, leaving her with Durgabor. "So I guess we are in for a boring assignment," Durgabor said. Rayla sighed. No matter how disappointed she felt, she couldn't change her assignment. She knew that they would spend the next couple of years in this place doing nothing. The great empire's plans were entering the last stage, but there were still many things to do before they were ready to act. "I'm sorry for getting us here," she said. Durgabor shrugged. "It wasn't your fault. Naira is the one who screwed up."
"I should have reined her in."
"There is nothing else to be done. Hopefully the brass will take pity on us and send a replacement in a couple of months. I don't think the Lord Commander would risk alienating your family." Rayla grimaced. She didn't like relying on her family, but she was aware that they had a lot of influence. Durgabor was right. They probably wouldn't be staying here for long. Her parents wouldn't argue. They might have even punished them more severely, but once one of her siblings found out, they would probably apply pressure to have them reassigned. Rayla would then have to go through a lecture about being unworthy of the family name, be told how she should have called as soon as she had been given this assignment as punishment. Her siblings cared a lot more about the family name than her parents did, and they were, in fact, the ones who made sure that Orn family stayed in power. Her parents only cared about getting stronger. Rayla could have gotten out of the punishment, but she knew that they deserved it. Naira had even tried to convince her that they should use their family to get out of it. "I should go and talk with her," Rayla said heavily. "You should have talked with her months ago," Durgabor told her flatly. Rayla knew that he was right, but she had just been so angry at her twin. With a sigh, she stood up. "I'll go and find her," she said, and walked out. She found her sister in the garden behind the main house. She didn't know why the sect seemed obsessed with gardens, but she did find that they added something pleasant to the atmosphere. Naira was standing next to a tree, looking up at the sky. She heard Rayla walk up, but she didn't turn, and Rayla stopped next to her. They stood there in silence for a while, as she tried to think of the best way to start the conversation with her sister. It made her sad that they had reached this point where they couldn't even speak with each other without getting into an argument. They had been incredibly close once, had talked all the time with their perks, no matter what they were doing. Before she could decide on how to approach the conversation, Naira spoke.
"Did you come to lecture me again?"
she said. Rayla resisted the urge to sigh and turned to look at her twin. Naira was glaring at the sky, refusing to meet Rayla's eyes.
"No, Naira, I don't want to fight anymore,"
Rayla said.
"Right, I'm not even worth fighting with. But I guess that's fair. The only thing I can do with any consistency is fuck up."
"Naira, you made a mistake, and we are all being punished for it, yes. But I just want us to move past this, for us to start working together again."
"You should have asked to be transferred somewhere without me,"
Naira said.
"I'm only dragging you down."
Rayla could feel the pain in her sister's voice. She knew that Naira had been feeling inadequate compared to her, all because she had fallen behind.
"Naira, look at me,"
Rayla told her. Her twin didn't listen, but instead kept looking at the sky stubbornly. Rayla walked in front of her and grabbed her head, turning it to face her. Naira resisted, but she wasn't really trying.
"I'm sorry,"
Naira said before Rayla could say anything.
"I've fucked up everything for you. I'm weak and dumb, and I should have listened to you before. I wanted to be like you, but somehow every time I tried, I couldn't help but make mistakes. I'm a failure."
Rayla felt her heart twist at seeing her sister with such a pained expression. Naira had always been the more confident one when they had been young. She would be the one that laughed when she fell and scraped her knee, who would comfort Rayla when she did the same. But somewhere along the way, her confidence turned to arrogance.
"Naira, you are not a failure,"
she told her.
"I know that it has been hard for you to fall behind, especially since everyone was always comparing the two of us. But their opinion should have never mattered to you. We are sisters, and something small like this shouldn't be enough to get between us. This assignment might be a punishment, but we can take it as an opportunity to work things out."
Naira closed her eyes and shuddered, holding back a cry.
"I would like that,"
she whispered.
"And I am sorry for the way I've been acting, for getting us in this mess. I was just feeling so angry at myself for not being good enough, and I let that anger lash out at you. I should have never allowed that. It won't happen again."
Rayla pulled her close, hugging her. She felt as if a weight was lifted off her chest. She knew that they had a lot of things to work out, that Naira had a lot of things to make right, but they had the time now. It wasn't like they had anything better to do here. Perhaps something good would come out of their punishment. Chapter 86. Present. Zack. Instructor. Zack walked through the twisting corridors of the Citadel. It had been a month since he had officially joined the Wardens and obtained his own Warden's badge. Based on Griss's recommendation, he was given a silver one, just one rank below Griss, who had a gold badge. Usually, new Wardens started with wooden badges, the same way that new adventurers did. But that was for people low in power who needed training. Zack was a special case, though not exactly unique, as he had come to find out. The last month he spent attending classes with new recruits, people with wooden badges. He learned more in depth about the different laws as well as how and why the Wardens were able to enforce those laws. Apparently there were 3 different tiers of jurisdiction. The most involved one was with the factions that had agreed to allow the wardens to police their territories, and those were most of the factions in the Corps. That meant that they could arrest, issue bounties, or execute offenders as appropriate and when in compliance with the laws of that faction. The second tier allowed wardens free passage through the territories and limited rights to act. They could act when pursuing a bounty issued by that faction, or when pursuing criminals from different factions that had the same agreements with the wardens. For any independent investigations they wanted to conduct, they needed to inform the local guard and get permission. The last tier were factions that only sometimes allowed them access, when they needed an outside source to arbitrate neutrally. But there were few factions that refused them access altogether, which were mainly the most powerful sects. Aside from serving as a police force, the wardens also served as a neutral arbitrating force between the factions. They helped them negotiate deals and settle disagreements, as well as serve as a security force for events that gathered people from several factions. After his conversation with the warden commander, Zack had felt a bit disappointed. He knew that he shouldn't be, but he had hoped that finding someone in authority and telling them about Ryun would lead to them helping him. It had been a stupid hope. From the first moment he arrived in this new world, he knew that it was far different than what he expected. Their laws were different, no less right for it, but they were hard for him to accept. This was a world that had been shaped by the tragedy of destruction of many worlds, shaped by those who had become strong enough to survive. Their laws reflected that past. Zack had realized that there was nothing else for him to do but accept it and move on, find a place for himself and start a new life. He couldn't forget about his promise, but he couldn't just go out into the world and try to find Ryun. He had no resources, no allies to help him. He needed the wardens for more than just stability. Thankfully, Gris still seemed interested in the two of them partnering up, so Zack was now doing everything in his power to finish his crash course quickly so that he could continue to learn on the job with the Drake. With the more educational part of their instruction now done, the rest of the recruits were moving to martial training. Zack was ill-suited for their regiment, so he had been assigned to a different tutor. Today was his first day. Or it would be, once he managed to find the room he was supposed to meet the instructor in. The Citadel was a maze and a fortress all rolled up into one, and for someone who didn't know the layout, it was a difficult obstacle to overcome, which Zack figured was the point. He stopped a Karora warden and asked for directions. He was still not completely used to the different races, especially since there were different variations of the same race. The Karora he stopped had wings growing out of her back and a more hawk-like head than the first member of the race he ever saw, who had wings that doubled as arms. The warden gave him some instructions, and he thanked her before continuing his search. A couple of minutes later he found the room he was looking for, then peeked inside and saw that it was a classroom-looking space. He frowned. He had expected a training room or something to that end. Looking around, he saw that there was already someone inside, one person sitting at a student desk looking out a window. Zack froze in the doorway as he looked at them. The being inside was of a race that he hadn't seen before. One of those was the Cretians, but he had already been told that they looked something like crab-like humanoids, which meant that the person inside was of the last race he hadn't encountered yet, a Cthul. He had been told that Cthul were rarely seen, mostly because there were fewer of them around. They had a low birth rate, and most of the other races were distrustful of them because of their appearance. Zack could see that just from seeing the person's side profile. The head looked exactly like something he imagined coming from a Lovecraftian horror. Their head was elongated at the back, bald with ridges on the side, and the being's face looked somewhat like what Zack remembered mind flayers looking like from the games Ryun had sometimes forced him to play before the framework arrived. It wasn't an exact resemblance, however. The eyes were more expressive, more human-looking, and there were 2 holes in the center of their face that were probably for breathing. Under them, however, came the tendrils that covered the mouth, which were long and gray in color like the rest of the being's skin. There were no suction cups like one would see in octopus, but they looked rather like thinner elephant trunks. They were slim and wore a black robe. From what he could see of their body shape, they had a vaguely female figure. But he didn't know enough to be able to tell, or if Cthulhu even had such genders. The Cthulhu turned and saw him. He saw their eyes blink as if they were startled, and Zack decided to speak. "Excuse me for interrupting. I am supposed to be meeting with Instructor Emra. Am I in the right place? Do you know where I could find him?" Zack asked. The Cthulhu didn't respond immediately, and just as the silence stretched into the uncomfortable, the Cthulhu spoke.
"You are in the right place. He should be arriving shortly."
The Cthulhu spoke, and Zack had to blink. The tone of the voice definitely had a female cadence to it, but it was also different from anything else he had ever heard. He could feel the hairs on his body rise. The voice was deep and somehow resonating. It made him shiver, and he understood why people could be uncomfortable around Cthulhu. Zack forced himself to smile at her and then entered the room. "Thanks," he said, and walked over to sit next to them. The Cthulhu looked startled as he pulled out a chair and put his hand out. "I'm Zack. I guess we'll be attending the class together." The Cthulhu looked at his hand as if he were holding a weapon, but Zack didn't falter. He just kept a smile on his face and waited. A few moments later, the Cthulhu put their hand in his, and Zack felt surprisingly soft skin and long, slender fingers grasp his hand gently for a moment before retreating.
"I'm Nyathula,"
the Cthulhu told him. Sitting so close, Zack was now fairly sure that the Cthulhu was a female of the species. "Pleased to meet you, Nyathula." Zack tried not to butcher her name, but from the look on her face he had probably failed spectacularly. He was saved from embarrassment by someone entering the room. A Rabzer. Tall and bulky, with feline features, his head was tiger-like, with no mane, and his fur was covered in stripes. The man entered and looked them over before coming to a stop at the desk in front of the room. "Good, you are already here. I am Warden Emra, and I will be teaching you about your powers and how to best utilize them, as well as plan for the future," he said, and then sat on the chair behind the desk. "What I will teach you is usually taught over time, starting when a person is very young, before they even gain access to essence. The 2 of you are special cases. Because of your different circumstances, you have quite a few holes in your education, and yet you have achieved a modicum of strength. You are probably wondering why we are inside and not on a training yard. Well, there is more to knowing how to utilize your power best than just knowing how to fight with it." Zack was already fairly intrigued. Everything that he knew he'd had to discover by himself. He had been at the forefront of Earth as far as a class was concerned. "First, it is important for you to decide your focus. I am told that both of you are classers, but allow me to explain. As you are aware, there are 3 paths to power: class, cultivation, and skills. Each is different than the other, and each has its own strengths, in theory at least. In practice, the class is the best way to go for most people," Emra said, his large claws tapping on the table as he looked at them. "It is the simplest, the most straightforward. You gain abilities, and you gain stats for every level you achieve. The strength gain is constant and easy to achieve. You gain perks at set levels, and through them broaden your abilities and gain more power. People who are just starting will gain power rapidly and will be better equipped to survive in this world. For cultivators it is completely different. They gain little power, but require more essence to advance. But, unlike a classer, a cultivator's path is anything but simple. There are outside factors that impact their power and their advancement, which shape their path. Many of those factors are unknown even to the Citadel, since the people who have achieved great power through this path are unwilling to share their secrets. There are no true cultivators in the Wardens, or even in other factions. The only cultivators that I would call true are in the sects, and only a small portion of the cultivators in the sects are at such a level. To follow the path of cultivation requires many resources, much support, as well as a great deal of time, something that very few people in this world possess. It is one of the reasons why few cultivators survived their old worlds and reached the infinite realm. Zack had always known that a cultivation path was harder. He had seen it on Earth, just how little power cultivation provided per advancement stage, and just how much essence was required to reach incredible power. Their instructor continued. The last path to power is the path of skills. Emra paused, his cat-like eyes narrowing at Zack and Nyathula. This is the hardest path, and one that few ever attempt successfully. Growing in power is even less reliable with skills than it is with cultivation, and one needs to achieve incredible understanding in order to begin gaining power. Just blindly using a skill will not let you reach great power. In order to truly gain a powerful skill, you need to understand its essence, what the skill represents, and how it is manifested in the world. To advance beyond that understanding is to gain true power, and to do that, one needs to carve a piece of themselves off and embody that skill, to shape it and focus the understanding that they had achieved into a reality that they decided. It warps a person's mind and allows them to twist the reality around them. It makes them something more, but also something less. Even the most powerful of high rankers typically have at most only one skill evolved to such heights. Few are able to achieve the understanding required for evolving a skill to its limit. For this reason, no one focuses solely on skills, but instead the skills are used to round off a build. Zack had a few skills, but none were particularly evolved, certainly not to the level that Emra spoke about. Now, let's start with some general advice. Can you tell me what percentage of your essence you put into your class and into your cultivation? You may disregard skills, since those are treated as single-time purchases like items, and you are not required to buy them from shops but can learn them from tomes. Zack blinked. He hadn't known that you could learn a skill without buying it. He turned to his screens and did some math in his head. He hadn't calculated just how much essence he had spent and where exactly, but he managed to get a rough estimate. I believe that I am at around 85% in my class and 15% in my path, Zack said, disregarding the mountain of essence he had spent on his unique skill. To be fair, that had been paid by a couple of people and not just him. Emra nodded his head. That is a good split. The most usual is between 80% and 90% for your class. Putting anything more in your cultivation is a waste. A path is only meant to fill in the gaps in your fighting style while your abilities are on cooldown. Adding to that are skills that are suited to your fighting style. It is usually best to focus on 2 or 3 skills and try to get them as evolved as possible. I believe that you are a close combat specialist, sword fighter? Yes, my abilities and techniques are all geared to close combat fighting, Zack said. That is good. Once we start training at the yard, and I get a better idea about your fighting style, I'll be able to provide more guidance, Emra said, and then turned toward Nyathula. She shifted uncomfortably, but she did speak. I am about 70% in my class and 30% in my path. Her voice was barely a whisper, and again Zack could feel unsettled. He tried not to show it. Emra grimaced. That isn't as good, but to what degree depends on your fighting style.
I am a long-range fighter. Both my abilities and my techniques rely on long-range attacks,
Nyathola said. That could work, Emra said. But your path will never be as powerful as someone who is investing a lot more in their cultivation. And knowing your past, you did not have the knowledge to cultivate properly. I'll need to see your fighting style before commenting more. Zack saw Nyathola lower her head, but he couldn't exactly recognize the emotion on her face. Today's class is just an overview. Tomorrow you will demonstrate your powers to me, and I'll be able to point you in the direction of a few guides from the Citadel's library. You are, of course, free to make your own decisions concerning your own power. Zack was still surprised by everyone's belief that their powers was such a private thing. Now, Emera began again, the most important thing for you to understand is long-term planning. You need to know intimately what kind of powers you want and build your class around what you want to accomplish. The way a classer achieves this is primarily through perks, as they are the most visible way that we gain power. The two of you had already picked several class perks, and probably not all of them are completely synergized. It is incredibly important for the two of you to make sure that your future chosen perks be focused toward what you want to achieve. Because of this, I urge you to make sure to listen to what I have to say, and once I suggest guides to you, that you take the time to study them. You are at a disadvantage compared to most other wardens. You are charting your own paths, but that does not mean that you cannot learn from those who came before you. Zack nodded, understanding what the man was saying. He knew that his perks weren't as focused as they could be. He had some that allowed him to distract his enemies in close combat, a few powerful attacks, and a defensive perk that could save his life. He was eager to learn. For the first time in many years, he wasn't charting a path all on his own. He would have knowledge from the many other wardens to draw on in order to make better choices. He knew that he couldn't match Ryun in cultivation, had known it even before Emera told him that the wardens didn't know much about cultivating. His path was a class, and that was the path he would use to gain enough strength to fulfill his promise. Chapter 87. Present. Ryun. A wolf still. The night sky was clear as it always was. The moon shone with a pale light, and the symbol of the wolf's head surrounded it, painted with green stars. Ryun sat on a rock, high up in the mountains, his legs crossed and Kagahimi in his lap. He used her ability, Shadow's Will, which allowed him to draw in more essence at night. He had spent the last few weeks exploring his territory and hunting a few high-level monsters. He didn't bother with anything below level 60, and in any case the deal he had made with Airclaw included him making sure that the territory was not disturbed too much. There hadn't been many powerful monsters, but he had earned a bit of essence. He had enough to cycle through his core once, but he had been meaning to improve himself a bit. His class was powerful enough, so he didn't plan on putting any essence there. It wasn't his focus, and he even regretted the 5 levels he'd raised beyond level 60. But he had been planning on getting some skills. Onrush had told him that he could learn them without buying from the framework's shops, that he could buy tomes made by people who had already mastered skills. He had looked through the auction, since Onrush had purchased a building that allowed it. But buying through there meant that he would need to bid and wait for the bidding to close, and there weren't many skills on offer, at least not ones that he was interested in. He'd have to wait for something interesting to become available, and he didn't really want to do that. His vibration sense had finally reached level 10, and he had gained a skill quest to evolve it further. It was a passive quest, so there wasn't much that he could do. He had to sense 1,000 different types of beings. He had gotten almost 100 from his exploration of the territory, but in order to get more, he would need to travel to other territories. He felt the moon begin its transition into the sun, and sighed. He stopped his drawing in of essence and put Kagehime back inside of himself, or wherever she went when he dismissed her, since her ability no longer worked. Then he opened up the shop and found the skills. He had been looking through them for a few days now, but was yet to see them all. There were just too many, even some that looked like they were just variations on one another. His perfect cut had gotten even worse, and he could barely use it once now. No one in the town knew why that was, but then again, none of them had skills developed even close to his tier. He had been trying to figure it out on his own, but he had also been looking through the auction house for any guides for skills. Nothing that he found so far had answers, as most covered only the first 3 tiers. It seemed like he would need to find someone who was far more knowledgeable in order to get help. His other skills worked fine, and he decided to buy new ones to fill in the gap until he could use his cut again without leaving himself crippled. He had narrowed his choices down on 2 skills. Each cost around 10,000 greater essence, which made them extremely costly, in his opinion, but he could afford them. The first one was a passive skill, enhanced balance, which he figured would be useful to him, especially with the way his true body reacted to the world, and with him using chi cubes to jump across the sky. The second was an active skill, one that sounded a bit strange, pounce, and was slotted with movement skills. He was considering it because he wanted to have another movement power to use when his inevitable step was on cooldown. There weren't any descriptions of what the skills did, but the names were self-explanatory. Ryun had a few empty skill slots, 3 that he had before he arrived to the Infinite Realm, and an extra 2 he gained when he'd gotten his evolved cut skill. But he didn't want to fill all of his slots. There was more to skills than he knew, and before committing everything he wanted to find more information on the subject. But he did need to do something in the meantime. He picked the 2 skills and purchased them. Immediately he felt something inside of him take hold, a sliver of knowledge about the 2 skills. They weren't the flashiest, but they suited his needs. He stood and tested them out a bit. His new enhanced balance skill made him a bit better at, not losing his balance. Similarly, his pounce skill allowed him to spring suddenly in any direction. He would need to practice with it to improve it as fast as possible, but he expected the balance skill to advance quickly, especially because of his movement style. With that finished, he jumped off the rock and started falling down the side of the mountain. He shaped a chi cube and jumped off, soaring through the air and high above the forest. He started forming more cubes, basically making leaping steps across the sky. In almost no time at all, he reached his destination and stopped himself in the air by shaping a cube with his hand. He bled his momentum and swung around, landing with his feet on top of the cube. Then he dismissed it and plummeted toward the forest. He dropped down through the opening in the sea of treetops and into the darkness below. His body slowed him down rapidly, and by the time he reached the ground, he landed gently on the forest floor. The trees above him kept the dim sunlight from penetrating deeper, so the forest was still too dark for his eyes to see. But Ryun hadn't relied on just his eyes in a long while. He started walking forward, his vibration sense telling him the direction where he needed to go. As he walked, he saw that his balance skill had gained 1 level just from him jumping through the air. He had suspected that he would be able to level that one quickly. He reached a small clearing where sunlight shone through and stopped, waiting for his contracted partner. He had already felt Airclaw leave the wolf's den and head his way. A few minutes later, Airclaw walked into the clearing and stopped next to him. Ryun had started somehow feeling what Airclaw was feeling. The sensation had been somehow familiar to him, even though he couldn't remember ever feeling anything like it. It wasn't like he felt everything that Airclaw did, but he got a kind of sense about what he was feeling when they were nearby, so he knew that the wolf was frustrated. Ryun didn't speak. Instead, he let the wolf start the conversation. And after a couple minutes of silence, Airclaw obliged.
"The wolves are not satisfied with me,"
Airclaw said finally. "What do you mean?" Ryun asked, surprised.
"They no longer accept my leadership, not as they did before. They consider me more like one of you."
Ryun blinked. He didn't know how to respond to that.
"Is that a danger for the town?"
Airclaw shook his head quickly.
"No. They understand that to survive, they need the town, or they will, but they are not willing to serve as pets."
Ryun grimaced. Onrush had warned him that taming wild monsters required a certain skill set. He had thought that Airclaw's rule was enough to make it happen, but if that rule was now weakening...
"We made a deal, Airclaw," Ryun said. "I know, but it is out of my claws. A few of the wolves will remain with their two-leg partners. The rest will remain in the forest."
Ryun sighed.
"I've been asked to leave the pack,"
Airclaw added.
"I am no longer one of them."
"I'm sorry," Ryun told him. The wolf shrugged.
"I always knew that there would be changes once we bonded. I expected something like this."
"Are you satisfied with your choice?" Ryun asked.
"I am a wolf still, no matter what form I have. My kind does not have regrets. It is what it is."
"We never spoke in depth about your class or path. I remember you saying that advancement is different for you now," Ryun said in an attempt to change the subject. Airclaw nodded.
"As I said before, I have something that is both a class and a path at the same time. I do not gain power in the same manner as your kind does. As you grow in strength, so do I. When you advanced, I advanced. The essence that I gain on my own is shared with you. My power has increased when you reached the realm of monarchs."
Ryun hadn't expected it to work like that, but he guessed it did make sense. The wolf was piggybacking on Ryun's advancement in a way, but both of them got the benefits. "And what did you choose in the end?" Ryun had tried to find information about the power types that the wolf had available to him in the town, but unsurprisingly no one knew anything. The two of them hadn't spoken much about it, although Ryun did know that Airclaw had made a choice. Ryun hadn't really been interested. It wasn't like it was his choice to make.
"Emissary of Twilight,"
Airclaw answered. Ryun approved. He always approved of making choices based on the coolness of the name. "I've seen some of what you can do," Ryun said, but didn't press for Airclaw to reveal everything.
"The longer I am in a fight, the stronger I get. Similar to what your kind can have, I too have 6 powers at my disposal, along with 2 passive effects."
Ryun nodded in appreciation. It was like a hybrid of a class and a path. Airclaw didn't share anything else, though, and Ryun didn't want to pry. "So what do you plan on doing now?" Ryun asked. Their agreement had been for the wolves to help keep the town safe, and while they wouldn't be partnering with people anymore, Airclaw made it seem like they would stay nearby and patrol the woods. That was enough in Ryun's eyes, but Airclaw was bonded to him, their fates tied.
"I think I shall stay by your side in the future," Airclaw said. "But not yet. I might be leaving the pack, but there are still things for me to take care of. I must ensure that they keep honoring my word."
Ryun nodded at that. He wasn't someone who enjoyed the company, but Airclaw at least was like him and content to stay silent for extended periods of time. Very well, then. Ryun waved at the wolf and walked away. There wasn't much more to be said. He headed back toward the town. He had plans for Onrush, and perhaps now was the time to see them through. He admitted to himself that the only reason he was really helping her was because he needed her. She was far better at running the town than he was. Not that he would have bothered with it. He had given a promise to protect the town's people because he needed their resources and knowledge, and Onrush had provided both to the best of her ability. For that alone she did deserve his respect. As he neared the town, his vibration sense got in range, and he started sensing the town's people moving around the streets. As soon as the entire town entered into his range, he frowned. He could feel a lot of commotion from them, so he jumped up in the air and grabbed a branch, climbing up until he left the treetops and jumped higher above it. He crafted a cube and jumped forward, getting a better view of the town and the hill it was built on. Immediately he saw warriors gathering at one of the gates, and Onrush was there with them. His ability to figure out what they were saying was a bit difficult to use when there were so many people close by and all talking at the same time, but he did manage to figure it out. His eyebrow rose, and he sat on his cube, watching from a distance. Onrush was organizing people and breaking up arguments. He wasn't surprised by what he sensed them say, as he had been able to hear what they whispered at night when they thought he couldn't hear from the start. But Onrush was much stronger than them now, and they didn't want to cross her. Eventually he saw movement on the other side of the hill, at the edge of the forest. A group of warriors was walking toward the town, large weapons pulled by some strange animals in the center of their formation. He recognized their colors and tried to think of what the best way to proceed would be. He could go and deal with it himself, of course, but seeing Onrush standing in front of the town's gate made him smile. So Ryun settled in to watch. He was eager to see how she would deal with the new arrivals. Chapter 88. Present. Onrush. This I promise. Onrush finished looking through the last report on her desk and leaned back in her chair, sighing. She had gotten used to the work, although she knew that very few people who were actually in charge did the work that she did. Most had people that did that for them, who then reported back to them, and in a way she was that person for Ryun. He was rarely present or even interested in hearing any reports from her, though, especially not since they got back and established the town. He had been exploring their territory, even though they already had maps, as well as the framework map that all the town leaders could access. He returned a few times to check in, but never stayed for more than a few minutes. By now she was used to it. Ryun was powerful, but he wasn't really the social type, and she couldn't deny that she owed him a great deal. In less than a day, he had given her something that had been her life's dream, the Lord Realm, and had even given her hope that she could rise even higher than that. Never in her wildest dreams had she imagined something like this happening to her. The level of trust he had in her was something that she couldn't have expected either. She was a nobody, as average of a cultivator as it got, but now she was in charge of a town, of an entire territory. People were looking at her for guidance, and were trying to gain her favor. It was surreal, and she found that she liked it. There were a few drawbacks, of course. Almost everyone in the town believed that she was involved with Ryun, a belief that she hadn't really tried to change simply because it made her authority firmer. Besides, it wasn't like Ryun cared about what others thought about him. She was staying at the town leader's mansion along with Kree, in part because it reinforced the rumors and in part because it made sense to do so. She was the leader of the Twilight Woods territory in all but name. Ryun had given her full access, and with it came the responsibility to assign other town leaders. Jen, the town architect, had limited access, but so far she hadn't given access to anyone else. There were people who wanted those positions, but the reason why she didn't give any of them the access they wanted was simple. She didn't trust them. Onrush knew that they had agreed to follow Ryun as their leader, that they had decided to break away from the sect, but they had done so only because to do otherwise was to die. The Black Viper sect would come for them eventually, and Onrush worried that not everyone was going to remain loyal. She hadn't heard any dissenting whispers, but that didn't mean that they didn't exist. She didn't fear anyone striking against her now. She was more powerful than them, nearly as powerful as Fier had been, but she knew how sects operated. They followed the strong. The Black Viper sect might not look kindly on them because of Fier's death, but the people in the town had something to offer now, the town itself. She knew that Ryun was powerful, and that the people in the town knew that, but she worried that they believed the Black Viper sect more powerful than him. They had several monarchs, after all, and she just didn't see the people of Wolf's Grove sticking with her or Ryun over them. She shook her head as she knew that there was little that she could do to change their hearts. She wasn't someone who inspired people, nor was Ryun, and that was the problem. The people were following along because they had nothing better to do. She sighed and stood up from her chair. Her work for the day was done, and she decided to take a walk. Exiting her office, she ran into her daughter. Cree froze in place, looking guilty. Onrush noticed the training sword behind her back and her general appearance and narrowed her eyes. "So you've been training, I see," Onrush said. Cree looked down sheepishly. A little, but I promise I've been careful." Onrush sighed. Cree still didn't have access to essence, which made her incredibly weak compared to everyone and everything else. "Didn't we agree that you would wait until I have the time to train with you?" "But you said that ages ago, and besides, you're always busy," Cree complained. Onrush felt just a tiny bit guilty. She had promised her a while ago, but there never seemed to be a good time. "I told you why I don't want you training with the warriors. Just one slip, one moment when one of them isn't paying attention, and you can lose your life," Onrush reminded her. She didn't trust the former sect's warriors to take enough care with her daughter. She did know that Cree needed at least some training, as she would soon become mature enough for essence, but she wanted for it to be her who started her training. Cree looked ready to fight, but Onrush's echo sense told her that someone was approaching, and Onrush wasn't in the mood for an argument with her daughter. "No, we had a deal and you broke it. I want you to go to your room and we will talk about this later," she said, just as her assistant Ineri walked around the corner and began rushing toward her. Cree's face scrunched up, but she knew better than to throw a tantrum when in others' company. Appearances mattered a lot in a sect. She stomped off just as Ineri reached her. "Lady, the Eastern Patrol just came back," Ineri said. Onrush frowned. That patrol wasn't scheduled to come back yet, and immediately she felt her bones chill. The eastern border of their territory was the direction of their old sect's lands. "How many?" she asked. "A caravan, several wagons with around 20 warriors. They report Commander Giroux at the head of the procession," Ineri answered. Onrush took a deep breath. She was familiar with Giroux. He was a Demacy attached to one of the branch families. He was supposed to be in the mid-foundation realm, a trusted warrior of the sect. The fact that they'd sent him, and not someone stronger, meant that they didn't know about the change in leadership, not yet. But they had to suspect that something was wrong, since Onrush had made sure that no word got back to the sect. They probably thought that Fier's attempt at claiming the territory failed. She knew that that belief wouldn't last for long. "How long until they get here?" Onrush asked. "Less than half an hour," Ineri answered. "What? How?" "The patrol noticed them too late." Onrush didn't believe that for a second. If they had been patrolling the eastern border of the territory, they would have had enough time to come back long before the sect's people arrived. She knew that some of the warriors weren't fulfilling their duties properly, but she also knew that was likely because they were just lazy. There was a reason why they had been sent here with Fier. Everyone in this town had fallen out of favor for one reason or another. Still, if they had come back, that meant that they hadn't betrayed the town to the sect. She doubted that would have gone well for them, unless they had something to trade for their safety, and the warriors on patrols weren't really in the know about Ryun. They didn't know enough to ensure their survival. Onrush headed out of the mansion with Aneri following close behind. She crossed the big square and called for the 3 golems to follow her. She cursed Ryun for not being there and forcing her to deal with the sect. She didn't even know how to deal with them. She knew that they would not be happy that someone had taken what was supposed to be theirs, nor that Fier was dead and they were following a new master. She hoped that they would be able to see that it would be a waste of resources to try and root them out, especially if they had to fight Ryun, but she knew that wouldn't go down without blood being drawn. When she arrived at the eastern gate, she found townspeople already there. The warriors were standing to the side, with Jish and Enka at their head. The group parted to let her through, and the whispers quieted down, but she had already heard something about what they were talking about. Some had wondered if it would be better for them to try and convince the sect to take them back. A few of the townspeople who hadn't noticed her yet were arguing, and she made her presence known. "Everyone quiet," she yelled. She saw the people turned to look at her, and she glared back at them. "We've all made a choice to be here and to make Ryun our leader. Trying to change that choice will not go well for you, I promise." She saw that none of them wanted to defy her. Ever since she had reached the Lord realm, she had been getting a lot more respect from everyone. Jish walked over to her and started to speak. "Our leader isn't here now," Jish said, "and this will turn bloody. They didn't send anyone above the Mid-Foundation realm. I will take care of them if they decide to fight." "It is inevitable, Lady Kesh," Jish told her. "The death of Master Fier alone will be enough to seek all our deaths. We've agreed to follow another in return for protection, yet he is not here to provide it." Onrush didn't respond, but instead just looked at the oncoming caravan. The warriors, just now starting the climb up the hill, had their weapons ready, and she knew that what Jish had said was true. Ryun wasn't there to protect them, but she was, and he was the one that had given her enough power to do that. She wondered if that had been his goal when he'd raised her. "Lady," Jish started again, "perhaps we could still get back in the sect's good graces. You have complete control over the town and the interface. We could easily help the sect set up a trap to—" "No!" Onrush stopped him before he could say too much. She knew that everyone around her was afraid, that they wanted to live, that they knew the sect would not look kindly on their betrayal, no matter what they thought about them before. But betraying Ryun could mean death just as easily as fighting the sect. The leading elements of the caravan arrived, and Commander Giroux walked up to the mass of people standing and waiting. His tail swiped to the side in annoyance as he looked over the people assembled. "What is the meaning of this? The territory is claimed, but not for the sect. Where is young Master Fier? He'd better have a good explanation for this," Giroux yelled. Onrush took a deep breath and walked forward. "Master Fier is dead," she said. Giroux's eyes locked onto hers, and he frowned, looking at her. "You stupid little wretches! Your master died, and you claimed the territory for yourselves," he spat. "You had to know that this would mean death." Onrush knew that there would be no reasoning with Giroux. He was sect-born and raised, arrogant and loyal. She needed to send a message to the sect. "The sect sent us here to die," Onrush said flatly. and so we are no longer part of it. You can return to your masters and tell them that we are independent of their rule, and that we are willing to come to an agreement if they want to trade with us. But any attempt to regain this territory will cost them more blood than they can afford." Giroux's eyes widened with fury. Onrush saw his hand tighten on his sword, and she knew that he did not like her speaking to him in such a manner. But she was baiting him. She needed to make an example and show the others that they weren't going to be an easy target, not any more. "Who are you?" he asked, and then turned to the people behind her. "Does this trash speak for you?" Onrush's face twitched at the insult. Just a little while ago she would have been forced to take it, but not now. "Don't speak to them," Onrush said. "I am in charge of Wolf's Grove. I am the one who you will deal with." His eyes narrowed at her, and she could see him trying to figure out how strong she was. All of them in the town, her included, still wore the Black Viper sect's colors, so he probably thought that she was a part of Fierre's expedition. If he knew the composition of it, then he knew that there hadn't been many powerful people with Fierre. Onrush didn't have her new suit of armor on, the epic set that Rioun had given her, but she didn't think that she would need it. "Traitors, all of you! The sect gives to you, and you dare to steal from us? The sentence for that crime is death," Giroux hissed. "I do not want to fight, but if you do, you will not find us to be an easy target," Onrush told him. The warriors behind her tensed, and she didn't know which way they would jump. She wasn't completely sure of their loyalty, but she didn't think that they would try to stab her in the back. Giroux pulled out his sword. "They don't seem all that eager to cross the sect. Perhaps if you are dead, they would be more willing to beg for the sect's forgiveness." Seeing him finally draw a sword, she did the same, drawing the sword that Rioun had gifted her. She felt her 3 chi anchors, and with them each of her techniques prepared and ready to be activated at a moment's notice, without the need for her to get into a breathing form. Giroux attacked, a quick and decisive jab. Obviously, he didn't think that anyone in the town could be stronger than him. She raised her sword and parried. Activating her branch technique, Surge, her speed increased on top of her class perk Quick Steps, and as she pushed his sword away, she spun around. Holding her weapon with both hands, she cut into the Demaci's right leg, just above the knee, making a shallow wound. She didn't infuse her weapon with poison chi, so it wasn't a lethal injury. Giroux grimaced.